The epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Have you ever wondered at the extraordinary mechanism of the human mind, particularly in relation to the past? A chance remark, a trivial incident, a fleeting item in a newspaper, any one of these can result in a sudden memory of something we had forgotten, or, to be more accurate, had gone so deep into one's subconscious as to be thought forgotten. Remember my dramatizing the investigation into the shooting of an orator as he was haranguing the crowd at Hyde Park's Speaker's Corner? Well, it was the reading of a violent demonstration at what is, after all, a leading London tourist attraction that brought to mind the murder and sent me delving into my casebook of crime. By the same token, a simple announcement by the Borough Council to the effect that a freeway was being built between Edmonton and Hornsey Rise brought vividly to my mind a murder committed at a printing works near what is known as Hornsey Green. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story A Typeset for Death. The weather was at its worst, with the persistent drizzle of rain and the harsh biting winds creating traffic chaos, as well as an atmosphere of gloom. I splashed along the wet pavements with one thought in my mind, to get to my office as quickly as possible, so that I might take the chill out of my bones by consuming a hot cup of coffee. It was not to be. If anyone wants me up, so I'll be in the canteen.
Oh, just a minute, sir.
What?
I've got the Chief Inspector on the line.
What is it, Ops?
Call's just come through, sir. Murder.
Oh, no.
Just a minute, sir. It's a man identified as Martin Craddock. He's been found dead at Craddock Printing Works, Farthing Lane.
Not a nice morning for it, is it, sir? Morning.
Good morning, Sergeant. Murder never is very nice. Whatever the climate. A very large printing works. Who's inside?
Oh, 3 workmen. Not that they'll do much work today, sir.
Were you sent from the local patch?
Yes, sir. Information came through to say you were on your way. Dr. Arnold's on an urgent case.
The call came through from Mr. Brett.
That's right, sir. He's the foreman. He opened the premises.
Oh, well, there's no point in getting more wet than is necessary. Let's go in.
Right, sir.
Well, what's your name, Sergeant?
Aston, sir. This gentleman is Chief Inspector Carr, the murder squad.
Morning, gentlemen. Seems a grim sort of morning all round, doesn't it? So this is or was Mr. Craddock. He lay sprawled on the floor of the printing shed. Nearby was a large bench upon which were various cases of type. The matted hair, the ugly gaping wound, told the brutal cause of death. Nasty business.
Yes, sir.
You did say, Sergeant, that the doctor's been and gone.
That's right, sir. It says Craddock's been dead some hours.
And he was in this position when you discovered the body, Mr. Brett?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Arnold made a point of saying that there was nothing he could do. He'd better not change the position of the body.
That's quite right. There's something that worries me.
Oh? What's that, sir?
This man's clothes. Sopping wet. If your boss, Mr. Brett, was killed here under cover, and there's no doubt that your doctor is right about the poor chap being dead some hours, rigor mortis has obviously set in.
I agree with you, sir. I was just going off duty when the call came through. It didn't start raining until about 6 o'clock this morning.
You sure of that, Sergeant?
Oh, positive, sir. I don't know what it was like in the other parts of London. It's been pretty windy and miserable all night, but there was no rain.
That's interesting. Very interesting. What's that?
Well, that's our Miss Froome. She's opened up the office 9 o'clock.
Oh, Steve, how's the worksheet? Hey, what's going on? Why the machines rolling?
What?
Has there been a burglary or something? Hello, Harry. What? Oh.
Phil, get a cup of water, quick. Right. Shock for anyone, seeing a thing like
Look here, Sergeant, help me lift the young lady. We'd better try and get her into that office there.
Come on, Iris.
I'll be all right.
Look, as soon as we get you comfortable, I'll suggest we all have a nice cup of tea. Oh, is that possible?
I think it's a good idea, sir. We can all do
Now,
it.
steady, young lady. You just lean on us.
I can't bear to look at him. I can't bear it.
It's a shocking sight for anyone to have to bear. That's it. Now, in we go. The sergeant and I managed to get the trembling, white-faced young woman to her chair facing a small office desk. As I'd been driven towards the scene of the crime, I'd anticipated a simple act of murder, with robbery as the motive. It was now clear that the investigation was going to be far from simple.
Oh, fancy me doing such a daft thing as passing out.
No, it wasn't daft at all, Iris. Enough to make anyone pass out.
I'm all right now. I'll make the tea.
No, you stay right there, my girl. I know where everything's kept. I'll put the kettle on.
Oh, Carr. Oh, you'll find some sugar in that shelf there.
I know where it's kept.
All right, Mr. Brett. Let's hear from you what happened this morning.
Well, Governor, arrived here at 7 a.m. We had a rush job.
Now, just a minute. How did you get into the works? You got a key?
No. No one keeps the key other than the boss.
Well, what time did he arrive, usually?
Oh, 7 o'clock. Never missed.
Yes, but surely there must have been days when he was away or indisposed.
Oh, well, Iris opens up.
Yeah, that's right. I got a key to the office. If Mr. Craddock was away or he didn't feel like going in early, he'd phone me and I'd be here in time to let them all in.
I see you have a key to this office.
Yes.
But not for the door that leads into the works.
No.
And what about the communicating door separating this office from the works? That office over there, is that kept unlocked?
No, not during the day.
But when you go off at night, or you have to leave the office for any reason...
Well, if you take a look here, sir, you'll see it's one of those self-locking jobs.
Huh?
You can't open it on the outside without a key.
Yes. Yes, I see. Now, when you came in this morning, Mr. Brett, did you get any impression there had been a struggle or that something had been taken from the works?
No. No, I didn't, sir.
And you, Miss Broom, was there anything unusual in this office? Did you let yourself in the usual way, by means of the key, I mean?
I never dreamt. Oh, it was just like any other morning. So I thought.
Now, all of you, I want...
Please, can't we do something about Mr. Craddock lying there?
Yes, perhaps you're right. Yes, we can. Oh, and may I use the phone?
Of course.
Thank you.
New Scotland Yard.
Wops, Carr here. The print men had better come over right away.
Oh, right.
Get through to the ambulance. There's no point in keeping the body here. He's been examined by the local police surgeon. I'll have a word with the doctor as soon as I've finished here.
Very good, sir.
Usual routine, get the full background on Martin Craddock.
Right, sir.
Now, first of all, let's introduce ourselves. I'm Chief Inspector Carr. Now, that's for your benefit, Miss Broom. Now, I know your name. You are,
My name's Joplin. Phil Joplin.
Thank you.
And I'm Doug Shadwell. You don't think any of us have done it, do you?
My dear Mr. Shadwell, at this stage in the investigation, all I can think about is the gathering of as many facts as I can. I never start pointing fingers until I'm reasonably sure that every angle has been examined, as it were. Now, the first and obvious question. Why? I don't suppose there's anything of sufficient value in a printing works of this nature to consider robbery as the motive? Well, if not robbery, what? You any ideas on the subject, Mr. Brett? I see you're all looking at each other. Isn't anybody going to say anything? Believe you me, when that police torch starts lighting up the dark corners...
All right. If nobody will talk, I will. Mr. Martin Craddock was a nasty piece of work. Wasn't he, Iris? You see, Mr. Carr, Iris Froome is serving out a notice. She leaves tomorrow.
Shut your mouth, Doug. You think Iris would clobber Mr. Craddock just because he gave her the sack?
I didn't say Iris clobbered him. All I'm saying is that he's found himself another... What would you call them, Iris? Private, very private secretary.
That's enough of that, Shadwell.
No, Sergeant. Mr. Shadwell's entitled to say his piece. The man out there has been clobbered to death. I told you that I don't start pointing the finger of suspicion so early in the investigation. I do that after I get my facts together, and the facts I must have. Of course, everyone remotely connected with the man will be probed, dissected. We'll even know what you had for breakfast last Tuesday week, and that includes you, Sergeant. Now, let's get on with it. Have you any idea who did this thing, Miss Froome?
No, of course not. But Doug's right. He treated me like I was some cheap woman of the streets. But not when I first started to work here. Oh, no, he didn't then. All smiles and charm. Oh, wish I was dead.
I'm sorry. Normally I conduct any questioning individually and in private. But something tells me that we'll get to the truth quicker if we do it as a group. Now, can any of you identify anyone as a possible culprit? I see. You didn't like Craddock, did you, Mr. Chapel?
No, I didn't. But then I don't like bosses on principle. But I didn't ever consider murdering him. I mean, why should I? I could always quit. There's no better line of man in business. Ask Sid here.
Well, what about you, Mr. Sidney Brett? How did you get on with your employer?
All right. Told me all I knew about the printing game. What he did in his private life's no concern of mine. I've no reason to have disliked him.
No reason? Of course you had no reason. Because you were his stooge, that's why. Walk in of a morning 5 minutes late. Mr. Craddock, Doug's late again.
If I'd had my way, you'd have been fired long ago. What about the time we found you printing your own private visiting cards?
Well, what about it? It was only a quid's worth.
All right, gentlemen.
Shall I answer?
No, allow me. Hello.
Is that the Craddock Printing Works?
Yes, who do you wish to speak to?
Craddock. That rotten swine? Martin Craddock.
It would appear that the murdered man was not exactly popular with everyone. Whether the man on the telephone would prove to be an unnecessary interruption, or whether a new lead had opened up, remained to be seen. Who wishes to speak to him, please?
My name is Froome. I'm Morris's father. And you can tell that boss of yours that by the time I'm through with him, he'll wish he were dead.
I'm afraid he's that already.
What? What's that you said?
Your daughter's employer has been found murdered. I happen to be a police officer.
Well,
perhaps we can communicate later.
Where's my Iris?
She's here. Good day to you. It was your father, Miss Froome, wanting to speak to Craddock.
Oh, I told him not to interfere.
The ambulance and print men have arrived together. There'll obviously be no printing done today. Sergeant, I want this place sealed once the boffins have done their stuff and the body's been removed.
Right, sir.
Now, I want everybody's name and address, and I'll ask you all kindly to refrain from talking too much about the murder.
Right, Inspector.
Sergeant, anything crops up, you can get me back at the yard.
Right, sir.
His next of kin will have to be informed. Can't wait until the reporters hear of it. Was Mr. Craddock married?
A widower, sir. Lived in a private hotel called the Portland. I don't know of any next of kin.
We'll find out soon enough.
Next of kin, sir. Brother. Andrew Craddock lives at 18 Hornsey Green.
I see. What about Craddock?
Got it here, sir. Age 56. Wife died 4 years ago. No children. Business reasonably prosperous. No debts. Made no will.
Well, that simplifies that. Well, what about his movements?
Also, manager Portland Hotel said that Craddock didn't return home for dinner, that his bed wasn't slept in, but it was no cause for concern, as he frequently stayed out all night. Says Craddock used to visit Turkish baths.
A euphemism, I should imagine, from what we know so far.
Should think so, sir.
But have discreet inquiries been made concerning Sergeant Aston?
Yes, sir. He was on duty all night, sir.
Yes, I realise that. But the Edmonton station is less than 10 minutes' walk from the printing works. He could have been a party to the murder. I see there's a shocked silence, Ops. Listen, he's a very bright young policeman, is Aston. It was he who pointed out that the dead man's clothes were sopping wet, although Craddock had been dead some hours and was found inside the works. He pointed out that it didn't start raining until 6 o'clock. Now, what does that mean, Ops?
Craddock was caught somewhere else, sir.
Exactly. He's obviously keen on this girl, Froome. She could have coshed her employer, as they were both walking away from the works. She's terrified at what she's done, knows Aston is on duty. He rushes over, drags the body back into the works. They lock the place up. Remember, she's got a key to the office. They could have dragged the body through the office, through the communicating door, where Brett found him.
But if the sergeant did that, sir, why should he point out to the man's wet clothes, sir?
Because he had to work fast. 6 o'clock. It was becoming light. Any passing traffic could see the body lying outside where the girl crushed him, and because he was aware that any trained detective would realize the conflict between the time of death and the wet clothes, or, for that matter, Aston could have coshed Craddock himself.
Is that what you think happened, sir?
At this stage of the proceedings, I'm merely conjuring up various possibilities. My compliments to Dr. Macpherson. See if he can give me a more accurate ETD. Right. After all, the time of death is crucial to the investigation.
Very good, sir.
And order of vehicle ops. I'm returning to Edmonton. Well, Sergeant, what have you discovered, if anything?
Well, I did as you requested, sir. Took a statement from Iris Froome. She says...
Well, come on, Sergeant, let's have it.
Well, she was watching television last night, sir, until the close down. Then went for a walk and got home at about 1:45 this morning.
Just a minute, Sergeant. You say she was watching television and then went for a walk and got home. Was she at home until TV closed down?
No, sir, she was with me. She came round to my digs.
I see. And did you walk her home, Sergeant?
Yes, I did, sir.
By chance, did you walk anywhere near the printing works?
She didn't do it, sir.
Please answer my question, Sergeant.
I'm in digs in Plantation Road. To get to Iris's place, we cross Hornsey Green.
And that's that patch of green behind the printing works?
Yes.
Don't you think you ought to have told me all this before?
Oh, no, sir, it's got nothing to do with the murder.
What time did you commence night duty?
Well, I did a 6-hour shift, 0200 to 0800 hours, sir. Oh, excuse me, sir. Please?
You're here. Chief Inspector Carr, will you?
Here's it, sir, for you, sir.
Oh, thank you. Hello.
Operations here, sir.
Yes, Ops.
Senior Police Sergeant says ETD was between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. No one seems to have seen him after he left.
Thank you. Anything else?
Oh, Philip Joplin. Married, 2 children, alibi watertight, sir.
Shadwell?
Known to the yard as a troublemaker. Was fined £50 during Easter for causing a public disturbance. Said to be of a violent character, sir.
Thank you. Anything else?
Not the matter, sir. We'll contact you as soon as X-Branch send anything through.
Thanks, Ops. Tell them to keep searching for that murder weapon. They say that nothing's missing, but it could have been a hammer, a spanner, anything.
Right, sir.
Oh, what about Brett?
Well, nothing known at the yard, sir. In comfortable circumstances. But perhaps the local patch...
Yes, all right, Ops. Thank you. Oh, we now know he was killed between 11 a.m. and 1 a.m.
Iris didn't do it, sir.
Did you?
No, sir. Well, I love Iris. Have done since we were kids at school together. I hated Craddock for what he did to her, but I didn't kill him.
No, Sergeant, I don't think you did. My antennae tell me you're innocent. And if you're innocent, Miss Froome must be too, because she was in your company at the time of the murder. Did you get close to the printing works?
Within 200 yards, sir.
Could you see whether there was a light on?
We wouldn't have been able to see, sir, because the green skirts the back of the works and there were no windows.
I see. Well, I now think you're innocent, Sergeant, because you did not arrive on duty until 2 a.m. Had Dr. Macpherson put the ETD after that time, then I'd put you down as the killer.
I don't understand, sir.
Well, because the murderer was clumsy. Why drag the body back into the works if Craddock was killed outside? On the other hand, if you were on duty and left the station on some pretext or other in order to commit murder, you'd have to work fast. You'd have had knowledge that Miss Froome was with Craddock at the works, rushed over there, clobbered him as he was walking away, and then dragged him back inside.
And now, sir?
Oh, don't be a fool, man. You're a trained police sergeant. You had all the time in the world to do it. Clobber him, take his wristwatch or pocketbook, and then report seeing some sinister character running away. No, you didn't do it. But who did, Sergeant Aston? Who did? The usual rhetorical question, a question that went unanswered. No one saw Craddock. We knew that he'd remained behind at the works when his employees had gone. We knew that he'd dined that night at a small restaurant. This was at 8 p.m., after the works had closed. But where did he go from there? Not one single human being was able to supply the answer. No motive, no strong suspect, now that I'd decided the sergeant and therefore the girl were in the clear. I thought I'd do a little probing in the direction of Douglas Shadwell. Ready for another, Mr. Shadwell?
No, thank you. I've got to get home to the missus. Why don't you come out with it? What do you want to know? I hated him and everything he stood for, but I didn't bump him off.
Your alibi is not so hot, you know. Oh, I know that your wife can corroborate, but...
Come off it, Chief Inspector. You can't try your strong-arm methods on me. I was home in bed with my missus, and you've no right to call her a liar or me.
Now, keep your shirt on. No one's calling you a liar. Now, listen, Chadwell. I know you believe the system is all wrong, and I know your convictions.
Oh, so that's it. My police record. Just because I pushed some silly old tart and she fell over. It was a political demonstration. It wasn't...
Let's not quarrel, Mr. Shadwell. You think the girl did it. We're convinced otherwise.
I didn't say that. If you say she didn't do it, then I'm glad for her sake. May have shot my mouth off. We were all edgy. Not a pleasant thing to have happened.
Fair enough. According to all your statements, Miss Froome left the office at 5:30. You all had a rush job to do, which finished at 7 o'clock. And then you, Joplin and Brett left the works and all had a drink at the King's Arms. You were all there for about 10 minutes. You left the pub together and went your separate ways.
That's it. And when we left the old boy back in the works, he was still alive and well.
We know that he left the works just before 8 o'clock, went to a nearby restaurant, stayed there for about 40 minutes, but from that second on, he seems to have vanished into thin air.
Aye, but we know where he finished up, don't we?
Yes, we do. Is there nothing else you can think of?
No, nothing at all. Why don't you have a word with Sid?
Oh, I have. However, I'll take your advice and see him again. That's a very nice house you've got here, Mr. Brett.
Well, we like it.
It's nice of you to agree to see me again. I need to talk to someone. The murder of your boss is a complete mystery. We've checked every possible angle. I've had a dozen men working on his sex life. You know, some unknown irate husband or boyfriend.
Why not girlfriend?
Yeah, that's true. Except Craddock was an unusually tall man, and that crack on his skull would take some considerable strength. I see you've got yourself a nice new colour TV set.
Yeah. Keeps us all amused at night.
I've been looking at your bank account. I see that you put in £500 3 weeks ago. Had a good win at the races.
What is this?
I don't know. But I have a feeling you know more than you care to tell me. You have a wife and 3 children, Mr. Brett. I'm afraid I'll have to question them. You killed Craddock. Why? You left your house at 9 p.m. You were not in the local. Where did you go? Look, it's no good, Mr. Brett. If you make a clean breast of things, it'll be better for you in the long run, and your family.
What have I done? What have I done? He came back that night, told me a lie, told me he was going to have some dinner at an early night.
Back to the works.
All right. I knew you'd guess something by the way you looked round the furniture. I'd been printing at night. Porn.
Pornography?
They used to send me the works manuscript, and I used to...
I knew it. So, that's where the papers have been going. Let me see. Now, stop the machine. Oh, horrible. You with a nice wife and 3 body children. Give me these.
Look, boss, I can explain.
Come on, it's nearly midnight. Get out, I'm locking this place up.
I haven't been doing this for long. Honest, I haven't, boss.
Get out while I switch off the light. Come on, get out. Where's the key?
Please, boss, let me explain.
You'll explain to the police in the morning. Go on, shove off.
No.
And put that spanner back or I'll have you for theft as well as...
Mr. Craddock! Mr. Craddock! I didn't mean to hit him. I threw the spanner into the disused well by the green and ran home. About 6 o'clock in the morning, I crept out of the house. He was lying there, lying in the pouring rain.
All right, Mr. Brett. You better come with me. And so I took Brett back to the yard where he was cautioned, booked, and duly charged. Now, unlike previous arrests, the killer was discovered not because he gave himself away, but as a result of pure deduction. How good a detective are you? Why did it have to be Brett? Because every clue pointed to him as the culprit. In the first place, I asked. And what about the door separating this office from the works?
If you take a look, sir, you'll see it's one of those self-locking jobs.
Self-locking? Then how did Brett get into the office to telephone the police? Besides, we know that someone killed Craddock round midnight, yet it didn't start to rain until after 6 a.m., which means someone dragged the drenched body into the works after that time. Brett admits he arrived for work at 7 a.m., a rather clumsy murder, and that is why in my docket I stress that Brett's confession could be true when he says that he ran after his boss, who found him printing the stuff, pleaded with him not to go for the police, and struck with a spanner without realizing what he'd done. No cold, calculating killer would have returned to the scene of the crime and dragged the body into the printing works. He was sentenced to 15 years hard labor.
The epic casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic casebook. The epic casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
On more than one occasion, I've demonstrated in this series that some of the most baffling investigations concern those acts of murder committed on the spur of the moment. Crimes which are not planned in advance, or premeditated, of course, otherwise the crime would not be labelled murder, but committed on impulse. The killer destroys his victim and then disappears. On the other hand, many a murderer has been brought to the bar of justice because the criminal takes so many steps to conceal his guilt as to lead the detective in charge of the case right to his very door. Too clever in concealing his tracks, an over-elaborate alibi and so on. Take tonight's story as a case in point. I'm not saying that the culprit would not have been arrested eventually. We'd have caught him all right. But his over-elaborate piece of deception accelerated the process. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story An Author's Ending. I wonder how many of you remember Olivia Shaw. Today she's almost forgotten, yet she was a fine writer whose word pictures of the London scene delighted me. Olivia Shaw shot dead, you say?
Yes, sir.
When? Where?
Call just came through, sir. 14 Edward Terrace, Regent's Park, sir.
Edward Terrace, right. Any action been taken?
Yes, sir. Sergeant Wilkins from the Marylebone Police Station is at the address now, sir.
Right, arrange transport. I was met by Sergeant Wilkins, who took me to the second floor where the murder took place. The dead body of Olivia Shaw was slumped across the leather-inlaid desk, a gunshot wound disfiguring the left side of her face. The window immediately behind her was splintered into star-shaped fragments spreading out from a neat hole. It was a typical author's study. 2 walls of books, wood panelling, a comfortable armchair, a leather couch, and a coffee table casually in one corner. Functional and extremely lived in. Sergeant Wilkins gave me his story.
I was on patrol car duty, sir. Received a call to proceed here at 6:25 p.m. The report indicated that a woman had locked herself in a room and would not answer the door. I was met downstairs by a maid and brought up here, sir, where Mr. Hambleton was waiting for me.
Mr. Hambleton? Well, who's he?
The husband. Olivia Shaw was her writing name, sir.
Is Mr. Hambleton here?
Yes, sir, in the drawing room downstairs.
You say the door was locked?
Yes, sir. Mr. Hambleton said his wife had been in the study all afternoon.
Yes, she's been there all the afternoon, Sergeant. I'm getting worried about her.
Worried, are you, sir? Is that why you telephoned the police saying it was urgent? If you and your wife had some sort of quarrel, then I suggest...
Give me patience. Don't you understand what it might mean? She's... well, like all writers, my wife is given to fits of extreme depression. Olivia! Olivia! You see what I mean, Sergeant?
Well, if you're so worried, why haven't you broken down the door?
Oh, look at this door, Sergeant. It was built 100 years ago, solid as a rock. How are we going to break it down?
Well, there is obviously something wrong. That knocking would have awakened the dead. I'm sorry, sir. I shouldn't have said that. You say it is locked from the inside. It's more than that. It's been bolted. I'm afraid we'll need an axe, if you give me permission to break the door down.
Door? You seem to have taken half the wall with it.
Well, sir, as you can see, it's about 6 inches thick. We had to take it off its hinges.
Because it was bolted?
Yes, sir.
You are certain it was bolted from the inside?
Well, positive. I left it for you to see, sir. As you see it now, it's just as we found it.
Nothing in this room's been touched?
Nothing, sir. I let no one into the room. They saw her at the desk, of course. It was obvious what had happened. I then sent them downstairs, posted the constable at the gate till your arrival, and I remained here.
Right. Well, let's have a look. That hole in the window lines up with the roof of those flats opposite. Constable, nip across there, will you? Get on the roof and see if you can find out anything. I want you to shine your torch towards this window.
Right.
Olivia Shaw. Well, where'd it go?
I saw her on television once, sir. Some highbrow panel thing. Never read her books.
I have. Read every book she had published. A guide to toxicology? No. What on earth would she be doing with a book on poisons, or more accurately, a guide to poisoning?
Well, probably in the process of writing a murder mystery, sir.
Possibly, but crime writing was hardly her line of country. Oh, there. Look at this writing. Oh, she's calling her book Bitto's the Pill. Hey, what's that?
Sir?
I fished that crumpled paper out of the basket. Looks as though it's got some writing on it.
Yes, sir. Same sort of paper as this foolscap, sir. Here we are, sir.
Thank you. Well. Title here, Poisonous to the Taste. Oh, well, that probably explains the book on poisons. Yeah, come to think of it, where's the pen? She must have been using a pen.
It's just by the desk on the floor, sir. Although, there is something strange somewhere, sir. If Olivia Shaw was writing when she was shot, the pen would be on the desk. Or it would have rolled off the front of the desk. But not there, right at the back.
It could be, Wilkins. The bullet wound on the left side suggests that she turned her face just as the killer fired. No, it's consistent, all right. Hey, wait a minute. There's the constable with a torch on that roof. Good now. Let's see. Yes, it's how it happened. Her head had been just about here. That lines up with the hole in the window and where the constable is now. All right, let's go downstairs. Sergeant Wilkins had omitted to warn me that the bereaved husband was in a wheelchair. I don't know why I should feel that his incapacitation should be important, but I did. The whiteness of his knuckles showed as he gazed up at me, his hands clenching the upper rims of the wheels. As he sat there, with his white silk shirt, large black bow, his pink and white face and penetrating blue eyes, he looked for all the world like the portrait of an early Victorian poet. That's a terrible business, Mr. Hambleton.
My car crash? Or what happened to my wife?
I was referring to the death of your wife. You say you had a car crash?
Yes.
How long have you been married, Mr. Hambleton?
2 years.
I understand that Sergeant Wilkins told you that your wife was murdered as she sat at her desk.
No, but that's impossible. I mean, Olivia was locked in. We had to break the door down.
Well, somebody fired from the roof opposite her window. Where she sat was in the direct line of fire. Forgive me asking this, Mr. Hambleton, but was your marriage a happy one?
Reasonably so. By modern standards, that is.
Mr. Hambleton, who would want to climb onto the roof opposite and shoot your wife to death? Have you any idea?
No idea at all. Some maniac who didn't like her last book, perhaps.
Forgive me for saying this, but you don't look particularly upset.
Don't I? Well, possibly because I feel that all this is part of Olivia's own creation. There's an air of fantasy about it.
In what way?
Well, the locked room, firing from a rooftop. Oh, that's the sort of thing she might think up in her bath. That's where she concocted most of her plots.
Plots? But I regarded Olivia Shaw as one of the more serious writers.
Oh, not as Olivia Shaw, I don't mean. Another name. Edgar Thomas Milne.
Do you mean that your wife was Edgar Thomas Milne, the crime writer?
I do. Olivia's books sold in their thousands. As Edgar Thomas Milne, she sold millions.
Well, that explains the book on toxicology upstairs. Tell me about your accident.
Oh, I overtook on the M1 when I shouldn't have done. Got my license endorsed and deserved it.
When did you see your wife last?
When we broke down the door of her study.
Mr. Hamilton, you know perfectly well what I mean. Your wife has been murdered, and although you don't appear to be overwhelmed at her death, I expect you to assist to catch the murderer. I take it you want the murderer caught.
Well, of course. No, I'm sorry. I last saw Olivia at about 2:30 this afternoon.
Where? What was she doing then?
Well, we'd just finished lunch, and Olivia said she was going to her study to work.
I see. Was everything quite normal? You didn't row or anything?
Perfectly normal. We were on the best of terms.
What did you do when your wife went to the study?
I went out there. Look, if you look through the window, you'll see my workshop.
Oh. And what happens in your workshop? What do you make?
Not make. Create. At the moment, I'm working on a metal creation showing man and the H-bomb.
I see. Can you walk at all, Mr. Hamilton?
Not an inch.
Well, you could hop around on one leg, couldn't you?
You try it. My left leg is broken, and so is my right ankle. Oh, I can do a balancing act on my crutches, I suppose.
So you didn't see your wife from the time you went into your workshop until when?
Well, she usually came down to tea. I manoeuvred myself back from my workshop through these French windows. I rang for tea, but no Olivia.
And then?
I rolled myself back into the workshop. I worked until about 5, still no sign of her.
Well, didn't that worry you?
Worry me? Good heavens, no. Why should it? She's a writer. I can only go into her study and not emerge till midnight. Well, that's one thing she's impressed on everyone. When she's in the throes of literary creativity, she's not to be disturbed. Poor Olivia. She'll never finish, bitter as the pill now.
Well, from what I could see, she just started the book. She hadn't even written a rough outline. You say you never disturbed her, and yet you called her at 6:15.
Yes, I did. At about that time, the telephone rang.
Regent 1612.
I want to speak to Mrs. Hamilton, please.
Well, I don't know whether I can disturb her, sir, but... It's for Madam, sir.
No, I'll take it. Hello, Hamilton speaking.
Oh, hello, Mr. Hamilton. We'd very much like to talk to your wife, if we may.
I'm sorry, my wife can't be disturbed.
This is Connor speaking. There seems to be a conflict in times in the proofs. It says that Phillips arrives at the house at 10:30, and then in the next paragraph it says 8:30. Now, which is it, do you know? We're waiting to go to press now.
No, I don't know, chap. Look, I'll go and ask her. Just hold on, will you? Olivia, there's something wrong with your manuscript. Olivia, he's waiting on the telephone. It's strange. Fred, come up here. Olivia!
Seems bolted on the inside, sir. Honey Meadow doesn't answer.
Yeah, she might have had a heart attack or anything. Look, we'll have to break the door down. You won't be able to do it on your own. We'd better dial 999 to get the police assistance. And, well, that's when you chaps came on the scene.
I see. And you still have no idea why your wife was murdered or who was likely to do the killing?
No idea at all.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Sergeant.
Dr. Macpherson has asked me to tell you that he's been up to see the body. He'd like a word with you.
Oh, good. I didn't hear him arrive. Excuse me, Mr. Hamilton. Hello, Mac. Glad you saw my note. What's the story?
Dead about an hour and a half to 2 hours. Shot with a 45, I'd say.
What did you say? She was shot with a gun. You couldn't fire a pistol from... All right, Mac. You don't know the circumstances, and I've been a bit of a fool. Come inside, will you? Mr. Hamilton, this is Dr. Macpherson.
How do you do?
You'll appreciate that everyone who knew your wife must be suspect.
Look, if you're going to ask this doctor to examine my legs to see if I've really been crippled or not, by all means. I didn't kill my wife.
But I think you did. It's rare for a policeman to make such an accusation without first convincing himself that he could justify such a charge. For a brief second, I regretted my impetuous outburst, but only for a second, despite the police surgeon's statement.
His left leg and right ankle are broken, all right.
How dare you? Are you accusing me of killing my wife?
I was uttering a thought. I'm making no accusations officially, but you'll be hearing from me.
All right, let's get back to the yard. Yes?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes.
Motive all right, sir. Her husband is sole beneficiary. Ex-branch have taken a statement from the servant, sir. Apparently the husband has been kicking over the traces.
Well, motive isn't going to help us much. What about ballistics?
Ballistics say it was a 45, sir.
It's all so incredible. I'm convinced he killed her. Everything points... Oh, well. Thanks, Ops. Yes.
I hear you've been looking for me.
Yes, I have, Mac. Your medical report. You sure the pistol was fired from a distance of about 6 feet, not from the roof?
Perfectly.
Well, you better sit down. I need you as a mental anvil. This woman is in a locked room, bolted on the inside, with only one window. 2 floors up, no access to the window from outside, no secret panels in the room, none of the fancy hocus-pocus of detective stories. A shot's fired through the window from outside. The glass on the floor fitted the shattered window, so we're sure of that. Just one shot. No other bullet found in the room. And we heard from Sergeant Wilkins that nothing was touched after he himself had broken down a locked door.
No one could fire a pistol from the top of the roof. That's out. It's impossible, no matter how brilliant a marksman. In any case, you've read my report.
Well, I'm stumped. Yet I'm convinced her husband did it.
Well, in all my years as a police surgeon, I've never come across a man who seemed less of a suspect. 2 broken legs and a bolted door. A motive?
Money. He'd been hitting it rather high before his accident, had our friend Hambleton. His gambling debts alone come to quite a few £1,000s. We also know that Mrs. Hambleton telephoned her bank manager to say that her husband was to draw no more monies without her permission. Oh, it's all there, except for one thing.
2 things, Carr. Not only proof, but how. You've certainly got a Chinese puzzle on your hands, haven't you?
Oh, you can say that again, Mac.
Well, what are you going to do now?
Well, do what I always do when I've reached the point of no return. I'm going to get hold of the sergeant who was there when the door was first broken down and pay another visit to the scene of the crime. Now, Sergeant Wilkins, we are going to take our jackets off. We're going to go on our hands and knees like some caricature of Sherlock Holmes. We're going to pray that this thick carpet might give up its secrets, or these walls might tell us that the impossible is still possible. Gibberish, Sergeant, but you know what I mean.
I do, sir. Well, let's hope something turns up.
In a manner reminiscent of the character created by Conan Doyle, Sergeant Wilkins and I began to peer through our magnifying glasses as we crouched on all fours. I'd begun to give up hope when... Got some, sir? Huh?
Here.
Glass?
Yes, sir. Tiny little fragments.
Oh, of beautiful glass. Good. Well, let's go on searching. If we could only... Oh, well, that's asking. Look over there, Wilkins. What does that look like to you? And then over there, left-hand frame of the door.
Oh, let me see, sir. Looks like putty, sir.
It is putty. That's where he bored the small hole. He must have a well-equipped workshop. That's how he managed to slide the bolt. Well, well, we've got him, Wilkins, we've got him. Now, I'm being a little precipitate, Sergeant. Ignore the last remark. Let's go and have a look at that workshop, shall we? In the meantime, we'd better get that constable back on duty here again. We crossed the grounds and went into Hambleton's workshop. There was ample evidence of the man's tremendous creative ability. Abstracts, figures, metal designs. But what was even more interesting was his equipment. That's a very handy-looking lathe he has there, Sergeant.
I can hear the wheelchair, sir.
Well. Good afternoon, Mr. Hambleton.
Might I ask what you're doing in my work?
Mr. Hambleton, you're a rather silly man, you know.
What are you talking about?
Well, surely you didn't think that we accepted the possibility of a revolver being able to aim so accurately as to kill your wife from that distance, from the roof across the road?
I suppose I do have to listen to all this.
Yes, you do, Mr. Hambleton. Have you ever possessed a .45 revolver?
No. And I did not kill my wife.
Well, I think that I can demonstrate quite conclusively to a judge and jury that you did. And what's more, I can demonstrate motive and opportunity. Now, why don't you be a good fellow and own up to it, Save us all a lot of bother.
Get out of my house. You hear? Unless you've got a warrant.
No, I haven't got a warrant. But I warn you, Mr. Hamilton, I'll be back with one, and I wouldn't try any tricks if I were you, for from now on I'm going to have you watched night and day.
You sent for me, sir?
Yes, Sergeant. I've been going through all the notes I've made. They still don't add up.
But I thought...
Yes, so did I. Wishful thinking. I've got a feeling that you've been used.
Me, sir?
Yes. All along I thought it was rather curious that a man like Hambleton should phone for police assistance merely in order to break a door down. His servant Fred could have got an axe and done so. Why need the police?
I don't know what you mean, sir.
Because he wanted you there to establish without any shadow of doubt that it was bolted from the inside. Now, this is what I think happened. Hambleton went to call his wife, as he told us. But when he knocked on that door, it wasn't locked or bolted at all. Remember what we saw on the framework?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is the case we're going to present to the public prosecutor. I want to see whether you agree with it. I shall charge that Hambleton wheeled himself into the study, took up a position on the left side of his wife, and as she turned away from him, he pulled out a .45 pistol, shot her through the head. Go along with that theory, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. But there's one thing that's worrying me.
Yes?
A .45 gives off a pretty loud report. Well, surely the servants would have heard something.
Not if a silencer had been fitted. Unless the study is so soundproof as to hold in all noise. I think the silencer's more likely.
Yes, sir. Particularly as the noise could be heard through the window.
Ah, yes, the window. Coming to that. Now, my theory is that the shot was fired through the window, all right, and that's where Hambleton's workshop began to prove its value. Now, all it takes, a couple of screws from the beading. He couldn't walk, but he could stand. He took out the window, stood it up in front of a handy block of wood he'd brought with him, and fired. With me, Wilkins?
Yes, sir, I am.
No sound was heard. He replaced the shattered window in its frame and screwed it up nice and tight. And then the clever Mr. Hambleton collected up all the slippers of glass and arranged them in front of the window, so that we, the stupid police, would think that the shot had been fired from the outside.
What worries me, sir, is...
Well, go on, Sergeant. Now, before we complete our dossier, we've got to anticipate every possible objection, because unless we find the gun that killed her, all this is sheer conjecture. The Commissioner wouldn't move until we've got more facts. So, what are you going to say?
Well, sir, we have established with Russell and Company that this Mr. Hambleton did make a phone call.
Right.
All that is authentic stuff, sir. I mean... Well, he couldn't have done all the things we think he did between the times of the telephone call and the time I arrived, sir. It was all in a matter of minutes.
Yes, of course, but don't you see, Sergeant, that telephone call was highly fortuitous. He had a very good excuse for going and knocking on the door. Well, who knows, but for that he might have left the body there until the following morning. And then he got the servant to summon the police.
Yes, I see that, sir, but the bolt...
Now, I'm coming to that. All it needed was a simple length of nylon. Very thin, very strong. He loops it around the bolt, threads it through the hole in the door jamb, goes outside the study, closes the door, slides the bolt into the socket, and withdraws the nylon through the hole. Highly ingenious, don't you think, Sergeant?
It is, sir, but as you say, it's all on paper. The bits of glass we found and that piece of putty on the door frame, that won't be evidence enough, will it, sir?
Wise words, Sergeant Wilkins. We'll never secure a conviction if we precipitate matters. The gun. What did he do with the gun? Now, this is where we can thank our lucky stars. He's confined to a wheelchair. Yes, Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes.
Servants confirm that Hambleton never left the house since his motor accident, sir. Experts say that they can find no one who witnessed a man in a wheelchair leaving the premises. Neighbours on either side say they haven't seen any activity, sir.
Thanks, Ops. That's our main hope, and by no means a forlorn one. Now, get through to Marylebone. I want a dozen men with the worthy Sergeant Wilkins in charge. We're going to search that place from top to bottom. One can't dispose of a .45 as easily as all that.
Look, you're wasting your time, Inspector. You've had all these men making a mess all over the place, churning up the garden, now my workshop. You've been here for 3 hours.
I've looked in all the cupboards, sir, everywhere.
If any of you have touched any of my models...
What are you looking at, Hambleton? That's a nice metal vase. And there it was, the final and the most important piece of the jigsaw puzzle. A Sten 45. And with it, the silencer.
I've just read your dossier on the Hambleton case. Brilliant. What a cunning devil.
No, he wasn't, you know, Mac. A clever metal worker, but he gave himself away from the start, although I didn't spot it immediately.
Oh? And how was that?
Well, you see, Mac, when Hambleton said... As indicated to Dr. Macpherson, it's only when I went over Hambleton's statement that I remembered him saying...
Poor Olivia. She'll never finish bitter as the pill now.
That's where he gave himself away. For if you remember, we found that she had written on her manuscript the title, Bitter Was the Pill. And yet, when we went through her waste paper basket, we found that she had written a previous title, Poisonous to the Taste, and scrapped it. This must have been done that afternoon behind her locked door, so-called. How could her husband have known of the new title unless he'd seen it on the dead woman's desk?
The epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Russ as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic Casebook.
Springbok Radio presents... Inspector Carr investigates.
Far be it from me to criticize the system whereby inquests are convened on deaths that did not occur from natural causes, or where the unusual circumstances resulting in such demise remains in doubt. Of course, should the coroner record a verdict of death by misadventure, or as the result of an unfortunate accident, then, in terms of investigation, the police are not involved. However, and this is the point, should the jury declare that death resulted from a deliberate action by person or persons unknown, or should an open verdict be brought in, then it becomes a matter for the murder squad. Unhappily, this can mean an interval of up to a month from the commission of the crime to the necessary evidence being forwarded to Scotland Yard. And you don't have to be told that when it comes to murder, time is of the essence. It was because of this that I worked so fast in order to prove that Edward Bassett's death was indeed premeditated, although in the beginning this was very much in doubt. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story An Open and Shut Case. Bassett owned a fur salon in West London's highly fashionable shopping thoroughfare known as Lower Audley Street. I was informed of his death whilst I was in Scotland Yard's canteen having a morning coffee with Dr. Baxter when...
All right. I better be off. See what they're doing in the labs. Got a busy morning in front of you?
Oh, it depends what transpires at the daily conference. Oh, hello. What have you got there?
Miracles of modern science. One of those new mobile telephones.
Operations in watching, Inspector.
Oh, no rest for the wicked. Thanks. Yes, Ops.
Suspected murder has just been reported, sir.
Oh, what do you mean, suspected murder?
Yes, sir. Madam Robert. Please.
Please come. Monsieur Bassett is locked in the storage room. He's dead. It is a murder.
Murder? Where are you speaking from, madam?
Bassett fell salon, Lower Audley Street.
Locked to the storage room, murder?
Yes, he's lying there, murdered, I tell you.
What's your name, please?
My name is Gerard. Madame Gerard, I am the manageress. Oh, please send someone.
Have you got in touch with the doctor?
No. What is the use? He's dead, I tell you. Mr. Bassett has been murdered. He has been locked in that place over the weekend.
Sound did, friend, sir. Seemed quite convinced it was no accident, sir.
Well, our senior police surgeon's in the canteen with me. Organised transport. The woman may be right. Within a matter of minutes, Dr. Baxter and I were staring down at the still, lifeless figure. His loosened tie and open shirt collar told its tragic tale.
Poor devil. Look at his broken fingernails. Struggled to open the door.
He was such a wonderful, good person.
Is there an office we can go to, Madame Gerard? You've had a shock, and there's no point in standing here almost freezing to death. Sorry, unfortunate phrase. Can I leave it to you, Doc?
Yes, you can. Although we know how the poor man died, it's difficult to determine when. You go ahead. I'll join you just as soon as I finish my examination.
Examination? What is there to examine? He died because he freezed to death, didn't he?
No, madam. He's suffocated to death. Poor chap died from lack of oxygen. Oh, there's always the possibility that your employer was coshed first and then placed in the refrigerator. There are all sorts of things to look for, Madame Gerard. Those are seldom as simple as they appear at first glance.
We'll leave you to it, Doc. May we go through to the office, please?
Yes, if you follow me.
You're sure that it's impossible for that door to close accidentally?
Oh, it's quite impossible, Inspector. Once the door is shut, the wheel has to be turned. Otherwise, the locks don't... Are you safe? Click.
And you don't think somebody could have slammed the door and then turned the locks into position, not realizing that your employer was in there?
Oh, when she went to shut the door, she would see him. Through here, please.
Well, it's now 9:15. When does the rest of the staff arrive?
In about a quarter of an hour. Oh, please, sit down.
Thank you. You made an interesting observation just now, Madame Gerard.
Interesting? Don't understand?
You seem convinced that it was a woman who locked Mr. Bassett in his own safe.
I didn't say such a thing, Inspector.
Well, not in so many words, but you said when she went to shut the door, she would see him.
Oh.
Well, it does suggest that you believe that if it was murder, the killer was someone of your sex. Well, Madame Gerard, you do want the killer punished, don't you?
It was his wife, Madame Bassett. She did it. She hated him. Hated him. Says things in front of the staff.
Madame Gerard, if you don't mind, I'd like to take your statement in its correct sequence. Now, you arrived this morning to open up.
No, Johnston. He does that.
No? Johnston? Well, if he opened the salon, where is he now?
We arrive here at 8 o'clock. Cleans, makes the place tidy.
I see. But before he cleans the place, the premises have to be opened up. Does he do that?
Yes, he has the keys to the front door.
So, we assume he opened the door in the usual way at 8 o'clock. And then?
Well, he goes to the warehouse. He does that each day. That he does first thing. And as soon as I arrive, it's his job to go to the factory to see if there is any correspondence.
Would he be there at the moment?
I assume so.
Well, tell me what happened when you arrived.
Well, when I come in here, I saw in my diary that Mrs. Duncan Smythe would be calling for her mink coat at 10 o'clock. So I went to the storage room to get the coat and prepare for the customer. And then I see him.
And before that, when did you see your employer last? Was it Friday night?
No, the salon is open on Saturday until 1 o'clock.
I see. Was Mr. Bassett here on the premises then?
Oh, yes.
There's no sign of physical assault. He died from suffocation, all right. I'll make arrangements for the body to be moved. What about the next of kin? If he was married, his wife, she'll have to be notified.
Well, Madame Gerard says he is married. What's the address?
72 Eaton Square, Chelsea.
Thank you. No doubt she'll wait for the ambulance, Doc. Madame Gerard, no one must touch that door, particularly the wheel. I trust you won't object to having your fingerprints taken?
Fingerprints? What for?
There's a process of elimination, madam. There may be a number of impressions. We'll even fingerprint your dead employer. What we're hoping for is an impression of fingerprints that should not be on that lock.
I understand.
Were you present when the premises were locked on Saturday?
No, Edward. Mr. Bassett said he would see to it.
And what about this man Johnston?
He had departed for home.
I see. Oh, what about the keys? Your employer and Johnston, obviously. But have you a key to the premises, Madame Gerard?
There are 3 sets.
What about the people at the warehouse?
No, they just have keys for the warehouse.
Thank you. Now, what happened on Saturday? Did you leave at 1 o'clock?
Oh, I left about 12. You see, I was going to spend the weekend in the country with my brother and sister-in-law. And Edward, Mr. Bassett, you might as well know I was in love with him.
You were going to spend a weekend in the country. Well, carry on, Madame Gerard.
Well, I remarked to Edward, I hope it doesn't rain. Oh, dear, Edward, observe those clouds. It's been fine all weekend now. Just when I go away for the weekend.
Oh, come on now. Just because there are some black clouds doesn't mean it's going to be beautifully sunny in Sussex. Now, are we expecting any more customers this morning?
No one special?
Oh, well, then no need for you to wait, Louise. You go off home, collect your car, and enjoy yourself in the heart of the Sussex Downs.
Are you sure, Edward? It's only 12. Who knows, some very wealthy American tourist might arrive.
Don't you think I can cope if that happens? No, I know who's coming, and it's going to be most unpleasant. In fact, I'd be happier if you were not here to witness it.
A dissatisfied customer?
Never you mind. Take advantage of this outburst of generosity and leave this place of slavery.
I picked up my bag and I went home. I collected my car from the garage. That's the last time I saw him alive.
I see. Thank you. For how long have you known Mr. Bassett?
8 years. I first came here as a sort of assistant and model. You know, wearing the furs so that the customers can see the appearance.
And Mrs. Bassett, how long have they been married?
6 years.
May I make a suggestion, Madame Girard? There may have to be an inquest, so don't go accusing anyone of murder. Leave that sort of thing to us.
So you mean you're going to wash your hands of all this?
No, of course not. However, it could have been an accident.
What do you mean an accident? It was deliberate, I tell you. Deliberate.
You'd better answer it, madame. I'll be listening.
Hello, Bassett Ferriers?
When you've finished with my husband, send him home. Remind him that he has the son who thought his father would be home when he arrived from boarding school.
Do not pretend that you...
Give me that. Mrs. Bassett, I'm a police officer. I'm afraid there's been an accident.
Accident? What sort of accident?
Your husband is dead, I'm afraid.
So, she carried out her threat, did she?
Who?
Dear Louise Gerard, of course.
Mrs. Bassett's voice came through the telephone receiver loud and clear, causing the blood to drain from the face of the woman she accused. With a great effort of self-control, Madame Gerard said,
Oh, Daphne, don't you see what this terrible person is doing? She locked poor Edward in that cold storage room, and now she's putting the blame on me.
There you are, Madame Gerard. Nothing much. Mostly circulars. Oh. Excuse me. Sorry.
Are you Mr. Johnston?
That's right, sir. What's the matter? There's nothing wrong, is there?
We're from the police. Mr. Bassett has been locked in the cold room over the weekend. He's dead. When did you see Mr. Bassett last?
What? I can't believe it. Friday night. I have every third Saturday morning off.
You see him...
Please, Madame Gerard, we're trying to determine whether your boss was locked in accidentally, or as your manageress suggests, it was deliberate.
Deliberate? I don't know nothing. I didn't take no blooming fur, and now this happens.
Fur? What fur?
Johnson is under notice. He arrived back with his delivery van, minus a mink stole.
I told you, somebody must have taken it when I was delivering that parcel in Cadogan Square.
You should have locked
the front... And you should have locked the front door. When I came back that night and found the two of you...
That is enough, Johnston.
No, it isn't. I don't believe that mink stole was ever in the delivery van. You said you put it in there. You wanted me out of the way.
All right, Johnston, that's enough. I take it you'll be here for the rest of the day. I shall come back later this afternoon. Don't you think, Doc, that there was something exceptionally sad, the way the stretcher bearers carried the body of poor Bassett out of the shop, put him in the ambulance, away from the business he must have spent years building up? My antennae told me it's murder, all right.
Could have been an accident. That woman could have slammed the door, not knowing he was there. Now he's so ashamed that she's accusing others of murder.
Well, if Madame Gérard is to be believed, Bassett was there alone on Saturday, waiting for someone. Wonder who that someone could be. Oh, well, let's see what Mrs. Bassett has to say for herself. Mrs. Bassett, what we're trying to determine is whether your husband was accidentally locked in the cold storage room on Saturday, or deliberately. Didn't you miss him when he failed to return home?
You must be joking, Inspector. 6 weeks ago, he bade me a curt goodbye. Asked him if he'd been in for dinner. Said he didn't know. Returned home exactly 11 days later.
Without any luggage? Not even a toothbrush?
Edward, luggage. For years, my husband had some smug little love nest. You asked Louise Gérard. She'll tell you all about it.
You say had?
Yes, Inspector. I should imagine he had no further use for it now that he's taken up with that American woman.
What American woman? Do you mind telling me her name?
She's got the junior lead in a rubbishy play called Two Hearts a Wooing. I suppose it was inevitable that he should tell poor Louise Gérard that he no longer wanted her as a mistress. She's a fool if she thinks I killed him.
When did you last see your husband, Mrs. Bassett?
Friday morning.
Did he have anything on his mind?
He's always got it on his mind.
Please don't choose to misunderstand me, Mrs. Bassett. Your husband suffered most excruciatingly painful death. Aren't you sorry at all?
Of course I'm sorry, you fool. That was rude of me, but why do you think I stayed married to him all these years? Do you think it was just Louise Gérard, that chit of an actress? I loved him. I tried to hate him, but it was all on the surface. Do you think it's been pleasant for me living under the same roof, the mother of his children, living the life of a nun while he... I'm sorry.
Mrs. Bassett, I have 36 hours left to determine whether it was an accident or murder. Do you really think that Madame Gérard deliberately locked your husband in, knowing the horrible way he would die?
Oh, perhaps not. We women are strange creatures. I was just showing my claws. I suppose she's accusing me of murder out of guilt towards me more than anything else.
Dr. Baxter and I are returning to Scotland Yard. Now, if there's anything else...
It's the first time I've been inside a posh ferries like this, sir.
Hold on to the keys, Jackson. Now that we've locked ourselves in here, we don't want to have to break the window pane to get out.
I've got me a say, sir.
Good. Well, let's get on with the experiment.
Hey, look, sir, why don't you have me go to the cold room? You do the listing. I'll get justice.
No. Let's do it as we planned. Now, here we are. Now, we turn the wheel. So. It's got it. Oof, it's cold. Now, I'm going right to the very end. You stay here at the opening, Jackson, and see if any of these fur coats and things obscure me from you.
Right, sir.
Right, got to the end. I'll get behind this rack. You see me?
Yes, sir. Even those very long coats are about 2 feet from the ground. I can easily see part of your legs and your shoes, sir.
All right. Now, supposing I'm over here, and you're about to shut the door. What now?
Oh, now I can see the top of your head, sir.
Well, now close the door. Yeah, but don't forget to open it when I shout, will you, Jackson?
Don't fear that, sir. I've closed the door, sir. Can you hear me turning the wheel from inside, Inspector?
Very much so. The sound in here is very clear, and a kind of echo effect. How well can you hear me?
Very clearly, sir.
Well, it'll let me out before I catch pneumonia. I wasn't in there for more than 3 minutes, and already I'm somewhat breathless.
It must be murder, sir. If you heard me turn the wheel and I heard you shout.
Precisely, Jackson. Assuming Bassett was hidden by the furs, which we now know to be impossible, and assuming the door was closed accidentally, he'd surely hear the wheel turn and scream or shout in alarm. Let's get it back to the yard, make out a murder docket. Here's Ops.
Lee Hamilton, sir. Junior lead in 2 Hearts of Wooing. She's been out of the show for over a week, sir. Operated for appendix last Tuesday. She's at the Queen Victoria Clinic.
Well, that's fair, right. What else?
Ex-branch reports that the manager of the jewellery shop next to Bassett, sir. He was standing in this doorway when Johnson opened the shop.
Just a minute, Ops. I want to know who was on patrol duty on Saturday afternoon.
Whilst on patrol duty, I examined the locks of all the shop premises in Lower Audley Street and can definitely state that the front door of Bassett's the Furrier's was locked, sir.
Are you sure of this, Constable?
Absolutely, sir. I was round about 1:30.
Now, look, Constable, I've been on the beat myself, and I know the temptation to skip the odd street or premises, but there's a murder involved here, so forget what you put on your duty book and tell me the truth. This is vitally important.
But I did, sir. I swear it.
You say, Madame Gerard, that Mr. Bassett suggested you leave early, and you did.
That is so, Inspector.
You left about 12 o'clock, correct?
It is correct.
And you say you collected your car and drove to Sussex. Whereabouts in Sussex?
Osmonceau.
Yes, I know where it is. What time did you get there?
A little after 1:30.
I think the time's come to concentrate on our main suspect. I want Johnston photographed. Lower Audley Street's a very busy thoroughfare. Somebody must have seen him.
Oh, let's go, sir. Well, the greater the crowds, the less chance of identification sometimes.
Oh, sure enough, Jackson. We now know that Bassett was deliberately killed. Now, if we can prove he was lying, that will be enough to demonstrate his guilt. And let's see what Johnston has to say for himself. Mr. Johnston, as you well can imagine, everyone connected with the establishment is suspect. Where were you, for instance, on Saturday morning? Were you anywhere near the premises?
What would I be doing in Lower Audley Street? Told you it was my morning off, sir. I was at home.
But you had a meeting with your boss on Saturday, didn't you?
What? What meeting?
Oh, don't be a fool, man. You can't expect to walk down Lower Audley Street without somebody working in the other stores seeing you. I may as well tell you that...
Well, yeah. I did have a meeting with him. I asked him if he'd changed his mind about me leaving.
Oh? What happened?
Well, I told Mr. Bassett that I got a wife and 2 kids to think of, but I could see his mind was made up, so I went home.
Then why did you tell me that you hadn't seen your employer since the Friday night?
Because I was scared, that's why.
I don't believe you. And I must warn you that anything you now say will be taken down and may be used in evidence.
Well done, Carr. Do you think the DPP will agree to prosecute?
I think so, Doc. Now that we've got eyewitnesses to prove that Madame Gerard was seen filling up with petrol at Guildford at 1:10. And Mrs. Bassett's maid can swear that she and her son were having lunch between 1 and 1:30. That puts her in the clear.
Trouble is, it's all rather circumstantial, isn't it, Carr? And all Johnson has to do is say that he panicked when you questioned him and that the door was open when he got there that morning. Everybody will know he's lying, but will they be able to prove it?
Of course. You forget another vital piece of evidence. It was the PC on patrol duty who provided it.
The front door of Bassett's Furrier's was locked, sir.
Are you sure of this, Constable?
Absolutely sure. It was round about 1:30, sir.
That proves that Johnson could not have left the shop door unlocked. We know that Bassett couldn't have locked the door. He was dead, whilst Madame Gerard was on her way to Sussex. That was Johnston's foolish mistake. Had he not locked the front door when he left, there might well have been an inquest after all, with a verdict of murder by some person or persons unknown.
Inspector Carr Investigates, with Hugh Rouse in the title role, is written and produced by Michael Silver. Listen again next Thursday night as Inspector Carr Investigates.
the epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. I remember when I was a young sergeant, keeping more regular hours than I did when I became an inspector, wondering about a shriveled old lady I used to see walking down Vine Street during the winter months. As she would clutch her faded finery against the cold wind, a single ostrich feather would droop from a ridiculous little hat kept on top of her head by means of a hat pin. It seemed intent on tickling her nostril, and now and again she would make abortive efforts to push the feather back in its place. Her shoes were cracked and down at heel, and her hands, blue with cold, would clutch at a shawl that had seen better days. Being young, I began to conjure up fanciful pictures about her. A poor, lonely old woman making for the nearest public house in order to purchase a few coppers' worth of cheap red biddy. Every weeknight, as I emerged from the police station promptly at 6, from November through to the end of January, she would be walking towards me. My curiosity became so great that I wanted to speak to her or press a 10-shilling note into her palm. Luckily, I desisted. One day, I saw a picture of her in the newspaper. It told of her death and funeral, attended by over 900 scientists and research workers from all over the world. She was Professor Mary Sharpleton, and her research and books in the field of genetics is still required reading. She used to come to London to attend the Royal Society lectures during its winter term. A woman oblivious of self, dedicated to the cause of humanity. Ever since then, I've marveled at the devotion and single-mindedness of scientists, sociologists. I mention this because my story tonight concerns the murder of Professor Gustav Schultz. I've called my story The Antithesis of Life. At the time he met his death, Professor Schultz was reading a paper at the Royal Society on the relationship between ancient taboos and modern biochemical developments.
And so it will be seen that when Freud wrote his book Totems and Taboos, he was so preoccupied with the id and the subconscious that he failed to take into consideration the ever-changing chemical structures within the human psyche. Excuse me, please.
Oh, here, let me do it for you, Professor. There we are.
Dankeschön.
Good heavens, the Professor seems to have suffered a heart attack.
But it was not a heart attack in the accepted medical sense. His heart gave out all right. Professor Schultz died from swallowing a lethal dose of poison. Professor Wilson, who presided over the proceedings, realized what had happened almost immediately. He communicated with the police. His was the solitary figure as I arrived at the hall. Inspector Carr, Scotland Yard.
Oh, thank goodness you're here. I didn't know what to do for the best. Poor Schultz. I decided to send everyone back to their place of residence. There are 75 delegates attending this Congress, most of them from overseas. I did not convey to them my suspicions that Professor Schultz had been murdered. I thought it prudent to be equivocal. Please, gentlemen, do not come forward. As you can see, Professor Schultz has been taken seriously ill. Now, there are only 5 more pages to his thesis. Copies of his paper will be distributed to you all at tomorrow morning's session. Professor Marchbanks, would you please give me a hand? As you'll see, Professor Schultz is slightly built. Marchbanks and I had no difficulty in carrying his body to the antechamber.
According to the statement you gave over the telephone, you say that this gentleman sipped at a glass of water and slumped forward. There were immediate symptoms that the water contained poison?
Oh, no question about it. As you'll see when you look at the body, it was fortunate that the platform is some 8 feet away from the first row of seats.
Why fortunate, Professor?
The delegates could not see Schultz's face as he slumped forward. It might have caused some sort of panic.
Oh.
Certainly the fact that a murder has been committed at the Royal Society and that the victim was the eminent Professor Gustav Schultz would have been broadcast all over the world.
If you're correct in your diagnosis, and I would not question it for 1 second, Professor Wilson, the Society is in for a spate of publicity. I mean, it isn't often that murder
that's just it, Inspector. Does the news of the murder have to leak out?
These things can never be kept secret.
Professor Marchbanks is at this very moment telephoning Germany, notifying Frau Schultz that her husband has collapsed and died. If we can keep it from the public until we've found out how the poison got into that glass, I'd be grateful.
Well, I can understand your concern for the good name of the Society, and that the dignified proceedings of your Congress should not be unduly disturbed.
Good heavens, it isn't that, Inspector. Just that as President of the Royal Society, and at the same time as your most obvious suspect...
Just a minute. Why do you say my most obvious suspect?
Well, I've told you. I was the one that poured that water from the jug into the glass and handed it to him. Frankly, I'm concerned for the dignity and reputation of the Royal Society, and more selfishly, my own position. I've heard of your work, Inspector, and I'm hoping and praying that before news of this murder leaks out, you'll have apprehended the monster who caused Professor Schultz's death. That's why I asked everyone to leave, including the caretaker.
Mm-hmm. I take it you've examined the jug and the glass containing the poison?
Yes, Inspector, if you'll come with me.
Professor Wilson and I left the Congress Hall and walked towards the antechamber. Coming towards us was a short, rotund, middle-aged man in his early 50s. He was as unlike a scientist as one could possibly imagine. Yet it was the famous Professor Marchbanks, responsible for the Marchbanks theory into the materialist conception of medical history.
I've broken the news to Frau Schultz. She wanted to know the cause of her husband's death. I evaded a direct answer by saying that we wouldn't know until the autopsy had been held. Are you from the police, sir?
This is Inspector Carr, Professor March.
Oh, how do you do, Inspector? Terrible business. To happen here, of all places.
How do you do, Professor?
I'm about to show the Inspector the body. What a terrible word.
Now, what have you done with the jug and the glass?
I placed them in the anteroom, knowing how vital they'll be to your inquiries.
Have you told the Inspector about the slight contretemps over the agenda?
No, I was about to.
What was that?
Well, Marchbanks and I were responsible for drawing up the agenda. There was a cocktail party last night, a traditional event on the eve of our annual Congress.
Professor Wilson, may I have a word with you, please? Guten Abend, Professor Marchbanks.
Oh, good evening, Professor Schultz.
Oh, certainly, but will you...
No. It concerns Professor Marchbanks. You two constitute, how you say, the steering committee, no?
Yes, Professor. Oh, by the way, how do you find your hotel? Adequate?
Let us not indulge in trivialities. I see that you have down here Professor Henderson to speak at 9 o'clock, and I will read my paper at 11 after the tea recess, no?
Yes, that's right. Marchbanks and I thought...
No.
But why?
Have you not read his critique of my book? The man is a charlatan. He claims to a scholarship he does not possess. Only in this country could Henderson become professor. They reprinted his article in Der Spiegel. Now, in my country, I was made...
Before you go on, Professor Schultz, Norman Henderson happens to be my son-in-law. There's no more gifted man in his field. You're questioning either his integrity or his qualification.
If he speaks first, it means we are both on the platform together tomorrow evening. Tomorrow morning. Now, this I will not tolerate. I've already written to the association expressing my disgust at such cheap scientific journalism.
Now, look here. Henderson's not only Wilson's son-in-law, he's a dear friend of mine. And I'm not going to stand here listening to you running...
on Marchbanks. You're all right, Professor Schultz. I don't want the Congress to start on an acrimonious note. I'll get a new agenda run off. You may read your paper first thing tomorrow morning. expected this morning to have a slightly charged atmosphere. I wasn't prepared for what did happen, though.
I'm sure you weren't. Oh, should we go in?
Yes, certainly. It's just here. I took the precaution of locking the door just in case the murderer was still lurking in the building.
I cannot pretend that I find the Herr Professor a man of endearing charm, but to have this happen to him.
The antechamber was a sort of study-cum-reference library. The walls completely covered in books of heavy binding. Obviously, learned tomes ready to be used by members of the society requiring items for reference. Sprawling in a large armchair was the lifeless body of the German delegate. It did not require any training in medicine to appreciate the fact that he'd been poisoned. The blue tinge around his lips and nostrils, the slight bubbles of froth at each end of his mouth told the tale all too clearly. On a small table near the body was a half-filled jug and a glass containing a minute amount of liquid. I assume the glass fell from his hand as he collapsed.
Yes, Inspector, but there remained sufficient liquid for laboratory analysis.
Good. And the jug? If you say that you poured the water from the jug...
Just a minute, Inspector. Smell this jug.
Huh? There's no smell of almonds or any other kind of acid.
Now, smell this glass.
Mm-hmm. It's not almonds. That's an extraordinary smell. It's almost like stale cabbage.
Yes, Inspector Carr. That's how we describe the smell of parricide. It's 10 times deadlier than cyanide. Now do you see why I'm apprehensive for my reputation?
Honestly, Wilson, no one's going to...
just a minute, sir. Tell me about the parricide.
Well, it was discovered during the early part of the war. Professor Coble at Oxford discovered that given the right amount of humidity, one could produce from the fungus an acid which, when mixed with a certain agent, produced what we now know as parricide. It was used to poison wells by our special agents acting behind the lines. Many a poor blighter swallowed the capsule rather than fall into the hands of the Gestapo.
You say that the professor was giving his lecture, paused to get a drink of water. Oh, but you did it for him, You picked up the jug and the glass, poured the water into the glass.
It must have contained a minute spot of parricide.
You didn't see it?
Inspector, except for its smell, which one would hardly notice in the midst of a lecture, a parricide is completely colorless.
And so the $64 question is, who put the parricide in the glass, when, and why? There was little more I could do at the august building that housed the Royal Society. Having arranged for the corpse to be removed to the police mortuary so that our own surgeons could examine it, and the jug and glass to be sent to our forensic laboratories, I returned to Scotland Yard. By then it was almost lunchtime, with the midday racing editions containing news of Schultz's death.
Read all about it. Royal Society delegate drops dead. Sudden death of German professor. Read all about it.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Inspector.
Hello.
Some professor collapses. You'd think all these scientists would know how to live forever, wouldn't you?
A problem that has escaped man since time immemorial.
Blimey, Inspector, you are being a bit...
Royal Society, yes, would you say? It does get infections.
What's that, infections?
Never mind. I'm thinking of poison.
I see, Inspector. You want to know who manufactures parricide and where?
That's right, Ops. Get through to X branch.
Right, sir.
Schultz lived at Stuttgart. Get through to the commandant there. We'd be grateful for any discreet inquiries he could make. Any enemies, that sort of thing.
Right, sir.
I also want to know from immigration how often Professor Schultz visited the United Kingdom, whether the immigration form gives references. In fact, I want as clear a picture as I can possibly get of Schultz's activities and contacts over the last 10 years.
Right, sir.
My compliments to X branch. If they don't come up with something pretty soon, it means getting to work on the background of 75 eminent scientists from 48 different countries.
Blimey. sir.
Say that again. Get weaving.
Very good, sir.
Oh, are you Mr. Matthews?
Yes, that's right, sir. You wanted to see me?
Yes, do come in. Sit down.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Don't be nervous. No one's going to eat you. You've heard that one of the speakers died this morning?
Yes, I did, sir.
Your caretaker come staff superintendent, aren't you?
Yes, sir, that's right. I see to it that the cleaners do their work properly. The attendants are on hand when the Royal Society is open for lectures, that sort of thing, sir.
I gather. Now, Mr. Matthews, your evidence is vitally important.
Well, I can understand that, sir. Poor bloke being murdered away from his home.
Frankly, I'm trying to crack this case before the press get hold of the full facts. An incident like this can create all sorts of international frictions. Now, someone put poison in that glass. What I want from you is a complete timetable. When the glasses are taken from their storage place, who washes them, who got hold of the jug, the lot.
I see, sir, yes.
Better still, I think I'd better go over there, and I'd like you to get the staff on parade. I want everyone to go through the motions of their activities this morning. Where were they? How far away were they from the Congress Hall? And most important of all, who handled the glass and the jug?
Very good, sir.
Listen to me, everyone. Quiet, please. You know that a guest of the Royal Society collapsed and died suddenly some hours ago. We had hoped to confine our investigations within circumscribed limits so that it is not common knowledge that foul play is suspected. It is. Vital to my investigation is the knowledge of what you were all doing when this tragic incident occurred. I want to know also who handled the jug and the glass that were placed on the platform table. And so, urged on by Matthews, the staff mimed their actions earlier that day. It seemed that one man handled the glass containing the deadly poison. Now you say, Buckley, that you took the glass and the jug from that cupboard, walked over to the sink, washed and dried them, half-filled the jug with water, placed it on that silver tray, carried it to the Congress Hall, and placed it on the table. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that's right.
And you say that you're sure that the tray was placed on the table at 8:45?
I'm sure of it, sir, yes. You see, I was due to start cleaning the West Wing at 9 o'clock, and I looked at my watch and said, blimey, I'd better get a move on if I want a cup of char first.
And you never came back to the Congress Hall?
No, sir, I never.
Thank you. Sure. Well, thank you, Mr. Matthews. I think that's about all. I must check these timetables against the times given me by the President. You say, Professor Wilson, that the Congress commenced at 9 o'clock.
Yes, that is so.
I'm now convinced that the glass was tampered with at the Congress Hall. Who was the first to arrive at the hall?
Let me see. I was... Oh, no. Marchbanks. He was already on the platform when I got there.
What time did you get there?
I'd say about 5 to 9.
Did you touch the glass or the jug at all before you opened the proceedings, I mean?
No, I just made sure it was there. I didn't want another altercation with the worthy professor.
What do you mean?
Oh, he was rather Teutonic in his reminder at the cocktail party.
Auf Wiedersehen, Professor Wilson.
Here's your coat, sir.
Danke schön.
Good night, Professor. We'll see you in the morning.
Yeah, my lecture. The condition of my mouth when I speak, it gets very dry. Please make sure there's fresh water.
My dear Professor, there's always fresh water on the conference table. Is there not, Matthews?
Always, sir.
I see. And you say that Professor Marchbanks was already at the hall when you arrived?
Yes, he was.
Oh, Mr. President, don't you think we ought... Sorry, Inspector.
Oh, no, not a bit. Just the man I wanted to see, Professor Marchbanks. The President tells me that you were the first to arrive at the conference.
Yes, I was.
You saw the jug of water and glass on the table?
Yes, I did.
Did you touch the glass?
I'm afraid so. I moved a little further towards the center, handier for the speaker. I took it off the tray.
I see.
I'm sorry, but
then it must have been yours. There are 3 distinct fingerprints, and one rather smudged. That makes 4 in all. Buckley, who put the tray there, yourself, who moved the glass, Professor Wilson, who picked up both glass and jug to pour the water, and of course the unfortunate Schultz, who drank from the glass.
So that makes 4 suspects.
One didn't have to handle the glass to doctor it. Thank you, gentlemen. I trust that neither of you will be leaving London for the time being. I'm almost certain to want to question you again. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes?
Rather negative about the late Professor Schultz, sir.
Oh?
Hasn't visited this country for 12 years. Stayed at Trumpington near Cambridge while he was attending a course at Queen's College.
That's not going to help us much, is it? Well, I'll be...
beg your pardon, sir.
I'm sorry, Ops. I was indulging in a little self-castigation. I'm a blind, stupid nitwit.
Oh, well,
Now,
sir.
you'd better not say anything, or I'll have you up before the disciplinary board. Matthews. Peter Matthews, employed by the Royal Society. I want to know everything and anything about him, and as quickly as you can.
Very good, sir.
It had to be. There was no other reasonable explanation. For the rest of the day, I went through the motions, pursuing my investigation, checking on all the delegates, the staff, receiving reports from ex-branch. Yet deep down in my heart was the knowledge that the answer to the mystery of who killed Professor Gustav Schultz could be supplied by one man. Well?
Peter Matthews.
That's the man.
What did you say, sir?
I'm sorry. Well, what have you got?
Peter Matthews, employed before the war as a trainee scaffolding engineer. Conscripted in the army in 1941, taken prisoner in 1943. Released by American forces in 1945.
Not enough, Ops. Not half enough. Where did he serve in the army? Where was he taken prisoner? And by the same token, where was Professor Schultz during those years? Because I want motive, man, motive. It had to be. It was beyond all credence that men such as Professors Marchbanks and Wilson would plot and execute a murder in the august precincts of the Royal Society. It had to be Matthews. It was. Carr?
I'll get in now, sir.
Come on, up at the Ops. What have you got?
Peter Matthews, posted to the Rifle Brigade March the 4th, 1941.
Yes?
Transferred to Special Services on January the 10th, 1943. Worked behind the enemy lines. Was captured in October the same year.
And Schultz?
Matthews was a prisoner in the Fraudulant camp where the commandant was Schultz.
That's it. That ties it up. Thank you, Ops. Tell X-Branch they've done a good job. Ah, Professor Wilson. Tell me, Professor, what do you know about Matthews?
Matthews? I wasn't president in those days, of course, but I was on the appointments committee. The authorities had difficulty in finding situations for some of our poor lads who had been tortured during their imprisonment. I remember when I first met Matthews, a youth with the face of an old man. He had been trained to work in structural engineering. After his experiences in Frolig, there was little he could do other than what he's doing now. But surely you don't suspect...
It's more than suspicion, Professor. It's fact.
But you know what that man went through? He went through the agonies of hell and never once betrayed the whereabouts of his comrades. You know he was decorated by the king.
His torturer was Schultz. If he didn't do the actual torturing, he was in command.
There's no point in denying it, is there, Inspector? You figured it all out, chapter and verse. All those years I kept that poison capsule 1/3 of an inch long and 1/6 of an inch wide, and I knew that one day that powdercide would help me settle a score with that swine.
Matthews, I'm sorry for you, but you've no right to take the law into your own hands. I'm arresting you for the premeditated
All right,
murder.
Inspector. You needn't finish it. I plead guilty. What is there for me to live for anyway? When they got me back to Blighty, they told me I couldn't hope to live the life of any normal man, you know, have a wife and kids and...
Matthews, is there anyone you'd like me to telephone? Anything I can get you before I take you down to the cells?
Would you please just tell Professor Wilson I'm sorry, and I wouldn't have let anyone else be charged. I really wouldn't have, Inspector.
I'm convinced of that, old chap.
You got onto me pretty quickly.
You helped me.
Me?
How? Well, you see, Matthews. Well, listeners, how did Matthews give himself away? Not sure? Well, listeners, what was it that pointed to Matthews as the culprit? Simple, really. If you remember, there was a complete conspiracy of silence between myself and the two professors. No one else knew that the man had been murdered. And yet Matthews said to me,
"Poor bloke, being murdered away from his home."
How did he know unless he was the murderer? That statement, coupled with...
Here's your coat, sir.
Dankeschön. Good night, Professor. See you in the morning.
My lecture. It's the condition of my mouth when I speak. It gets very dry. Please make sure there is fresh water.
As soon as Matthews set eyes on the commandant of the camp who failed to recognize him, he was determined on revenge. They made his life as comfortable as they could in prison, but the ill health that dogged him took its toll, and he died in prison hospital. And the moral of the story, if you're a member of the Gestapo, don't go torturing your prisoner. He'll only get acid. Good night.
The epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic Casebook.
Inspector Carr investigates.
You'll remember that the case I chose for dramatization last week was apposite to this time of the year. Well, tonight's story will, I think, demonstrate not only the evil that men do in terms of murder, but also the good. And in the case of an ex-convict named Charles Shanley, from the most unexpected source. He displayed towards me a spirit of goodwill which I found quite touching. Little did I realize that this spirit of Christmas generated by Shanley was to cause his death. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story Concrete Evidence. As in South Africa, the British forces of law and order have created special machinery to ensure the welfare and security of the dependents of officers who can no longer pursue their calling. One such body is known as the Police and Prison Officers Welfare Fund, in which I was particularly active. Every Boxing Day, we held a fun fair in support of our funds. I was on the coconut shy stand. Roll up, roll up! 3 shies for a shilling. Hit a coconut and you get one of these magnificent prizes. Oh, come along, madam.
I'll have a go, Governor.
Oh, thank you, sir. 1 shilling. Good heavens. Hello, Charlie. Oh, it's nice to see you here. Now, don't let me put you off your stroke.
I was looking for you, sir.
Oh, well, let's not hold up the traffic. Take your aim, my friend.
Right.
Oh, bad luck, Charlie. What about you, sir? Not interested? Hey, what is it, Charlie? You're looking worried. Have you ever known the sun to shine on Boxing Day? And here it is, almost as though it's early spring.
Anywhere I can talk, sir. I think it's important.
You're not in trouble, Charles, are you? You've been on a straight and narrow for...
I'm not, sir. But you are. Anywhere we can talk.
Well, the Assistant Commissioner's relieving me at 12 o'clock. Now, you see that marquee? It's a food marquee, and a big sign over there says food and drink. You see it? Well, I'll be there at 12:15. How'd you like your sausage and mash?
Great. I've no appetite. They're putting a finger on you, Gov.
Are you serious?
I wish I wasn't. I read in the paper that all the top brass from Scotland Yard would be on the stalls. Your name was mentioned, so I thought I'd come looking for you. I've come to warn you.
What's all this about?
I got it from my missus last night.
Huh?
We were at her sister's place. I didn't want to go, but Myrtle made me. You see, Agnes, my sister-in-law, is married to Dan Carson's, the Leyston mob.
Well, I never knew that. In fact, I didn't know you were married.
Oh, Myrtle's all right. I met her when it was in hospital, in gallstones. And then, blow me down, my sister-in-law tells me that she's getting married to a chap called Carson's. I didn't know it was Dan until I went to the registry office. You know, I've kept clear, don't you, Gov?
Well, tell me what happened last night.
Well, nothing at the party, really. We all saw the Christmas Inn, and when I was driving home... bloomin' cold, isn't it? What time's it, love?
Must be about 1:30. Wish it was snow. Be nice to have snow on the ground Christmas morning.
I don't know about you. I'm ready for bed. Everything went off all right, though, didn't it? Boys must be doing pretty well. All that champagne and oysters. Bet it cost them a pretty penny.
Charlie, you're not hankering after the old days, are you?
Me? Don't be silly.
That chap they call Spotty.
Spotty Evans? Well, what about him?
Well, he was teasing me about you. You know, you're going straight and that.
Oh, he was rolling all over the place. Can't blame him. He's just come out of jail. Been in for over 3 years.
He said something very funny to me.
How?
He said, tell your husband he'd better buy himself a black tie to wear at his guardian angel's funeral. I didn't know what he was talking about half the time. I said, what guardian angel? And he said, a copper named Chief Inspector Carr. And then Dan came over and said Agnes wanted me to help her in the kitchen. What did he mean? He looked very serious when he said it. Who is this Chief Inspector Carr?
Blimey. Yeah, that's right.
What's right, Charlie?
Spotty's brother Lynn tried to make a getaway from the moor. He got killed. I don't know why they should blame the copper for that. Well, there it is, Gov. I've been thinking about it all day yesterday. Then I read that you were going to be here. Well, I came looking for you.
Well, that was a very brave gesture on your part.
There may be nothing in it, but...
When a character like Spotty Evans talks about my being obliterated, I have to take notice.
You won't mention me or Myrtle?
No, of course not.
Anything else, gentlemen? Coffee?
Not for me, Governor. I'll better run. I promised to pick Myrtle up at 3:30.
But no, thanks. All right, Charlie. Well, I've got to get back to the store. Thanks again. Yes?
Spotty Evans, sir. He's on his way up.
Right, thanks. Come in.
Here you go. Oh, what's all this? Why have I been picked up?
You haven't been picked up, Mr. Evans. You received a polite request to accompany Sergeant Jackson to the yard. Okay, Sergeant, thank you.
Right, sir.
Come and sit down.
What do you want me for?
Now, this is entirely off the record. You're not being questioned officially. You wouldn't have wanted to lower yourself in the eyes of your friends by having a senior cop call on you, would you? People might think I've called to extend festive greetings.
What is all this?
I want to get the record straight. If you think that I derive pleasure from reading of your brother's accident, you're mistaken.
Accident? There's no accident. They pushed him off that roof.
Oh, that's nonsense, and you know it. He got up onto the roof through the ventilator shaft, and when the warders spotted him, he tried to leap onto the roof of the laundry wing. There was ice, snow, and he fell. Now, don't get me wrong, Spotty. I'm not afraid of you or your threats, but I've called you in here for your own good. You've been overheard to say that the mob is going to put the finger on me. All right. Now, supposing that did happen, supposing I did get a knife in my back one dark night, you're the man they're coming for.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't, eh? Well, that's all I've got to say to you. You've been out of stir for less than a week. Uttering threats against the personal safety of an officer of the law is a punishable offence. I could put you inside. But it's the season of peace on earth and goodwill. Did you get the message?
I get the message. But I've uttered no threats. When you put my brother inside...
I didn't put your brother inside. The judge did that. I just arrested him.
If anyone's been uttering threats, it's one of the mob. My brother was number one, you know that.
Oh, indeed, I know that. So, you'd better spread the word. That's all. You can go. Sergeant Jackson!
Sir?
See this gentleman out?
You don't have to. It ain't the first time I've been here. Well, why didn't you pull him in, sir?
I can't. If we brought him before a magistrate on a charge of uttering threats, we'd have to prove it. And that means subpoenaing Shanley's wife, Myrtle. Now, although her brother-in-law, Dan, is not a member of the Leyston mob, the fact that she's turned Copper's narc would make life very difficult for her.
And do you think pulling Spotty in has done any good?
I don't know. Let's hope so. I don't want to be a martyr to the cause of law and order. Besides, I'm looking forward to the Assistant Commissioner's party, New Year.
I've been looking up the records of the Evans trial, sir. Len killed that old boy with a razor, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Of course, he had 3 of his stooges swearing that he was playing cards with them at the time. The old boy in question was one of our informers. He made an injudicious remark to one of his friends, and that was the end of him. Oh, they're a tough lot, Jackson. That's why I'm having Spotty tailed. We don't know whether the gang has broken up or not.
What about the three who gave false alibis, sir?
Oh, they went inside. 6 months. Attempting to defeat the ends of justice. I've had X-Branch on the job. One's died, one's working at a hotel in the Isle of Wight, and the third one's back inside. Oh, well, let's get down to some work. I'd better send the dossier concerning Baxter to the DPP for his decision.
Very good, sir.
Good heavens. It's 1:10. I'm starving. I'll nip around the corner, get myself a coffee and a sandwich.
Midday destination star, authorising form. Hello, sir. Merry Christmas.
Oh, hello, Johnny. A little late for that. Happy festive season to you. Happy New Year.
Hey, Governor. Very cold, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And a kid like you ought to be at home, not flogging papers for his dad.
Oh, he's got one of his colds again. You're not going to report me like you said last time, are you?
I'll let you off, as this is the festive season, but tell your father from me...
Who's going to look after me, Maggie, and me poor sisters and brothers? We're starving.
Oh, starving. You haven't any sisters and brothers.
Excuse me, Governor. Paper man, authorising form.
Oh, there you are, son.
Blimey, what was that?
Up there. Top of that scaffolding. If I hadn't turned back to give you this Christmas box, the remains of me would be splattered on that pavement. Now, I've made it a golden rule never to touch any kind of alcohol during the day, certainly not when I'm on duty. I was sufficiently shaken to break that rule.
Hello, sir. Don't often see you in here. Certainly not this time, anyway. More a bit, sir.
Not this time, George. I'll have a brandy.
Brandy, sir?
Oh, don't look surprised, George. It's purely medicinal.
Oh, a lot of activity around here, sir. Those police cars. Two of the regulars attached to the yard were called back on their walkie-talkie.
Yes, George, we're searching the area. Now, take a look at this picture.
Oh?
He might have popped in after paying me a visit. Ever seen him?
Don't think so, sir. No. No, sir. Is that what they're after?
He's one of them. Yeah, what about that brandy, George? I need it.
Coming right away, sir.
Oh, all right, George, it's my walkie-talkie. Carr?
Sergeant Jackson here, sir.
Yes, Jackson.
We think we've got him. He's on top of Bowden's building.
Just the one? Took at least 2 men to lift that concrete.
That's all the report I got, sir.
Bowden's building. Right, I'll be right over.
It's a brandy, sir.
Oh, don't bother about the change. I don't need the brandy now. I've just received a tonic. Place cordoned off?
Oh, yes, sir.
Good. Ah, those the stairs to the roof?
Yes, sir.
Well, come on.
Don't be a fool! Any of you coming in there and don't jump! Well, there you are, you rotten swine!
Call me anything you like, but come back off that ledge.
What for? We tried to do you, didn't we? Oh, well, we missed you.
While I'm talking, get one of the men to organise the fire brigade. Get them those new life-saving sheets.
Right, sir.
Keep away!
Stay where you are, man! Well, Spotty, it's all in the luck of the game. You missed me. I had my little walkie-talkie with me, and so my friends were on the spot in a matter of minutes. Didn't they give you a chance to get down from the building next door?
Well, you won't miss next time!
Do you fool! You, report to me when you get back to the yard. You thought we needed that man's life. We needed to know who was with him on that next building. He's died just as his brother did. What do you think the press will make of this? All right, Sergeant, do the necessary. Yes?
The Assistant Commissioner's on the line, sir.
Oh, thank you. Hello, sir.
Carr. Oh, I've read the docket. We've got to question this man Shanley. You must see that. The street was crowded when that attempt was made on your life.
But, sir, Shanley himself knows nothing. It was his wife...
Carr, I know. His wife's sister is married to that villain Carson's. He must know something about the Leyston mob. Otherwise, he'd not have invited them to his Christmas Eve party.
Well, I'll have a word with Carson's, but we'll get nothing out of him, sir, even if we throw the book at him.
You don't think he's party to the attempt on your life?
No, sir, I don't. It's not his scene at all. Oh, he's a villain, but he doesn't go in for the strong-arm stuff. I think we'll be wasting our time, sir.
Well, all right, if that's how you feel. But I intend having you tailed, Carr. We're going to watch you. See you don't do anything reckless.
Oh, now, Commissioner.
Dash it, man. I can't have you bumped off before my party. I'll be one mail short.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it, operations? You want me or Chief Inspector Carr?
Well, sir, both, sir. We've just received a report that Charles Shanley has been found shot dead on Clapton Common.
He swore to me, swore on little Sid's life that he'd never again be mixed up with any of those crooks.
I'm sure he kept his word, Mrs. Shanley.
Then why? Why should this have happened to him? When he didn't come home all night, I wasn't worried. With the bad weather, I thought he might have pulled in at one of those cabs Charlie used.
Can't tell you how sorry I am, Mrs. Shanley. Your husband was a fine and brave man. He delivered the truck to National Removals, where he worked, 1 o'clock this morning. He always walked across the common to get here, didn't he?
What's going to happen to us now? To me and my baby?
Oh, I know it won't make anything easier for you, but we believe that your husband died because he wanted to save me from being killed.
I don't understand. He went out on Boxing Day, wouldn't tell me where he'd been, and when I heard that he'd been murdered, well, I began to think it was... Oh, I forgot, of course. There's this Spotty Evans, what jumped from the roof, and you're Mr. Carr. Spotty talked about you.
I'll tell you where your husband went on Boxing Day. He came to see me, to warn me.
I wish I'd kept my big mouth shut. He'd be alive today if I had, wouldn't he?
Yes, Mrs. Shanley. Oh. Yes, he would. I've been authorized by the Commissioner of Police to tell you that your husband will be receiving what they call a posthumous reward of £2,000, and that your child will receive an annuity of £500 a year until he leaves school.
I don't know what to do. What to say?
It's I who am at a loss for words, Mrs. Shanley. I can't help feeling guilty about the whole thing. I should have arranged protection for your husband, but since he assured me that... Oh, what's the use?
You mustn't look so upset, Mr. Carr. It wasn't your fault.
Well, be that as it may, it's now the 29th of December. Now, what are you going to do? You don't want to stay here, you and your young son, do you?
No. No, I'll go back home to my mum and dad. They've kept my room.
What about... Will you be offended if I offer you this?
Oh, that's not necessary. Charlie earned good wages as a truck driver. We put by a bit each week. I bought him something he'd always wanted, never had. The way he smiled, even his eyes seemed to be laughing when he saw that camera. And we were going to have such a happy Christmas.
Of course, my feelings as I made my departure can well be imagined. My next visit was on Myrtle's sister and her husband. It proved as abortive as I knew it would be. His protestations that he had no knowledge of who the members of the mob were rang true. If it was the last thing I ever did, Charlie Shanley's death was going to be avenged. Now, Sergeant, look at this map. Now, within 5 seconds of that block of cement landing at my feet, I was able to pinpoint the spot where the swines must have been standing, right?
Right, sir.
Now, obviously, as soon as they saw they'd missed me, they split up. Both buildings were unattended. The one next door was in the process of being demolished. Now, you can see what happened. Evans leapt from the insurance building onto Bowden's building. But by the time he tried to get away, our men were racing up the stairs and had commandeered the lift. So, he was cornered. The other swine must have clambered down the ladder or what have you. But how did he make his getaway? Take at least 2 minutes to get down. Well, there's only one building next to it, other than the Bowden one, and that's this, Universal Catering. I want you to find out... Good heavens.
Sir?
Well, Of course, it must be. I'm going to have a word with Universal Catering.
Was this building occupied? Of course. This is a very busy time of the year for us.
So I imagine it.
A number of your men came yesterday. Asked me if I'd seen or heard anything untoward. I assured them that we knew nothing of the rumpus that was going on outside. I could hear police sirens and men rushing about. We were told that they were looking for some desperados. Well, not that it disturbed us unduly. It was between 1 and 2, and that's when my staff take their lunch.
I see. I'm looking for a man who's about 5'8" or 9 inches in height, stockily built, dark brown, almost black hair, and a moustache which these days they call Che Guevara.
Oh, I know what you mean. One of those moustaches that droops down on each side.
Yes.
Well, I've got a number of young male employees who adopt that kind of style.
I'd be grateful if they were called to your office.
But, my dear chap, most of them aren't working. Don't you know what it's like?
All right. Well, give me a list of where they're working.
Oh, excuse me, sir. I didn't know you had company, Mr. Palmer.
Yes, Victor, what is it?
How many will we need for the Mitchell wedding?
I gave all the particulars to Mrs. Fletcher.
Oh, sorry, she's not in her office.
She must be. She hasn't gone out. Oh, she may have gone to the washroom.
Right, sir. Sorry to trouble you. I'll get all the griff from her.
What's his name?
Victor.
Victor what?
Casey. Why?
Oh, excuse me a moment. I must use my walkie-talkie. Hello, Ops. Can you hear me? Hello, Ops.
Yes, sir. Coming through clear.
The man with the description I gave X-Branch is named Victor Casey. I think he's just had a fright. Made some feeble excuse. He was worried when he saw me enter this office to talk to his boss. Now, quickly, I want him shadowed. My guess is he won't go straight to his job of work. We might be able to find where the mob hangs out. But he's not to be let out of our sight. If necessary, get him pulled in.
Understood, sir.
I don't understand.
Oh, I'm sorry. But the day the rumpus was on, when our men came searching the building, where was this chap, Victor?
He was here, preparing. What is this?
And he took his lunch from 1 to 2, right?
Yes, that's right.
I see. I want to take a look at your roof again, please. My guess is right, Sergeant. Let's see what he does now, Why don't they say something? We haven't had a report for the last half hour.
Oh, something coming in now, sir.
Yeah?
Alfred reporting. Our bird has paid off a taxi. Going into a public house called the Royal Oak. I'm at the window. I can see him quite clearly. He's gone over to a table. Talking to 2 other men. The 3 of them look as though they're very worried indeed.
Yeah, give me that. Hello? Hello?
Yes?
Carr here. I want the 3 of them pulled in. Let's take a gamble.
That's incredible. I just can't believe it.
Believe it or not, Mr. Palmer, this Victor Casey is a member of the Leyston mob. Luckily, he broke down and squealed. The 3 of them will be charged with the murder of Shanley and the attempted murder of a police officer.
Meaning you?
Meaning me.
Incredible. He's only been with me 6 months.
Well, the idea being that once you found his work satisfactory, you'd give him the job he now has. Responsible for organizing weddings and other functions. Think of the information he could pass on to the rest of the mob.
Oh, incredible. How did you get on to him?
Well, I should have got onto him 2 days ago. You see, it was all a matter of deduction. It had to be one of your employees. It was reasonable to assume that one of the 2 men who tried to kill me made his getaway by clambering onto the Universal Caterer's roof and mixing with the employees. Remember, I got the buildings involved surrounded in a matter of a few minutes. And then the very name of the concern, Universal Caterers, sparked off something I should have thought of long before.
You won't mention this to anyone?
No, of course not.
Anything else, gentlemen? Coffee?
The waiter in question was Victor. Universal Caterers supplied the meals at the fun fair. No one was told that Shanley was coming to see me, and yet they killed him as an informer. So it's these tenuous threads which provide the pattern leading to the culprit.
Inspector Carr Investigates, with Hugh Rouse in the title role, is written and produced by Michael Silver. Listen again next Thursday night as Inspector Carr Investigates.
The epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. When Harold Spencer was found slumped over his desk with the back of his skull cracked open, the brutal murder made sensational newspaper copy. Yet his death was more than something for the reporters to write about or his relatives to grieve over. He was a world-famous philatelist, known to stamp collectors the world over as a man of great integrity and the possessor of a personal collection that was reputed to be worth a fortune. Why all this? Well, it was a case which I shall long remember for various reasons, particularly because of the characters involved. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story The Conjurer's Illusion. It was the murdered man's wife who reported the killing. She telephoned Bedford Row police station, who in turn sent an immediate signal to the murder squad at Scotland Yard. Carr speaking.
Operations here, sir. Murder's been reported.
Metropolitan area?
Yes, sir. Bedford Row station just came through. Mrs. Sheila Spencer says that she found her husband with his head bashed in.
Bedford Row. Spencer? Not Spencer the stamp dealer.
That's right, sir. The station has sent out a couple of men.
What's the exact time?
It's 20 minutes past, sir.
All right, I'll be over. Spencer's at 18 Bedford Row occupied a building worthy of the quiet dignity of the profession. Luckily, my good friend Dr. Macpherson was already on the scene. As I emerged from the police car, it seemed difficult to realize that I was about to gaze upon a victim of a savage killing. The Queen Anne gabling, the latticed windows, the almost ecclesiastical entrance, all contributed to the atmosphere which conveyed the quiet dignity appropriate to the pursuit of stamp collecting.
Good evening, sir.
Evening, Constable.
Dr. Macpherson and a lady are in the office. It's just along the passage, sir, where the light is showing.
Thank you, Constable.
Here comes Inspector Carr.
Hello, Inspector. Hello, Mac. Mrs. Spencer?
Yes. My poor Harold.
I did suggest to Mrs. Spencer that she went home, but she insisted on staying. Thought you might want a statement.
Well, there's no need to detain you here, madam. Let me send you home in a police car. We'll take your statement later.
No. I want to make my statement now. The Congo issue. It's gone. They've killed my Harold, and they've stolen...
There's no doubt about the gentleman, Mac.
None at all, Inspector. He's dead all right, I'm afraid.
Well, all right, madam. If you are ready to make your statement, may we start at the beginning. How long have you been here?
I got here just after 11. You see, I was so worried.
Just a moment. You got here just after 11, and then what happened? How did you let yourself in?
I have a key. I work here with my husband. We went home together, had an early dinner, and then Harold decided to come back to work on the Congo, perforated...
Stamps?
Yes.
What time did he leave home?
Just after 8 o'clock. Mm-hmm. He promised he'd be home by about 9:30. I tried phoning him. Well, it was just after the 10 o'clock news. I kept phoning. I must have picked up the receiver and dialed at least a dozen times. Then I got panicky.
Yes?
I called a taxi and came over here. I let myself in with the key. I see the light was on in Harold's office. Opened the door and... Oh, my Harold.
What did you do then?
I was afraid to touch him. I didn't want to believe what my eyes told me. I phoned the police right away.
You're quite right. You say that you arrived just after 11.
Yes.
You said something about the Congo issue, something about it being stolen.
It has, Inspector. It is not here.
Is that all that's been taken?
I don't know. But it was in the safe. And it's gone.
The safe was as old-fashioned as the building and the office furniture. It was one of those combination safes, worked on the rather prehistoric gear and click principle. I knew at least 24 cracksmen with sandpapered fingertips who could crack it in less time than you could say Congo.
You see, Inspector, they've all gone, all of them.
But if your husband was working on them, they wouldn't be in the safe.
I don't know. Do you know, this Congo perforated issue was worth over £100,000. That is the entire Archer issue.
Archer?
Inspector, I see you know nothing about philately.
No, I'm afraid not.
Let me explain. Congo was one of the first countries to be given a perforated issue. An Irishman named Henry Archer invented a machine. They experimented with this new Archer perforation, which means easy tearing. But something went wrong and the entire issue was withdrawn. It is one of the greatest collections, if not the greatest in the world. My husband was preparing it for dispatch. It had been sold to Gregor Papadoulis.
Was the collection insured?
Oh, yes, of course. Don't you understand? This is the first and only Lumumba issue.
It was obvious that the bereaved woman was stunned by a double loss. Whether the loss of her husband was more overwhelming than the loss of the Congo issue, we were yet to find out. But there could be no mistaking her distress. Mrs. Spencer, there's nothing you can do here tonight. Why don't you let me send you home in the police car? Perhaps you'll allow me to call on you tomorrow.
Oh, you must find that issue. My poor Harold.
We'll do our best, Mrs. Spencer.
You've got to find who did it. I suppose I've talked more about the Congo issue than the murder of my husband. We've been married for 20 years, and I loved him with all my heart. I'll leave now, Inspector. Good night.
With the departure of Mrs. Spencer, we began our search for clues. Not that I had much hope in that direction. Those who plot the theft of £100,000 stamp collection are hardly likely to leave clues around, particularly when they're prepared to murder. By the time Dr. Macpherson had finished his examination, we were ready to leave.
Usual blunt instrument.
Yes.
Possibly a hammer.
I see, Mac.
Struck down at approximately 9:30. Do you mind if I arrange for the removal of the body?
No, a bit. We're just about through.
Did you get anything?
Yes. Yes, as a matter of fact, we have.
Oh?
Come over here. It's quite incredible, isn't it? Everything securely barred and bolted in the front. And look at this window. Leading out into the alley.
Aye, that's right.
All that was needed was a thin nail file, and up goes the window catch. The killer closes it and walks out of the front door as large as life. Disguised, I'll bet. There's something else, Mac. Whoever climbed through that window was wearing a woolen coat. A fine thread of wool, this. You never know. And that's something we din into every would-be detective. Never ignore the slightest possibility. You never know. Back at Scotland Yard. All right, Jackson. The lab should be able to tell us the kind of wool this is, the sort of mill it came from, and if the fates are kind, the name of the manufacturer who made the coat. The fact that there might be 100,000 similar overcoats is something we won't think about right now. I get busy.
What is it?
Yes, Inspector.
I'll get through to Criminal Records Office, see if there's anything under the name of Harold or Sheila Spencer.
Right, sir.
And get X-Branch to let it be known that the whole metropolitan area has been alerted.
Right, sir.
Be in the interests of the underworld to tip us off if they hear anything. They don't like impetuous characters who add murder to their snatchings, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't suppose I'll be wanted again tonight, but if I am, I've gone home to get a bit of shut-eye. Yes.
A call has just come through from Bradford, sir.
The woolen thread?
Yes, sir. The labs worked on it last night. It's the most expensive kind of wool there is. Bradford Wool Industries, sir. Never used in mass production, only sold in lengths.
Oh, that's a help.
Now, more than that, sir. Labs say that this came off a skein that was only milled 2 months ago. The entire output was only 6 dozen lengths. Went to Levy and Anderson, Savile Row.
Come on, what are we waiting for?
Yes, that is quite true. We have an exclusive contract with Bradford Wool Industries. It's a very expensive material.
Well, I want the names and addresses of every one of your customers who's had an overcoat made up of this material in the last 2 months.
But, sir, these things are all...
Come on, Mr. Fuller. We've no time to waste. I left Jackson to collate the information and had a talk with the head of X-Branch.
Oh, no. We have our list of those who might be concerned in receiving sparklers, paintings, antiques. But, do you know, I doubt very much if the underworld has such a thing as an organized fence, specifically for storing stamps.
Well, why not? Oh, I know they're hot. But if the boys are willing to risk stealing a Michelangelo or a Picasso, if there are rich enthusiasts willing to pay hundreds of thousands of pounds for something no one will see except themselves, which they know to be stolen, why not a megalomaniac keen on stamp collecting?
Why not, indeed? All I'm saying is that neither Interpol nor the FBI nor ourselves are aware of any stamp-thieving group. Not that the Wide boys are averse to lifting a costly specimen if they get the chance. But that's something else entirely.
Oh, I think I'll have a word with this year's president of the Royal Philatelic Association.
Yes, I read about the murder and the theft. Terrible business.
It is indeed, Sir William.
Knew Spencer for 30 years. It was at their wedding 20 years ago. Great loss to Philatelists. There goes the phone. Be a good chap and answer it for me. What with this arthritis, I'm not as spry as I used to be.
Certainly, sir. Hello?
Inspector Carr there.
Speaking. Oh, is that you, Jackson?
Sorry, sir. I didn't recognize your voice. There were only 14 overcoats. We've investigated 13 of them. There's one to go.
Huh?
X-Branch told me where you were, sir, so I thought I'd phone you right away. You see, a coat of the wool was made for Sir William Lasbury.
I see. All right, Sergeant Jackson, thank you.
For you, I suppose.
Yes, Sir William. Well, I think I'll be getting along now. That was a nice overcoat I saw in the hall stand.
Should be. Deuced expensive.
Oh?
I knew it was worth it. You don't get wool like that very often these days.
Under the pretext of admiring his purchase, I looked for the slightest tear. It was there, all right. There was no doubt that the thread of wool taken from the scene of the crime came from the overcoat belonging to the president of the Royal Philatelic Society. Sir William, the murderer. The thought was fantastic. Yet if there was one thing we members of the force are taught, it is that a suspect must be treated as such, whoever he may be.
There's something on your mind, Inspector. What is it?
How long have you had this overcoat, Sir William?
Not very long. Here's my man. He'll be able to tell you. Phillips, when did I take possession of this overcoat?
8 weeks ago, sir. I've still got the delivery chit. Why, sir?
This is Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard.
Oh, good day, sir.
Phillips has been my prop, servant and friend for 30 years.
Shrewd Sir William. He could tell that I was after something and that the overcoat was exciting my thoughts. If he didn't wear that coat on the night of the murder, who did? Phillips was about the same height. And yet... Are you interested in philately, Mr. Phillips?
Oh, I couldn't be working for Sir William all this time and not be, sir.
And this overcoat, Sir William, has it been out of your possession at all?
Good heavens, no.
With respect, sir, it has. What about the time when you left it at the Guildhall?
When was that?
Well, the same night he got the coat. You remember, sir?
Yes, I do remember that. Seemed a bit chillier earlier on, but by the time I left, it was such a pleasant evening, I forgot my coat entirely.
What date was this?
April the 23rd.
April the 23rd. And you retrieved the coat the following morning?
I went and got it, sir.
Oh, since the murder was only committed 3 days ago, that's not going to help us any.
If I may say, with all due respect, sir, Sir William is a most absent-minded gentleman.
Yes?
He's left this coat lying about so many times. Oh, just a minute, Inspector. Only last Tuesday. I said the overcoat was like some conjurer's trick. Now you see it, now you don't.
What do you mean by that?
You remember, sir, when you had that conference here last Tuesday?
I do. What of it?
Well, sir, you know, the following morning your overcoat was gone.
It was it?
Yes, sir. It came back by special messenger Thursday morning. The gentleman took it by mistake.
Sergeant Jackson, find out the name of the messenger who took a parcel to Sir William Nasbury's address last Thursday.
Right, is it?
And I want a list of all the members of the committee who attended the conference at Sir William's residence on Tuesday night.
Right, sir.
In the meantime, I'll have another word with Mrs. Spencer. Mrs. Spencer, you said that the Congo collection had been sold and that your husband was preparing it for dispatch to Athens.
Yes, that is so, Inspector.
Was this common knowledge? Was it publicized in the newspapers?
Oh, no. We kept it a secret. In fact, the only person who knew was the president of the society. Oh, what's new, Inspector? Is there any hope?
The murderer has been a little too smart. We'll get him all right. That I promise you.
But the collection...
Well, that depends on a number of things. You're quite sure that no one knew of the sale other than Sir William Nasbury?
Quite sure. We have no employees. There were just the two of us. I did all my husband's correspondence.
I see. Thank you, Mrs. Spencer. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. If there's anything else you can think of that might be of use to us, you can reach me at the yard.
Bad luck with the London messenger officer.
Huh?
The youngster who delivered the parcel didn't do it officially. It says he was stopped in the street, given 10 bob, and asked if he would deliver the parcel around the corner.
I thought something like that had happened. Couldn't recognize the man, I suppose?
No, sir. All muffled up. Well, the kid was so bowled over by the 10 bob, he didn't stop to look at the man in case he changed his mind.
Well, I'll have another word with Sir William. You know, sir, climbing through the window like that, striking Spencer, was the act of a desperate man. Supposing Spencer had turned round a second earlier, supposing he was seen. Somebody wanted to get hold of the Congo collection quickly before it was sent to Athens. Did you know it was going to Athens, sir?
Of course. It was the duty of Spencer to notify us of such a sale. All members are honor-bound to keep all societies up to date as to the movements of unique collections. Spencer told me, and I informed the committee, swearing them to secrecy, of course.
And by now you'll have gathered that the murderer was wearing your overcoat.
I suspected something of the sort.
I have to ask you, sir, where were you at approximately 9:30 last Wednesday night?
Where all men of my age should be, at home. And I can tell you something else, Inspector. If that is the time Spencer was killed, Phillips has an alibi, thank goodness.
Huh?
He was here. We played chess together until I retired at 10:30. One gets a little lonely as one enters the winter of one's years. I suppose you're thinking of the possibility...
I'm thinking of the possibility that the two of you planned the robbery. He gives you an alibi, you give him one. I'm thinking that... What's the use? I don't think anything of the sort. If you say Phillips was with you, then that lets him out too.
How do you do now?
Quest without anybody being any the wiser. Jackson, I want every member of the committee here at Scotland Yard at 6:30 this evening, with the exception of the President. And don't take no for an answer.
What is it?
And I want that messenger boy here at 6:15.
I've got the idea, sir.
All right, lad, it's up to you. Now, Sergeant, those that go out will take that door there. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Send Mr. Angus Buchanan in.
Right, sir.
Go in.
Oh, come in, please.
Thank you.
Oh, there you are, sir. I've still got the parcel. I couldn't deliver it.
Parcel? What parcel? Delivered where?
Well...
All right, Sergeant, take Mr. Buchanan through. Send Mr. Masters through.
Right, sir.
Go in.
This way, please.
Oh, there you are, sir. I couldn't deliver that parcel.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, sir, the coat you asked me to deliver to Brook Street.
Overcoat? You must be mad.
All right, hold him. Mr. Masters, we're holding you for questioning in connection with the murder of Harold Spencer. James Masters dined at his club that night. That was his alibi. It was but a quarter of a mile from Bedford Road. Borrowing Sir William's overcoat the night before, in order to create a false trail, it was he who climbed through the window, killed Spencer, and stole the valuable collection. Of course, he deliberately caught the overcoat on the beading of the window pane. Not only did young Fred recognize his voice, he trapped Masters into giving himself away. Did you notice it? Perhaps the final nail in Masters' impending coffin was the porter at his club. Oh, yes, I recognize that overcoat. Mr. Masters was wearing it last Wednesday night. Yes, we have enough to secure a conviction, particularly when they found the collection wrapped in brown paper in Masters' private safe. I was rather amused at Sir William's question.
What I can't understand, Inspector, is why you were so sure I was innocent. We philatelists can be quite fanatical.
Well, that was an easy question to answer. Could you? And what about the murderer's slip of the tongue? Did you notice it? Well, listeners, did you spot the murderer's slip of the tongue? It was this.
You know, sir, the coat you asked me to deliver to Brook Street.
Overcoat? You must be mad.
Now, the messenger never mentioned overcoat. I knew that the murderer would be the only one to react violently to such a statement, and that proved to be the case. Masters was so shaken at the sight of young Fred Cousins that he lost his control, and that was the beginning of the end.
The moral of the story. Keep away from other people's postage stamps. You'll get licked in the end. Good night.
The epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic Casebook. The epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. Tonight's story shows why a detective has to draw a very clear line of distinction between assumption and a definite clue. To assume something is to take something for granted without regard to fact. This a policeman has to be very careful about. A clue is a very different kettle of fish altogether. At the police college, they'll tell you that clues revealed during an investigation are facts or basic principles that serve as a guide. But these are concrete things like fingerprints, false alibis and so on. Not that assumption is not important. Of course it is. But what is equally important is that line of demarcation between what one assumes and what one knows to be a positive fact. In every murder investigation, one makes a number of assumptions. I will freely admit that in tonight's story, we got onto the track of the killer eventually not because of the clues. In fact, we had too many of them, but because I worked on a basic assumption which led me to the identity of the murderer. Let me tell you about it. It concerns the strangulation of a young woman. A story that I called Crossed is the telephone line. The Middle Temple at the Inns of Court, which is the Middle Temple of what is known as Lincoln's Inn and Gray's Inn, with its quiet, peaceful, if somewhat bleak, legal atmosphere, is hardly the place where one would expect to find the victim of a brutal killing. Yet that is where Marjorie Heathcliff met her death. You're Sergeant Berry?
Yes, sir. Bow Street Police. I've taken statements from the man who found the body, the caretaker.
Where are they?
In that office over there, sir.
I see. According to operations, the man's name is Kramer, and the cleaners are Mr. Newman.
That's right, sir.
I'll present him with my compliments. Tell him I won't be a moment. Dr. McPherson and I will take a look at the body.
Horrible. You know, Inspector, I've been associated with violent crime, brutality for more years than I care to remember. But a sight like this, a young woman in the prime of life, still makes my blood boil.
As well it might. The body was lying on the floor of what looked like a neat and tidy office. But there was nothing tidy about the corpse. The full horror of the crime that was done to her was there, expressed on her face. She was lying on the floor, her knees drawn up, her arms tucked under her, as though she was using her office floor as a place to rest. It was when I looked at the corpse from another angle and was able to see her face that the full horror of the crime became apparent. Her eyes seemed to be popping out of her head. Her jaw sagged down from an open mouth, her lips blue, the color of her skin, an ashen white. All unmistakable signs of strangulation. Poor girl. How old would you say she is, Mag? 25, 26? Somewhere around there, I should say. What's your theory? Well, judging from the position of the body, it looks as though she was walking to the front office when somebody attacked her from behind. You see here, Inspector, she was killed with either a piece of string or a length of cord or something. The place been searched? Have they found anything? No, not a thing as yet. She doesn't seem to have put up much of a struggle. No, it doesn't look like it. We'll take the body back to the morgue with us. We may find something in her fingernails. It doesn't look like it, though. All right, then you do that, Mac. I'll have a word with this Mr. Kramer. About time to... Oh, I'm sorry to have kept you. Are you Mr. Kramer?
Yes, sir, I am.
And you're Mr. Newman, the caretaker?
Yes, sir, I am. It's like something out of the movies, ain't it? We are. I'll never be the same again.
Mr. Newman, I'm sorry to trouble you. Now, why don't you go and make yourself a nice cup of tea? I'd like a word with this gentleman here.
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, what were you doing here?
I came here by appointment. If that's Marjorie Heathcliff lying out there, then she's the one I'm supposed to see.
Have you met her before?
No, she phoned me at my hotel.
When was this?
Around 4:30 this afternoon. You see, these guys, Wright, Sims, and Cheatham, they act as my English lawyers.
Did you say you've never met the girl?
Listen, Inspector, I'm on a multi-million-dollar concern, and I'm not easily rattled. But you don't come across a dead body every day of the week, do you now?
No, I don't suppose you do.
I come to think of it, she said I'd seen her before, when she telephoned me at the hotel, I mean.
Well, let's get back to basics. You say that this young woman, Marjorie Heathcliff, telephoned you?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I'm being sued for divorce by my wife, Elaine. She's asking for $1 million alimony. That's why I'm over here right now. When the telephone rang, I thought it might be my ex-wife. Hello?
Mr. Kramer, there's a lady on the phone. Wants to speak to you urgently.
If that's my ex-wife, tell her I want nothing to do with her. Tell her to speak to my lawyers. Tell her...
It's a young lady named Marjorie Heathcliff. She says she's from Wright, Sims and Cheatham, your solicitor.
Oh, that's different. Put her on, please.
Hello, Mr. Kramer.
Speaking.
It's Marjorie Heathcliff here. You remember, sir, I was taking down the notes of the consultation this afternoon.
Yeah, what is it? Has something come up?
Well, sir, do you remember how disappointed you were that the private detective hadn't been able to get anything on Mrs. Kramer? Well, I've just found a letter in the office from your wife to one of the partners. Sir, you know if you can prove infidelity, she can't hope to win her case.
I know. She's too smart for us all, and now she's trying to get me for $1 million.
Suppose I tell you, sir, I've got written proof. She's been having an affair with one of my bosses. I found a letter to prove it. It's dynamite. It's addressed to...
Well, are you trying to tell me that she's having an affair with one of my lawyers who's supposed to be fighting the case for me?
Quick, sir, I can't talk anymore. They're buzzing for me. Everyone goes at 6 o'clock. I used to stay on to do a bit of swatting. There'll be nobody here except me. I must fly. See you tonight.
Hello, Miss Heathcliff. Hello.
Oh, done up, sir.
Now, let me get this right, Mr. Kramer. The girl had come into possession of some information vital...
Vital, sir. It's almost an understatement. If that girl had been able to give me the information I needed, she'd have been set up for life. I don't know whether you've been reading the newspapers, Inspector, but my wife is better known as Elaine Talmadge. At least she was an actress until she latched onto my bank account.
Well, there's a motive, all right. It looks as though somebody strangled her to stop her giving you the information you wanted.
Well, can't you see what this means, Inspector? If what this girl Heathcliff said on the telephone is true, that my wife has been having an affair with one of my legal representatives...
Now, let's leave that line of inquiry at the moment. You came here because of a telephone call. Now, what time is it?
About 20 after 7.
Now, just a moment, Mr. Kramer. You say that this girl telephoned that she had some shattering information at approximately 4:30.
I know what you're going to say, Inspector. The fact is, I had an urgent call booked to New York. This you can verify. I didn't get the call until about 7 o'clock.
So you got here at about 7:20. And then what happened?
Why, I paid off the cab and saw somebody go through the front door.
Always keeps the blooming lights on, they do. A waste that goes on in this place. Are you looking for something?
I've got an appointment with Miss Heathcliff.
Oh, so that's why the lights are on. Well, that's her office through there. Come on, Sylvia. Blimey! Miss Heathcliff! Police!
The girl had something to tell me, and somebody strangled her so that she couldn't tell anybody anything.
I see. Tell me, Mr. Kramer, did you find the letter?
Letter? What letter?
Oh, come, Mr. Kramer, neither of us is a child. You said that the girl had evidence that could ruin your chances of winning the court case. Something that could cost you $1 million, and you asked me, what letter? Didn't you have a quick look around for the vital piece of information that Marjorie Heathcliff talked about?
Yes, sir, I did. I sent the caretaker out to get a cop, and I had a quick look around, but I never found anything.
Well, at least you're being frank. Sergeant!
Sir?
See that this gentleman and Mr. Newman are transported to their respective homes.
Right, sir.
But I demand to see the police. Well, your demands are being met, sir. Come in. I'm Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard.
Sorry, my name is Sims. You're darn tootin' right, Mr. Sims. Tell me, Mr. Sims, what did you do with it? Do with what, Mr. Gray? Don't give me that. What did you do with the evidence? That's why you killed Marjorie Heathcliff, isn't it?
Whatever the motive behind the American's outburst, it certainly didn't produce the expected reaction from the man who had just been accused of murder. He gazed at his accuser with an expression of dignified hurt and said,
Mr. Kramer, you're beside yourself. Beside myself, am I? Let me tell you something.
Sergeant Berry, take Mr. Kramer back to his hotel. The car's waiting for you, Mr. Kramer. Good night.
You haven't heard the last of this, Sims.
None of us has heard the last of each other. All right, Mr. Sims. Did I hear your partners outside?
Yes, you did.
Come through, gentlemen.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Cheetham, this is Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard.
I won't waste your time, gentlemen, so let's get down to brass tacks. It's now 8:40. Did you all arrive here together?
Yes, we did. Yes.
Did none of you go home?
Well, I didn't. There was a law society meeting at 8:15. I'd never have got home and back in time, so I stayed in town.
That applies to me as well. I assume it applies to us all. We all live outside London. There was an annual general meeting, a very important one.
Well, how did you all arrive here together?
Obvious, isn't it? Your highly efficient Metropolitan Police traced us to the Law Society. The meeting hadn't started. We were having a drink when the police sergeant informed us of the shocking incident and said that you wanted us here immediately. In fact, we drove here in a police car.
Mr. Sims, Mr. Wright, will you please wait in the other office? The body will be removed by now.
But how did it happen, Inspector? How was she murdered and why?
With respect, I'll do the questioning. You supply the answers.
Are you being influenced by Kramer's extraordinary outburst? The tone in your voice seems to imply that you suspect one of us.
Mr. Wright, you are a solicitor. You know that in a situation like this, we suspect them all and then start eliminating. I'd like to question each one of you alone, if I may. And so, for the next hour and a half, I questioned each of the partners in turn. Dr. McPherson's first examination showed that the girl had been strangled at about 7 o'clock at night. But the examination was a superficial one, and one would have to allow half an hour's error. Only one of the partners had a satisfactory alibi for the time between 6:30 and 7:30.
I left my office at 6 o'clock. I called in at the Aldwych Arms. I stayed about an hour. Somebody recognized me? Doubt it. Place was crowded. I then walked to the Law Society. Got there about 7:45. I heard Big Ben chime, 6:30. And Justice Oxbury's driver called for me to go to White's Club. I had a case to discuss with Mr. Oxbury. We did this at the club. Justice Darling then dropped me at the Law Society at about 20 to 8.
Pleasant evening as I left the office, and I thought I'd walk to the Tate Gallery. They had a new Bruckner I wanted to see. Time did I leave my office? Soon after Sims. Around about 6:30.
Then walked to the Law Society, got there about 7:30. That's where I met my partner.
I warned each of them that they would have to make themselves available for further questioning, and they departed. By then it was nearly 11 p.m. There was little more I could do. The next stage of my investigation would be a matter of the background into the lives of all those connected with the dead girl. That meant routine. That meant I could go home for a night's sleep.
Carr? Morning, sir. Operations here.
Morning.
Got the information you want, Inspector?
Go ahead, fire away.
Archibald Wright, age 42, married, 3 children, lives at Howard's End, Penn, Buckinghamshire. Local police say devoted father, husband, married 14 years.
Next.
Malcolm Cheetham, age 39, married, 1 child, lives at Avenue Cottage, Surrey. Rumours of quarrels, but no suggestion of divorce. Can't find a link with Mrs. Grummer, sir, but the next one's interesting.
Huh?
Daniel Sims, age 45, divorced, no children. Stephanie Armitage, who became wife of Silas Kramer, was cited as correspondent.
Excellent. Anything on the two of them?
No, sir. Sims lives at a block of flats in Chelsea. Ex-branch say that he and Mrs. Kramer weren't seen together.
Well, never mind. You found the link we're looking for. Well done. Come in.
Billy?
No, come in, Doc. Come in.
But the latest lab report on the Heathcliff girl.
That's fine. Sit down. Anything interesting?
Only from one point of view, Inspector. It's now confirmed that she was attacked from behind. It didn't need any kind of strength to kill her. There were fine strands on the poor girl's neck. It wasn't a rope or string, but silk. I don't suppose you've managed to find anything, huh?
No. It's more than likely the killer took it with him. I've had some good news.
No. Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, what a fool I am, a blithering fool. I thought we were about to close the case, and it's as wide open as ever.
But how? Why?
Oh, I won't bore you with the details. If Kramer was telling the truth, and I think he was, the killer must have been one of the 3 partners.
A member of the bar? Oh, that's hardly likely.
It's very likely, Mac. There's no reason for him to... Look, now, why should Kramer, why kill her? He wouldn't know the movements of the other members of the staff, the moment's notice, nor would he go back to the scene of his crime once he got away undiscovered.
I walk in here, you're as cheerful as a cricket. Suddenly your face drops. Now, what is it?
Oh, one of the 3 partners had a strong motive for killing the girl. She was about to give information that would have ruined his career, robbed his chances of sharing $1 million, and possibly ruining his love life.
Strong a motive as I've ever heard.
You're certain that the girl was killed between 6:30 and 7:30 in the evening, right?
Right.
I closely questioned the 3 of them. One had a watertight alibi. The other 2 gave accounts of their movements. They can't be corroborated.
Well, that certainly narrows the field down, doesn't it? After all, one of them could have hidden themselves in the office, waited until all but the Heathcliff girl had gone, and strangled her. 2 very good clues, motive.
There's one snag. Whoever killed the girl was on intimate terms with Kramer's wife. Marjorie Heathcliff was going to name him by showing Kramer a letter to prove this. She was murdered before she could speak.
You're leading up to something, Inspector. What is it?
Just this. We know one of the partners had an affair with Mrs. Kramer before she married. Possibly still having an affair.
Then why are you waiting?
Because he's the one with the cast-iron alibi. Cast iron it seemed to be. Justice Oxbury was certain that Sims had been with him between the vital hours of 6:30 and 7 p.m. Then, something hit me. There was another possibility. Mr. Wright, as the senior partner, have I your permission to spend an hour or 2 in your offices? It might give me some sort of lead.
Oh, do what you wish, Inspector. I realize that we're all under suspicion. All I want is for you to solve this case as quickly as you can. Setting us all into nervous wrecks.
I sympathize and understand. Now, sir, how many have you on your staff?
3 clerks, 2 typists, and a switchboard operator, apart from the 3 of us, of course.
May I look around?
Oh, please do.
What with the three clerks in their black alpaca jackets, seated on high stools in stiff collars, they looked as if they'd walked straight out of a Dickens novel. As they pored over their parchments and ledgers, I decided that they were not likely to play any part in the drama. I had a talk with the switchboard girl. What happens if somebody wants to telephone? Do they ask you for the number?
Oh, yes. We've only got 4 extensions, so you can't exactly say that I'm overworked. Mind you, I do a lot of typing as well.
At about 4 o'clock, Marjorie Heathcliff telephoned Mr. Kramer, right?
Yes. I got her the number.
Are you sure you did? She didn't dial the number herself?
No. I remember it, you see. There was such a mix-up.
Mix-up?
Yes. One of the partners was ringing for me to get a number. Yes, Mr. Sims. Mitchell and Company, just hold on, please. Hello? Yes? Yes, Marjorie? Mr. Kramer? At the Watt Hotel? All right, dear, just hold on. What do you mean you've got a fortune on your hands? Wait a minute, I've got to get a number for Mr. Sims. What's all the excitement about? Well, hold on, Hello? Yes? Oh, Mr. Sims, yes, Mr. Sims, I'm getting your number right now. That was the last time I spoke to her alive. Isn't it terrible?
What did you do? You got Mr. Kramer for Miss Heathcliff, hmm?
Yes, sir. You see, Mr. Sims' number was engaged. So while I was holding on for Mitchell and Company, I got through to Mr. Kramer's hotel.
I see. Were there many more calls?
No, 2 going and 1 incoming, that's all.
You sure?
Positive, sir.
What were the incoming calls?
Well, there was only one for Mr. Wright, his wife.
And the outgoing call?
Well, I record those. I've got them in my book. Here you are, sir. Mr. Sims phoned Justice Oxbury to remind him of that appointment that evening. And...
Well?
Oh, I don't know who the other call went to, sir. Mr. Sims asked me for a line.
Good. Thank you very much. You've been very helpful. At last, what looked like a jigsaw puzzle became a pattern. I needed to question Mrs. Kramer in order to be certain. Mrs. Kramer? I'm inquiring into the death of a Miss Marjorie Heathcliff. You read about it in all the papers, I suppose?
Yes, I have, Inspector, but I don't think I can help you.
How well do you know Mr. Daniel Sims?
I know that the firm of Wright, Sims and Cheatham are acting for my husband.
Is that all? Have you never met or spoken to Daniel Sims?
What has that got to do with...
Please answer my question.
Well, I knew him a long time ago.
You're an intelligent woman, Mrs. Kramer. And a very good actress. But let's not waste time. He got divorced because of you, didn't he?
I said we knew each other a long time ago.
Madam, are you trying to tell me that Sims didn't phone you the afternoon of the evening the girl was killed?
Who said he did?
Supposing I tell you that the switchboard girl...
Dick, you listen in.
So you did talk to him?
Yes.
And did he mention to you the letter that Sims so foolishly left lying around? A letter that the dead girl could have got £1,000 for?
I don't know anything about the letter. He did mumble something. I don't know what he was talking about. I was very busy. Everyone knows that switchboard girls have very vivid imaginations. He didn't mention the Heathcliff.
Where were you between the hours of 6 and 7:30?
I don't know. I think up at the West End shopping. Why?
Madam, I have a search warrant here. We never found the incriminating letter, but I did find a not insignificant link in the chain of evidence. It was a number of loose pearls in a dressing table drawer. Is that what you did? Remove the silk thread to use on that poor unfortunate girl?
I didn't do it. He must have done it. I know nothing about it.
By then, I was sure that she was the murderess, but I had to get final proof. Why did you phone Mrs. Kramer on the afternoon of the murder, Sims? I didn't you? You overheard Marjorie Heathcliff tell Mr. Kramer that she had a letter proving you were having an affair with Mrs. Kramer. Proof that destroyed all hope of getting that $1 million settlement. You heard the girl say that she would wait for Kramer in her office. It was you that urged your lover to commit murder. You're as guilty as she is. Even with your cast-iron alibi, you'll swing, Sims. Swing for the murder.
No. Yes, I warned Stephanie what was happening. But I swear to you that I didn't know that she was going to do this terrible thing. When I heard of the murder, well, I knew what had happened, but I was not an accomplice to it. I had no idea that Stephanie would drive to our offices and strangle this girl. I swear it. When Stephanie confessed to me,
She confessed to you, did she?
Well, congratulations, Inspector. I hear that Mrs. Kramer and Sims are accusing each other now, each saying the other was responsible.
Yes, each is as guilty as the other. They'll both pay the penalty, all right.
How did you get on to the woman?
It's a funny thing. We had definite clues involving Sims, but as for Mrs. Kramer, there were no facts to go on. But there was a strong assumption.
An assumption?
Yes. It was this. Well, listeners, do you know what that assumption was? Not sure? Well, I'll be back to tell you after you've listened to the commercial. Well, listeners, as I told you before the story commenced, there are times when assumptions are as important as facts. What was the assumption in this case? We knew that Sims asked the switchboard girl for a telephone line. Why? It was this. He didn't want anyone to know that he was visiting his lover. And who else but Mrs. Kramer? Then there was the silken thread used to kill the girl. Having worked on an assumption, the thread was the clue that a woman was involved. Sims and Mrs. Kramer were sentenced to life imprisonment. The moral of the story? It's this. Girls, the reward for selling an office secret is poor. All you'll get is the string of the pearls around your neck. Good night.
The epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Newspapers and newspapermen have always had a fascination for me, as no doubt you've long since gathered. Tonight's dramatized version of the investigation into the murder of Paul Blake brings back to mind one of the most courageous journalists I've ever met. Paul was not only fearless in his literary craft, he displayed an honesty and an integrity that won him the respect and affection of all his colleagues. But more than this, he was a brilliant painter of words, able to instill into the mind's eye of his readers vivid images of the scenes as he saw them, to describe the characters involved with a clear-sighted brilliance few could match. I've always maintained that there's far too much confusion between the press barons, those who control the purse strings and whose main concern is profit, and press men like Paul Blake, dedicated to their craft. I remember when Paul resigned from one newspaper because of a disagreement with the proprietor's policy. Said Paul, "The paper will surely sicken and die. It suffers from incipient thrombosis, inhibited circulation caused by a lot of clots." Well, that was Paul. A great loss to Fleet Street and his friends. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story Dead Live. Exactly overjoyed watching the Kent County Constabulary try to solve Paul's death and waiting 8 days before they sought the assistance of Scotland Yard.
Operations here, Inspector. Paul Blake murder case, sir.
Well, the Kent police come through at last?
Yes, sir, they were quite frank about it, sir. CID say that they thought they'd keep the investigation on their own ground as the victim was such a well-known journalist, sir. Say now they're sorry. They need our help after all. Inspector Westford.
Oh, Inspector Westford, eh? I know him. Very good man. Wish he'd asked for our help sooner. All right, I'll get through to Maidstone. Tell them that I shall be over as soon as I can.
Very good, sir.
Oh, while you're at it, tell Transport Control I want a car and a driver.
Nice to see you again, Carr. I suppose you're not exactly pleased that we waited so long before calling in the yard.
Well, not really. Must have been a very good reason for someone with your experience to throw out the sponge.
The press have been on my heels. Oh, by the way, how much do you know of the case?
Well, I've got the bare facts from the X-branch. Paul Blake was a friend. Let's start from the beginning, shall we?
Right. At exactly 3 minutes past 2 on the morning of April the 6th, the local operator answered the signal that a subscriber required his services. It proved to be Blake.
Number, please.
Police, quickly.
Police? What number are you speaking from?
No, don't waste time with silly questions. Hurry. This is Paul Blake of the Gazette. Someone is trying to...
Hello? Hello, Mr. Blake? Hello? Oh, dear.
Marston Police. Constable Fulton speaking.
This is the telephone exchange. Something peculiar going on at the Marston Country Club. And Mr. Blake asked to be put through to you, and just then there was a loud explosion, like a loud noise. I think you better look into it.
Explosion, Mr. Blake, a writer. All right, I'll look into it.
I see. And did he?
Yes. Constable Fulton found the club in darkness except for one room. The room that contained the body of your friend. And that's the background. I don't mind telling you the case is an absolute swine. We whittled down the list of suspects to half a dozen people, and every one of them has a cast-iron alibi. Oh, here's the dossier.
The dossier contained a detailed analysis of the case. Put in a nutshell, it was this. At 1:30 that night, Paul Blake was very much alive, talking to 5 friends who were members of the club. The staff and everyone else had gone home. The group of 6 had a final nightcap at the bar and left, with Blake going to one of the residential cottages where he was spending the weekend. No one saw or heard him again, except the operator of the telephone exchange, who registered his call from the club and could swear that the explosion and the frantic pleas for help came at exactly 3 minutes past 2. As I glanced through the statements made by those involved, it was clear that Westford was not exaggerating. Each seemed to have a cast-iron alibi. Looks as though I'll have to pray for a miracle to solve this one.
Hope you'll do. Every man in Fleet Street's after our scalps. Unless something happens soon, there's going to be questioning in the house. Articles on the inefficient police force, that sort of thing.
Oh, we'll try.
I don't have to tell you I've given instructions you are to receive every cooperation.
Thanks. It looks as though I'm going to need it. I think I'll have a word with the woman on the exchange. I understand you're the lady who was on duty at the Marston telephone exchange when the call came through.
That's right, sir.
Now, in your statement, you say that the call came through at 3 minutes past 2 in the morning.
That's so, Inspector.
Exactly 3 minutes past 2?
Yes, sir.
Why are you so sure?
Well, sir, every call that comes through is automatically recorded, as far as the time's concerned. Besides which, I looked up at the big electric clock there. That was the time, all right. What's more, I immediately got through to the constable at the police station. You can ask him.
Well, I'll take your word for it. How far am I from Dr. Ogden? Dr. Wilfred Ogden was the first name on Inspector Westford's list of suspects. He looked every inch the fashionable, prosperous country doctor. Yet despite an attempted air of self-assurance, it was apparent that the medical gentleman was distinctly uneasy. You were given a chance to peruse the statement you made to Inspector Westford?
Of course I was. Why do you ask, Inspector?
Are you sure it's correct in every detail, Doctor?
Sure. Of course I'm sure.
Well, I'm sorry to ask you the sort of questions you've already answered, but that's the way I work. Now, Doctor, I understand that Paul Blake was a friend of yours.
Yes. Yes, my wife and I met him through the club. Paul came down for weekends.
I see. I believe you and your wife were 2 of the last to see Paul alive.
Yes, that's right, Chief Inspector. My wife's American. As you know, Paul has visited the States many times. They were reminiscing. It was difficult to tear her away.
Well, your wife knew Paul in the States, did she?
Yes, knew each other quite well. In fact, when I discovered that, I was rather jealous. No, just a minute, Inspector. You don't
Please, Doctor, don't jump to conclusions. Don't you see? There were 5 of you who were around the bar when all others had gone. They must be on the list of suspects, however vague.
I suppose so. Well, you're going to find out sooner or later. Perhaps Westford knows it already. I wasn't strictly truthful when I said that Blake was a friend of mine. In fact, I rather disliked him. I met my wife whilst I was attending a medical congress in the States. It's a little dull for her here, so I've tolerated Blake. She liked him. I've had 1 or 2 rather violent scenes. His articles concerning my property companies.
Yes, we know about that. No, Doctor, Paul was shot with his own gun, a Wesson .38. You were able to identify the weapon, weren't you?
Yes, we all knew he kept a pistol when he stayed in one of the guest cottages.
So it would not have been difficult for someone to creep in and steal it?
I suppose not. But I didn't, and neither did Elizabeth.
You were called to the scene at approximately 12 minutes past 2.
Yes. We had just retired for the night when Constable Fulton knocked on the door. He said that Paul Blake was dead, that he'd been shot. I slipped a dressing gown on over my pyjamas and rushed next door to the club.
Now, your house is next door to the country club, hmm?
Yes. That's why the constable thought it would be quicker to come and fetch me than telephone.
I see. Will you describe what happened when you got there?
I've already given...
Yes, I know you've already given a statement, but please, bear with me.
Well, I rushed next door. The place was in darkness except for a light in Paul's bungalow. It wasn't a pleasant sight. He was sprawled on the floor. There was a terrible wound in the back of his head. A pistol was lying some 2 or 3 feet away, and the telephone was off its socket and dangling down. In such cases, it's impossible to determine the exact time of death. He could have been killed at any time within the hour.
Well, fortunately, the telephone operator heard the shot.
Yes, of course. It must have been pretty terrifying. There were distinct powder marks from the shot around the mouthpiece.
You realize that whoever killed him didn't do so for motives of robbery. Nothing was taken.
When I saw all those pound notes and the watch on his dressing table, it sent a chill through me. I knew that our pleasant life at Marston was going to be disrupted with some ghastly scandal.
You realize that going through my mind at this moment is the possibility that your wife killed him for some reason or other, and you could be swearing an alibi for her.
What nonsense, Inspector. My wife liked him, I tell you. Still, I'm thankful that we've got a cast-iron alibi.
That's what Westford called it, but I wonder if it's true. Doctor, I'm beginning to see light. Tell me what happened when the 6 of you had a final nightcap just before your departure.
Well, we've...
Just a moment. Who's the we?
There was Paul, of course, Terence and Margaret Armitage, Jack Fielding, and us.
Let me see. Terence Armitage, club member, and the manager of the club, Jack Fielding, huh? Go on.
Well, we'd got into the habit of staying behind on Saturday nights and chin-wagging when everybody had gone home. It got a bit late, and I'd 1 or 2 patients to see the following day.
I see the glasses are getting rather low. Come on, Jack, you make a... How, club manager? Come on. Neck rounds on me.
You can't help it if the staff's gone home.
I'll have to be the last one. It's 5 and 20 past 1. I've got patients to see in a few hours.
Oh, now, don't be such an old pussyfoot. You're not calling on Mrs. Wagstaff until 10. Hey, Paul, whatever happened to that character who used to run the press club in Chicago? What a ball of fire he was.
Oh, yeah. Took to drink and pensioned off. Last heard of, he was beachcombing somewhere on the West Coast. It's funny you should ask about him. I'd forgotten his existence until last week when I pounded his name out on my typewriter. Hey? Oh, I saw a great deal of him when I was running our agency's bureau in Chicago. I was writing a paragraph on the riot.
Called writing a book. Didn't you know? His life story, and brother, has he got a story to tell.
Are you an authority on Paul Blake's life history?
Well, maybe not an authority in his life history, but I reckon I made his life a little colorful for a few months. Wouldn't you say, Paul?
Don't you think it's time you all went bye-bye?
You mentioned my wife in your book, Blake, and you'll regret it.
Oh, dear. I think you're right. The party's getting rough. Come on, outraged husband.
I'm afraid my wife was right. I did act like an outraged husband. I'd had rather a lot to drink. I know that my wife has never been unfaithful to me. I've been jealous of the way she always looked up to Paul Blake, admired him, always setting him up as a paragon of virtue. He was a fine writer and all that.
More than a fine writer, Doctor, a fine human being. I can't pretend to have known him as well as I would like to.
I know. I don't think I'm not sorry he's dead. I am. I know I get neurotic at times when my wife keeps mentioning the name Blake, but I'm sorry he's dead, really I am. I told you the rather drunken exchange of words because...
Because you know that it'll come out anyway. But if your alibi is as watertight as all that, you have no need to worry. Have you? Watertight alibi or not, Dr. Ogden was the epitome of the nervous, worried object of police investigation, particularly when he saw me remove a press cutting from my notebook. I see that Paul Blake wrote a piece in the Weekly Chronicle concerning your property developments in this part of the world. Let me read it to you. In his country diary, he writes, "It should be a matter of concern
that the few relatively unscathed parts of our countryside are being eroded. not only by cold-eyed, thin-lipped property developers working by remote control from some plush office in the city, but by professional people whom one would have thought were impervious to the get-rich-quick-at-all-costs bug. Or should I use the word microbe, since the sentiments stem from a leading medical practitioner residing at Marston, a delightful little village nestling at the foot of the Cotswolds, where I spend many a weekend. This leading doctor first came into commercial prominence by acquiring land to build a clinic. So far, so good. But now he is seeking from the county council purchasing rights for the erection of flats and offices that will turn Marston into yet another ugly...
Well, there's no need to go on, is there, Doctor? I understand that because of this article, certain of your friends on the county council took fright. They resigned from your development company and their planning committee threw out your application. It must have been a terrible financial blow for you, Doctor.
I didn't kill him. And what is more, Inspector Westford tells me...
That you were seen to enter your house about 5 minutes before the telephone operator heard the shot being fired.
You forget one thing, Chief Inspector. My wife was seen too.
Fair enough, Doctor.
Besides, if I'd have killed Paul, would I have pointed to the powder marks around the mouthpiece of the telephone?
Could be a subtle way to underline your innocence, except for one thing.
What do you mean by that?
You reported, after examining the body, there were no powder marks around the bullet wound.
Well, there weren't. Look, Chief Inspector.
All right. I won't detain you further. And as your friend the inspector says, you do seem to have a watertight alibi. For obvious reasons, the police suspect a husband who would swear that his wife was with him when she is suspected of perpetrating a crime elsewhere, or a wife who supplies an alibi for her husband. But in this case, there was a third person to swear that he saw Dr. and Mrs. Ogden enter their home at a time which made it impossible for them to have been the culprits. Was it the perfect alibi, screening a diabolically, cleverly planned act of murder? My next call was on the club manager, Mr. Jack Fielding, an almost stage caricature of the ex-guards officer reduced to having to run a country.
Shocking, old boy. Absolutely shocking. Paul used to come down every weekend he could spare. That cottage he lived in was kept specially for him.
Well, how many weekend cottages are there in the club grounds?
4, but no one uses them this time of year. In fact, it's only our local members who use the club at all in the winter. Paul Blake came down because he said he liked the peace and quiet. Mind you, I don't think that was the only reason.
Why do you say that?
Well, a manager of a club must learn not to gossip, but Elizabeth Ogden was simply bonkers over him, you know. Why, even on the night the poor chap was shot, there was a bit of a contretemps, I was there. Mind you, Chief Inspector, wait till you meet her. Gorgeous hunk of sex, that's one.
I understand you were all in the clubhouse. You, the Ogdens, the Armitages, and Mr. Blake. Everyone else has gone home?
Yes, that's right.
And this cottage you occupy is about, what would you say, 200-300 yards from the clubhouse?
Yes, something like that. Why, old chap?
Because somebody shot Paul Blake dead. Somebody who knew he was in the cottage at the time, knew where he kept his gun. And until something else crops up, I must regard that somebody as belonging to your little drinking session.
Oh, really? You sound like someone out of those detective yarns. Have you spoken to Inspector Westford? He wasn't killed by any of us. Could have been anyone on the grounds.
Mr. Fielding, we have the exact times as given to me by Inspector Westford. Now, I understand you to say that you left soon after the departure of Dr. and Mrs. Ogden that night.
Yes. Well, as you know, it began to rain, and the Armitages gave me a lift back to the cottage.
According to your statement, you arrived back at your cottage at exactly 1:30.
Yes.
You'd all been drinking rather a lot. How is it you were so sure as to the exact time of your arrival?
Well, ask the Armitages.
Please, Mr. Fielding, I'm asking you.
Because when they dropped me off, I made the expected gesture.
What's that?
Well, I asked them if they would like to come in for a snort, and Armitage said, no, thank you. He looked at his watch and said it was 1:30, and they wanted to get home before the rain got really bad. They lived about 4 miles out, and the road is rather dicey when it rains, you know.
I see, thank you. One other little thing, though. In the statements made by Mr. Armitage and his wife, they say that they dropped you at the gate and drove off. They didn't actually see you go into the house.
What does that mean, Inspector?
Oh, come, sir, you're an intelligent man. I hear you retired from the Brigade of Guards with the rank of Major. Surely you must know the import of my question.
You mean, did I run back to Paul's cottage and shoot him? No, I didn't. Besides, I can prove it.
Prove it?
Yes. You can ask Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas?
I don't think I've been supplied with that name.
I've been with the club since the flood. When she was too old to act as mandatory kind of housekeeper, the club committee kept her on the payroll to look after me.
I see. Well, if she's that age, she'd hardly remain awake until your return.
She was.
Oh, then perhaps I'd better question her. Mrs. Thomas was a diminutive, frail little lady, dressed in clothes that would have been regarded as fashionable at the turn of the century. I was charmed at her appearance. Her grey hair, her blue eyes that twinkled at me over silver-rimmed spectacles, even her button-up boots that hardly reached the floor as she sat in her armchair.
You want to know about Mr. Fielding, about his alibi. Isn't that right, Chief Inspector Carr?
Yes, it is. You corroborate his alibi. He says he was in this cottage when Mr. Blake was shot. Now, Mr. Blake was shot just after 2 o'clock.
And Mr. Fielding says he was here, and indeed he was.
Do you always stay up late, waiting for him to return?
Oh, good gracious, no. I hope you won't arrest him for it.
Arrest him for what?
For being, what is the phrase, under the influence. The clatter that went on, it was enough to waken the dead. Oh, dear, I shouldn't have said that under the circumstances, should I?
Clatter, Mrs. Thomas?
Well, I was fast asleep, and there was this bang. Good gracious me, what on earth is going on? Who's down there? Hope it isn't some wretched tramp.
Mrs. Thomas? Mrs. Thomas?
Oh, really, at this time of the morning? Coming! Really, Mr. Fielding, I thought we were being robbed. What is it?
Sorry, girl, really, I am. I got this heartburn again. If I don't drink a glass of milk before I go to bed, I shall be uncomfortable all night.
Really, you know where the milk is kept, Mr. Fielding. You only have to go to the refrigerator.
What? Oh, sorry, girl. Just that I suppose I've had more than I should have had tonight. The fridge, you say?
So you see, Inspector, his alibi is perfect. I'm sure it must have been some outsider. Constable Fulton says all those people who stayed behind at the bar drinking have all got perfect alibis.
Well, Constable Fulton should learn that a good police officer refrains from gossip.
Oh, dear, I do hope that I haven't got the young man into trouble.
Oh, no. It's common knowledge in the village. They've all got perfect alibis. There are the Armitages. What better alibi can they have? As soon as they dropped your Mr. Fielding, they came across Sergeant Simpson, who lives at Oxley.
But that's 6 miles away. That's the next village.
His motorbike had broken down. They drove him home. And what better alibi can you have than a police sergeant sitting in the back seat at the time when the shot was fired? Tell me about Mr. Fielding. He's a bachelor, isn't he?
Yes.
Mrs. Thomas, I believe you can read my thoughts.
You think he killed Mr. Blake?
Yes, Mrs. Thomas, I do.
You think he deliberately created a noise, asking for the milk for his heartburn in order that I should... Oh, dear. Oh, it's all so frightening.
Mrs. Thomas, I asked Inspector Westford to call Mr. Fielding in for questioning because the Armitage's alibi is unbreakable, and Dr. Ogden supplied me with enough information to convince me that he's innocent. That's why I'm concentrating on Mr. Fielding.
Why are you looking at the telephone? That has something to do with it, hasn't it?
Yes, Mrs. Thomas. This must be one of the few parts of the country where they have these old-fashioned telephones with the receiver on a hook. I think that's going to play a very big part in the trial.
I can't believe it. But why?
Mrs. Thomas, I didn't know the circumstances of Fielding's alibi, other than the fact that you were awakened when he returned home. Now, I want to search this cottage. I can't without permission, because I haven't got a search warrant. Time is of the essence. You can either send me packing, or let me search.
Well, I suppose if he's innocent, it can't do any harm.
And so I searched, and he wasn't innocent. There, amidst a pile of papers, I came across a cheque that was to be Exhibit A in the trial of Jack Fielding for the murder of Paul Blake. Now, this letter from Blake to you saying that you haven't kept your promise. You promised to pay £50 a month, and you haven't for 2 months. And he was taking this cheque to the police.
What are you talking about? It was just a private business arrangement.
After you shot Blake in the back of the head, you removed the forged cheque from the cottage. You were asked for a loan of £50. and you turned it into 500.
I dropped heavily at the races. I couldn't keep up with the payments. Anyway, you're here for murder, not forgery. I didn't shoot him, and you can't prove I did. Mrs. Thomas will tell
Never
you
mind,
that
Mrs. Thomas. I've had 2 of my top boffins. We found powder marks in the bar, Mr. Fielding. There are minute drops of blood where poor Paul Blake fell when you killed him. It was a very clever, cunning plan, but it didn't come off, did it? You're coming with me, Jack Fielding, and I would. And so he was duly cautioned and taken to the nearest prison cells. But do you know what it was that made me realize that Fielding's alibi was capable of being broken? Confirmed by Mrs. Thomas's story of being awakened. The unfortunate journalist was shot in the back of the head, and yet Dr. Ogden said that there were distinct traces of powder marks around the mouthpiece of the old-fashioned telephone. Now, the telephone exchange said they heard Fielding's voice, and him being shot at 2:03. How could he be shot in the back of the head, and yet there'd be powder marks on the mouthpiece of the telephone, into which he was supposed to be speaking? See it now. Fielding knew that no doctor could determine the time of death within the hour. He goes into the house, alters the clock by 10 minutes, so that his housekeeper would state the time according to that clock, rushes back to the club, shoots Blake with a pistol he stole, drags him to the cottage, puts through the call, simulating Blake's voice, and fires the gun a second time next to the mouthpiece. Might have worked, too, if he hadn't fired the gun so close to the telephone as to leave the telltale marks. Cunning, but not cunning enough.
The epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Russ as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic Casebook.
Inspector Carr investigates.
Some considerable time ago, I told of an investigation into the death of a film actress. She was murdered in her dressing room. But it was not until I became personally involved in the making of a motion picture here in South Africa that I realized what complex and tedious occupation it can be. So much time spent on moving lights around, setting up cameras, testing for sound and so on, that to the uninitiated, progress seems incredibly slow. Long before your actor and actress come on the set, there are dozens of people milling around, electricians, prop men, makeup and script girls, wardrobe and so on. It may seem as though they're all idle and aimless, but far from it. Once you know what's going on, and you watch things taking shape, it becomes quite fascinating. I mention all this because tonight you're going to hear of another murder committed on a film set, but this time whilst the victim was being filmed. In fact, we were able to see the unfortunate chap as he plunged to his death. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story Death Among the Rushes. Because of the many miles of greenery, its hills and vales and ever-changing scene, most Apex films were shot within easy distance of its main buildings. In the case of Victor Standish, shot was the operative word.
All right, Ian, take the wretched stuff away.
Right, Chief.
Yes, sir, darling,
There's no point in your hanging around here. Why don't you follow everyone else's example and go home?
Go home, you say? Go home? We're moving.
Chief Inspector Carr.
That's right. Are you Mr. Samuels?
At the moment, I don't know who I am, what I am, and why I am. All I do know is that I've just seen £500,000 go down the drain.
You've got to find this one here. You've got to.
Now, all right, Deb, all right. This is Deborah Kingsley. No doubt you've heard...
Yes, I've had the pleasure of seeing hearing Miss Kingsley on the stage as well as the screen.
Mr. Carr, you won't have to look far for a bit.
Now, go home, Deb. Go home and stop making these wild accusations.
What I told that police sergeant is true. You see...
Look, if you don't mind, I'd rather start this investigation somewhere else. All this noise going on.
I tell you, you're wasting your time.
I'm warning you, Deborah.
Just a moment. Now, Miss Kingsley, All I know is that Mr. Standish was shot while he was clambering over a balcony. If you have some information, I'd like to hear it.
My husband. He threatened to kill Victor, and now he's done it.
Your husband?
His name's Donald King. Kingsley is Dearest professional name.
And where is Mr. King at this moment?
Probably halfway across the Atlantic. I told that sergeant not to waste any time. Victor and I... Oh, well, we had a marvellous thing going for us. I loved him and he loved me. And
It's all right, Deborah. Now save it for later. Would you like to come this way, Chief Inspector? You can't see the set from here. Yeah. There you are, you see? We built this specially for the movie.
At the balcony?
Yeah. You see, the sequence is where Masters, that's Victor, is a guest of the Count. He's put in the room next to Francesca, the daughter. Oh, we were shooting the film. Oh, that's fine, Victor. Just hold it like that. Now you swing your left leg over the railing, and then the right, and then you leap. Are you sure you can do this? The stuntman's standing by.
I told you I've never used a stuntman. I don't want a stuntman. What are you worried about, Ed? A kid could jump onto that next time.
Okay, if you say so. Well, stand by, everybody.
All right, everyone.
All right. Hold it. Get ready to roll. Sound. Camera up.
Take one.
Action. A cut. Francesca, where's Francesca?
I'm here.
You're supposed to be peering behind that curtain. All I want to see is your face and your hand, nothing else. Now, are you all set, Vic?
I'm okay.
Right, get ready to roll. Sound. Camera up.
Take two.
Action. I should have let the stuntman do this.
He's doing great. Go on, George.
I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I just couldn't believe it. He was doing fine. He leapt from one balcony to the other, but before he could get proper footing, I heard the shot, and then he fell to the ground.
Well, according to the local police surgeon, Mr. Standish was shot in the back. Somebody was in that building. In fact, it wasn't the shot that killed him. He died of multiple injuries, caught his head on that stone.
He died, and I'm ruined.
Money, that's all you think about. Now, you see what this thing's done to me?
I've just had about enough from you, Deborah. If you don't leave now, I'll order you off the set.
Can you see what he's trying to do, Inspector? Can't you see?
See what, Miss Kingsley?
He's trying to shield his brother-in-law, that's what. Who do you think financed this film?
If you don't...
This was going to be Victor's last film with you, wasn't it? You hated him as much as Donald.
You mustn't listen to her. She doesn't know what she's saying. My brother-in-law has put every cent he had into this movie, and so have I. Do you think he would ruin it himself because of her?
Was Mr. King on the set this morning?
No, he wasn't. In fact, apart from the technicians, Johnson? Well, he's the chief cameraman. There are only about a dozen on the set this morning. We were just shooting the seduction scene.
No other actresses or actors other than this young lady and Mr. Standish?
Oh, none. The next sequence was going to be shot in Sicily.
Oh, here comes Sergeant Telling.
Dr. Howe's compliments, sir. He's still at the Guildford Hospital.
Right, Sergeant. Oh, you've taken statements from everyone, I take it?
Yes, sir.
And the bullet?
Dr. Howard says that ballistics will be able to examine it within the hour.
Fair enough. I take it you'll be around for the next hour or two, Mr. Samuel?
I shall be here for as long as you want me. As soon as we've finished what we have to do, we shall dismantle the set and all the equipment and then start striking, you see.
Well, it shouldn't take very long, if you'll both excuse us. Sergeant Telling and I will be inspecting the balconies and the room from which the shot was fired. You're a sorry man, Telling?
Yes, sir. Born and brought up in Dorking. Oh, this is quite amazing, isn't it, sir?
It is indeed. The front part looks as though it's the home of a Spanish nobleman. It's all a facade. Now, what was this building? It's all in ruins.
This used to be offices of the East Surrey Agricultural Society.
Well, it's quite obvious what happened. Somebody clambered up the old stone steps, got into the remains of the building where Standish was about to do his stuff, and shot him. But it must have been someone who knew, A, that seduction scene was going to be shot earlier this morning, and B, would know the timing. Ah, well, here we are. I didn't quite know what to expect, but certainly not a room with only 3 walls, which only the far end had any semblance of habitation. 2/3 of the floor was covered in thick dust, yet, by the heavily curtained windows, there was a luxurious-looking carpet, whilst the windows themselves had obviously been installed recently. Close to the curtains were items such as 1/3 of a bed, a Spanish-style dressing table, a lampshade, all objects likely to catch the eye of the camera.
Talk about make-believe, sir.
Well, at least this was a solid building, Sergeant. When I went to Hollywood, I walked down the main street of what was supposed to be a town in the Midwest, and everything, the saloon bar, the sheriff's office, everything was made of papier-mâché. This floor's been walked over so many times, not much over footprints. Hello? Yes, here's something. Cartridge case. Now guard that with your life.
Right, sir.
When you arrived on the scene with Dr. Howard, did you see anyone other than those connected with the making of the film? Yeah, you did question everyone.
No, sir, I didn't. I got the names of them all. They all told me their job.
Well, obviously when Standish was doing his stunt, all eyes would be on him.
One of the film crew, or the carpenter, or one of the makeup girls.
No, Sergeant. Thankfully, we can eliminate everyone employed by the Apex Film Company. Those who are employed on the set, that is. There is something that puzzles me. Something that doesn't quite gel.
Oh, what's that, sir?
Oh, never mind that for a moment. Do you know the geography of the Apex offices?
Oh, yes, I've been here quite a few times. The offices are only half a mile up the road.
Well, I don't think we can do much here. Kind of get through to your headquarters. I want the set photographed. I want all the stuff fingerprinted. You never know.
Very good, sir.
I shall be spending some time at the Apex offices. I understand, Mrs. Clifford, that you're Mr. Samuels' personal assistant.
That's what he calls me. I do everything around here. I help with the casting, supervise the props, everything.
So I've been informed. How long have you been with the company, Mrs. Clifford?
Ever since Len Samuels broke away from British government. I was doing continuity in those days. Why do you ask?
Were you on the film lot this morning?
When Victor was shot?
No, earlier. I wondered if you saw...
Let me tell you right away, Chief Inspector, that I don't care who shot him. That if I knew who was responsible, I'd send him round a bottle of champagne with a nice thank you note.
Oh? He wasn't one of your favourites, I take it.
Favourites? Victor Standish, one of my favourites? In the first place, his real name's not Victor Standish, it's Bernard Hemp. And in the second place, when he was still at RADA, one of the sweetest persons that ever lived drowned herself in her boarding house bath after cutting her wrists, after Mr. Hemp flatly denied that he was the father of her unborn child.
Two women, both declaring knowledge as to the identity of Standish's killer. One whose accusations stemmed from love, the other from hate. You say, Mrs. Clifford, that Standish's real name is Hemp?
Yes, and a very suitable name it is, too. That's what they make drugs from, isn't it, Hemp? Well, Victor certainly knew how to put women under his... Funny thing is, I don't think he was ever interested in women. He just liked to see them crawl, watch them plead for a little love and affection.
Did you know him well, Mrs. Clifford?
If you're asking me whether I fell under his spell when we were all kids training to become actors at the academy, yes. Yes, I did. Veronica and I stayed at the same boarding house. I wondered why she was taking so long in the bathroom. I knocked and... Come on, Ronnie! You know what Mrs. Fletcher's like if we're late. Hurry up! Veronica!
Oh, what's going on?
It's Ronnie. I can't get a word out of her. She's been in the bathroom for over an hour. And we've got an audition this evening.
Over an hour, you say? Oh, that's not like Miss Kirby. You sure she's in there?
I'm positive. I saw her go in. I told her not to be long because I want to have a bath too.
That's funny. Miss Kirby! Look, good heavens, all that water. Here, now stand by. Steady, lass, steady. Now, please don't faint. I'll need your help.
It's funny. All I could think of was she'd left the bathtap running. There she was lying there, the water stained with her blood, and I was thinking of the tap. For the moment I thought I was going out of my mind, and then I saw it.
Saw what, Mrs. Clifford?
She left a note. It was on the window ledge. It was addressed to me, asking me to try and explain things to her parents.
Where did her parents live?
Her mother died about 2 years ago. Mr. Kirby has a shop in Liverpool. He's a gunsmith.
You get that, Ops? I want to know all about this man, Kirby, where he was this morning, particularly if he left Liverpool for London. Well, I want to check on Mrs. Clifford. I'd have her tailed for the next couple of days. I want to know whether she or her husband ever possessed a gun. She knew when the shooting of the film was taking place. She knew the setup. She had motive and opportunity. The information that Deborah Kingsley's husband was seen in the vicinity is most interesting. Time I had a word with him.
Do you mind if I help myself to a drink, since you've refused one, Inspector?
Go ahead, sir.
I see you're looking at my hands, Inspector. Yes, they are trembling. I'm trembling all over, if you must know.
Why, sir? What's making you so nervous?
You are.
Well, surely if you're innocent, you've nothing to fear from me.
Yes, I have. Excuse me. Feel a little better, but not much.
Don't you think we both ought to sit down?
Sorry. Forgive me, please.
Thank you. Now, You arrived on the set at 8:30 this morning.
Yes.
And yet no one, other than your wife, mentioned your name this morning. Who did you speak to? Mr. King, time is of the essence. I can't afford to waste
right,
time.
I knew that the call was for 9 o'clock. I was going to have it out with Victor. You see, they were leaving tomorrow morning for Sicily. I love my wife, Inspector. The worst thing I ever did was let Len Samuels cast Standish in the movie. I could have said no. Without my backing, it would never have got off the ground. 6 weeks ago, I was a happy man. Darling, I'm home. Deborah! Oh, there you are. Oh, what a day I've had. I've been with the insurance companies. Do you know how much they want as the premium for... Have you just come in?
No, Donald. We finished shooting hours ago. I'm going out.
Out? But what is it? Something wrong? You're looking to me as though...
I'm waiting for a taxi. I'm moving in with Moira for the time being. I'm just taking this case. I'll send for the others later.
Is this some kind of a joke? So we had a row last night, so I was jealous. I'm sorry.
You had every reason to be jealous. There's no point in waiting until the film moves to Sicily.
What are you talking about? I don't believe it. Glamour boy? You must be joking. What, do you want to be one of his harem?
There's my taxi, Donald. I'm sorry.
I was too numb to say or do anything. Not that I could have forced her to stay with me. I was helpless. So I went and had it out with Standish. He just laughed at me. Said it was all nonsense. Told me not to worry. If I had any guts, I would have... But you're wrong, Inspector. I didn't shoot him.
Then what were you doing on the film set?
You won't believe this. I went there to plead with Deborah. I told her...
Now, just a minute. You say that you went on the location to plead with your wife. Did you?
No, I didn't plead with her.
No. Move those lights a little further back.
Right.
Oh, hello, Don. What are you doing here?
Helen Clifford tells me that the entire unit flies to Sicily tomorrow morning.
Well, you knew that, Don. What? Hey, you've not come to pick a row with Standish, have you?
I'll do more than pick a row if I get my hands on him. Where's Deborah?
Well, it looks a bit overcast. I've changed the schedule. We start shooting at 9 o'clock. Thank goodness most of the clouds have gone. Oh, I think we're going to have a great movie, Donald. I really do. But why have you really come here? You're not going to upset either of them, I mean, not while we're making a film. Last time you two quarrelled, I thought Vic was going to walk out. Then what would we have done?
Get another actor.
Are you crazy? After we shot 52 minutes of screening time? Look, Don, the film is almost finished. There's nothing you can do here except upset them both. You'll not get it back this way, you know. So why don't you wait? In 4 or 5 days, we'll have finished shooting. You go his way, Deborah will come running home to you. You see?
I could kill him. The rotten filthy...
Please, Don. They'll be here any minute. Now, please go away. Do me a favour. Do yourself a favour. If anything goes wrong with this movie, you and me will end up in the bankruptcy court.
What do I care? I can't live without her. Without Deborah, I'm nothing. And don't start talking to me about my pride like you did last time.
All right. I didn't want to tell you this. Victor swore to me that he has no intention of marrying Deborah. You're out of date. Remember the premiere for Hunter's Wild? That's where he met Lady Lansdowne. When I went around to his flat last night, well, you should have seen the two of them together.
Do you mean it? You're not kidding me? I believed Len Samuels. That's why I got back in my car and drove home. I've always trusted Len. He's a straight shooter. Knew he wouldn't lie to me. So I thought I'd take his advice. Let them go to Sicily together. Particularly when Len told me that Lady Lansdowne had a villa on the island.
Oh, she did she? Well, thank you, Mr. King. I won't take up any more of your time.
You believe me?
Yes, I do. Things are falling into place. Something worried me from the very start. Now I'm beginning to see the light.
Well, I can't help that, Mr. Goldstein. I know. We can't send over a unit when the leading man is dead, can we? Yes, you'll have to cancel the tickets. That's our affair. Oh, hello, Inspector. I didn't see you standing there.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Clifford. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It was just that
don't apologize. It's been absolute madhouse. Poor Len Samuels is almost suicidal. I've had Equity on the phone warning me about the contract. I've had... Oh, anyway. You don't want to know all my troubles. What can I do for you?
You say that you're in charge of props.
Yes. Well, no. I'm misleading you. We have a props department, of course. What I meant to convey was that if anything goes wrong, or some of the props are missing, who does Len blame? Yours truly. Why?
You have access to guns, for instance.
Oh, I see. Do you still think that I...
You killed Standish? No, I don't. I've been casing the place, as they say in the classics. It would have been impossible for you to have walked into that building without someone spotting you. You're too well known. Besides...
Besides what?
Oh, never mind that for a moment. I take it that both Standish and Deborah Kingsley were wearing their costumes. I arrived on the scene. Mrs. King, for instance, was wearing modern clothes.
Yes. No, of course they were wearing their 18th century costumes.
Do you happen to have a drawing of the costume Mrs. King was wearing?
Well, not a drawing, but an actual still. We took pictures for the press. There you are, Inspector.
Thank you. Most attractive. Quite voluminous. In your pockets?
Oh, yes. Women of quality in those days carried much more about with them than one would think. Why, do you... You don't think...
Please, Mrs. Clifford, can we go to your props department?
I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
Oh, I'm sorry to have brought you all the way back, but Mrs. Clifford felt that you should be present, now that everybody's gone home and everything's locked up.
But what are you looking for? You can't be looking for a gun. Oh, dear heavens, you don't...
Please, Mr. Samuels.
Well, there you are. This is where we keep...
It's gone. It's not here.
Show me. Oh, perhaps George is... Don't you see what this means, Helen? Don't you see you're putting a noose around your neck? Why didn't you keep your big mouth shut? The inspector will see...
Here's the bullet taken from Standish's body, and this is the cartridge we found on the set. This bullet came from this cartridge, and there's a gun missing, a gun of this caliber. No, is there or is there not?
Well, I can't be expected to know everything. Ask Helen.
Yes, it is the same caliber. Let's have a look at the prop book. According to the property book, that gun hasn't been taken out. It should still be here.
Deborah. Oh, my giddy aunt.
My maid tells me what to see, Inspector.
Deborah King, alias Deborah Kingsley, I'm arresting you on suspicion that you did murder Victor Standish, and I caution you that anything you...
No!
I suggest that you collect some things. You're coming with me.
He deserved it. He lied to me. My hand acted like that, and I believed him. We're going to marry from our own film.
I suggest, madam, you don't say any more until you've seen your solicitor.
Oh, I didn't say anything to you, Inspector, but in my heart of hearts, I thought Helen Clifford shot Victor. As soon as she heard he'd be cast in the movie, she wanted to quit. Told me about a friend of hers who committed suicide over it.
One thing, she signed a full confession. Saved the taxpayer quite a bit. As she walked into the armory, it was unattended, saw the gun and a box of cartridges. I knew from the beginning that something wasn't quite right, but I couldn't see the motive. You all gave me the impression that they were in love with each other. But as soon as Kingsley was being ditched for a rich socialite, then everything gelled. There was I questioning everyone on the set, knowing that no one connected with the production, that is, director, cameraman, technicians and the like, could be involved in the murder, since they were actually looking up Standish while he was clambering over the balcony. Now, the murder plan required perfect timing. The killer had to be in the room where Standish was standing prior to his clambering over the balcony. One assumes that as he begins to climb towards his lady, the killer would shoot. But...
Right, get ready to roll. Sound. Camera up.
Take one.
And action. Cut. Francesca, where's Francesca?
I'm here.
But she wasn't there, which means that they had to shoot the scene again. Now, surely the killer wouldn't know that and would fire the gun the very first time. What Deborah had done was to remove the gun from her costume, remember that she was only next door in a half-demolished building, place it in the room where Standish was, on the balcony. When she hears Len call, "Where are you?" she rushes back, and so they proceed to shoot the sequence again. And while all eyes were on Standish, she goes back into the room and shoots him. All she needed was a few seconds to appear grief-stricken on her own balcony, not half as grief-stricken as when the judge sentenced her to life imprisonment.
Inspector Carr Investigates, with Hugh Rouse in the title role, is written and produced by Michael Silver. Listen again next Thursday night as Inspector Carr Investigates.
The epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. Browsing through my casebook of crime, she who is dear to me asked what kind of murder story I was going to include this week. I told her it concerned the killing of a woman and that trains and railwaymen were involved. She reminded me that it was but a few weeks ago that I broadcast a story of a man who was murdered in a railway compartment. However, I justify tonight's theme of murder investigation because I believe ever since the steam engine was first invented, trains have been a source of fascination for us. Largely because there's always an air of mystery and secrecy about a train speeding past at night. And also because people who use trains become a sort of self-contained community for the duration of the journey. I think it is this air of mystery that prompts small boys to have an ambition to become engine drivers, since it means going into the unknown. Having justified my choice of story tonight, let me tell you about it. I've called it Death Among the Sleepers. The investigation began, as far as Scotland Yard was concerned, with operations reporting the finding of a woman at the bottom of a railway embankment.
Inspector, a call has come through from the Lincolnshire CID asking for assistance.
Lincolnshire, eh?
Yes, sir. All they've sent through is that a body was discovered at the bottom of a railway embankment about 8 miles south of Grantham.
How much preliminary investigation has been done by the Lincolnshire boys?
Don't know, sir. Would you like us to go there?
No, don't bother. Get through to movement control, find out the next available train to Grantham, make them aware of my arrival.
Hello there, Inspector Carr. Long time no see.
Hello, Hudson. Nice of you to meet me.
Pleasure.
Yes, it has been a long time, about 3 years,
Sorry to have dragged you all the way up here, but you boys are much better equipped to handle a complicated investigation such as this.
You're too modest. Now, this woman was found beside the main line, wasn't she?
Yes. 2 railway gangers were walking along the line, tapping in the wooden blocks that hold the rails to the sleepers, when...
Thank goodness I'm not doing this job by myself. I go stark raving mad. Walk a yard, stop, tap, tap. Walk a yard, stop. Oh, it gets monotonous. Never mind, Pete. The end's in sight. Yes. Look out there. Step aside. Frank, what are you looking at?
Down there, at the bottom of the embankment. Can you see it?
Yes.
What do you make of it?
Why, it's only some rags.
What, the red hair?
Whoa, what do you mean, red hair?
It's a body. A woman. Come on.
Oh. Horrible. What a mess.
Must have been a pretty woman, too. You stay here. I'll go get out of the police.
And my men were on the scene in a matter of minutes. It's obvious that the woman, whoever the woman was, she was either pushed for the train or she fell out.
I see. And what does your police surgeon say?
Well, we checked against his estimated time of death, which was between 7:30 and 8:30 last night. We checked with the train authorities.
Any luck?
And more than that, the fast train from Crewe was travelling along that point at the appropriate time. And what's more, the train attendant says that a woman answering her description was a passenger on it.
Well, I've been looking at the description operations supplied to me. I've got it here.
Yes.
Height 5'8", weight approximately 10 stone, green eyes, auburn hair. You know, there are hundreds of thousands of women who'd answer that description.
Oh, yes, true enough. What you weren't told is that we found her bag since reporting her death. It was found in a thicket just behind the body.
Well, that's interesting. It should help.
It does in one way. There was a ticket from Crewe to London, so she was on the train all right. There's nothing else in her bag that could identify her as a person.
Oh, dear, that's a pity.
If you'll come through, I'll show you.
All right.
There it is. There's the clothing.
Lacerated and torn. Looks rather good quality.
Oh, no question about it. We'll trace the woman through these clothes, if nothing else.
What's that over there? Is that the handbag?
Yes, that's it. Oh, the usual things, you know, lipstick, powder, feminine fripperies, £3.12 in cash.
Anything else that I can use?
Not really. Of course, if you want me
No,
to...
I'll take care of her. I think the first thing to do is have a word with the railway people.
Yes, that ticket was issued yesterday morning at Crewe. I checked with London. They're one ticket short, which means that ticket found in this woman's bag is the one issued for that particular train.
I see, thank you. At what speed would the train be travelling at the point where she was found?
At approximately 75 miles an hour.
Oh, that's a horrible way to die. You received a report from your employees, I take it?
Oh, yes, of course.
Any likelihood of it being an accident?
Inspector, when a train is travelling at such a speed, a person will have great difficulty in opening the door against the wind. She either committed suicide or was pushed out, but not to be caused by an unfortunate accident.
Thank you. Oh, we're having one of our artists create what they think the woman looked like before her face was so badly disfigured. The copies of this picture will be in your office within an hour. I'd be grateful if members of the crew, ticket collectors and so on were asked to identify her.
Well, naturally, Inspector, the railway administration will do all it can to assist you in your investigation.
However, the response from the artist's impression of the picture was of little help as far as tracing the woman was concerned. While she was unrecognized, no one could give us any information that would assist us in learning her identity or what happened on the train to cause this unknown woman to be found dead by a railway embankment. However, the artist did not draw his picture in vain. Carr speaking.
Operations here, Inspector.
Ah, what have you got for me?
A woman found on railway line, identified from picture as a Mrs. Nancy Fordley, 32 Half Moon Street, Crewe. Divorced, one child.
Right, Ops.
Very good, sir. Shall I organise transport?
Yes, please. By the time I'd reached Crewe, my local colleagues had all the information I required. The husband of the dead woman was a Mr. Michael Fordley. I was driven to his place of employment. He rose from his office seat, a tall, slightly stooping figure, somewhat balding, with eyes that had a gentle look about them. Gentle and sad. Please, don't get up. I'm sorry to trouble you at your place of employment, but time is of the essence.
Yeah, I understand. When Sergeant Henderson came to tell me about it, I couldn't believe it. I haven't told Gertrude. Inspector, I don't know what to do.
Oh, at 6 years of age, the shock won't be too much for her.
Poor little Gertie. Perhaps they'll give me custody. She's at boarding school, 4 miles from here.
Did you continue to see your ex-wife?
Oh, yes. Not by design. Crewe may be the railway junction for England, but to us locals, it's just a village. We were always bumping into each other.
When did you see her last?
Oh, no more than 7 or 8 days ago. I ran into her in a pub.
So I understand. You were heard to threaten your ex-wife.
Oh, she promised I could see my daughter regularly. She was trying to turn Gertrude against me.
According to the local police, she lived rather well. I suppose you were paying her alimony.
Yes, but I'm not exactly overpaid as chief clerk by Crewe Engineering Works. She couldn't have lived on what I paid her.
What am I to make of that?
Inspector Carr, I expect you to make of it what you will. You're a man of the world.
You mean men?
I mean just that.
Well, there is a very remote possibility of suicide. Was she in any kind of trouble, do you know?
Nancy, suicide? The idea's ridiculous.
Mr. Fordley, had your ex-wife any special man friend?
I don't know if special is the right word to use, Inspector. But the whole of Crewe knows that Norman Simmons was, shall we say, her protector.
Norman Simmons, thank you. Oh, do you know his address?
You must be joking, Inspector Carr. Didn't you notice as you drove down the street, Simmons Land Development Company and Simmons Garage?
Oh, I get the message, Mr. Fordley. Oh, I must ask you this. Why did Mrs. Fordley divorce you? You see, I had to look into your background.
I let her divorce me because she asked me to. It's as simple as that. I knew that she'd fallen out of love with me, kept telling me that our marriage was a mistake, so it was no good hanging on to her. I gave her grounds for divorce. Perhaps I was weak. Shouldn't have let her go. You may as well know it, Inspector, I haven't got over it yet. And that's why this has come as such a shock. You see, deep down in my heart, I always felt there was a chance that we might get together again.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. I know it's silly. But somehow the fact that she was killed whilst we were divorced makes it harder to bear. I suppose you think I'm talking nonsense.
No, I don't think you're talking nonsense. I understand perfectly. Mr. Norman Simmons, you say? Norman Simmons proved to be the antithesis of the bereaved ex-husband. Where Fordley was sad and beaten, Simmons' personality was the epitome of a good-looking, successful businessman whom life had gazed upon with a kindly eye. Particularly in stark contrast was his bouncy cheerfulness.
Well, well, the famous modern Sherlock Holmes has descended upon us. We're indeed honoured. Welcome to Crewe, Inspector.
Thank you. No doubt you were expecting me.
Aye? Why should I, Inspector?
A close friend of yours is found dead by a railway embankment. Her identity has become known, causing the entire community of Crewe to be seething with speculation and excitement and gossip linking her name with yours, Mr. Simmons.
Only mine?
Frankly, Mr. Simmons, your name seems to be more prominent than the others.
They're wrong. I now prefer fast motor cars to fast women. I got disenchanted with Nancy Fordley months ago. You've been described as the famous sleuth of the murder squad, but there's been no mention in the paper that murder had been committed. Was she murdered?
That's what I'm trying to find out. Most of the medical evidence suggests it was a case of murder. Have you any idea why or who?
No, not as a fact, but if you want me to hazard a guess, I'd say that if any man had reason to push her off the train, it was her ex-husband.
Why do you say that?
Well, I suppose you've been to see him. I should imagine the reason would be all too apparent. She drove him into the ground. It's these weak, pitiful men who turn out to be killers, or so my storybooks tell me.
You shouldn't believe all you read, Mr. Simmons, and by the same token, a good detective never believes everything he hears. For instance, local gossip has hinted that you were the cause of their marriage breakup. That she was in love with you then.
Oh, that's what she told him. Nancy pretended to be in love with me because she'd outgrown the poor sap. Our affair was over long before then.
When did you last travel to London by train, Mr. Simmons?
Oh, come off it, Inspector. She and I had some fun together, and that was that. I haven't travelled by train to London for over a week. If you're looking to me as a possible suspect, you're wasting your time. Why don't you check? Every booking clerk, railway porter knows my face.
Of course, Norman Simmons' attitude was just a little too forced to be true. His ebullience and overconfidence was meant to impress me with what? His devil-may-care attitude to life, his innocence. I decided to spend some time with one of the most fruitful sources of information, the landlord of the local hostelry.
Oh, it's a terrible business. But she had it coming to her, did Nancy Fordley. Why, she used to carry on in a pub sometimes, making fun of poor Mike, as the ex-husband, And
what about Simmons?
Oh, I think she made a match there. If you ask me, he was the only man she really went overboard for. I don't think it was money either. Ruthless swine is Simmons. He certainly got away with the women. Oh, yes.
And who was Mrs. Fordley's current boyfriend?
It's a funny thing. She didn't seem to go about with one of the locals lately. Wait a minute.
Yes, what have you thought of?
Yeah, some months ago, she asked me if I knew a district called Herne Hill, seeing as how I come from London originally.
Thank you. Thank you, landlord. I think that explains something. I think I'll have another word with the station master.
Went up to London quite a lot, she did, almost every week.
When did she return?
Oh, I couldn't tell you exactly, but I know this. She was always there for the weekends. Used to bring her daughter home from boarding school.
I see. Well, what about a suitcase? Did she used to come onto the railway platform with a suitcase?
Oh, I couldn't tell you that. Not the sort of thing anyone would notice, is it?
No, I don't suppose it is. Oh, how far am I from Half Moon Street?
Oh, it's not more than 3 minutes' walk from here.
Using a skeleton key, I entered the tiny terraced house occupied by the now dead woman. Whatever her morals, no one could question her pride in her house. It was spotlessly clean, and in the room that she would describe as her parlor was a framed portrait of her daughter, a smiling, happy little child. Upstairs, the bedroom gave an appearance of neatness. With the inevitable feeling of distaste, I went through her private effects. There was little of value. No love or threatening letters. No diary to reveal her reasons for the frequent trips to London. And then I came across a receipt, which was to save us many hours of questioning. Yes?
Operations here, Inspector. The receipt for 6 months' rent at Langley Flats is in the name of Oliver Danbury.
Yes?
Married, 3 children, owns the Danbury garage at Norwood.
Married, 3 children,
That's it.
Things are hotting up. Thanks, Ops.
About that suitcase.
Tell the lost property office not to bother. There wasn't a suitcase. Mrs. Fordley had a dual establishment. That's why she could stay overnight in London without having to take any accessories with her. Get X-Branch to find out whether Danbury was away from work at the time she was killed, whether he'd taken a train going north. He's obviously suspect number one.
Very good, sir.
I think I'll be a little kind to the man. I'll question him at the garage. Mr. Danbury, I'm inquiring into the death of a Mrs. Nancy Fordley.
I wondered when the police would be on to me.
Why do you say on to you?
As soon as I saw that artist drawing in the paper, I knew that my life was over.
Because you killed her?
Because I what? You don't think I pushed her off the train?
How do you know she fell from the train?
Well, because I always go round to her flat. She never turned up. I wondered what had happened, and then 2 days later I saw that drawing of her in the paper.
When we published the artist's impression in the newspapers, we did not know her identity. Why didn't you come forward?
Well, it said that the police, that you people were anxious for information concerning her identity. I hadn't got the guts. I was afraid my wife would find out what had been going on.
What do you mean, going on? Were you in love with Mrs. Fordley?
I hated her.
Hated her? Yet you paid the rent for her flat in Herne Hill. I've been going through her bank book. She's been getting regular remittances. Weren't they from you?
Yeah, I kept her. You won't understand this. I didn't love her, I hated her, and yet I wanted her. I couldn't get her out of my system.
Was she blackmailing you, Mr. Danbury?
Sometimes. Sometimes I'd tell her to go away. It was a torment. I know I've been weak. I've been unfaithful to my wife, and I loved her. I've got three wonderful kids. Every time I see begging with my little finger, I'd be running out. Oh, excuse me.
Were you on that train?
No, Inspector.
Where were you between 7:30 and 8:30 on Tuesday night?
I was having supper with my wife and kids. Please, does my wife have to know?
Mr. Danbury, I'm not concerned with your morals, nor with your domestic relationship. If I find it necessary to check on your alibi with your wife, I'll do so. Despite my threat, my suspicions concerning Oliver Danbury began to fade. It seemed extremely unlikely that he would travel all the way to Crewe, book a ticket back to London, and board the train in search of his mistress in order to kill her. And so I was back to square one. And then I remembered something that I should have taken into consideration from the very beginning. Cursing myself for being such a thick-headed fool, I started from scratch.
Yes, sir.
Put me through to Ops.
Going through. Operations, sir.
Oh, Carr speaking. Get through to Crewe. Tell them I strongly suspect Norman Simmons of killing Nancy Fordley. I don't believe she was on that train at all. But me no buts. Now, there's a good chap. We've got all our times wrong. She was killed between 7 and 8:30, but that doesn't mean that she was murdered at the spot where she was found. In the meantime, I have another word with Mr. Danbury. Ah, Mr. Danbury, I want to... Relax, old boy, relax. You're off my list of suspects.
Oh, thank heaven. It wasn't for myself.
I haven't time for your unctuous self-pity. You deserve the shock you've got. Now, here are some amounts. These paying-in slips were taken from the Herne Hill flat. There's one here for £100. Did you ever give her £100 in one sum?
£100? Of course not. I mean, I'm not that rich.
Significantly, it was in cash. Someone was being blackmailed. She seemed quite a character, did Mrs. Fordley.
And to think
yes,
that I was...
my friend, if you'd carried on your relationship with this woman, you'd have gone one way. Talking about ways, I think I'd better hie me back to Crewe. I don't think I've ever seen so many passengers, Station Master.
Not surprising, Inspector. This is the main railway junction. You might call this the nerve centre of the railway system.
You remember I asked you if you were able to recognize Mrs. Fordley as being one of the passengers? You said yes, but you didn't sound very sure.
Well,
She usually caught that train to London, eh?
Yes.
But you're not sure, are you?
Well, Inspector, that's the fast train to London. Carried over 800 passengers. It's the longest train in operation, and
I don't feel too badly, Station Master. According to her description, there was nothing outstanding. In fact, I remembered saying at the time many women were of that height, weight, and colouring.
Well, thank you for letting me off the hook.
Before we were able to identify Mrs. Fordley, one of our artists made an impression of her face, which was terribly disfigured. Did you see it in the paper?
Yes.
Now, when you looked at it, did you think that's Mrs. Fordley, who lives in Crewe?
No.
That clinches it, because when this was shown to the guard and the train attendants, they thought they recognized her, because there must have been a dozen women on that train answering to that description. In fact, Mr. Station Master, I'm willing to wager my non-existent bowler hat that Mrs. Fordley was never on that train.
But, Inspector,
all
she was
in
fine.
good time, Station Master. I have a feeling that the answers to all the questions will soon become available. Mr. Simmons, I'm looking for an answer to a vital question. I think you can supply it.
I gave answers to all your questions, Inspector, the last time you were here. Don't tell me you haven't crossed me off your list of suspects.
Mr. Simmons, when it comes to an investigation of murder, we have at our disposal a vast network of machinery.
What do you mean?
I'm trying to suggest that we both can save a great deal of time if you answer my question truthfully. Where were you between the hours of 7:30 and 8:30 last Tuesday night?
I've already told you I wasn't on that train.
That isn't what I asked you, is it?
At home, having a drink.
All the time?
Yes.
You weren't, you know. At 7:40, that super-duper glamorous sports car of yours that you're so proud of was seen by a radio patrolman and by Sergeant Watson of the County Mobile Police to be travelling towards Grantham.
I don't possess the only Loxton sports car in the country.
No, of course you don't. Why didn't you tell me that Mrs. Fordley was blackmailing you? I have a sworn statement from a cashier at the Crewe National Bank that you drew 100 £1 notes from your bank the same day as Mrs. Fordley deposited a like amount in £1 notes.
I don't know what all this is leading to.
Don't you? What a horrible thing to do. Murder's bad enough, but to disfigure the woman's face to make it look as though she fell from a train...
Look here, Inspector. I've stood just about enough from you. Are you charging me with murder? You know that the sports car speeding towards Grantham isn't sufficient grounds for a prosecution. Just because you failed in your investigation, you're trying to make me a stooge, I think is the word.
You should have been a bit more careful, you know. Those wild-growing brambles. Didn't you notice the nick in your jacket?
In my jacket.
And all that soot and dust. Lucky it didn't rain. Perfect footprints. And fancy handling the woman without any gloves.
I didn't mean to. Really, I didn't, Inspector. She came round here, taunted me. Told me that she was on her way to the station. She knew I was going to get engaged as Sir Robert Anderson's daughter. I picked up that brass paperweight. I just went berserk. Then she was dead. A reserved railway seat ticket fell from her pocket. It was then that I had the idea of faking an accidental suicide beside the railway.
All right, come along with me.
Well done, Carr. I might as well tell you that the railway authorities are very relieved. And it turned out to be an accident. The dead woman's executors would have a large claim for damages on behalf of the bereaved daughter. Let's see, she was found dead last Tuesday night, and it's now Friday morning. Quick work.
Quick work, you say? This case would have been solved in 48 hours if you and I had noticed a piece of evidence we'd overlooked. We wouldn't have wasted time questioning porters, station master...
Oh, what was it?
Well, you've gone through the dossier. And you, listeners, were told all the evidence gathered during my investigation. What was it that made me switch suddenly? Remember that I declared that I'd have to get back to square one? You know what it was? We're not sure? Listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you. Well, listeners, what was it? What was it that I had overlooked during the preliminary investigations? It was this. If you remember, we heard that the train was travelling at a speed of 75 miles an hour at the point where the body was found. Yet, Inspector Hudson himself told me...
We found the handbag. It's found in a thicket just behind the body.
Get it now? If a woman is thrown from a train travelling at that speed, A, it's extremely unlikely that she will still be clutching her handbag, and B, in the unlikely event that she did so, the bag would be thrown some hundreds of yards away from the body. Certainly it would not be discovered behind a thicket where the body was found. A foolish mistake on Norman Simmons' part. The moral of the story, Confucius says, fast car with fast woman cause man to lose throttle. Good night.
The epic casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. The epic casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Most of you know the story of the fanatic who shot at Manet because he thought that this famous artist was destroying the true spirit of French painting. When Sir Graham Partridge was killed, it was for totally different reasons. Yet his murder created quite a sensation at the time. I have called it Death Before Exposure. Impossible for any reasonably intelligent newspaper reader not to have heard of the various activities of Sir Graham whilst he was a director of the Osterley Museum. Consequently, when we were informed that his dead body was fished out of the river at Thames Sutton, it came as quite a shock. What's that, Jackson? Sir Graham Partridge?
Ex-branch have just been on the line, sir. Huh? Local police surgeon says although death was by drowning, his lungs were full of water, there was a severe blow at the back of the head. Must have been rendered unconscious and then thrown in. Says Sir Graham must have been dead for at least 14 or 15 hours. And that's all we've got, sir.
All right, Jackson. My compliments to Dr. Macpherson. Ask him if he'll be kind enough to take a look at the body. See whether he agrees with the estimated time of death.
Right, sir.
Wonder why he didn't drown. If that had happened, his body wouldn't have emerged for some days.
I can tell you the reason for that, sir. There's a fast-flowing current all the way from Locksbridge to Sutton Weir.
You're right. That's a distance of some 12 miles. It's more than likely Sir Graham was in the vicinity between those 2 points. See what you can find out.
Right, sir.
Hello.
Operations here, Inspector. Sir Graham Partridge.
Oh, yes, right. Go ahead.
A bachelor, Aylesbury and Balliol, became curator at the Wimburne Gallery.
Yeah, all that's unnecessary, thank you. Other than he's a bachelor, where he's living and who's his next of kin.
Oh, he has a house at 26 Marshall Street, Kensington. Next of kin a brother, living at the Priory of St. Albans.
All right, thank you. Have you notified the brother?
No one's been notified yet, sir.
Good, I'll call at his house. There must be some servants there. That Sir Graham was a man of some means was indicated by the comfortably and artistically furnished house he owned. I was met by a middle-aged man dressed in the waistcoat and dark trousers which constitute the uniform of valets and men servants. I'm sorry to be the harbinger of bad news.
Something wrong with Sir Graham?
Yes, I have to tell you that your employer was found drowned. We suspect murder.
Oh, good heavens. Do you mind if I...
Sit down, of course. That's it. Take it easy. Cigarette?
Don't smoke, thank you, sir. When did this happen?
Well, we can't be sure of the exact time when he was attacked. His body was fished out of the Thames less than an hour ago. And by now his brother will be on his way to identify the body.
Attacked, I can't believe it.
Hit on the head with a blunt instrument. So the Thames Sutton police think. Now, had Sir Graham any enemies, anyone who would want to see him put out of the way?
Oh, no, sir. But of course, there were many who resented his outspoken views on some of the so-called modern art, but to kill him, murder Sir Graham, the idea's preposterous, sir.
You can think of no one who might be a likely suspect?
He used to quarrel violently on matters concerning art, but not as violently as all that. Where is Sir Graham at the moment?
At the Thames Sutton mortuary. And no doubt the body will be removed after he's been formally identified. Do you know anything about Sir Graham's movements? Would he have gone to the museum?
Yes, sir. I know he went to Osterley. He goes every day, except Sundays. He had an appointment with the assistant curator at 10 o'clock this morning.
I see. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to go through his effects. There may be something either in his desk or elsewhere that might give me some sort of lead. But there wasn't. For 2 solid hours I searched diligently, but to little avail. There was a mass of correspondence between Sir Graham and art dealers throughout the world, and rather pathetically, a sheet of notepaper was on the blotting pad of his desk. Obviously the beginnings of an article for some art journal, since he had penned the words,
"One assumes that the readers of this journal, that has done so much to safeguard the reputation of established living painters, are only too well aware of the scandalous fashion of what they are pleased to call cleaning the old masters. Cleaning, indeed, one might as well suggest..."
What the late Sir Graham was going to use as a simile, we shall never know, for there it ended. I wasn't quite sure what I was looking for. Perhaps some secret liaison with a lady, some incident in his past resulting in possible blackmail, a threatening letter. There were none of these things.
It was evident that the gentleman led a full and fruitful life, dedicated to the furtherance of the arts, that he was comfortably well off, and that I would have to seek a lead elsewhere. I decided to call on the assistant curator at the Osterley Museum.
I cannot tell you the loss, the irreparable loss this is. Sir Graham's position was a unique one.
When did you see Sir Graham last?
Yesterday morning. We went over some catalogues together.
And then what happened?
He left here at about 12 o'clock.
And you never saw him again?
No, Inspector, I did not.
Did he have any enemies?
Yes, Inspector. Every charlatan, every slick modernist jumping on the bandwagon. This museum was once the town house of Sir George and Lady Osterley. You may know that they were one of the world's greatest collectors. When Sir George's widow died, she left the house and its artistic contents to the nation. I have been assisting Sir Graham since the first day the museum opened.
How long ago was that?
25 years.
What happens now? Will the trustees appoint you as a director?
I was given the assurance that in the event of Sir Graham retiring or
dying?
Or dying. He was a man in his 70s, you know, Inspector. I would be appointed director.
I see. Now, you say Sir Graham left here at 12 o'clock. Did he tell you where he was going?
No, he did not.
Did he seem worried about anything?
Well, yes. Perhaps worried is the wrong word. He seemed to be in a state of smouldering fury.
Oh? What about?
Oh, I really don't know. I refrained from asking him. I think it had something to do with his property at Alveston. It's a small house. An old couple are living in it, and the town council proposed demolishing the place. They're building a by-road through it. He certainly did seem agitated when he received the letter. In fact, he drove over to Alveston last Thursday. I noticed he was upset about something on Friday morning. Sir Graham was not the sort of man to invite confidences. He mentioned the letter from the town council in order to explain his absence from the museum. He was most meticulous, you know.
And you've no idea where he went when he left the museum yesterday afternoon?
None, Inspector.
What would he be doing in the Thames Valley?
Oh, now I come to think of it, we did have a rather peculiar conversation just before he left. He did mention the Thames.
Oh? Will you please try and remember every word that was passed between you? I assume he came into your office to tell you he was leaving?
Yes, he did precisely that.
Levis. I see you have the new catalogue from Hendricks of Amsterdam.
Yes, sir. They're offering the new Van Holt's.
I'm afraid that our grant of £10,000 a year for purchases wouldn't go very far. I've come in to tell you that I'm off. I have a strange sort of assignation. Promised to be there within the hour or so. Did you read my article this morning on the Tate Gallery's cleaning of the Holbein?
Yes, sir, I did. I thought it was magnificent.
Sheer vandalism. Cleaning the patina of an artistic work is one thing. Now it would appear to be substitution. Oh, but why the Thames? Perhaps the witches need purifying. I'm off. Goodbye, Levis.
Goodbye, sir.
And that's the last you heard of him? What did he mean by all that?
I am as much in the dark as you, Inspector. He frequently made obtuse references to the renovating of the old masters, and I quite agree with him. Do you know the National Gallery have renovated Van Dyck's Last Battle?
No, I didn't. The Thames, he said. A day later, he's fished out of the river. You say he drove over to Alveston. Did he drive his own car?
No. Whenever he went on a long journey requiring a car, he hired one from the Greater London Car Service Limited.
Well, thank you, Mr. Levis. I won't keep you any longer. If you do remember anything that might be of use to us in tracing the killer, we would be grateful. Back at Scotland Yard, I telephoned the car hire people. Yes, they drove a gentleman to Alveston on the day in question, but, more important still, one of their drivers called outside the Osterley Museum for Sir Graham and transported him to Loxbridge. Now we were getting somewhere.
So at the moment, sir, there's only one suspect. This Mr. Levis probably got fed up waiting for Sir Graham to die to become a director, finds out where his boss is going, follows him, bashes him on the head and throws him in the river.
Could be. On the other hand, operations have found out that Sir Graham left his house, the entire contents,
And £500 a year to his manservant, Breens. There's an incentive, if you like. Could be someone we don't know. Some maniac regarding Sir Graham as a reactionary, halting the march of progress. There are plenty of nuts in the world. But why did he go to the Thames? To Loxbridge? Hello? Oh, he is good. Show him in. The driver who took him to Loxbridge is here. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us.
Go through, please.
Oh, thank you. Do come on in. Sit down, won't you? You're Mr. Smart.
Yes, that's right.
We're hoping you can help us concerning the death of Sir Graham Partridge. You did read this afternoon's papers.
Yes, gave me quite a turn, I can tell you. Real gent he was. Always a pleasure to have him as a passenger.
Oh, you've driven Sir Graham before?
Oh, yes, sir. I always go for him. If I wasn't doing anything, that is. He likes to have me. He says I wasn't a speed maniac.
Well, what happened when you drove Sir Graham to Loxbridge? Where did you take him exactly?
Well, that's just it. Shook me in a way. We gets to the crossroad just half a mile before the village.
Pull up here, driver, will you?
Right, sir.
Here, this is pay for your lunch. You can return to London now.
But how are you going to get back, sir? I mean, you've got another half a mile to Loxbridge.
I know. It would appear that shame or conspiracy is second nature to man. However, he promises to ensure that I will receive adequate transport when I wish to return to London.
Are you sure, sir? I don't mind waiting as long as you like.
No, it's his idea, not mine. Thank you, and good day to you.
He got out of the car and went into the woods. It's a short cut to the village. Well, that's all I know.
Was there anyone about?
Not a soul, sir. You see, it's off the main road.
I do see. Now, what about your trip to Alveston? You drove him there on Thursday.
Yes, sir. He has a house there called Pine Lodge.
And did you bring him back?
Yes, sir. Drove him straight to his house.
Well, I won't keep you any longer. Thank you very much, Mr. Smart. I wonder if Pine Lodge can help us. I'll go over and see.
Sir Graham were here last Thursday. Oh, just thought this would happen to him. He came to say how sorry he was about this lodge being pulled down and make way for a road. Well, I told him not to worry, and we managed to get a job at Alveston House. In fact, he went there to look at some pictures.
He did he? Tell me what happened.
Well, when I told him that Mrs. Meadows had offered me a job as gardener at the cottage, Sir Graham, he said, I'd heard she moved into Alveston with her Jorgens.
Jorgens?
Oh, yes, sir. It's a French painter, sir, what went native. Sir Graham told me about it.
You mean Gauguin? All right. And then what happened?
Well, when we're at the...
What?
Well, come and look, Inspector. Alveston House. It's going up in flames.
Jobley and I rushed over to the scene of the fire. Stand back there! Stand back! Try to blaze!
Yes, we'll never save it. Bad luck. This Mrs. Meadows was going to have the entire place done up.
Where is the lady?
Oh, she didn't live here, sir. She was waiting until the place had been done up before she moved in.
I understand it was a valuable collection of paintings.
So they say in the village. They'll be burned to a cinder by this time.
There was little I could do at the fire. Yet the dramatic scene, the flames seeming to reach for the sky, shooting sparks and crackling wood, creating a sort of symphony of destruction, helped me to clarify my thoughts. A pattern was clearly emerging. We went back to the lodge, where I resumed my questioning of Jobley.
Here I am talking about a new job that seems to have gone up in smoke in more ways than one.
Oh, I don't know. It's more than likely that the owner will rebuild. Tell me something, Mr. Jobley. You said that Sir Graham Partridge went to look at some pictures.
That's right, sir, over at Alveston House. When I told the old gentleman that me and my missus was fixed up with a lady who was taking over the house, he said, that's a relief.
That's a relief. Had you not found alternative accommodation, Jobley, I would have resisted every move the road planners would make until they found you alternative accommodation. Still, I'm sorry to see the cottage being pulled down. In my youth, this was the lodge to Elveston House, and where all those shops are were farms and fields. Oh, times have changed.
I'm old enough to remember that, sir. Still, it'll be nice to have the house occupied again. It's been empty for 10 years. I thought they were going to pull it down.
I read that this Mrs. Meadows has moved into the house with her Gauguins. Perhaps I ought to pay a call. I would love to see them. They are two priceless paintings.
Oh, she's not there, sir. She's in London. As a matter of fact, Look, sir, I've got to go over to the house. I've got the key. Why don't you come with me? Madam's expecting back later this afternoon. I'm sure she'd like to show you the paintings. Well, we went over to the house. I thought I'd get the place ready for Mrs. Meadows.
Oh, no wonder the lady wishes the house restored before she moves in. Well, I suppose the paintings will be through there.
Yeah, that's right, sir. Here they are.
Oh, what is this?
Ah, Jobley. With the door open, I thought you'd be here. Oh, I didn't expect visitors.
Well, I thought you wouldn't mind, ma'am. This gentleman's very interested in paintings. Sir Graham Partridge.
Partridge?
I hope you do not regard this as an intrusion, madam, but you see, I was in the district and, well, Jobley is my tenant at the lodge. I'd heard of your Gauguins, of course. Took the liberty
Oh,
of...
please don't apologize. As you can see, I've had them cleaned. A great improvement, don't you think?
Madam, you cannot improve on the originals. Well, thank you. I have a long journey back to London. The car is waiting.
We turned on his heels and walked out. I've never seen the old gentleman so upset. I never saw him again.
He was upset, was he? Who is responsible for the sale of the house?
Oh, Mr. Potter, he's the house agent. He's just around the corner.
I see. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Jobley. Your information is invaluable. I hope Mr. Potter proves equally fruitful.
Mrs. Meadows was about to embark on alterations. Now this fire takes place.
I see. You think she'll be out of pocket because of this fire?
Yes, I do. She paid £8,000 for the house. The furniture must have been worth at least 600 more.
But what about the paintings?
Oh, I'm afraid I don't know anything about that. Assume they'll be covered by her own insurance brokers.
Have you Mrs. Meadows' present address?
Oh, yes, indeed. She's still living in her town flat, waiting for Elveston House to be made ready. What an awful thing this fire is. I wonder what caused it. Oh, we want an address, of course. It's Carlton Towers, number 26 off Sloane Square.
The fire must be a great shock to you, Mrs. Meadows.
Oh, I don't mind the house so much. It was going to be completely changed anyway. But those precious Gauguins...
The fire chief tells me that everything was reduced to rubble.
Yes, I'm still stunned.
Well, there were 3 Gauguins, were there not? They must have been worth a lot of money.
No, it isn't the money. They were fully insured.
Yes, ma'am. I had a word with the insurance company to the tune of £182,000.
Do you know that when my late husband's father bought those Gauguins, he got them for less than £100 each?
Fantastic. And the insurance company also says that had they known that you were moving the paintings from this flat to Elveston, they would have insisted on some special clause.
What clause? I've gone into the insurance thoroughly. The phrase is that the owner takes every responsible precaution. That I've done. They're not trying to wangle out of it, are they?
No. They told me that they will have to meet the claim.
Ah.
Tell me, Mrs. Meadows, who cleaned those paintings for you?
What? What do you mean?
Oh, surely, ma'am, you had those paintings restored, I believe is the word. A highly technical job. Which art gallery did it for you?
It wasn't a gallery. A well-known picture restorer.
Oh, may I ask his name?
Why? Do you think there was something wrong with the fire?
Ma'am, that's not my department. Murder is. I'm investigating the death of Sir Graham Partridge. You met him, I believe.
Did he tell you I'd had them cleaned? Well, why have you really come here?
The man was rendered unconscious and thrown into the Thames. It is my duty to question all those who may throw some light on the matter.
Light? Well, what made you think that?
At the moment, I'm not thinking at all, ma'am. I'm like a sponge, absorbing all I can. Somehow I think that your fire, the paintings, and this man's death are all linked together. Thank you, ma'am. I won't bother you any more for the moment.
You think she knows something about the murder, sir?
Not sure, Jackson. But if my guess is right, we'll soon know. Okay, here we are. Jenkins, anything come through yet? Has she tried to telephone?
Oh, not yet, sir.
I'll keep listening. If she doesn't try to communicate with somebody soon, we've done Mrs. Meadows an injustice.
Well, our telephone's dialing now, sir. Oh, it's through.
Give it to me. Less than half a mile from Mrs. Meadows' flat was this mobile van belonging to our communications division of New Scotland Yard. It could well be that Mrs. Meadows herself was so ignorant of matters concerning the visual arts that she was innocent of any criminal conspiracy. On the other hand, her telephone was endeavoring to communicate with someone. Who was this someone? We were soon to learn.
Hello, Art Restorations Limited speaking.
Oh, Victor, this is Susan. Something terrible has happened.
Terrible? What do you mean?
A detective from Scotland Yard has just been here. He's been asking all sorts of questions.
Questions? What questions?
About the fire, about the paintings, about Partridge's death.
Partridge? What did you tell him? Susan, what have you said?
Nothing, darling, nothing, I promise you. It's all right. He thinks the paintings were clean, but you better get them out of the studio quickly.
Scotland Yard? That's bad. Listen, get the car and drive to the studios as soon as you can. We've got to get these paintings out of the country quick. But don't waste time. They'll trace you to me in a matter of hours.
That's enough. Jackson.
Yes, sir?
Get through to operations. Wherever Art Restorations Limited is, I want the place surrounded at once. Hey, you. You in direct contact with Central?
Yes, sir.
All right, Jackson, do your stuff.
All right, sir.
An old insurance trick, substituting a masterpiece worth untold thousands with a fake, and then destroying the fake in a fire. Sad that there are connoisseurs and collectors who will pay anything for such treasures with no questions asked. I knew that the insurance company would bless us for saving them nearly £200,000. Whether we recovered the originals or not, arson could be proved. But could I prove murder?
Well, Jackson, you've got the place under observation from every corner, sir. Mrs. Meadows has just gone in. Oh, look, sir. There she comes now. They're carrying something.
Come on with me. Mr. Victor Denwood.
Yes, I can't.
I'll take possession of those if you don't mind.
How dare you? This is my property.
Victor Denwood, Susan Meadows, I'm arresting you both on suspicion of having murdered one Graham Partridge.
Listen to me, Inspector. I had nothing to do with the killing. I swear I didn't. When I told Victor that Sir Graham saw the fakes, he decided to get him out of the way before he could inform on us.
You lying slut! It was your idea, getting him out of the way. Who phoned to make an appointment to meet at Loxbridge Woods? You got him there. I never met him.
And so they went on, accusing each other. It all came out at the trial, how Mrs. Meadows struck up a friendship with Victor Denwood after her husband's death. How they conceived a plan of buying a derelict house and burning it down after substituting the old masters with some fakes. It was Mrs. Meadows who phoned Sir Graham, saying that she would like to discuss the question of the paintings with him, as she felt she had been deceived. Once he got to the rendezvous, her boyfriend hit him on the head and tipped him into the river. You will have observed quite early in my investigation, I was convinced that there was a close link between Alveston and Sir Graham's murder. He himself supplied the clue. Do you remember what it was? What was it that supplied the link between the death of Sir Graham and the paintings? It was this. If you remember, Bernard Levis, Sir Graham's assistant at the museum, related this conversation. Sir Graham asked the curator,
"Did you read this morning my article on the Tate Gallery's cleaning of the Holbein?"
Yes, sir, I did. I thought it was magnificent.
Sheer vandalism. Cleaning the patina of an artistic work is one thing. Now it would appear to be substitution. Oh, well, but why the Thames? Perhaps the witches need purifying.
There it was. A clear hint that the old gentleman was concerned not only with the cleaning of old masters, but of substitution. There was also the distinct hint that more than one person was involved. So another case was tied up, and the moral of this story: should picture fakers upset your liver, never, but never go near a river.
The epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook. The Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Tonight, you'll hear a dramatic account of the successful investigation into the murder of a 54-year-old bank superintendent named Derek Badley. I say successful because it led to the apprehension of the culprit and the prisoner appearing at the Old Bailey at a trial presided over by Lord Chief Justice Avery. Now, you may wonder why I find it necessary to mention the judge's name. Well, he makes reference to the trial in his autobiography, published some years ago, and so, starting to reread the relative paragraph, I went on to reread the rest of the book, which brings me to the point that those reaching such eminence as becoming a Lord Chief Justice should not write their own story, not for lack of literary skill, far from it, but because someone like Avery is bound to devote a great deal of space to the judiciary at the expense of the humanities. And the judge was, above all else, an intensely shrewd and compassionate observer of the human scene. However, let's get back to the story, which I've called Death Has No Pain. London was experiencing a heat wave at the time when the ever-vigilant operations telephoned that the services of the murder squad were required. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, sir.
Call has just come through from 27 Langley Street, Surbiton, sir. Man found shot through the head.
Oh, dear. Never stops, does it, Ops? Name, who found him?
The dead man was named Derek Badley, sir. Well known to the Surbiton manor, highly thought of in the district. Found dead by his wife. She telephone controlled at exactly 8:22 a.m.
What's time now, Ops?
8:27, sir.
Oh, exactly 5 minutes ago.
Yes, sir.
Oh, fair enough. Oh, did she phone the local boys or emergency?
The local, sir, not 999.
I wondered how you managed to get the man's identity so soon.
Yes, sir. Seeing she dialed the local station, who got in touch with control immediately, they've sent down their own man, sir.
What do you mean by own man?
Their own surgeon, sir. Name of Dr. Sampson, sir.
Oh, right. Well, get through to Surbiton, tell him I'm on my way. Oh, my compliments to this Dr. Sampson. I'd be glad if he stays with the body till I arrive.
Here they are, sir. 27 Langley Street.
Oh, no ghoulish spectators, I see, thank goodness. Seems as though the news hasn't percolated through to the locals yet. All right, driver. No need to wait. I'll telephone the yard and require transport.
Right, sir.
Chief Inspector Carr, sir.
Yes, that's right.
Sergeant Woods, M Division, sir.
That's a nasty business, Woods. Do you have many murders in Surbiton?
First one in 5 years, sir. I knew Mr. Badley very well. Nice gentleman you could wish to meet.
No doubt about his being dead, I suppose.
None at all, sir. As you'll see when you get inside, the bullet went right through the poor gentleman's head and right through the window.
The window, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, 2 shots were fired. It looks as though the killer missed the first time.
2 shots, you say?
Yes, sir. That's what's most mystifying, sir.
Huh? Why?
Well, sir, as you'll see when you go inside, there's a distinct hole on the lower window, and there's another hole where the bullet went through the upper window pane. Quite incredible, really, sir.
Why incredible, Sergeant?
Well, sir, there's no doubt about the murder weapon. It's an American Army issue, 45. It's lying right near the body.
2 shots, you say, and only 1 bullet. Odd indeed. All right, let's go in. The sergeant led the way as we walked along a short and narrow path, flanked on either side by what Londoners good-naturedly call pocket handkerchief gardens. They were typical of the average middle-class suburban horticultural scene. Every single square inch of soil was utilized. Antirrhinums, daisies, dahlias, petunias, marigolds, nasturtiums, and goldenrod. Nothing in profusion, but the sum total was wholly delightful. As we got to the front door, we were met by a woman in her middle 30s. A woman torn not only with grief, but fear.
Oh, Mrs. Badley, this is Chief Inspector Carr of the Murder Squad.
I can't believe it. Why? Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry. Do come in. The doctor's in there.
Oh, that's Dr. Sampson of Research, Inspector. The body is in the poor gentleman's study.
And where is the study?
Upstairs on the first floor.
I see that you telephoned the police at exactly 8:22. It's about half an hour ago.
Yes, I could see that Derek was dead. Oh, I feel so guilty.
Why do you feel guilty, Mrs. Badley?
I should never have left him.
Left him? Were you not here last night?
No. Had I been here, this wouldn't have happened.
Chief Inspector Carr, you won't remember me, but I gave medical evidence in the Munro case. The name is Sampson.
Oh, yes, I do remember. I wish we'd met under more pleasant circumstances. Oh, dear. This was occasioned by the sight which met my eyes as I walked into the room that had been converted into a kind of study. Lying face upwards on the carpeted floor was a man in his 50s. A neat hole in his temple told only too clearly the cause of his demise. Alongside the wall, beneath the window, was a modern desk upon which rested numerous documents. Most of them carried the legend, London and Metropolitan Bank. By the body was a .45. Because of the closed windows, there was a distinct trace of cordite in the insufferably stuffy atmosphere. Oh, it's hot. Don't you think we ought to lift the window open?
I suggested it, but the worthy police sergeant, quite right, vetoed the idea.
Well, look, sir, there's a distinct bullet hole in the lower pane, and there's another bullet hole in the upper pane.
A significance that you didn't want destroyed before my arrival?
Yes, sir. I was careful not to smudge any fingerprints, sir, but I've examined this gun. There's no doubt it's the murder weapon. Where's the other bullet? 2 bullets were fired, but only one from this gun. I mean, it's not as though it ricocheted. There are 2 distinct bullet holes. A bullet went through the lower window, and a bullet went through the upper window.
No doubt about that. Oh, well, we'll look for the bullet later.
And what is worrying Sergeant Woods is that there appears to be 1 bullet fired from the gun.
Can't you... Does poor Derek have to lie
I told
there?
you, darling, that body can't be moved. It's all right, Chief Inspector Carr. You're likely to find out in a matter of minutes that Mrs. Badley, did not spend the night in this house. Had it not been for the fact that the gun is some distance from the body and that the bullet or bullets went right through poor Derek's head, even through the window pane, I'd have thought he'd committed suicide.
Neville.
It's no good, dear. I'm not just an ordinary doctor. I'm a police surgeon, and within an hour of Chief Inspector Carr commencing his investigations, you and I would have been top of the list of suspects anyway.
The wrist's cold. What's the estimated time of death?
I'd say he'd been dead between 8 and 10 hours.
I see, thank you. Now, you, Mrs. Badley, telephoned the police at 8:20 odd. You're saying, are you not, Doctor, that this unfortunate gentleman was shot between 10 and 12 last night?
Yes, I am.
Mrs. Badley, who was on the premises at that time last night? Other than your husband, I mean.
No one.
Not you?
No, you see,
Louise, I suggest you say nothing more until you talk to Mr. Smithers.
And who is Mr. Smithers?
A solicitor, but I've got nothing to hide. I didn't shoot my husband. We quarreled, but I wouldn't do this to him. He laughed when I said so, but I loved him, even though I wanted to leave him. But I still had a kind of love for him. Well, don't look at me like that, Inspector. It's true. It's true.
Now, you can see Mrs. Badley's overwrought. Couldn't she make her statement later?
I'm afraid not, Doctor. Time is of the essence. Now, who owns that gun, Mrs. Badley? You or your husband?
I've never seen it before.
Sergeant, were the Badleys licensed for the possession of firearms?
No, sir. I've taken the number of the gun.
Good. When did you see your husband last?
At about 8 o'clock last night. We'd just finished dinner.
More coffee, dear?
Well, that's a good idea. In fact, you better make a fresh pot. Helps keep me awake.
Awake? What do you mean?
I've got about 3 hours of checking to do. The 5 branches, reconciliations have to be looked at. Head office want my report tomorrow morning.
What are you talking about? We spoke about it this morning. We're going to the Powells. We agreed to eat here because of your special diet, but it's their 15th anniversary. Besides, Neville will be here in a minute.
I'm too busy. I must get these papers out. And don't tell me that you're heartbroken at the prospect of being escorted by Dr. Neville Sampson. After all, isn't he the man who has caused you to forget your marriage vows?
You know as well as I do that Neville has given you absolutely no grounds for...
No grounds? That's a joke. You've both been careful because he's afraid he'll get struck off the medical register. I've told you once, I tell you again. You leave me and lover boy is ruined. Now, you better push off. He's waiting.
I think I ought to tell you, Carr, that I advised Louise to tell you every word she exchanged with her husband.
Because modern buildings have thin walls and your neighbours might have heard it in any case?
Because if you found out later, it would make the situation seem even more suspect.
I see. Sergeant Woods?
Sir?
Open the window. It's frightfully hot in here.
Right, sir.
Sergeant, take that constable acting as sentry. Go outside and case the garden at the back. Whatever the velocity of the gun and bullet, the bullet couldn't have travelled all that distance. Should be somewhere in the rear of the house.
Very good, sir.
All right, you two. Now that I've got rid of the sergeant, who's a local man and known to you both, I want the full and complete story.
I've told you.
Doctor, you escorted Mrs. Badley to the function?
Yes, I did.
That was what time?
About 8:30.
Did you bring Mrs. Badley back to the house?
If you think...
Please, Louise. The officer's only doing his job. No, I did not.
Why?
We quarrelled at the party. Louise, you shouldn't have told Derek everything. I am not going to be cited as co-respondent. It would ruin me professionally.
You weren't talking like that 3 months ago. I love you, Louise. If you were not married, I'd sweep you off your feet. Also, I took you at your word. I told Derek to unmarry me. Don't tell me you're backing out now. What happens? Do I have to wait for Derek to die before you pop the question?
I gazed at the doctor with a look of surprise. Mrs. Badley with horror. What was his motive in telling me in such graphic detail a conversation no one else would have known about, and, if true, highly incriminating as far as the bereaved woman was concerned? I see. Well, what happened then?
I'll tell you what. The gallant doctor just walked out and left me to my own devices. I slept that night in the guest room.
And then?
I came back here this morning to tell my husband that lover boy has feet of clay and that I've been a fool. I was going to ask Derek to forgive me, but I realized that he was worth 10 of your police surgeons. I opened the front door expecting to see Derek in the kitchen. That's where we normally have our breakfast. The house seemed so silent. I suddenly became afraid. I went into the bedroom, and he wasn't there.
Was the bed unmade? Did it look as though it had been slept in?
No, it hadn't been slept in. And then I became really frightened. I rushed in here and saw this. But I didn't shoot Derek. Really, I didn't.
Have you any idea who did?
Well, not Neville Sampson. So long as Derek was arrived, he could just talk, not do. He didn't want Derek dead because he doesn't want to marry me. Do you, my darling heartthrob?
If you need me, I shall be at my rooms. I shall see that you get a medical report within the hour. I didn't realize you felt this way about me, Louise. It's not good day. It's goodbye.
Do you mind if I use your telephone?
Please do.
Okay.
Operations.
Carr here, Ops. Speaking from Langley Street.
Yes, sir?
I want the backgrounds of Mr. and Mrs. Badley and Dr. Neville Sampson.
But he's the local police surgeon, sir.
Yes, I know. I want the body removed to our mortuary, and I'd like Dr. McPherson to take a look at the corpse. It's more than likely that the bullet passed right through the head and out of the window, as Dr. Sampson says, but I'd like our senior police surgeon to take a look for reasons which I'll explain later.
Very good, sir.
Now, I want to know whether Badley left a will and who benefits. Oh, and we're sending over to ballistics the murder weapon. It may tell us something, although there's a clear marking. It's American Army issue, all right?
Right, sir. Shall be done.
Her husband's will? That's a joke. What do you think a bank superintendent gets?
No insurance?
10,000. I don't think I'd commit a murder for that.
Are you the main beneficiary?
I think so. Unless he changed his will after I told him I was in love with that cowardly Neville Sampson.
Have you ever handled a gun?
Never. Neither did my husband.
What about Dr. Sampson?
I never heard of him having a gun. Just can't understand it, but all I know is that I didn't shoot Derek. Really, I didn't. I never left the house until I returned this morning.
By a house, you mean your friend's place?
Yes, you can ask them.
Oh, that'll be the ambulance and the print man. I suggest you go and lie down, Mrs. Badley. I'm going to take a look round. Well, Sergeant, any signs of breaking and entering?
None, sir. Whoever came into this house last night came in by the front door. Look at those windows still, sir, all newly painted, and that drain pipe is full of dirt and rust. They couldn't climb in and then clean everything up after them.
That's fair enough. But why the gleam in your eye?
This, sir, a bullet.
Oh, good man. Where'd you find that?
Oh, about half an hour ago, sir. Lying in the grass over there.
Half an hour? Well, why didn't you bring it in at once?
Well, I've been looking for the other bullet. One went through poor Mr. Badley's head and through the window pane. The first shot must have been fired wide and crashed through the upper pane of glass in the upper window. What is it, sir?
Oh, something worrying me. Look, I think I'll go and have a word with the dead man's immediate superior.
Absolutely unbelievable. But why? Was he robbed?
No, sir. From what I've managed to gather, nothing's been taken from the house. Now, you were his general manager. There's always the possibility that a bank superintendent might have come across something wrong in somebody's books, a dishonest cashier, a check.
There's only to go on, Inspector. If you think that Derek Badley was shot dead by somebody who feared exposure, you're very much mistaken. We're in July. Nothing of that nature is undertaken other than during the months of May and November. If we have got a crook on the staff of one of our branches, the local manager might find out, but not Badley.
I understand from his wife he was working on what she called reconciliation.
Yes, Badley was. It's got nothing to do with audits or an analysis of individual books. It merely means summarizing various objectives set out by individual branch managers for the half-yearly annual general meetings.
So you don't think that the killer could be an employee silencing his superintendent by shooting him to death?
No. As I said before, it wasn't Derek Badley's function at this time of the year. You look disappointed, Inspector.
Well, it was a possible motive. Do you know Mrs. Badley well? Do you know her socially?
Well, we all belong to the Kingston and Surbiton Social Club. There was a bit of gossip about her and Dr. Sampson, but I can't see either of these committing murder.
One never sees anyone committing murder until the surprising act occurs. Certainly a skilled medical practitioner would not resort to such a clumsy way of destroying human life. Much more sophisticated methods than that.
And Mrs. Badley?
Our own senior police surgeon confirms Dr. Sampson's diagnosis. Badley was shot between 10 p.m. and midnight. There are at least 10 people who will corroborate her statement that she was at the house where the party was being held at that time, and her host says that she retired to the guest room at about 1:45. So she's in the clear. Well, thank you, Mr. Murray. If you do think of anything, you can always get me at the yard. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, officer.
X-Branch reports that Dr. Sampson's servant confirms that he returned home at 10 minutes past 10. She's his housekeeper, and says that she saw the car driven into the garage, looked out of the window, and saw the doctor close the garage door and walk into the house.
10 minutes to 10, you say?
Sir?
Well, he could have sneaked out of the house again, but I don't think he's our man. All too clumsy a murder for a police surgeon to indulge in. I wonder he was on the Badley front. What do we know about the dead man?
Been married for 12 years, sir. No children, no financial worries. Highly thought of in the neighbourhood.
Yes, yet he let somebody into his house who puts a .45 bullet right through his head. I don't know, perhaps it was the doctor. Perhaps this exchange of heated words between Mrs. Badley and he was a charade for my benefit. It wasn't robbery, but then what was the motive?
Sir, you don't think there was some other lover boy?
Could be, Hobbs, could well be. No, this is merely groping in the dark. Somebody had a motive for killing him and leaves the murder weapon for all to see. Of course, what an idiot. There was I looking for a lead and it's staring at me.
Why, sure, Chief Inspector. We were able to trace this gun within 3 hours. It was issued to Private Hank Gadsby of the 23rd 4th Division at our camp in Byfleet. Our MPs picked him up outside one of your public houses called the Duchess of Warwick. 3 parts shot to the wind. He was without his gun, minus his webbing, and ready to fight the entire U.S. Army.
What happened to him?
He was serving 12 months detention.
When did this happen?
That's all here 4 months ago on April 3rd.
Now, listen, Mr. Gadsby. I have nothing to do with the military, but this is your gun?
Sure it's my gun. That was crazy. You know, I've been in a dozen joints that night. Somebody must have slipped me a Mickey Finn.
Nobody could have taken that gun out of your holster. You did flog it, didn't you? Look, please, Mr. Gadsby, you're serving your punishment. You're not on trial now, and a decent man has been shot dead with it.
You're kidding.
No, I promise you I'm not. So, you were under the influence, as they say. You had no more money for drink. Now, please try and remember. I give you my word, you won't be involved.
You say a guy was murdered?
Yes. If I can find out what happened to your gun...
I don't know. Yes, I do. Had the answer to at the court-martial, it would have made it worse for myself. I was in this gaming joint.
Can you remember the name of it?
No, I can't. No, wait a minute. We went over Chelsea Bridge, and then we came to a kind of power station. And a few yards down on the right, and it was at the back of a barber shop.
Slim Foster. Did you hear anyone called Slim?
Yeah, we were playing blackjack. As I say, I was stoned. Now, I said to this guy, look, I'm finished, kaput. What I've got is a 45, and he gives me, gee, I don't remember, but 10 pounds, maybe.
I don't know what he's talking about, boss. Oh, come off it, Slim. You and I have known each other since I was pounding the beat. I'm not here under the Gaming Act. This is murder, don't you understand? And if you don't come clean, I'll have you up as an accomplice. Well?
Okay. I thought Jack came out of stir a few weeks ago. Said there was a guy inside who'd pay 100 for art robbed.
Well, go on.
Why, I don't know what he wanted it for, I swear to you. Came here one day with Jack. I gave him the rod and he gave me a century. I split it with Jack. Jack knew him well inside. Name's Pritchard. Did 5 years for embezzlement.
Carr?
Operations here, Inspector. Daniel William Pritchard, sentenced to 5 years hard labour for embezzlement. Chief witness for the prosecution. Listen to this, sir. The bank's Inspector, Derek Badley.
Well, the plot does thicken, doesn't it? Find him, have him pulled in. Yes?
Go through, Pritchard. Why am I being hounded? What is all this?
I'll tell you what it's about, Mr. Pritchard. Murder. I'm holding you for the murder of Derek Badley.
Oh, man, I haven't murdered anyone.
I've been reading the newspaper account of the trial. At that time, Badley was an inspector. You went to the same school together. You went to him to say that you'd been dipping into the bank's funds. You pleaded with him for time, instead of which you were reported to head office and arrested.
That's old history. What's that got to do with me now?
Don't you read the papers? I've said I was holding you for murder. You don't seem surprised. Why should you, since you murdered the man?
As I read about that. I didn't shoot him, and you can't prove it.
Come through, Slim. Is this the man who bought the 45?
That's him.
It's not true. It's not true. I never saw this man in my life.
All right, Sergeant, take him away.
Bit of luck, that postman seeing someone answer to Pritchard's description coming out of the house. Poor old Badley was a fool to let him in.
He probably had no option. Probably heard the doorbell, went to see who his visitor was. He was faced with Pritchard pointing a 45 at him. All we have to do now is prepare the necessary documents for the Director of Public Prosecutions. All the odds and ends have been tied up.
Except one thing, sir. Where's the other gun? Or the other bullet?
What gun? What bullet?
Oh, sir, when I entered that study, there was a dead man on the floor, a bullet through his head and 2 bullet holes through the window panes.
Well?
Well, sir, the defence counsel are going to make great play with the mystery of the missing gun and the missing bullet. He'll say, how do we know that it was that particular 45 that shot Bradley?
Oh, come on, Sergeant. You're a good police officer. That's easily explained. Is it, listener? Can you explain it? 1 gun, 1 bullet fired from that gun, and yet 2 separate bullet holes. The explanation's simple. If you remember, it was a very hot night, and yet, when we arrived on the scene of the crime, the windows were closed. When Pritchard fired, the top window had been lowered, so that it was flush with the lower pane. That's why the bullet penetrated both panes together. When Pritchard closed the window, there were holes visible, 2 of them, 1 on the upper window pane and 1 on the lower. The wretched man was put away for life, as he deserved.
The epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Russ as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic Casebook. epic casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. About 6 weeks ago, I aired a letter from a listener because its content had, in my opinion, a relevance to these dramatized stories from my casebook of crime. Here's another in the same genre. It's from Mr. Basil Lamprey of 14 Jessica Avenue in Berea. Among other things, he says, "Last night you spoke of a senseless murder without any sort of motive. As one who was a policeman for nearly 14 years, I write to tell you there can be no such thing. It may not always be obvious, but there is always a reason." Of course, Mr. Lamprey, the dictionary definition says inter alia, some inner drive, intention or impulse that causes a person to do something or act in a certain way, proving Mr. Lamprey's point. There must be some motive. But when relating the story of that particular murder, I said there was no apparent motive. A vastly different kettle of fish. I mentioned this gentleman's letter on this particular occasion because tonight I'm going to tell you of a motive for a murder so complex as nearly to blind us to the obvious. I've called my story Death in the Wife's Name. It's very rare indeed for Scotland Yard to receive its first intimation of a murder from its own senior police surgeon. But in fact, that's what happened on the Mancliffe case. Carr?
Dr. McPherson on the line, sir, says it's urgent.
I'll put him through.
You're going through, Doctor. Speak up, please. Carr?
Oh, hello, Mac. What's on your mind?
Murder, I think.
Well, if you think it's murder, then I know it's murder. What's it all about?
I wish I knew. The occupant of the flat next to mine says his wife died in the bath. It looks to me suspiciously like the bride's in the bath case.
Oh? Where's the husband now?
Still in his flat with a pretty young woman. It's all rather extraordinary. I gave him the usual story that there would have to be an inquest. I'd be sending a police officer to take a statement from him. I'm telephoning from my own place. As I passed Mancliffe's door, which was wide open, I heard this woman say, "Don't just
stand there. Ring for the police, the doctor. Do something."
Can I help you in any way? What? Oh, you're from next door, aren't you? Dr. McPherson?
Yes, that's right. I don't mean to intrude.
Intrude? His wife's lying dead in there, and you say intrude.
Dead, you say? Where? Through there, in the bathroom. I put in. She must have fainted.
Oh, dear me. Did you let the bathwater out?
Yes, I didn't know what to do. She was lying there with her head under the water.
Let me see now. It's a bad business. Dead, all right. There'll have to be an inquest, and the police will want statements. May I use your telephone?
Yes, of course.
You got here quickly, Carr. Yeah, I tell you, Inspector, that woman didn't have heart failure or faint in the bath. She was drowned. I see. The same method used by Smith and the brides in the bath case? Yeah. There are distinct bruise marks around each ankle. Ventricular hemorrhages. Someone grabbed her by the ankles, forcing the poor woman's head and shoulders into the water. Well, let's see what hubby has to say for himself. Oh, do you know him well, man? Not at all. He moved next door with his wife about a year ago. Frankly, I avoided any friendly overtures. I don't like the man. Well, let's not prejudge the issue. Shall we go? The worthy police surgeon and I walked the few yards separating the two apartments. As soon as I walked into the Mancliffe's residence, I knew that Mancliffe had come within the police orbit at some time or other. Standing next to him was a young woman dressed in black. She made little attempt to hide the blazing hostility she felt for the bereaved man. My name's Carr, New Scotland Yard. By the way, did you know that Dr. McPherson was our senior police surgeon?
Well, I knew he was a doctor working for the government, but that's all.
Mind if I go through him?
Well, that's what you're here for, isn't it, Inspector?
Come on, Mac. There's something particularly gruesome about a naked corpse lying in an empty bath.
Look at those ankles. It's quite obvious that her legs had been yanked into the air and down went her face.
Any idea as to the time it happened?
That's the difficulty. I think not more than an hour ago.
Who's the young woman out there? Have you seen her before?
No, it's an open and shut case, isn't it? Who else but the husband will have access to the bathroom while Mrs. Mancliffe was in her bath? Or for that matter, how would anyone get in the flat?
That's true. Well, let's see what he's got to say for himself. Mr. Mancliffe, Dr. Macpherson tells me that it is his opinion that your wife did not die from heart failure, but that she was drowned.
You mean she fainted in the bath and became unconscious?
You tell him, Doc, will you?
Mr. Mancliffe, your wife became unconscious, all right. But there is every indication that she struggled with her feet before she passed out. As a result, the person holding her ankles had to squeeze tightly in order to retain his grip. There are definite signs of skin abrasions as a result, you see.
You mean she was murdered, Mr. Mancliffe? How long have you been home?
About half an hour.
And where was your wife then?
Well, I found her in the... You don't think that...
Please, Mr. Mancliffe, isn't it obvious the spot you're in?
Are you suggesting that I killed
I'm
my
not
wife?
suggesting anything. You say that you arrived back about half an hour ago. What happened?
I came in with Mrs. Morris here.
Just a minute. You two came in together?
Yes.
Go on.
Well, I walked into the flat. Noticed that Edith's hat and coat were in the hall. I called out to her that Carol Morris was with me. I got no answer.
Yes?
Then I noticed that the bathroom door was open. There she was. My first thought was to try and get her out of the bath, but Mrs. Morris, she seemed the more competent one. She let the water out and then suggested I call a doctor. Luckily, our next-door neighbor heard us and came in.
You mean Dr. Macpherson here?
Yes.
Had you two been out together?
Yes.
For how long?
All the afternoon we've been having litigation.
Litigation?
My husband committed suicide over Oliver Mancliffe. This swine ruined us. I took him to court.
Then it hit me. Of course, the case of Morris versus Mancliffe. Both partners had been disbarred and could no longer act as lawyers. I remembered reading of the suicide of Emmanuel Morris. The situation was becoming intriguing, to say the least. I seem to remember something of the litigation you're talking about. Dr. Macpherson is of the opinion that Mrs. Mancliffe was killed between the hours of... let me see, what's the time now? Between the hours of 5 and 6 o'clock this evening. Are you saying that this gentleman was in your company all that time?
Yes, that is what I'm saying. Oh, don't misunderstand me. Oliver Mancliffe is quite capable of murder. After all, he murdered my husband. Oh, Manny wasn't murdered in the legal sense of the word. But this swine drove him to suicide.
Now, just a moment. You say you arrived together. Where had you been?
Mancliffe and I reached some sort of agreement. We went over all the documents in my house. As this cunning swine ruined my husband by putting every cent he's got in his wife's name, we came back here to get her agreement.
I see. Mr. Mancliffe, despite Mrs. Morris's alibi, you're a very strong suspect. Now, don't interrupt me. You may be a victim of circumstance. Have you any idea who would want to kill your wife?
Well, my wife and I went our own ways. As Mrs. Morris so charmingly put it, Edith held the purse strings. I knew she was having an affair with someone, and frankly, I didn't care.
What's his name? What is
his
name, Mr. Mancliffe?
Basil Axted. He's the solicitor who acted for my wife.
I just can't believe it. Edith, drowned in a bath? He did it. He knew that Edith was going to change her will. She said so only yesterday.
Really? You're a man of the world, Mr. Axted. I've been making inquiries, and there's no doubt about it that you and Edith Mancliffe were lovers. True?
Well, what of it?
I've also discovered that Edith Mancliffe was worth a considerable amount of money. Was there any possibility of the two of you marrying?
Oh, don't make me laugh. Do you think that swine would give her a divorce?
Don't you know that he put every cent he'd got in her name because of the Clanville Investment Trust scandal?
But surely if Mrs. Mancliffe wanted her freedom, she could have bought it, given him half or something.
What good would it have been to him? Mrs. Morris was awarded something like £120,000. He declared himself bankrupt, been preparing for it a long time. And the investors lost their money. He and his partner were disbarred. It broke poor old Manny Morris's heart. Straight as a die, that bloke was. His partner was fiddling the books right under his nose. That's why he blew his brains out. Couldn't stand the disgrace. Now do you see why Mancliffe wouldn't give his wife a divorce?
And what happens now she's dead?
Well, at least he gets the money.
You're her solicitor. How much of the money?
You must understand, Inspector, that this will was drawn up some years ago. 4 to be exact. It merely states that she leaves her entire possessions to her husband. And then she added a codicil about 2 years ago. Mark you, she was going to alter it.
Please, Mr. Axted, let's stick to essentials.
Well, about 2 years ago, she added a codicil, leaving a bequest of £50,000.
To whom?
To me.
So, you had a motive for her death, too, had you?
Nonsense. Look here, Inspector. Edith was coming to this office to draw up an entirely new will. And if you must know, she was going to leave me the lot. She was much younger than her husband, and I never thought I'd live to inherit it.
But with her sudden death?
You may not believe me, but I loved that woman. Edith made this generous bequest, but I was not after her money, and I did not kill her.
Where were you between the hours of 5 and 6 yesterday?
5 and 6? Let me see,
Well?
Well, this may sound a bit silly, Inspector. I went home at about 5 o'clock, switched on the radio, and fell asleep in front of the fire.
I see. And later, weren't you expecting to see or talk to the woman you loved?
As you promised to telephone, we'd vaguely planned supper together.
But she did not telephone you?
No.
Didn't that worry you?
Not really. It's happened before. Oliver doing one of his sadistic acts, staying around in the flat, even though he himself was probably anxious to go to his fancy bit.
Do you mean Mrs. Morris?
Mrs. Morris? Oh, you can't be serious, Inspector. I've acted for Mrs. Mancliffe, and I know what Mrs. Morris is like. She loved Manny Morris. She swore to get even with Mancliffe. She hates his guts.
And yet she swears that Mancliffe was with her during the time that the unfortunate woman was being murdered.
Then you must accept it. Why should you try to protect Mancliffe?
But you mentioned a fancy bit the term you used. Has he got a girlfriend?
Well, I suppose you could call her that. She's a chorus girl. Calls herself Star Treadway. I wouldn't put it past her to bump off her fancy boy's wife.
A murdered woman whose death will enrich the husband she loathed and the man she loved. The husband has a cast-iron alibi. The shrewd, intelligent solicitor could only protest that at the time that Mrs. Mancliffe was being murdered, he was snoozing in front of his fire. Perhaps her money was not the motive at all. I thought I'd have a word with the lady who called herself Star Treadway.
Yes?
I'm looking for Miss Treadway.
Was she not here?
But I was assured that she lived here.
Who are you?
I happen to be a police officer. Carr, New Scotland Yard. That's my warrant.
Oh, you better come in.
Thank you. May I ask your name?
It's Miller, Joe Miller. And I've never been in trouble with the police in my life.
I'm sure you haven't. There's no need to be defensive, Mr. Miller. Ah, it's a nice picture over there. Is that Star Treadway?
Yes, it is. Taken when she was appearing in the Lovables.
I take it that Star Treadway's real name is Miller?
Yes. Yes, it is. Fay Miller. But I'm her father. Is it about what I read in the paper this afternoon?
Mrs. Mancliffe, yes.
Oh, thank goodness my Fay is out of it all.
I'd like a word with her, if I may.
Oh, you'll have to go a long way.
What do you mean?
I saw her off at the airport on Tuesday night.
Where's she gone?
New York. I told her there was no future with this Oliver Mancliffe. I was out to be her father. I told him, too. Kept promising to divorce his wife and marry her. Marry her? He hadn't got 2 pennies to rub together, except what his wife gave him. What sort of man is that? Oh, thank goodness they decided to take Bubble with Joy to Broadway.
Bubble with Joy?
Yes, you know, the show with Joy Manship. They asked my Fay if she'd like to go, and she accepted. She knew that if she kept on seeing this Oliver Maincliffe, I'd have done for him. Have to make her poor mother turn in her grave.
Do you mind telling me on what airlines travelled?
I'll tell you anything now she's out of his clutches. Anglo-American Airways. He killed his missus, I'll tell you that.
Just a routine question, Mr. Miller. Where were you between 5 and 6 the night before last?
Where was I? Where I always am. At the Daily Echo. I'm a machine minder.
Well, that's sad. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. I think I've got some heavy telephoning to do.
Yes, sir.
Put me through to operations.
Going through.
Operations. Carr here. The Mancliffe case.
Yes, sir.
We're getting nowhere fast. Get through to Anglo-American Airways. Find out if Star Treadway was a passenger on Tuesday night. She's probably flying under her proper name, Fay Miller. That's the name that'll be on her passport.
Roger.
And I want everything you can get on Basil Axted, Joe Miller. Are you taking the names down?
Oh, yes, sir.
Mrs. Carol Morris, and of course Oliver Maincliffe. I want them photographed. I want every available man to foot slog, call on taxis, shops, bus stops. I want to know if any of them were seen anywhere near Clifton Mansions round about 5:30.
Oh, very good.
And tell them it's a matter of extreme urgency.
Oh, right away, Inspector.
Yes, come in. Visit? Oh, am I glad to see you. Come on in, sit down. Let's have a talk. Oh, my brain's going round in ever-decreasing circles, Mac.
I brought you the blow-up from the lab.
Oh, good.
Here. Now, you see those marks?
Mm-hmm.
There's no question this photograph will be Exhibit A when he goes up for trial.
He? Who?
Well, I think it would have to be a man. I don't think any average woman would have the strength to yank those legs upwards.
That's fair enough. Well, now we've established it's a male. Who? Mac, why do you have to live in such a secluded block of flats? Why couldn't you have lived somewhere where there are people around?
What? Still no eyewitnesses, eh?
Not from the local boys. I put X-Branch on the job. I was phoning operations when you came in. If only that Mrs. Morris... I mean, she couldn't be lying. She couldn't be protecting Mancliffe.
Oh, come, Inspector. What are you saying? Yeah, since I've become personally involved in the woman's death, I've been looking up the newspaper accounts. You know, those are the swindle. And this man, Emmanuel Morris's suicide. You know, she hates Mancliffe. Has X-Branch tried to link the two together? You know, emotionally, I mean.
Oh, we've been through their movements with a tooth comb. In point of fact, we've discovered some letters Mancliffe wrote to Mrs. Morris saying that her financial demands were verging on blackmail.
Is he telling the truth when he says nothing was taken from the flat?
Why should he lie? If he could prove burglary, that strengthens his innocence. All my instincts tell me that... I'm mad. I'm stark staring mad. Of course he killed her.
But what about Mrs. Morris?
She's lying. It's a fake.
But what reason? What motive?
Never mind. I'll tell you later. But all my instincts tell me that he's the killer.
Hey, but can you prove it?
No, of course not. Neither can I prove that the alibis are fake. We've been so convinced that Mrs. Morris was an angel of innocence that we haven't concentrated enough on that lady. Mac, I think we're getting somewhere at last.
Can I help you?
Is this Mrs. Morris's house?
Yes, it is, but she's away. She's away at work. She won't return until after 6 o'clock.
Oh, dear. Isn't there anyone in, do you know?
No, not a soul. She does all her own housework and cooking. It hasn't been easy for her since her husband died. Terrible business.
Huh? I see you're working in the garden, are you?
Garden? Oh, yes. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I live next door. You might say I'm a gardener. Not that I expect any payment for it, being retired. Well, she can't afford to employ a gardener. I enjoy pottering around here now and again. Spend most of my time out of doors.
Were you pottering around last Thursday, around about 5:30?
When she found that woman dead in her bath? Yes, I read all about it. A terrible experience for her. in the flat of the man that caused her husband to commit suicide too.
Oh, you know all about that, do you?
Yeah, of course I do. I remember when Mary and Carol Morris first moved into this house. He was a gentleman through and through, even though they said he couldn't practice as a lawyer anymore.
Pity that Mrs. Morris didn't stay at home that Thursday afternoon. She'd have been spared all this publicity.
That's what I think. Tell me what she was doing there. Yeah, I was here working in the garden that afternoon.
What did you say?
Why? I just said I was here working in the garden the day Mrs. Mangcliffe was killed.
All afternoon?
Yes. It was exactly a week ago. I spend every Thursday afternoon here. Well, that's why I'm here today.
Did Mr. Mangcliffe ever come to this house?
You must be joking. There I am rambling away. Who are you?
Oh, my name's Carr, Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard, and I can't thank you enough. Ah, Mr. Mangcliffe, so they found you.
What is this? Why did that sergeant drag me here?
He didn't drag you here, Mr. Mangcliffe, and it's no use you assuming that holier-than-thou look. I'm detaining you under the Act.
Detaining me? You must be out of your mind. Do you mean to say that I'm under arrest?
Only for purposes of questioning, but I think I'd better give you the usual warning that anything you say may be taken down and used in evidence.
As a solicitor, I know my rights. You forget I'm a legal man.
Of course. Sergeant, take this gentleman into the charge room next door. He may make any telephone calls he wishes.
Right, sir.
Inspector, you make yourself the laughing stock of the hall.
Yes?
She's here, sir.
Oh, good. She can come straight in. Her accomplice is in the charge room. Yes? Oh, our police surgeon and witness. Come in, there. Come in. Sit down. She's on her way up.
Sure you want me to stay?
And I'm a businesswoman, and I don't know why I'm being treated like
Oh,
this.
come on through, Mrs. Morris, and I'll tell you.
Inspector Carr, I have a living to make, you know. What is the meaning
All
of
right, Sergeant, you may go. Frankly, I'm trying to make up my mind whether to charge you with collusion, which means a murder rap, or the lesser charge of attempting to defeat the ends of justice. Were you and Mangcliffe lovers, after all?
You're joking,
Yet you
Inspector.
gave him a false alibi. You protected him from being punished for a fiendish and brutal murder. Didn't you know that that nice neighbor of yours would be working in your garden, as he does every Thursday afternoon, would see who entered or left your house?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Morris. Your alibi isn't as watertight, is it?
Oh.
It's a bit late for tears. Did you assist in the woman's murder?
Oh, Son, you don't understand.
No, I don't. Enlighten me.
I got this terrible letter from him. I'm desperately short of money, you see. It was my husband's, and it belonged to my husband. Oliver Mangcliffe made everything over to his wife. I thought I'd throw myself on her mercy. Go and talk to her. I got to the flat, rang the bell. There was no answer, and I tried the door. Mrs. Mangcliffe? What?
Stay away from there, you fool!
No, what have you done? What have you done? He was wearing a rubber apron. It was quite obvious what he'd done.
And yet you were prepared to give him an alibi.
Yes. Yes, I was.
You're under arrest, and I give you the usual warning.
I never would have believed it.
Well, if she hadn't left the front door open, they might have concocted an even stronger alibi. But you hearing her shout, "Call a doctor..."
What's going to happen to her?
Oh, just had word from the Crown Solicitor. What with her husband's suicide and the fact she's morally entitled to all that money, which the law doesn't permit her to get, the public prosecutor has decided to drop the charge of causing a public mischief by attempting to defeat the ends of justice. In fact, she will be the public prosecutor's star witness.
Yeah, I'm still confused. Why did she give the alibi in the first place? She obviously hated Mangcliffe.
She had a very strong motive indeed. It was this. Well, listeners, what possible reason could Mrs. Morris have for shielding Oliver Mangcliffe? It was this. As he pointed out to her when she walked in on what was the completion of an act of murder, everything that the Mangcliffes owned, a considerable sum, was in Mrs. Mangcliffe's name. He stood to inherit in the event of her death, But the law says that if it can be proved that the main beneficiary was responsible for that death, he does not inherit a farthing. Money reverts to the Crown, except for any other bequests that have been made. Do you see it now? So long as Mantliff was a free man, there was every chance of Mrs. Morris getting some moneys. With his arrest, she wouldn't. Oh, the moral of the story. Careful how you dispose of your assets to your wife. You may be throwing out the body with the bathwater. Good night.
The epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Russ as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday to another exciting story from our epic Casebook. The epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Last weekend, we were visited by a one-time leading member of the South African police. He's been retired for some years now. Naturally, we chewed the nostalgic cud, and we talked about that strange, highly intelligent character known as Babyface. I say strange and highly intelligent because my friend and I agreed that had Babyface applied his obvious drive and ability to activities within the law, he'd have probably made very much more money than his fraudulent acts brought him. I refrain from mentioning his surname, since he's paid his debt to society, and for all we know may be leading a decent and honourable life somewhere in the Republic. In fact, the only reason for mentioning Babyface is that in my heyday as a policeman, there was a notorious young Londoner who was known to the Yard under the same sobriquet. Everyone, the police and the underworld alike, referred to him as Babyface. And no wonder. His peaches and cream complexion, his pale blue eyes set in a round, somewhat fleshy face, his fair, curly hair, gave him the sort of appearance that suggested that he would look like an innocent, sweet infant till the day he died, even if he lived to be 100. And yet, beneath that facade was a brain and a heart as ruthless and as cunning as I've ever come across. Oh, his face stood him in good stead, all right. 5 times the police thought they'd got the goods on him, and 5 times old Babyface would gaze at the magistrate with an air of sweet injured innocence, and 5 times he left the court a free man. If you detect a note of bitterness in my voice, there isn't any. Babyface may have escaped the law, but he didn't the vengeance of the underworld. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story, Death is Misplaced. News of Babyface's death was transmitted to the murder squad one early spring morning. I barely had time to place my hat and coat on the rack when the telephone bell summoned me. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes.
Constable just come through, sir. Found a dead body in Lion Yard off Soho Square, sir.
Oh, not on this pleasant spring morning. I was having to get my paperwork up to date.
Afraid so, sir. Body found by a police constable Brand, sir. Papers in the dead man's pocket identify him as Gilbert Cooper. Driving licence shows that he lived at Berkeley Court, Hill Street, Mayfair, sir.
Constable still with the body?
Yes, sir. We've notified Vine Street. They're sending a sergeant round, sir.
Well, how experienced is this constable? Is he sure the man is dead?
No question about it, sir. Says the man's been dead for some hours, strangled.
Good morning, Carl.
hello,
Brought
Mac.
those dockets for you.
Just hold on a minute, Ops. Hello, Mac. Looks as though you and I are paying a trip to Soho. Got Ops on the line. Man been found strangled.
Oh, dear. And I thought you and I could go with the Robson inquest. The material's all here. Still, there's no hurry for that.
I'm sorry to keep you, Ops. Senior police surgeon has just walked in. Look, tell the constable to stand by. We'll be over in a matter of minutes.
Very good, sir. Just a minute, sir.
What is it, Ops?
Gilbert Cooper, sir. Isn't that Babyface? You had something to do with him, didn't you, sir? Before you joined the murder squad?
Did I? 3 years ago, and I haven't quite got over the humiliation of seeing that crook go scot-free. Yes, that was his name. Gilbert Cooper. Could be a coincidence. Somebody else with the same name. All right, Ops, arrange for transport to pick us up outside the west entrance.
Will do, sir.
Gilbert Cooper, eh? I wonder. Well, Mac, will you be accompanying me, or will you send someone else?
Yeah, it's a lovely morning. I'd be glad to get out of the office.
It was indeed as lovely a morning as London can be in the spring. A recent shower created a kind of sparkle in the air, and it was difficult to stifle the wish that my colleague and I were driving into the forest instead of investigating a Soho strangulation. By the time we'd arrived on the scene, Vine Street had been alerted to supply an additional police officer and a screen to hide the murder from the passers-by. Well, this used to be part of my beat a few years ago, Mac.
If the dead man is Babyface, what were he doing in Lion Yard? They're mostly warehouses, aren't they?
Mostly, but there are a couple of nightclubs with rear exits leading onto the yard. Oh, well, here we are. Which of you is Constable Brand?
I'm sir. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Constable.
Good morning, sir. Dr. McPherson.
Hey, that's right. Morning, Constable. Yes, I remember. You box for the Y Division, don't you?
That's right, sir.
Well, let's just take a look at the body, shall we?
Just behind the screen, sir.
Babyface. Well.
So it is the Babyface you were talking about?
It is indeed, Mac. Now, what's he doing in Lion Yard on a sunny Sunday morning?
It's fortunate it is Sunday, otherwise this place would be crowded with morbid onlookers by now.
These are the things I took out of his pockets, sir.
Oh, good. While the senior police surgeon is examining the body, let's take a look at Babyface's possessions. They consisted of £121 notes, a gold cigarette lighter, driving licence, small pocket diary, an expensive fountain pen and a bunch of keys, together with some loose change. All right, Constable, what's the story?
Well, sir, whilst in the execution of my duty, I was patrolling Soho Square and turned into the yard to make the usual check and saw what I thought was a drunk. You get plenty of those, sir, on a Sunday morning around Soho.
Yes, Constable, I know. I take it you logged the time when you came across the body?
Yes, sir, exactly 7:22 this morning, sir.
I see, carry on. What exactly did you do? Did you move the body at all?
Yes, sir. You see,
You don't have to explain. You saw a huddled body, you thought he was drunk, so you went to shake him, wake him up.
Yes, sir. He was lying as he is now, with his head down. As soon as I lifted up his head and saw the colour of his lips and that wheel round his neck, I realised what had happened.
Yes, well, these are obviously keys of a motor car. Doesn't seem to be a vehicle in the yard.
You're right, Constable. This man has been dead for some hours. Rigor mortis has set in.
Bad luck on you, Constable. What time did you come off duty? 7:30?
Yes, sir.
Well, I should imagine you're ready for some shut-eye. I won't keep you very long. You can make out your report to your section officer later in the day. Is it still Hargreaves?
Yes, sir, that's right.
All right, I'll fix that. Now, it's a reasonable assumption that Babyface was coming out of either the Oak Cliff or the Gargoyle Club. Both have exits leading onto the yard. If that's the case, it's also a reasonable assumption that he used the rear entrance to get to his car. Could have come across somebody trying to steal it, got strangled for his pains.
How long have you been on patrol duty, Constable?
Since 0300 hours, sir.
Did it rain at all during the night?
No, sir. Just that shower about an hour ago.
Let's come and have a look at this car.
Wet pavement.
Hey, this man was dumped here. You see how the rest of the ground is dry in the sun after the slight shower, and yet underneath the body it's still wet.
Interesting. Very interesting. Means we can almost pinpoint the time when the body was dumped into the yard. It also explodes my theory that he was coming out of either the Gargoyle or the Oak Leaf clubs. Any indication of the murder weapon?
Right, there is. Take a look at this throat. Now, if you notice, the deepest wheal or indentation is in front, and the wheal gets less as one examines the sides of his neck.
Yeah.
It's 100 to 1 that the killer attacked him from behind and quickly slipped the nylon over his head. A quick tug and what's more, Carr, whoever strangled this character, he must have been of a very powerful build. He'd need to be at least as tall as his victim, otherwise he'd never have got the nylon rope around his neck.
You seem convinced it was a nylon rope, Mac. Why?
Because I've been looking for indications through my magnifying glasses to the kind of rope used, but there's not the slightest indication. Now, the strangulation signs are not sufficiently deep and sharp for it to be something like the wire rope or even a tightly woven shoelace. No, I'm convinced it was a kind of material that's got no loose threads of any sort, but yet was rounded as well as firm.
Well, that spells nylon, all right. We'll have to get hold of a meteorological report, although I was on my way to the yard when it began to rain. That was about 7:15. Constable Brand.
Yes, sir.
There's no need for you to wait. You go and report off duty. Constable here will arrange for the removal of the body.
Very good, sir.
Although it was almost certain that the body of Babyface had been dumped in Lion Yard, nevertheless, the owners of both the Gargoyle and the Oak Leaf clubs were aroused from their beds.
No. Babyface Cooper wasn't at my club last night. In fact, he doesn't come to the gargoyle these days. Haven't seen him in months.
Monsieur Cooper? No. He does not come to the club anymore.
Carr?
Operations here, Inspector?
Yes.
Babyface Cooper, sir. His car has been found abandoned in Side Street off Maida Vale, sir.
Maida Vale, eh? Unhappily, that doesn't mean anything. Could have been murdered miles from there. What news of his movements?
Well, sir, they're still out questioning. Apparently, he hasn't been seen in any of the usual gaming joints, sir. Louis the Lip says that he had a row at the Archer Club. Accused the owner of cheating.
Well, that's something. That's worth following up. The Archer Club's owned by Danny Freeman. He wouldn't take that lying down. What does Babyface's servant say?
We sent Sergeant Blake around, sir. There's no answer. The house has been locked up.
Isn't there anyone there?
Apparently not, sir. Oh, the meteorological report's through, sir. Heavy rain for exactly 3 minutes this morning at 7:15. Hasn't rained before for about 24 hours, sir.
All right, Ops, thanks very much. Yes? Mac.
As I suspected, the hyoid bone is broken. Anyway, here's the official report. I can now give you a reasonably confident time of death. Between midnight and 1 o'clock this morning.
Thanks, Mac. If only we could find out where Babyface was between midnight and 1 o'clock this morning. Had dozens of uniformed and plainclothes men on the job, yet no one seems to have seen him.
You think it's a gang killing?
Well, it could be, Mac, but I doubt it. Babyface is a con man, professional gambler. There are very few murders committed as a result of that kind of activity. Mind you, he did accuse Danny Freeman of cheating. Perhaps I'd better go and have a word with him. He'll have known of the murder by now, even if he's in the clear. The midday edition ran a stop press story.
So, Babyface got it at last, did he? Well, I'm not pretending I'm sorry, because I'm not. Accusing me of cheating. Is that why you're here? Did one of your coppers' narcs tell you I nearly strangled a swine?
That's a rather interesting statement you made, Danny. You nearly strangled the swine. That's how he was murdered. Says in the stop press he was found strangled.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't strangle
I know you didn't personally, Danny, because I've been checking up on you. And you were here at the club until 4 o'clock this morning. And you're a long way from Lion Yard. But you could have got one of your tough boys to do the job for you.
Oh, come off it, Inspector. OK, I've been a strong-arm boy in my time, but you know I'm clean. OK, I run a spieler. But you know who my customers are. Bookies, jockeys, pros like Babyface. Do you think I'd be crazy?
Never mind that now. Babyface accused you of cheating. A statement like that could close the joint down once there's the faintest suspicion. How much did Babyface owe you, Danny?
Well, not a farthing. Oh, he paid all right. Then he said he wouldn't visit the Archer Club again because I used marked cards, a lying swine.
Hey, Danny, they got him all right. It's in the paper.
The man who opened the door and shouted they'd got him all right was obviously referring to Babyface Cooper. Equally obvious was the fact that in his excitement he failed to notice that there was another presence in the room.
What do you want, Joe? What are you getting all excited about?
Oh, I'm sorry, Danny. I didn't see you had company. Don't expect people to be standing behind the door.
I was not standing behind the door. As it so happens, the door opened to conceal my presence, which is just as well. Otherwise, you would not have made that illuminating remark.
Well, what's he getting at? What illuminating remark?
You'd better introduce me, Danny.
Yeah. This is Chief Inspector Carr of New Scotland Yard, and you and your big mouth...
Well, what did I say? All I said was they got him, like you said they would.
They got who? Oh, by the way, what's your name?
Joe. Joe Austin. No, I didn't mean anything by it.
Yeah, Joe runs the shoe in a semi-gun.
What did you mean when you burst in here and said they got him all right? It's in the paper.
Well,
Please, Danny. Well, Joe?
Can I tell him, Gov?
You might as well. You've done me enough damage already. Go on, tell the Inspector. Well, don't stay in there gulping. Go on.
Well, last night I was handing the shoe, and Babyface was losing a couple of £100. Well, he jumps up and says he wasn't going to play here anymore. The cards was marked. Called the boss here a cheat. It's wondering he wasn't done for then and then.
Go on.
Well, when he left, the governor said that one day he's going to get his deserts. Well, imagine how I felt. Governor saying that early this morning. There I buys the racing edition of the Standard, and it says he's been found strangled.
Well, what did you see Danny as? A murderer or a prophet?
Well, Danny? A murderer? No, wait a minute. I didn't
Where were
mean
you
that...
between the hours of midnight and 2 o'clock this morning?
Yeah, well, I was here, wasn't I, Danny?
Look, I can't pretend to be shedding any tears over Babyface. But I didn't kill him, and nor did any of my mob.
How long has Babyface been playing at the Archer Club?
Well, he can't go back to the Oakleaf to play now, can he?
Why not?
Well, after the way Condell Frenchy to buy it, showed him a right steamer there. I mean, who wants to play cards when you can't get a drink? The Oakleaf lost its licence after that guy was picked up there for pushing drugs. Old Babyface must have spent a lot of dough keeping it out of the papers.
I see. Interesting, very interesting. And the Gargoyle? Used to go there quite a lot.
Yeah, I don't think Babyface and the Yank have any love for each other either.
You heard anything lately, Danny? Anything big, anything that might cause the boys to commit murder?
No, Governor, I swear it. Babyface would shot his grandmother. He could charm the false teeth out of an old-age pensioner, but I've never known him mixed up with the strong-arm boys.
And Yank is?
No, I didn't say that. I wasn't thinking of the Yank. Why should he look for trouble? He's got the poshest clientele in London. I do know that he hated Babyface's guts and Babyface hated him.
I've already told one of your men that Babyface wasn't here last Saturday night. I didn't welcome his custom.
Why not? He was a heavy gambler. His money was as good as anyone else's.
Sure it was. He can roll the dice, play the cards. Have a go at the wheel as long as he liked. When he began to use the Gargoyle for his conning jobs, I began to lose business. In fact, Lord Hume would accuse me. Good evening, my lord. Your usual number of chips?
I'm looking for that fellow Cooper, a friend of yours. Telephoned his house, his office. Seems to be evading me. I take it he is coming here tonight.
Oh, I don't know, my lord. Is something wrong?
Yes, Mr. Crossley, there is something very much wrong. Last week he persuaded me to give him a cheque for £2,000. I bought a half share in a filly named Pretty Polly. He drove me down to Newbury to watch it gallop. I've since learned from the trainer that Cooper bought the nag for £100, knowing it was suffering from Fletcher's disease and knowing it would never race again. I suppose I should have insisted on a vet's report, but that man could talk the brass balls of a pawnbroker's shop.
Now, look, sir, you can't blame me.
I do blame you. £2,000 won't ruin me, but I expect the Gargoyle Club to be careful who they allow in as members. My solicitor tells me I've no proof of the things that this man Cooper told me, but if I see him, I shall thrash him within an inch of his life.
Well, I didn't want any trouble, so I went round to Babyface's house, gave him a piece of my mind, told him to stay away from the club.
Are you sure that you went yourself?
What do you mean by that?
Oh, come off it, Yank. Don't give me that holy old now look. I know you're running the Gargoyle on the level. It's too much of a money spinner for you not to. But where did you get the money to buy the Gargoyle? That set you back a pretty penny.
That's my business.
And the Soho Street Traders Association was our business. Particularly when your boys started throwing bricks through shop windows if owners wouldn't join your so-called association. All right, Yank, you're not in the clear, not by a long way. I left the Gargoyle wondering whether I'd handled such a shrewd, tough character as the Yank as well as I might have done. There was little that went on in the underworld that wasn't relayed to Dennis Crossley, alias the Yank, as I explained to my worthy colleague, Dr. Macpherson. You know, Mac, I have a feeling that I'd have been wiser to have treated the Yank with kid gloves. I've now come to the conclusion that he didn't plot Babyface's death, but who did? Perhaps if I'd have put that question to the Yank, he might have cooperated, although I can't stand his guts. There's many a frightened immigrant who parted with his life savings because of the threats uttered by Yank's bullies.
What about the oak leaf? And what you tell me, the Frenchman had a good reason for killing Babyface?
Now, look, Mac, look at these dockets. Reports from uniformed constables, plainclothes men, informers, waiters, porters. We know for a certain fact that the Frenchman was in his club at the exact time that Babyface was killed. We know that they were actually seated at the gaming table from 12 to 1. Besides, if there's one thing I do know, neither Andre Dubois nor the Yank were responsible for his death. But where was he? I suppose there's no question that he was killed between 12 and 1.
I'll stake my reputation on it.
Then arises the question, where was the dead body of Babyface between the time he was killed and the time he was dumped in the yard?
You answer that, you might get somewhere.
Carr.
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
Babyface's servant's been traced to Grimsby, sir. She's a Mrs. Winifred Stubbs, age 62. Says that she was given the weekend off as her boss was going to Brighton, sir. She went to stay with her daughter and grandchildren. Mrs. Stubbs is well known to the Grimsby police, sir. Her brother used to be a sergeant in the force. Highly respectable family, sir. Mrs. Stubbs says she last saw Babyface at breakfast on Saturday morning.
Okay, Ops, thanks. I sent out a call to X-Branch, inquired all the more expensive hotels in Brighton, whether anyone answering Babyface's description stayed there on Saturday night. May have given a different name, but he may have booked in as Cooper.
Very good, sir.
You think he might have gone to Brighton?
Yes, Mac, I do. You still there, Ops?
Yes, sir.
Make this top priority. In point of fact, get through to my friend Inspector Cable. Tell him to check first with the Metropolitan. With a bit of luck, he may have booked in there under his own name.
Will do, sir.
Yeah, right, now that's a thought, Carr. It would explain why the entire investigating force in the metropolitan area could find no trace of the man. As though he disappeared from the face of the earth until his body was found.
Precisely. And yet...
There's something still troubling him.
Yes, there is, Mac. No one but a fool would take the risk of driving from Brighton to London with a murdered man in the car unless it was absolutely necessary.
You mean, assuming Babyface was strangled in Brighton, why not throw his body into the sea or dump it over a cliff? Pretend it was an accident?
Precisely. There had to be a relationship between Lion Yard and the murder. To dump the body in broad daylight...
True enough, but after all, Lion Yard is a cul-de-sac. Cars are parked there, I agree, but there's no through traffic. One of the thugs could be acting as lookout at the entrance to the yard. It's all very...
Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
He stayed there all right, sir. Inspector Cable sends his compliments, sir. Babyface booked in under his own name at the Metropolitan, sir. Arrived at 10 a.m. Spent most of the day at Brighton races. Hotel manager says Babyface dined alone at the hotel and then went to the Regency Club.
Oui, Monsieur Cooper, he come here. He win a few pounds and he leave.
What time did he leave, Mr. Dubois?
Oh, I think about 11 o'clock. He say he has to catch the last train, which is at 11:30.
Oh, that's very funny.
Why are you so funny?
Because he booked in at the Metropolitan Hotel. I've just seen the room. His suitcase is there. How did he arrive at the Regency, do you know?
I have no idea.
Where were you between the hours of 12 and 1 o'clock?
But why do you ask me such a question?
I ask you such a question because I want such a question answered. All right, Mr. Dubois, where were you?
At the club.
Were you? None of your tough guys are going to give you a fake alibi, Mr. Dubois. Not when murder is involved.
I know nothing about this man's murder.
Well, I think you do. Babyface arrives to attend the biggest race meeting on the Brighton calendar, decides to spend the night, calls at the Regency Club to gamble, and you recognize Babyface as the man who sold your brother a white elephant, a club that had lost its license. Babyface was a great one for buying deadbeats cheaply and selling them dear. Is that why you killed him?
I do not know what you are talking about.
You told a silly and stupid lie, quoting Babyface as saying that he wanted to catch the last train back to London. We know he arrived at the Metropolitan by car, and when the police came across his dead body, the car keys were still in his pocket. You killed him, drove the corpse back to London, dumped the body, and then ditched the car.
You can't prove any of this.
Oh, yes, I can. I can prove that you were away from Brighton until 10 o'clock on Sunday morning. I can prove that you were seen near Lion Yard, and I can prove that you were seen in the dead man's car before you ditched it. You're not a very good murderer, are you, Mr. Dubois?
I did not do this thing, I tell you.
Dear Dubois, I'm charging you with the murder of Gilbert Cooper and warn you that anything you now say will be taken down and used in evidence.
So, he's accusing this character, Nathan Forrest, eh?
Oh, they were both in it. Thanks to the smart work of the Brighton police, Dubois and Forrest were seen at the Brighton Central Station. They took a taxi, first to Dubois' home, then to Forrest's house. As for Forrest, the stupid clot had the nylon rope in his pocket when the Brighton police searched him. That'll be Exhibit A.
Now, see in your dossier where Dubois lied so foolishly. Now, if he hadn't mentioned the fact that Babyface told him he was catching a lost train, his brother would have been the much more likely suspect. Why were you so sure that neither the Yank nor Andre Dubois could have committed the murder?
Because neither of them would have been so foolish. Well, listeners, a simple piece of deduction for you this week. Why did I discount the possibility of either the Yank or Andre Dubois being implicated in the murder? I might as well tell you that it was the same reasoning which convinced me that the owner of the Oakleaf Club had no part in the killing. Would be so foolish as to strangle a man and then leave his dead body right outside their back door, so to speak. Particularly as we knew that Cooper was strangled at least 6 hours before the body was found. It was his brother's vanity that was the killer's undoing. He hadn't anticipated the arrival of Babyface at the Regency. It was Pierre who put up the money for his brother to buy the Oakleaf. He, together with his strong-arm boy, decided to put Babyface out of the way forever. They might have got away with it if Pierre hadn't decided to send such a conceited message to his brother in the shape of a corpse. Both men paid the supreme penalty, although to this day no one knows who did the actual strangling.
The epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Russ as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic Casebook.
The epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates. Good evening. As I searched through my casebook for a suitable investigation, and by suitable I mean one that would lend itself to radio dramatization, I was again reminded of how excited I became as a young man when someone gave me a copy of Søren Kierkegaard's book on philosophy. This 19th century Danish writer said in effect that nothing is ever said, done, or created without its having a rippling effect. In other words, no action or incident can remain within itself. Does that sound obscure? Well, let me point to the investigation you're going to hear tonight. It concerns the circumstances leading up to the murder of Gilbert Bronson. All right, we found the killer, and the dossier was stamped crime solved. Yet this murder was to result in the rounding up and destroying of the Kestrel gang, some thousands of miles away. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story, Death is No Accident. Gilbert Bronson escaped death by inches, only to be murdered within the precincts of Charing Cross Hospital. However, let's start at the time when the murder squad first became aware of his existence, or lack of it, since by then he was dead. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
Extraordinary thing. Man shot dead in Charing Cross Hospital.
What?
Facts, sir. Admitted to the casualty ward half an hour ago. The registrar's just phoned through to say that somebody's murdered their patient.
Well, I'll be... Telephone transport organizer, Carr?
I just can't believe it. I didn't leave them alone for more than 5 minutes or so.
No one's blaming you. No, indeed not. I've just come from the registrar. He told me how upset you were, Nurse Collins. Now, please don't be. The fact that you logged the patient in the admission book doesn't make you at all responsible.
But he was my patient. I was preparing for his x-ray. Dr. Ellis...
Oh, that's all right, Nurse. I'll take a statement from the doctor myself. Now, you brought the patient in by ambulance, didn't you, Dr. Ellis?
Oh, yes, I did. We received a call for an ambulance. The police said that a man had been knocked down by Cambridge Circus. I was on casualty, and so I went with the ambulance.
Make way. Make way for the stretcher bearers. Can't you see the doctor's trying to get through? Here he is, Doctor.
All right, George, hold it for a minute.
Right.
He's obviously unconscious, but we'd better not try and get him on a stretcher until I've taken a look at him. Yeah. How did it happen, Constable?
I don't know. I saw him running across the road, and then there was a screech of brakes, and this chap knocked him down with his lorry.
Knocked him down? I didn't stand a chance. He went right across the red light. Ask anyone, lots of people, sir. You did, sir, didn't you, sir?
Yes, sir, I sure did. Seen him run right down to the man's wheels. Now, take it easy, chaps, when you lift him on the stretcher. I think he's concussed. Looks as though he caught his head on that curb. We won't know what damage until we get him under x-ray.
You think he's going to be all right, Doctor?
I think so. We'll be able to take a look at him in about 5 minutes. Charing Cross isn't far. We put the man in the ambulance, brought him through here to casualty.
Yes.
I was able to make a closer examination, and I didn't think it was at all critical. I doubt if there was any kind of bone fracture or internal hemorrhaging, but I gave instructions to Nurse Collins here for immediate x-ray. Well, here he is. Been shot right through the heart at close quarters. You can see the powder marks here on his chest.
I didn't hear anything. I was in casualty dispensary preparing an injection for...
Don't distress yourself, Nurse Collins. There's no reason why you should. You probably use a silencer. Modern ones are most effective.
Whoever shot Brunson must have followed the ambulance. How would he know where the unfortunate man would be? Do you see that door, Inspector?
Yeah.
I'll bet he came into this ward from that door. Otherwise, you'd have had to pass casualty reception, Sister Kingsley, who's on duty, myself.
Yes, I see. And that door leads out into Harper Street.
Yes, come, I'll show you.
That's it. Well, if he didn't gain access to the casualty section this way, he most certainly left through this door. Now, Doctor, the registrar has given me the admission card. You wrote down Gilbert Bronson, address 42 Golden Square.
Yes, that's right. Went through the patient's pockets. He's got his passport with him, and you'll find a letter addressed to him at that address. He's an American, as you'll see by his passport.
You'd have made a good police officer, Dr. Ellis.
Why do you say that? We have to go through their pockets to find out something about the patients. When we know that the condition is not critical, we wait until the patient is sufficiently recovered to find out religion, next of kin, that sort of thing.
No, I wasn't referring to that. I marveled at the detailed description you gave me. What happened when you arrived with the ambulance?
Isn't that what you wanted?
Yes, of course. But it was astute of you to realize that the killer must have been among those milling around the scene of the accident.
Yes, I did realize that. You see, when the patient was being wheeled into hospital, his face could not have been recognized by either a member of the hospital staff or by anyone receiving treatment. It was a nasty gash, as you can see, so I put a loose bandage on it while he was in the ambulance.
And he was like that as you removed him from the ambulance, through to reception, and wheeled him into this ward?
Yes.
Well, thank you, Dr. Ellis. Thank you very much indeed. Without your statement, we'd have spent fruitless man-hours questioning everyone remotely connected with the hospital. You see, I was right about your having qualities that make a good policeman. Now, let's have a look at the times involved. The police constable's report said that he was run down by this truck at 4:25.
That's right, Inspector. We always make a note of the time the emergency calls come through. It came through at 4:27.
And you booked patient in at what time?
I've got it here. 4:34 p.m.
Well, so you see, we didn't waste much time.
Thank you. And you, doctor, and you, nurse, wheeled the unconscious man into this ward?
Well, let's say the two hospital orderlies who acted as the stretcher bearers did that.
Fair enough. Did you go through all his pockets?
I did. We have to make a list of everything, which we show to the patient when he recovers consciousness and is able to agree and sign that it's correct. You'd be surprised the number of patients being discharged from hospital who claim that they've been given less cash than when they came in.
Well, can I have a look at the list, please?
Yes, it's on that little table there.
Apart from the unusual fact that he was in possession of his passport, the contents of Bronson's pockets proved to be of little interest. Some money, cigarette lighter, handkerchief, ballpoint pen, an envelope containing a letter from a firm of estate agents confirming his termination of tenancy at his apartment in Golden Square. Well, I'll take these, Doctor. I'll give you a receipt, of course.
By all means. Oh, but what about his next of kin? Who does that?
Oh, don't worry about that. We'll see to it, Doctor. Oh, does that telephone work?
Yes, you just pick up the receiver and ask for a line.
Thanks. Oh, quick work. Giving it to me automatically.
Operations.
Oh, Ops? Carr. Speaking from Charing Cross Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Man named Gilbert Bronson was shot dead between 4:34 and 4:40 p.m. I want the policeman who reported Bronson's accident at Cambridge Circus to be brought to the yard, say, in an hour from now.
Very good, sir.
And get through to Colonel Grantley at the American Embassy. Find out all you can. Where is it? His passport was issued in Detroit 4 years ago. Number G7063521. Got that?
21. Yes, sir.
Okay, Ops. Now, if I'm wanted urgently, you may be able to get me at 42 Golden Square.
You're home early.
I'm so sorry. I thought you were the governor.
Mr. Bronson does live here.
Oh, yes, but you never get him in this time of day. Never gets home before 6 or sometimes later.
I see. Your name is...
Look, now, if you're selling insurance...
I'm a police officer, madam. Here's my warrant card.
Excuse me. Oh, but you have to be careful, don't you? I mean, a woman alone in the flat. You policemen do warn us not to let strangers into the place. You know, only the other day, there was a woman robbed and molested round the corner from here in Archer Street.
Yes, you're quite right, Mrs...
Mopley's the name. Gladys Mopley. Been working for Mr. Bronson for 2 years now. American gentleman. Oh, look at me standing here talking away. Where's me manners? Do come in, sir.
Thank you. At this stage, I knew nothing of Gilbert Bronson's background, why he was in London, or anything about him. One thing became apparent, however. Bronson's means must have been substantial to have been able to afford such a luxuriously appointed apartment. The carpets, the furniture, the odd paintings on the wall may not have been in the best of artistic taste, but they were certainly expensive looking. I knew that the garrulous Mrs. Mopley would be a mine of information, one of those compulsive talkers who can prove invaluable in a police investigation. Tell me about your employer, Mrs. Mopley.
Oh, I say, he hasn't done anything wrong, has he?
I'm afraid he's met with an accident.
Oh.
We have to find out his next of kin.
Accident? Oh, dear. When I woke up this morning, I had a feeling it was going to be one of those days. He ain't hurt, is he?
I'm afraid so. In fact, you may as well know that your employer is dead.
Oh, dear. Such a kind man he was. Always a nice smile. Of course, it's not as great a loss as it might have been.
Oh, why do you say that?
Well, he gave me notice. Oh, not because I was unsatisfactory. He said I was the best cook he'd ever had. Mind you, I didn't cook for him often, but sometimes.
Just a minute, Mrs. Mopley. You say he gave you notice. Was he leaving the country?
Yes, that's right. He told me this morning.
Well, be off, Mrs. Mopley.
Oh, Mr. Bronson, you didn't touch those nice kippers.
I'm not hungry this morning. Mrs. Mopley, I'm afraid I shan't need your services after Friday.
Oh, dear. Friday. Well, it's only Wednesday. What?
Sure, I know. Here, I may as well pay you now. How about, well, you'll need a month's notice, and there's, yeah. How about this?
£100? Oh, sir, I don't know what to say, really.
Don't say it, just take it. Here.
Thank you.
But if anyone telephones or anyone asks for me, just tell them I'm gone away, huh? No, I'm catching a plane till Friday, but I don't want anyone to know that.
He looked, well, I thought he looked frightened. Maybe it wasn't in an accident. Maybe he committed suicide.
Well, Mrs. Mopley, he was murdered, and you're going to help me find the killer. Of course, I verbally pandered to Mrs. Mopley's obvious sense of the dramatic. Nevertheless, it was meant. After all, he was giving up his apartment, and when accidentally knocked down by the truck, he was carrying his passport. It was a reasonable assumption that Bronson was running away from something, or someone. Come in.
Police Constable Brown reporting, sir. It's about the accident.
Oh, yes, Brown. Well, come on in.
Thank you, sir.
Well, sit down, Brown.
Thank you, sir.
I've read your accounts report, Constable Brown. Clear and concise.
Thank you, sir.
You know the man was later shot dead in Charing Cross Hospital.
Oh, yes, sir. Nasty business, that was.
Now, I want you to try and remember whether there was anybody at the scene of the accident who looked at all suspicious or seemed to recognize the man who was knocked down.
No, sir. I remember asking if there were any witnesses, and at least half a dozen said they saw it. I entered in their names, well, you know, sir, for insurance purposes. I didn't think there'd be any chance of the driver being charged with negligence.
Yes, I know. I read all that in your report. There was an American standing by. Now, Dr. Ellis can't identify him. He was far too busy attending to Bronson. Can you? Do you remember an American? I believe he spoke to you.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, I remember this American coming up and saying that he saw the accident. The driver appealed to him. He was about 5'11", maybe 6, on the heavy side, wearing horn-rimmed glasses and a trilby hat.
Oh, dear.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Heavily built American tourists wearing horn-rimmed glasses are to a penny at this time of the year. Hair, eyes, complexion?
Oh, fresh complexion, sir. Brown hair and brown eyes.
Oh, thank you, Constable. Excuse me, Brown. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
X-Branch reports that Gilbert Bronson, registered at the American Embassy, gave his occupation as an antique dealer.
Yes?
He applied to the authorities for a resident permit, and this was granted 4 years ago, sir.
I see.
Criminal records report that nothing is known against him. He spent a great deal of time at race meetings and at nightclubs, but as far as is known, sir, no known female companion.
I see. Well, thanks, Ops. His passport says Detroit.
Yes, sir.
Now, get through to the FBI, see what they know about him.
Right, sir.
Quickly as you can. Now I've got a job for you, Brian.
Sir?
You're being seconded to the murder squad until the killer's been found.
Oh, right, sir.
Obviously, we've got to aim for the American who was standing by. Could be that this man was after Bronson. Saw him in the street. Bronson knew that he was being pursued, and in his fear, he ran across that busy intersection with the lights against him. Now, if this American is our man, he'd need transport to get to the hospital. Get the message?
Oh, yes, sir.
Right. Now, I want you to go to room 48. Describe this American looker-on as best you can. Get them to draw up an identikit. And then go foot-slogging to all the taxi companies. You know exactly the time the accident took place. Can't be all that many American tourists calling for a cab at Cambridge Circus on that day, at that time.
Yes, very good, sir.
On your way, then. Time's of the essence. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
We got the information, sir. Gilbert Bronson lived at 48 West Chester Avenue, Detroit.
Right.
Antique dealer. Came under suspicion 8 years ago, but he was cleared by the local precinct. Left Detroit hurriedly.
Did he?
Captain Robinson is of the opinion that Bronson may have been involved in $1 million bank robbery at that time, but Captain Robinson says he came to the conclusion after Bronson left the state, sir.
Well, that's interesting, very interesting. Thanks, Ops.
Oh, just one other thing, sir.
Yes?
X-branch reports that Bronson was known to bank at the Soho branch of the Midland and Scottish.
Most charming gentleman, Mr. Bronson. Bought and sold antiques, I believe. Certainly a very good customer. Always had a few thousand to his credit. Never asked for an overdraft. I read the account of his murder in this morning's paper. In a hospital, of all things. Unbelievable.
Yes. Yes, it is unbelievable. But true for all that. Now, sir, I've been through the man's effects at his apartment. I can't find anything that tells me about his business, except for the fact that he seems to make a monthly trip to Paris. But exactly where and to whom, I don't know.
I'm afraid I can't help you there, Chief Inspector.
You say he's always had a few £1,000s to his credit. Seems to have spent well. Where's the money come from? Did he pay in checks, banker's drafts, what?
Oh, now, let me see. I've got the ledger here. Yes, here we are. Bronson. Oh, extraordinary thing.
What's extraordinary?
Well, sometimes he paid in as much as 2,000 in sterling, sometimes in French francs, sometimes in Italian lira.
I think you'll find that is the reason for his monthly trips overseas. He'd probably got hot dollars, or rather had, and he converted them into foreign currencies before the FBI got on his tracks.
Good gracious me. I often wondered how he might...
I wasted no further time discussing the various possibilities. The man was shot dead, and it began to look more and more like an act of revenge. I decided to put a personal call through to Detroit. You see, Captain Robinson, as far as we can gather, this Gilbert Bronson's sole means of support were moneys he brought back to Britain in various foreign currencies. Now, you told our ex-branch that he was suspected of being involved in a bank robbery.
That's right, Chief Inspector. I was a lieutenant 8 years ago. One of the hoodlums, Jake Hobson, shot dead. 2 security guards wounded, but the rest of the masked gang got away with a cool $1 million. Not a nickel been seen since.
Do you think that Bronson was one of the gang who raided the bank?
Oh, no. That's just hindsight and unofficial, you know. Bronson's father's still mayor of the city, and, I wouldn't want...
I get the message.
Yeah, okay. Bronson's sister Jean was seen everywhere with Jake Hobson. Bronson leaves town same day as the robbery, just disappears. Figures?
Figures.
Seems he was given the dough to hide while it cooled off, and, picture clear?
Very, very. Thanks. Oh, what about the Bronson girl?
Mayor's daughter? You must be kidding. A dozen other things, she says. Get it?
Yes, I do. Thanks. Any thoughts about the rest of the gang?
Oh, none, but judging by your telex, could be they were responsible. Oh, these characters have long memories.
And longer arms, by the looks of it.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Captain. You've been very helpful.
No, not a bit. Say, if you do trace the killer, it'll give us a lead.
I will keep you informed. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Found him, sir. The American.
Good, Constable.
Yeah, picked up by a taxi, cruising near the scene of the accident. Took him to the corner of Harper Street.
By the hospital.
Right. At 4:40 p.m., a man answering to his description got into a taxi at the Bow Street taxi rank and asked to be taken to Bolton's hotel.
Well done, Constable. Did you go to the hotel?
Oh, yes, sir. Registered as Arthur Gould, a Detroit address. He's with a group, the Elks, on a fortnight's package tour. Leaves on Saturday.
Clever.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Well, suppose Bronson is traced by the gang at long last, huh? Suppose they hired a professional gunman to assassinate the man who cheated on them. Now, it is a sad fact that our immigration boys are much more casual with holiday groups from respectable clubs. You see, if the gunman travelled alone... Did you get it?
Oh, yes, sir.
Right, then, let's not waste time. I'm looking forward to meeting him. Have him picked up.
Go in, Mr. Gould. I keep telling you I don't know what all this is about. Our ambassador will hear about this.
Sit down, Mr. Gould. I said sit down. It's better.
I keep asking this cop, what do you want to see me for? I mean, a guy's entitled to know why he's been picked up.
I'm not sure that picked up is the right phrase. Oh, you remember Police Constable Brown? You were at Cambridge Circus when a man was knocked down. You offered to help?
Sure I did. So what? I mean, the guy was an American citizen. Natural thing, I should want to help.
You're coming with me.
Now, take that to dispensary, and Sister will give you... Oh, hello, Chief Inspector.
Can I have a word with you? It's rather urgent.
Of course. You run along, Mr. Baker. Sister will take care of you. Oh, what can I do for you?
Now, can you identify this man? Have you seen him before?
No, I don't... Yes, I do. He was walking to the outpatient's bench when I was wheeling to x-ray that poor man.
She's crazy. I never saw this day before in my life.
Handcuffs. Inspector, the handcuffs...
Yes, nurse, he is. And we'll require you and the doctor as witnesses.
Yeah, this Arthur Gould is unknown in this state. FBI gave us the lowdown. Served 7 out of 10 years sentence at Hawkhurst for assault. Known as a muscle man for Slugs Taylor, who controls the numbers game on the West Coast. Now then, Inspector Carr, if you can get that guy to sing, we may catch up with the bank robbers.
He's already sung, Captain.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. As soon as we showed him the gun and the silencer found in his hotel bedroom, he sang like a canary.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Does the name Tom Kestrel mean anything to you?
Well, are you kidding? Every time we pull Tom and his brother Nick in, somebody pulls a political wire and they laugh in our faces.
Yes?
Yeah. Well, you see, the trouble is people are afraid to talk. Well, you know how it is. They're afraid what might happen not only to them, but their families.
Of course.
Yeah. Hey, how many beans did Gould spill?
Oh, plenty.
Yeah?
He's incriminated the entire Kestrel clan.
Don't say, huh?
Now, the confession's on its way over to you today. You may not be able to pin the bank robbery onto them for lack of evidence, but you can get them on being accomplices to Bronson's murder.
Well, that's good enough to me. Gotta hand it to you, Chief Inspector.
It was easy, Captain, once we caught up with Gould.
Oh.
He incriminated himself when he was picked up and came to the yard. The killer said... Well, listeners, how did Gould incriminate himself? What did he say to reveal his guilt? Not sure? Well, what was it that Gould said to me when I had him pulled in? If you remember...
I keep asking this cop, what do you want to see me for? I mean, the guy's entitled to know why he's being picked up.
You were at Cambridge Circus when a man was knocked down. You offered to help.
Sure I did. So what? The guy was an American citizen. Natural thing, I should want to help, isn't it?
You're coming with me. Do you see Gould's foolish statement declaring that the unconscious man was a fellow American citizen? How did the gunman know the accident victim's nationality if he'd never seen him before? A foolish remark to make. Although, of course, we were convinced of Gould's guilt by the time he was picked up. Bronson knew he'd been traced by the gang a few days before when he was told an American had questioned the caretaker of the block of flats. He decides to run. The gunman spots him near Cambridge Circus and gives chase. The rest you know. Good night. The epic casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic casebook.
The Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Even today, after all these years, I never fail to wonder at the extraordinary woolly-mindedness of some people in their attitude to lawbreakers who manage to escape the clutches of the authorities or successfully break out of jail. I remember the recent comments of those who regarded as highly intelligent when Rocha escaped from his Mozambique prison. Now I read of this eminent French surgeon and his wife being charged with harboring a child kidnapper who had escaped from his prison in Marseille. When asked by the investigating magistrates the reason, the surgeon replied that it was inevitable for people with sensitivity and compassion to assist those on the run from the state. No thought for the child he kidnapped, mark you, or the terrible fears of the parents during those long days and nights when the child was missing. Or, for that matter, Rocha, with the emphasis on his Houdini-like skill in being an escaper. The emphasis should have been on the fact that he was a convicted rapist, would-be murderer, and responsible for many acts of criminal violence. I remember as a young man going to a London theatre in which the play consisted largely of a parson and the man he discovers hiding in his cellar. The man was on the run from Dartmoor prison, a sentenced murderer. I can't remember the details, except for the fact that as the police cars get closer and the dog's barking becomes louder, the parson opens the front door and says to the escaped convict, "Go with my blessing." A humane joke? Nonsense. An act that gives the convict an opportunity to commit another murder. It's the same with people who withhold information because of a warped sense of loyalty. As in the story I'm going to tell tonight, which I've called Death is Not Fraudulent. A young woman named Paula Harriman was heard to scream at approximately midnight. The landlady went to investigate, found her lying on the floor of her room. She'd been killed. Now, tell me exactly what happened, Mrs. Deutsch.
Happened? What have I got to tell? That this should happen in my house? That poor Miss Harriman?
I know it must be terrifying for you, Mrs. Deutsch, but you say you heard someone running down the stairs.
Yeah, I'll never forget it. It was terrible.
Now, just sit down, Mrs. Deutsch, and tell me exactly what happened.
It was just 12 o'clock exactly.
You sure? Exactly 12 o'clock?
Yeah, I am sure. You see, I had been listening to the radio, and the speaker, he said good night, and said, soon you will hear the midnight bells. Light. Fräulein Harriman's room.
Did I hear somebody scream? Oh, is that you, Miss Deutsch? They said somebody listening to the radio. I thought I heard a scream.
Yes, Mr. Acton, I hear also. I think from Miss Harriman.
Well, we'll soon find out.
See, there's a light under the door.
Yes, so there is. Hello? Miss Harriman. Miss Harriman.
Yeah, I say Mr. Doyle's locked. No.
She doesn't seem to be here. She...
look!
Steady, Mr.
No!
Doyle, steady.
Oh!
We've got to keep calm. We'd better ring for an ambulance and the police.
I see. Well, she was strangled, all right. According to the police surgeon, the bruise on her chin, the unfortunate young woman was knocked out and then killed. How many people in this house, Mrs. Deutsch?
7 and myself.
Are they all here?
Mr. and Mrs. Rapport, they have this restaurant in the High Street. They never come home before 1, maybe 2 o'clock.
I see, thank you. And the others?
Mr. and Mrs. Forrester, they always go away on Fridays, come back Monday.
And this gentleman I met when I first arrived, that was Mr. Acton.
Yeah, that will be Cedric Acton. A very fine gentleman. He has much business in the city.
Well, that leaves one other. Who's the 7th tenant?
Yes, that's... Mr. Frascati. I do not know where he is. Sometime he go away for the week, sometime not. He play first violin with the orchestra. Oh, excuse me. I think I hear Mr. Frascati now. He has a key. Mr. Frascati! Mr. Frascati!
Oh, you're still awake? It's nearly 1:30.
Oh, Mr. Frascati...
I suggest you try and get some sleep, Mrs. Deutsch. I'll explain to this gentleman. Angelo Frascati stood in the hallway clutching a violin case dressed in white tie and tails. It was obvious that he had just come from some musical presentation, which he later confirmed. I went with him into his room. There was no doubting the distress of the man when I told him of the tragedy that had taken place less than an hour and a half ago.
Miss Harriman, but why? Who would want to do a thing like that?
Well, I haven't searched the room thoroughly as yet. I have spoken to Mr. Acton and, of course, Mrs. Deutsch. They say that they found the young lady perfectly charming, although neither could tell me whether she had any employment. What do you know about her, Mr. Frascati?
Very little. I know that she's an American, and once she stopped me in the passage and told me that she's been to the Wigmore Hall, where I play first violin. She was most charming, but who or what or why or how, I'm afraid I know nothing about her.
Well, thank you, sir. No need to keep you awake. I shall have the unhappy task of going through the woman's effects. It was then that I had my first surprise. I searched the girl's clothes, her dressing table, handbag, and yet there wasn't a paper confirming her identity. Neither passport nor birth certificate, nothing. By the time I'd finished, it was nearer 3 o'clock than 2, and I decided a few hours' sleep were required. However, I was back at the yard in time to telephone operations before he went off night duty. Now listen, Ops. She signed the tenant's book as Paula Harriman. I want to find out more about her. Get through to the American Embassy.
Very good, sir.
The landlady says that she distinctly heard someone running down the stairs and out into the street seconds after the scream. Get hold of X-Branch, see if anybody witnessed anything suspicious, the usual thing.
Right, sir.
Now, I want to run down on the list of tenants. You'll find it in the docket I sent over. I want to know everything about them, even those who were away from London last night. You'll see them all clearly marked.
Right, sir.
Oh, and let me know as soon as you get anything from the American Embassy.
I will, sir.
Oh, come in, Mr. Acton. Come on in.
Thank you.
All right, Ops, don't forget, time is of the essence.
Right, sir.
Well, it's good of you to come along, Mr. Acton. I did say any time, up till 1 o'clock. Thought it being Saturday morning, you'd like a longer lie-in, especially after what happened last night.
It's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Mrs. Deutsch says that she heard someone running down the stairs. Perhaps if I'd opened my door a few seconds sooner, I might have caught the swine.
Well, you can't berate yourself for that. Now, you heard the scream?
Yes. I opened my door and there was Mrs. Deutsch. She heard it too. We were the only two in the building.
I looked in the tenant's book, where she wrote her signature and put down that she came from Tucson, Arizona. It's a very clear and definite kind of handwriting.
Well, she was a very clear and definite person. I didn't know her at all well, but she seemed awfully nice.
Forgive me for being brutally frank. Do nice girls have people in their rooms at midnight?
Come, Inspector. Aren't you rather old-fashioned? It's not a hotel, you know. We have our separate apartments.
Fair enough. But if you knew the number of lonely girls, strangers to London, who are murdered each year, you too would wish we lived in an age when it was considered wrong to entertain people of the opposite sex. Now, she signed the tenant's book last January. That's 5 months ago.
Yes, that's right. I remember when she moved in. A friend of mine had the apartment before her. He was transferred to Swindon. I must say it was rather funny.
What was funny?
Well, it's a kind of unwritten law that whoever sees the post first picks it up, sorts the letters out, and puts them on the ledge in the entrance hall. Do you know, I've never once seen a letter addressed to Paula Harriman.
Well, frankly, I decided not to disturb Mrs. Deutsch earlier than was necessary. She was in quite a shock. But the sooner I can get this investigation underway, the sooner I'll get the killer. I'm working in the dark. That's why I called for your assistance. I'll need to find out whether she had a banking account, whether she had any men friends. Our senior police surgeon says there was no question of sexual assault, yet there must be some reason for such a brutal method of killing her.
Bank. You mentioned bank.
Yes. You thought of something?
Yes. I happened to work on the stock exchange, and some weeks ago, very funny. Hello, Miss Harriman. You're in the wrong end of town, aren't you?
Well, Mr. Acton, I've never been into the city before. Nothing but insurance companies and banks, except for the bank I'm wanting.
What bank is that? I know most of the banks around here.
The United States Bank Corporation.
Oh, I can tell you where that is. Now, you're in Queen Street. You need to be in...
Harwood? No, sir. There's no Harriman here. I'm afraid not. Well, I had great... Mr. Rogers. You're quite sure? No, Miss Harriman. Oh, quite sure. I'll make inquiries from the rest of my staff, of course, but if anyone does business with this banking corporation, it's automatically indexed here. Oh, well. Just a minute. I've got a picture here of the young lady. I'm having it circulated in certain quarters. Perhaps you might recognize it. I promise you, Inspector, that if that young lady... Wait a minute. Are you saying that this is a photograph of a Miss Harriman? Yes, I am. I found it in her apartment. Probably a year or two old, but sufficient for identification purposes. What's the matter? You do recognize her, don't you, Mr. Rogers? Yes, I do. I remember her quite well. She arrived with a letter of recommendation from our branch in Tucson, Arizona. She had also a number of traveler's checks with her. There's only one thing wrong with all this, Chief Inspector Carr, but first of all, I'd better make quite sure. Yeah, here we are. That's right. Here it is. Yeager. That's right, Yeager. Her name isn't Harriman. Her name is Mrs. Paula Yeager. Jaeger. Well, this is interesting. Very interesting. What address have you got? Care of the American Club, Piccadilly. That's an accommodation address. She lived under the name of Harriman at 28 Bailey Street. That's the wrong end of Pimlico. That's not a very salubrious address for a woman who's got £30,000 in her account. What seemed to be a murder investigation along the usual lines of an attractive young woman killed for reasons of jealousy or frenzied desires took on a totally different aspect. Why should she call herself Harriman, and why should the victim live in a rather cheap apartment house when she seemed to possess so many thousands of English pounds? Well, I take it that when a customer opens a banking account, you take specimens of their handwriting, signatures. Oh, yes, of course. I always have them in duplicate. Then I'll take one set, if you don't mind. I returned to Bailey Street and compared the woman's signature taken from the bank with the handwriting as inscribed in the tenant's book. There was no question that one person had written both signatures. So, Mrs. Deutsch, your tenant's real name was Yeager.
This is very strange.
Yes, Mrs. Deutsch, very strange indeed. Particularly as the American Embassy assures me that there is neither a Miss Harriman nor a Mrs. Yeager registered as being Americans living in London.
Excuse me, please. Yeah, this is Mrs. Deutsch speaking.
I'm sorry to trouble you, ma'am. Chief Inspector Carr said he'd be at your place for the next hour or two. He wanted me to find out something for him.
Excuse me, the officer is here.
For me?
A gentleman wishes to speak to you.
Thank you. Hello, Carr speaking.
I have the information you wanted, sir. This is Rogers, United States Banking Corporation.
Yes, Mr. Rogers.
2 checks make up the £30,000.
Huh?
Both drawn by the Rush Home Engineering Company. Both checks have been cleared, so there's no question as to their authenticity.
Well, I wasn't questioning that. Do you know this firm?
No, I never heard of them. But I looked them up in the telephone directory, and they don't seem to be listed. But their bank, through which the check was cleared, is the London and Central.
Yes, that's right. The Rush Home Engineering Works opened an account here. It was large amount.
But who opened the account?
Well, let me see. Mr. Arthur Smith. Their address is 223 Delaware Road, Islington.
Can I get you something, sir? I'm looking for an engineering works at this address. I didn't expect to find a tobacconist shop.
Well, you see, sir, we give an accommodation service. You'll see us advertised in the London Star every night. It's only £1 a month, and we take care of all your letters. And we always forward them on if necessary.
Any letters from the Rush Home Engineering Works?
Well, yes, there was one. Had the name printed on the envelope, addressed to a Mr. Smith. All right, then we address it to the General Post Office, London. We got that, Ops.
There must be hundreds of Smiths calling for letters to the GPO, sir. It's not going to be easy.
Yes, I know, but we must leave no stone unturned, as the saying goes.
Fair enough, sir.
It's a swindle, all right. The unknown man opens an account in the name of the Russian Engineering Company. He deposits a number of cheques totaling £30,000 and then draws cheques to that amount in favour of Mrs. Jaeger. The question is, where did the unknown man get his £30,000? Who paid that sort of money to the Russian Engineering Company by cheque?
You said something on the telephone about amounts of money paid to us by this engineering firm.
Yes, sir, a firm that is non-existent.
I don't believe it. I don't have to tell you that Rixton's are the largest firm of its kind in Europe.
Yes, I know that, sir. But here are the amounts paid in and cleared by your bank. Now, who signs the cheque?
I do. You're one of my fellow directors. You're Hunter.
Who's Hunter?
Our chief accountant. He's been with us for many years. Surely you don't think
Mr. Rexton, I'm from the murder, not the fraud squad. I'm making inquiries into the death of a young woman named either Paula Harriman or Jaeger. And somewhere, somehow, those cheques issued by your organization have some connection with this murder.
Preposterous. You'd better have a word with my Mr. Hunter. You say the Russian Engineering Company Limited. Yes, we did buy machinery from them, and we did issue those cheques to which you refer.
I see. What were they issued for? In payment of what?
Oh, good heavens, I can't tell you off the cuff. Scaffolding irons, cement mix, all sorts of things.
And you actually received goods?
Received? Well, of course. I wouldn't have okayed the invoices otherwise. I've got the original invoices. Here they are.
You mean that the address on the invoice is at 223 Delaware Road? It's an accommodation address. There's no works there, nothing but a tobacconist shop.
What do you mean? I know Mr. Rusho myself.
Well, have you the invoices on which these cheques were paid?
Of course.
Who orders this material?
The heads of various departments. Just a minute.
Yes, Mr. Hunter?
Invoices, Rush Home Engineering. Quickly, please.
It seemed absurd that a young woman strangled in some obscure apartment house should be linked with one of the most respected industrial firms in the country. Yet everything pointed to a link between an obvious fraud and a brutal murder.
Here we are. Yes, that's it. Initialed by John Butcher.
Who's he?
A director of the company and head of our purchasing division. Poor chap.
Why do you say that?
Collapsed and died of a heart attack 6 weeks ago.
What do these initials mean?
Means that the goods have been delivered and authorizes us to pay on these invoices.
I see, thank you.
Mr. Rexton said something about a swindle. I can assure you that our precautions...
Mr. Hunter, as I told your managing director, I'm more concerned with the murder that's been committed rather than with your company being defrauded. I'll take these invoices, if you don't mind. Carr?
Operations here, sir.
Yes?
The name Harriman was not a non-diplomat. FBI say that a Paula Harriman married a Mr. Ralph Jaeger, British subject. Divorced 3 years later in Mexico.
Hey, wait a minute. Jaeger. Well. How's your German, Ops?
Non-existent, sir. Why?
Well, unless my memory fails me, Hunter in German is Jaeger, and Jaeger is Hunter.
Beg your pardon, sir?
Never mind, but I'd like to know the name Hunter of Rexton was born with.
Well, but do you think, sir, that...
Yes, I'll start thinking now, Ops. But things are moving apace. Within the hour, the Registrar of Births, Marriages and Deaths was able to supply the information that Ralph Hunter's birth certificate showed that he was born Ralph Jaeger, that both his parents were naturalized British subjects of German origin. My old antennae told me that the investigation was nearing a successful completion. Mrs. Deutsch, I've been rereading your statement, and I'm placed in a certain amount of difficulty.
Difficulty, Chief Inspector? My statement makes things difficult?
Well, yes. Let me read what you said. You said you heard a scream, and then you rushed out of your room, and as you did so, you heard somebody running down the stairs. And just then, you heard Mr. Acton shout from below, "Did I hear someone scream?" Do you still say that's what occurred?
I said that is what occurred.
I've got a feeling that there was a scream, but only one scream. Yours.
I do not know what you mean.
Mr. Acton says that he heard a scream. He's on the ground floor, yet he makes no mention of hearing any sound of the intruder running down the stairs. I have a feeling that you're withholding information. That's a very serious offence.
Why should I withhold information?
Could it be that the scream Mr. Acton says he heard came from you? Could it be that you walked into Miss Harriman's room and saw her lying there, and you screamed in horror, and as you rushed out, it was then that Mr. Acton called out, "Did I hear somebody scream?" And then he says, "Oh, is that you, Mrs. Deutsch?" How well did you know Paula Jaeger? Oh, come, Mrs. Deutsch. Do you realize what can happen to you? It isn't true that she became a tenant as a result of an advertisement. And Ralph Jaeger, how well do you know him? Did he bring her here? Did you know his parents? Well, can't you see the position you're in? If you can identify the man who was here the night she was murdered, and you fail to do so,
Roses, they're so wonderful to me. They helped me to get away from those beasts. They brought me to London, took care of me while my mind has gone, you understand. My husband, I see him go to the gas chamber. He will kill them. He suffered, said Ralph. She blackmailed him, says that the Mexico divorce did not mean anything in this country, and he was so much in love with Grace Rexton. I did wrong, I know.
Now, what really happened?
I see Ralph come to the house. I hear them shouting. He says, "You have blackmailed me for the last time." I hear her laugh, saying if he wants to marry this woman, he will have to pay for some more machinery. Words I do not understand. Then he starts and she starts shouting, and suddenly it is quiet. I am frightened by the quiet. I go to Paula's room and...
It's no use you going there. I've killed her. I've killed her here. I hit her, strangled her with these hands, and they can do what they like to me.
But what have you done? What have you done? Paula, you have... Oh!
Did I hear somebody scream? Oh, is that you, Mrs. Deutsch?
Yes, Mr. Acton, I hear also. I think from Miss Harriman. Mr. Acton, he come up the stairs, and then I knock on Paula's door, pretending I had not seen the terrible thing I did see.
Well, I knew it was your scream that he heard. You see, our police surgeon says that the young woman received a blow to the jaw, rendering her unconscious before she was strangled. It must have been a sudden blow, and she would have been in no position to scream. You'll now be asked to sign a statement identifying Hunter as the man who was here that night.
His parents, his poor parents. What will happen to them?
What about Mrs. Jaeger's parents? They weren't responsible for their daughter's blackmailing activities. It's no good, Hunter. The game's up. We learned that you'd changed your name from Jaeger to Hunter by deed poll, and I thought it was too much of a coincidence that your ex-wife, married in the name of Jaeger, should be living in an apartment house run by a German. Are you ready to confess?
Yes. Yes, I am. The scheme was hers. She arrived in London with news that our divorce wasn't recognized in this country. Started blackmailing me, and then she said she had this idea of... Oh, what's the use? Yes, I confess. So Mrs. Deutsch gave me away. Not that I can blame her.
She didn't. It had to be forced out of her. You gave yourself away. You said one unutterably stupid thing when I first questioned you. It must have been the shock at seeing me. The shock of being confronted with a Scotland Yard officer to cause him to say, "It's nothing but a tobacconist's shop."
What do you mean? I know Mr. Rushholm myself.
And can one be more stupid than that? It must have been obvious that once the fraud had been discovered, we would know that not only was there no such firm as Rushholm Engineering Limited, but no Mr. Rushholm. The whole thing was a fraudulent fiction. Once Hunter blurted out that self-protective phrase, I knew he was involved in the fraud, and that it was highly probable he was connected with the murder. And yet, I can't help wondering whether the case would have been solved had there not been the 1,000-to-1 chance of Mrs. Yeager meeting Mr. Acton in the city and inquiring the way to the bank where she deposited the checks.
The epic casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Russ as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic casebook. The epic casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. A few weeks ago, I went to a race meeting at Germiston, at which Jolly Drummer was the hot favourite for the main race. He was beaten by Uncle Ben from the Oppenheimer stable. Now, whenever this sort of thing happens, certain wiseacres will hint darkly of sinister goings-on and what have you. Well, as I went back with friends of mine, there is no doubt that Jolly Drummer finished the race somewhat lame. What some people fail to realize is that animals are like human beings. They have their off days just as we do. Oh, don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that the sport of kings is entirely free from malpractice. Where there are great rewards to be won, there are certain to be persons of questionable character who will perpetrate every trickery under the sun in order to get a share of the pickings. Why all this? Well, I'm going to tell you of a leading racehorse owner who was found dead under circumstances that left no one in doubt that murder had been committed. I've called my story, Death is the Victor. I've already indicated my interest in the sport of kings, and although I was not a frequent racegoer in England, one annual event I looked forward to was a minor classic in the English racing calendar. It was the 1,000 Guineas run at Sandown Park. The invitation used to come from one of the stewards, who was a friend of mine. His name was Ernest Giles. Oh, what do you think of the favourite for the Guineas, Giles?
I like it very much. I can't understand it.
Can't understand what?
The favourite. Gay Wastrel was even money a week ago. Now it's 3-1. I think it's the class horse.
I hope you're right. I backed it.
Well, we'll soon know. It's almost time for the off.
The white things happen. They're under Stout's orders. They're coming into line now. It's a good line. No one's playing up. I don't think there'll be any trouble. And there goes the bell. Away to a flying start. Sublime is showing most of the running, followed by April Fool. Gay Wastrel, the favourite, is a handy third in the central course. Just behind her is Insulated. Insulator's making forward move. They've just reached the 3 furlong post. Insulator's taken over. The grey mare is sliding out really well. Gay Wastrel has moved up there too. Racing Less seems to be in trouble. Racing Less looks as though it won't take part in the race. Gay Wastrel has taken over. Just behind us Insulated. Still showing the way in running. Insulated striding out really well. Loverboy has come on the scene. Loverboy, there's only a furlong to go, and it's still Gay Wastrel, followed by Insulated. Looks like a match between these two. No. Gay Wastrel is surging ahead. Gay Wastrel looks like winning it now. I don't think Insulated can catch her. Yes, it's Gay Wastrel. At least the link clear for Insulated, with Loverboy third. There's no question about it. Gay Wastrel's favourite, a clear winner.
Well, did you back it?
I did. Rocked the bookmakers. I took 2-1 in £1 notes.
Well, don't let the money go to your head.
I won't.
I ought to go to the unsaddling and congratulate the owner. Care to come with me?
Glad to.
Congratulations, Scotty. Great win.
Oh, thank you, Bob. The great horse.
Meet my guest, Inspector Carr.
Oh, nice to meet you, Inspector. I've heard a great deal about you, of course.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Gay Wastrel's a great horse. I trust you're all coming to join me in the celebration. Drinks after the last race?
Delighted.
Here comes the herb of insulated. Well done, Dawes, old boy. Ran a great race.
I thought I was going to beat you at one time, Scotty.
But you didn't, Dawes. Oh, by the way, Inspector Carr, meet Mr. Dawes.
Hi, Mr. Dawes.
Inspector.
Now, I've booked the Tudor room at Claridge's for a celebration tonight, and you're all invited.
Strangely precipitant under the circumstances.
Are you coming, Inspector?
Thank you. For something like 100 years, it has been traditional that the winner of the guineas should give a banquet for the officials and others connected with the race. First, I joined the others in a victory drink in the steward's room, and then left the course. There were one or two things to clear up at the yard before my plans to spend a weekend of leisure. As it transpired, my plans went awry. Carr speaking.
Operations here, sir.
Oh, don't tell me. Look, I'm off for the weekend. My duty ends, or it will end, in about 3 minutes. I've just come back from the racing.
Well, sir, a man has been found stabbed to death at the Percy Simpson Racing Stables.
Percy Simpson? What the...
Yes, sir. Killed with a pitchfork, according to the local manor. A man called Scotty Bayliss.
But I was with him less than 2 hours ago. No peace for the wicked. You say stables. Are they near the course?
Well, sir, the call came through from Westerham. I've notified Dr. McPherson.
Right, get through to transport. Tell him to have a car waiting outside with a plan of how to get to the stable.
Right, sir.
It had been many years since I visited this small country town, which nestled at the foot of the hill known as the Widow. Very soon, we were driving through a gate which said, "Danger, horses exercising."
Inspector Carr?
Yes, that's right.
My name's Simpson. We've been told to expect you. It's all absolutely unbelievable.
Yes, I'm afraid murder always seems beyond the realms of reality. I understand that you found the body.
Well, it's all such a shock to see him lying there with a pitchfork in his back. Besides, he hadn't given me... I don't know what I'm going to do.
I realize this is a great shock for you, Mr. Simpson.
Well, it's more than that, Inspector. Mr. Bayliss said that if he won the race, he'd give me the stake money. That's 1,000 guineas. Now, I'm sorry if I sound so mercenary. We've been having a bad patch lately, and, I was banking on the money.
That's unfortunate. Is that the stable over there? Is that where the body was found?
Yes, there's a police doctor with the body.
Let's go, shall we?
I know I shouldn't be talking about money with Mr. Bayliss lying there.
Hello, Doc.
Hello, Inspector.
Is this where it happened, Mac?
I stabbed with a pitchfork from behind. I was stabbed at least a dozen times. It's quite horrible. The print man have been here.
Any luck?
No, nothing at all. You didn't find any footprints in this turf.
And what about the time of his death?
It was pretty warm in that stable. I wouldn't have liked to hazard too close, I guess. I got here about half an hour ago. Let me see, that's 6:30. He's been dead about an hour. I would say that he was killed at 5:30 or thereabouts.
5:30, eh? I was having a drink with him at 3 o'clock.
You were now? Were you at the races?
Yes, and I backed the poor chap's horse. Oh, well, let's take a look at him. I inspected the stable. It became obvious that instead of housing animals, it was more of a place of storage. There, I saw sacks of forage, harness, saddles, and the like. And the lifeless body of Scotty Bayliss. It was difficult to resist a feeling of compassion for the man who but a few hours ago achieved one of the most cherished ambitions, to become the winner of the guineas, and yet not live to receive the tributes of the weekend newspapers. Oh, dear. Sad, isn't it?
Aye. Well, if it all seemed to you, I'll go over to Westerham Station to arrange for the removal of the body. There's nothing more I can do here.
Okay, Mac. See you back at the yard.
Good day to you, Mr. Simpson.
Good day, Doctor. Have you got transport?
I thank you. My car's at the other side of the stables.
All right, Mr. Simpson. I'm ready to take your statement. Oh, by the way, I saw you at the end saddling, didn't I?
Yes, naturally.
Yeah. Oh, well, let's go from there, shall we? What did you do then?
Now, look here, Inspector. You don't think that I did it, do
Mr.
you?
Simpson, now don't be alarmed. Everyone is suspect until we get to the killer. Now, after the unsaddling of Gay Wastrel, what did you do?
I came back here.
Immediately?
Yes. Mr. Bayliss asked me if I'd like to join him in a drink, but I always make it a golden rule to put my horses in the horse box and take them back to the stable as soon as possible. Well, after the way she ran, I knew Gay Wastrel would become favourite, the Silver Challenge Cup.
Mm-hmm. And what time did you get back here?
About 3 o'clock. It's only a 15-minute drive from the course. The race was over at 2:30.
Well, go on, then what happened?
Well, the usual. Ted, that's one of the grooms who drove the horse box, helped me to stable the girl. I took my car and drove home.
What about the groom?
Well, he and his wife live in a cottage on my land.
Who was left behind?
No one. My house adjoins the stables. It's only 250 yards away. At 6 o'clock, I picked up Ted to feed the animals.
I see. Is that your car over there?
No, that belongs to Mr. Bayliss. I run that station wagon.
So it comes to this. The race was run at 2:15. The unsaddling took place about 2:30. You got back here by 3, stabled the animal, and left for home with your groom. Is that right?
Yes.
And you say that the last time you saw Mr. Bayliss alive is when the winner was being unsaddled.
I swear it.
Can you prove that you left the race course soon after the race?
Yes. The traffic cop on duty at the gate is a regular. He'll remember me.
What I can't understand, Mr. Simpson, is this. Why should the killer lure his victim here? Why the stables? Tell me, what about your groom?
Ted, Inspector? Oh, never. Mr. Bayliss had been very generous to Ted. We've had many owners in these stables, Mr. Dawes, Mr. Gilby. None of them have been as generous as Mr. Bayliss. Why should he want to kill him?
Somebody did. All right, don't look so alarmed. I don't think it's you. But I have a sneaking suspicion who that somebody is. Having reassured the trainer of Gay Wastrel that he was not number 1 on the list of suspects, I asked him to show me the layout of the place. A survey made it clear that the stable grounds were completely shut off from view. They could not be seen from either the main house or the groom's cottage. I decided to have a word with Ernest Giles, my host at the races.
Well, I'll help you all I can, Carr, but it won't be much.
How well did you know Bayliss? Did you know him very well?
I wouldn't say very well. I liked the man. We rarely met outside the racecourse.
What I'm trying to find out is whether this murder is a gambling killing or not. All we know about Mr. Bayliss is that he's the owner of a fairly successful boot factory. He's a bachelor, and he owns half a dozen horses trained by Simpson.
In which case, you know as much as I do.
See. I understand that you, as the architect, were responsible for some of the extensions at Sandown.
Yes, I was.
What I'm trying to find out is the possibility of going from Sandown Racecourse to Westerham, avoiding any of the main gates or roads.
Well, that's easily answered. Come over here, Inspector. Now, there's your map of Sandown.
Yes.
Now, up here to the northeast is Westerham, and there are quite a number of the trainers are there. You see it's only 7 miles away. Now, a car would leave the racecourse through this opening here between the trees.
Yes.
Cut through this ground, be a bit bumpy, but easy to do. And that would take one onto the old dirt road. Good heavens, yes. That way, one would come out by Simpson's racing stables.
That's interesting. Very interesting. Now, supposing you had to go to Simpson's stables, is that the route you'd take?
Almost certainly. It cuts off about 4 miles. And imagine the traffic after a Saturday afternoon's racing. One took the main road.
Yet Simpson... Oh, I see. Simpson wouldn't want to drive his horse box over that bumpy road.
No, of course not. Not with an expensive animal like Gay Wastrel in the box. Now, I come to think of it, I remember Bayliss asking me to look at a yearling he'd bought at a sale.
We left the race course and took that old road.
Oh, it gives us a lead, but also a headache.
Oh, why?
Well, our highly efficient X-branch will have to check on the movements of a lot of people. People who left the racecourse.
Including me.
Including you, Giles. No, but quite seriously. Whoever did this thing will be concerned to establish his alibi. What about the winning jockey, for instance?
Leatherby?
Yeah.
I saw him leave with Bayliss.
You did you? What time was that?
Well, you were there, Inspector. Oh, no. You left a few minutes before. Soon after we all toasted the winner in the steward's room.
And you say the jockey left with Bayliss?
Yes. Listen, Inspector, I don't know what you're thinking, but Leatherby used to ride for me when he was an apprentice. I'd stake my reputation on the fact that there's no straighter jockey racing.
Oh, you may be right, Giles, but Bayliss left about 3, and he's found dead 2.5 hours later. I'm going to have a word with Leatherby.
Mr. Bayliss? Oh, I don't know anything about the boss's death. Why question me?
Because I'm hoping that Mr. Bayliss did or said something in your presence which could give me a lead. You would want the murderer caught, wouldn't you?
Yes, of course.
You didn't say that with any conviction.
Well, listen, Governor. I don't know why you've come to see me, but I don't know anything about it, see? Well, I hardly knew the gent. This is the first time I rode for him.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it is. Well, the trainer, Mr. Simpson, booked me for the ride.
He did he? I understand that after the unsaddling and the awarding of the cup and the drinks in the steward's room, you and Mr. Bayliss left together, is that right?
That's right, Inspector. It wasn't long after you left. I remember you going.
What time was that?
Oh, I'm not sure. About 3:30, I suppose.
Where'd you both go to?
Well, I had no more riding engagements that day. Mr. Bayliss told me that if I won, he'd have a nice present for me. He said he'd meet me at the members' lounge. Well, when he saw me ready to go after the steward's drink, he said, "I'll come with you." Well, he came with me to the members' lounge. There was no one there, and he said, "I'm glad we'd settled our differences." He gave me a cheque for 200 quid for winning the race.
Differences? What differences?
Well, that's something rather personal.
Don't be a fool, Leatherby. He's been murdered, don't you understand? You're involved.
Now, wait a minute. You don't think that
All I say is, just be completely frank with me. What were the differences about?
Well, sir, I was offered the mount on Insulated. I was about to accept when Mr. Simpson said that Mr. Bayliss would like me to ride Gay Wastrel.
Go on.
Well, sir, I knew the breeding of Gay Wastrel. I knew she'd had the beating of every other horse, so I agreed to ride the filly. And Mr. Bayliss seemed very pleased. He said to me, "I want you to win that race."
I want you to win that race more than anything in the world. I've never had a big win. Look, if you're first past the post, there'll be an additional 200 for you.
Whew, thank you, sir. If she's anything like Mr. Simpson says she is, she'll win easily, sir. I believe she broke the course record in her trial gallop.
Ah, that's quite true. I'm glad you're taking them out. Very pleased indeed. They tell me that you know the course better than any other jockey. That's a very tricky man at the fore, you know.
I know it, sir. But I'll win, don't you worry.
I see. But you said there were differences.
Yes, sir.
Well, speak up. What were they?
Well, sir, I don't like to tell tales about the dead.
What were they? Come on, out with it.
Well, Inspector, about a week ago, Mr. Bayliss sent for me.
Leatherby, I've been hearing some disconcerting rumours concerning Mr. Dawes' filly, Insulated. They say she's developed a sensational turn of speed.
Oh, don't you worry about that, sir. They're a different class. Well, there's nothing in Insulated's breeding that comes anywhere near her.
Supposing I told you it would be worth £1,000 to you if you didn't win the guineas.
Are you asking me to pull her up? I've never pulled an horse in my life, Mr. Bayliss, and I never will.
You see, I'm in somewhat of a spot. Oh, the devil take him. Are you sure as Simpson that Gay Wastrel has the beating of the others, even Insulated?
Yes, sir, I'm sure. I'm absolutely positive. Of course, if there's heavy rains...
All right. Just forget what I've said. You go in there and win.
That's all I meant, sir. Although he asked me to pull the race in the beginning, he turned out to be a true gentleman after all.
So you got your cheque for £200 as a reward for winning on Gay Wastrel?
Yes, sir.
And then what happened?
Well, as I say, we were in the members' lounge.
Another drink, Weatherby?
No, thank you, sir. Got to watch me weight, you know.
Excuse me, Mr. Bayliss.
Aye, what is it?
You want it on the phone, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. Excuse me, Leatherby.
Thanks for the tip. I'll £2 on it.
Oh, glad you won. I had quite a few quid on her myself. So I can't understand why she started at such a good price. There must have been a fortune on insulated.
Oh, there was. Ginger Jack who butts for Mr. Dawes said he himself put £1,000 on insulated at 5 to 1.
I knew I had the measure of insulated as soon as I called on Gay Wastrel. I could have won by 3 lengths, even more.
I'm afraid I've got to go. I'm wanted rather urgently. Oh, Stewart here. Here's the wee celebration for you, too.
Thank you very much, sir.
I'll see you at the Tudor room tonight, Leatherby. With your wife, of course.
Thank you very much, sir. Walked out and I never saw him again.
I see. He didn't tell you where he was going or who he was going to meet?
No, sir, he didn't.
Everything that I'd gleaned so far confirmed my suspicions. I decided to put off questioning the man I suspected of the murder until all the other ends were tied up. I had another word with the helpful Mr. Giles. Giles, I understand it's a rigid rule that no outside telephone calls can be connected to members or even owners other than extremely urgent ones.
Yes, that's right. If a doctor's wanted urgently or someone attending the race meeting has a relative who's met with a serious accident, then they're the exception to the rule.
Well, then what happens? Do you put the call through to wherever they may be on the course?
Oh, no, that lends itself to a lot of abuses, particularly racing malpractices, you know. No one's allowed to talk racing on the telephone.
But Leatherby tells me that Bayliss received a telephone call whilst they were drinking in the members' lounge after the race.
And it must have been an internal call. That's allowed.
Oh. Is that easily checked?
Oh, yes. We're not on a dialing system, you know.
Does that mean that anyone on the course can telephone anyone else on the course?
Oh, good heavens, no. As a matter of fact, it's a privilege afforded to us, stewards, owners, and such like.
What's the procedure?
Well, one goes along to the switchboard, which is at the back of the general office, and asks the favour of being put through to the weighing room, the members' lounge, and so on.
Used much?
Oh, no. As I say, we don't like to encourage this sort of thing. But if you want to find out any more about that, Mr. Godley was on duty. He'd have taken the telephone request.
I see. Thanks, Giles.
Now, how's the investigation going?
Fine. With a bit of luck, the case will be closed within a matter of hours. Come in. Ah, Sergeant Smith.
You're right, sir. This fellow Godley remembers Mr. Dawes asking him to raise Mr. Bayliss in the members' lounge. He says that Dawes spoke to Bayliss for quite a while, and this fellow Godley remembers him well, because he gave him a 10-bob tip.
Ah, for once generosity will contribute to the hanging of a man. And what about the car park attendant?
The attendant says that Dawes took his car out of the owner's hangar at about 4:20 and left by the north gate. That leads onto the old road.
And that leads to Simpson's stables, right? We've got enough. Ask Mr. Dawes to come and see me.
Right, sir.
Dawes was summoned for 2:30 the following afternoon. In the meantime, X-Branch and Operations were getting out all they could. Within a few hours, our informers and special agents had unearthed very interesting pieces of information. There's no doubt that using intermediaries in the underworld and those in gambling circles, Dawes had attempted to bring off a gambling coup. He'd wagered thousands. Had Gay Wastrel lost and Insulated won, his gain would have been astronomical. Had Bayliss double-crossed him? I was soon to know.
I don't know why you sent for me, Inspector.
Oh, I'm checking on everyone's movements. Where were you at 5:30, the time when Bayliss was killed?
Well, you know as well as I do that the last race wasn't run until 5:20. It was on the racecourse.
Can you prove it? Were you with anybody?
Inspector, you obviously know nothing about racing. All of us are lone wolves. We occasionally have a drink with each other. There were over 60,000 people on the racecourse. And do you expect me to produce them all as alibis?
You swear you never left the course?
Could you imagine I would, with the last race not yet run?
Why did you telephone Bayliss?
What do you mean?
And why did you take your car out at 20 minutes past 4?
Who
and
said
why
so?
haven't you paid your debts? You lost a lot of money on Insulated, didn't you?
Well, that's my affair.
So he double-crossed you on Gay Wastrel, eh? Didn't you think for one moment that the reason he decided to run the race straight was that he had a conscience? That he might report you to the Jockey Club?
Report me? You must be mad. It was his idea. He got me to put a fortune on Insulated so that he could get the generous odds of 2 to 1 on his own filly.
What a dirty trick.
Yes. The respectable Mr. Bayliss. Why,
Are you confessing, Mr. Dawes? Because if you are, I must warn you that He didn't confess then, but he did later. There's no doubt that his allegations were correct. What Leatherby regarded as a change of heart in the owner of Gay Wastrel was really a change of approach. Bayliss realized that with Dawes and his gambling promise plunging all the money on Insulated, he would get very good odds on his own horse, and that would pay him to run the race straight. A nice piece of double-cross that cost him his life. Dawes gave me a semblance of a clue soon after the race. Do you remember how he gave himself away? What was it that Dawes said that registered with me to the extent that I felt he was involved? It was this. After the unsaddling, Scotty said, I'll book the Tudor room at Claridge's for a celebration tonight. You're all invited.
Strangely precipitate under the circumstances.
Why strangely precipitate under the circumstances? Surely, as a favourite, he anticipated he was going to win and made arrangements accordingly. Unless he was not supposed to anticipate a win. So I found Mr. Dawes's remarks strange under those circumstances. And the moral, racehorse owners never interfere with a jockey riding lest you get pitchforked into trouble. Good night.
The epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Russ as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic Casebook. The epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. Regular listeners to this series will have observed that it is not unusual for senior members of the murder squad to be asked to conduct investigations into activities which are not usually their province. Some will remember my being asked by the Commissioner of Police to head the team assigned to the task of finding the missing Latin American diplomat. Another was the case of the strange suicide of a brilliant Foreign Office official. In other words, there are times when the Commissioner feels it necessary to invoke the entire machinery of the yard in the national interest. Why all this? Well, it's because of the extraordinary publicity surrounding the claim to one of Britain's oldest earldoms, when an American named Ralph Marriott arrived to claim the title. He promised that for every £50 share invested in his fund, the sender could hope to receive a 100% profit as soon as the inheritance became his. This upset the establishment quite considerably, as you can imagine. Questions were asked in Parliament. The Home Secretary was asked to look into it. He invoked the aid of Scotland Yard, and the Commissioner delegated me with the task of probing Mr. Marriott's motives and integrity. Strangely enough, although the Commissioner suggested I absent myself from the murder squad whilst looking into Mr. Marriott, it proved to be impracticable. In the process of probing, I uncovered a murder. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story Death Most Known. For all we knew, Ralph Marriott could have been the epitome of honesty, that he was just seeking financial support for his rightful claims to the succession. Consequently, I couldn't very well ask him to pay us a visit at the yard. Mohammed went to the mountain. Mr. Marriott?
Yeah, I take it you're Inspector Carr.
Yes, sir. My warrant card?
Oh, I don't need to see that now. You come on in.
Thank you.
I mean, you're not arresting me or anything like that.
Good.
Or are you?
No, sir, no. As I said on the telephone, the Home Secretary is a little bit worried about all this publicity.
Now, you said something about my inheritance. Any question you happen to ask, I'll be happy to answer them.
Well, it's very good of you, sir. I've been through your papers. There's no reason at all why you shouldn't be in this country or why you shouldn't lay claim to the title. Frankly, Mr. Marriott, what is worrying us is the advertisement.
Well, how come? It's all on the up and up. I need dough. I spent every dime I possess practically in legal fees and what have you. I may have to take my claim to the House of Lords.
Take a look at this advertisement, Mr. Marriott. You're offering a return of £100 for every £50 invested.
So? There's nothing wrong in that, is there?
Well, you only need a few hundred people applying for shares and bang it'd go your inheritance.
Inspector, have you come here to ask me to withdraw my advertisement?
No, sir. I'm here to establish your bona fides.
You mean my right to the estate? Okay, fair enough. I'm the last of the Marriotts. The Earl died suddenly intestate. For something like 8 months, the local attorney in Merritshire has been trying to find the next of kin. Well, I'm that guy. I understand the estate is worth well over $1 million.
Have you seen the local solicitor?
Sure I have. You don't think I'd invite these good British people to invest in my inheritance fund unless I was pretty sure of the outcome?
Forgive me. That's what the Commissioner of Police is worried about. That's why I'm here. Do you mind if I ask you to show me proof of your inheritance?
Not one bit. As soon as you mentioned Scotland Yard, I thought I'd have the papers ready when you arrived. Now. There you are. It's all in these papers. Inspector, you may not know, but our family goes back over 200 years when old Joshua Marriott was born.
I gathered it was a pretty old family.
Well, he was born in Plymouth on September 9th in the year of our Lord, 1752. Now, they didn't have birth certificates in those days, of course.
Of course. The births were usually entered in the parish register of the local church.
That's right. Unhappily, this church containing particulars of great-grandfather's birth was destroyed in that terrible air raid you had during the last war.
So I assume you've got other proof.
Oh, sure. Here, take a look at this Bible. Look at that here in the flyleaf. It's pretty faint, but it says very clearly, on this day, the 9th September, in the year of our Lord, 1752, my dear wife, Rebecca, was delivered of a male child whom we've named Joshua.
I see, and that was your great-grandfather.
Yeah, that's right. Now, sir, if you take a look at this genealogical tree, which I've had drawn up at great expense, you'll see the whole story. You see, my great-grandfather had a brother who was 2 years older. Now, he inherited the title of Viscount. Now, this is what caused the split. My great-grandfather decided to emigrate to Virginia around about the year 1800. Now, that's where my grandfather was born. If you look further along, you'll see the family tree down to my birth in Wyoming in the year 1910. The English branch of the family have all died out. I'm the sole survivor, the male one anyway, and that's why I'm here in London to claim my inheritance.
And you say there's no other claimant?
Well, look for yourself, Inspector. My dad was killed in the First World War. All the others have died out. No, I'm the only survivor of the entire Marriott clan.
It's fascinating. Never seen a family tree going back as far as that.
Oh, I don't suppose you have, Inspector. It cost me many thousands of dollars in research, applying to the College of Heralds, Somerset House, but, well, it's all been worth it.
Yes, it looks like it, Mr. Marriott. Or should I say, my lord?
Oh, not yet. Not yet, friend. Say, doesn't it just kill you? Me with my Wyoming accent all decked out in ermine. Well, sir, is there anything else you want to know?
No, everything seems perfectly straightforward. Although I must confess we are a little unhappy at this advertisement.
Oh, degrading for the British aristocracy, eh? Okay, I get the message. I've received enough dough to pay all the fees I need. You can go back and tell your commissioner there'll be no more soliciting. I'll withdraw every advertisement. Mind you, there's an exception to every rule. How about you, Inspector? Would you like to gamble on me for the tune of 50 quid? Okay. I was only kidding. I'll show you to the door.
Not being a member of the Royal College of Heralds or an employee at Somerset House, where Britain's births and deaths are recorded, I was in no position to question the highly impressive documents produced by Mr. Marriott. Yet there was a sort of challenging, triumphant air about him as he showed me to the door. My antennae told me that all was not according to Hoyle.
Yes, Inspector?
Operations, please.
Going through, sir.
Operations here.
Oh, Ops, the Marriott inheritance. The Commissioner wants it to have top priority.
Right, sir.
I want a man put on him night and day. He may be as pure as the driven snow, but until his claim is heard, we can't take any chances.
Very good, sir.
And get through to X branch. I want to know who granted him a visa to enter Britain, how long he said he was intending to stay, the lot.
Right, sir. What do you think about this inheritance claim, sir? What do you think...
No, Ops, you ought to know better than that. I have no thoughts on the matter at all. But I'll tell you one thing.
What's that, sir?
I'll wager my non-existent bowler hat to that promotion you're expecting that there's more to this gentleman than meets the eye. I want to know who his bankers are, all about this inheritance fund he's created, the lot.
Very good, sir.
Come in. Oh, hello, Jackson. Well, what joy did you get from the solicitor fellow?
Well, very old and reputable company, Inspector.
Mm-hmm.
I spoke to the senior partner. They were commissioned by a firm of Wyoming attorneys to act for Mr. Marriott, which they did in good faith.
Why good faith?
Well, sir, Mr. Turnbull Sr. had the shock of his life when he saw the advertisements, inviting people to gamble on the success of Marriott's claim to the inheritance.
I see. Did he pass any opinion on the genuineness of the claim?
Well, that's just it, sir. He thinks the whole thing is fraudulent, and he says he would like to pull out, but he daren't without risking a court action for damages.
Damages?
Well, if he refuses to continue to act as Marriott's English legal representative, that would cause people who invested to become suspicious.
Yes, fair enough. Carr?
Ops here, sir, the name of the bankers you wanted. It's the National Counters, Mayfair branch.
Well, I hope there's nothing wrong, Inspector Carr.
Not as far as I know. The fact is that the situation is so unusual, Mr. Palmer. We want to establish that this man is not running a very clever confidence trick.
Indeed. I was almost tempted to invest 1,000 myself. I mean, it isn't every day that one has a chance to have a personal interest in an earldom, is it now?
You say 1,000? Well, the advertisements are inviting 50s.
50s? Oh, he's got a few of those. He offered me a slice at 5,000. I thought my superiors would not look kindly on the manager of their largest branch becoming personally involved.
You held the books of this investment fund. I'd like to have a look at them, if you don't mind.
Oh, dear. Oh, that's rather putting me on the spot. A client's personal finances.
Please, Mr. Palmer, let's not indulge in any banking niceties. You'll be in a greater spot if the fund that you're handling grows to enormous dimensions and it blows up in your face.
Right, you
Please,
think
Mr. Palmer, don't ask me what I think. Let's take a look at the books. There's a good chap. I was astonished. Sir Reginald Arbuthnot, £5,000. The chairman of Britain's largest chain of furniture stores, Rudolph Kessel, £10,000. Numerous entries of 3 and 5,000. And then Mrs. Agnes Croxley, the young widow of the millionaire racing driver killed at the Grand Prix in Monte Carlo, £60,000. 60,000? That's crazy.
Oh, Mrs. Croxley is one of our clients. She lives around the corner in Curzon.
But this is nonsense. Croxley left something like £2 million. What would she want to invest money to... How did she come to invest this money? Did she answer an advertisement, or were you acting on behalf of Mr. Merriott?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, come off it, Mr. Palmer. Bank managers frequently recommend sources of investment.
Well, I did happen to mention it to Mrs. Croxley.
And recommended it?
Well, yes.
For a commission?
Well, why not? There's nothing wrong in that. It is all arranged after banking hours.
Now I'm beginning to see daylight. There's something like £128,000 contributed by people who want a stake in his inheritance. Even if he fails in his claim, he's cleared himself at least £100,000.
If you're suggesting that I would be a party to anything fraudulent,
just a moment. I thought I made it perfectly clear to you that no one is imputing unlawful practices. Now, I wonder if I may use your telephone. I'd like to make an appointment to meet Mrs. Agnes Croxley. Something else on your mind, Mr. Palmer? What is it?
Well, it's supposed to be kept confidential until after the claim has been resolved. You won't find Mrs. Croxley at all unhappy about her investment in the inheritance fund. You see, she's going to become the Countess of Merriotshire. They're going to get married.
It just didn't add up, particularly after making a transatlantic call to James McGrath, a senior member of the American Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Merriott, you say? Why, sure. He hit the headlines when he told reporters that on his trip to Europe he was staking his claim to the title of the Earl of Merriotshire.
Did you get the information I telexed you about?
Yeah, they're an old and respected family. You can take it from me, Carr. The guy's as clean as a whistle.
Then I give up.
Come again?
No, never mind. Thanks for your trouble. I may have to contact you again later.
Anytime, you know that. Goodbye.
Bye. Did you hear that, Jackson?
Yes, sir. Looks as though we have to tell the commissioner the man's in the clear.
In the clear nothing. The man's a crook. I just can't understand it. Hey, what about this Mrs. Croxley? What time am I meeting her?
At 3 o'clock this afternoon, sir.
I really can't see what this is all about. Really, Inspector, it's all perfectly clear.
As clear as mud. Why should Mr. Merriott need an additional £60,000 to finance his claim?
Oh, isn't that his affair and mine?
No, madam. The granting of an earldom is the nation's affair, and we don't like the idea of Mr. Merriott laying the odds at even money, so there was a horse race. Why, if you financed him to that amount, does he need to advertise as he does?
Look, Inspector Carr, Mr. Palmer told me of your suspicions. He also told you that Ralph Marriott and I are getting married. Under the circumstances, don't you think that your visit is in rather bad taste?
Oh, that's a risk I have to take, Mrs. Croxley. You see...
No, I don't want to hear any more.
Mrs. Croxley, I was a fan of your husband's. He was one of the few young industrialists who wasn't just concerned with the balance sheet of his company. He really loved motor cars.
And he died because of it.
It's true, madam. Let me put my cards on the table. I have no concrete evidence that Mr. Merriott is anything but what he claims to be. An American citizen of British heritage seeking his rights to that heritage.
The tone of your voice says otherwise.
It reflects what my instincts tell me. Have you ever stopped to wonder why a man should fritter away half of his inheritance? I have the figures here, madam. An edict in Chancery was issued inviting claimants, those who regarded themselves as rightful heirs to the estate. The old Earl died without issue and without a will.
You're not telling me that, Inspector.
Please listen to me. There are 18,000 acres of land, a country house, and other assets. The whole amount comes to close on £500,000.
Well?
Mr. Merriott has collected already £128,000. Now, why should he want to hand out all that money? Remember that he's got to pay to people like Sir Reginald Arbuthnot £10,000. Sir Reginald's 5 plus the 5,000 profit. Does it make sense to you, madam? Couldn't he have just taken your money and used a little of it for legal fees and whatnot?
What do I care about this money? What are you trying to say to me, Inspector Carr?
Mrs. Croxley, with every respect, I am suggesting you do not come to any firm arrangement with Merriott.
But Palmer told you. We're going to get married.
It isn't for me to comment, but I think you'd be well advised to keep that possibility a secret until the inheritance is resolved. It was not a pleasant task, shaking the confidence of the young woman. I did it to soften any future possible blow that might befall her later. Now my antennae were really working overtime. I had to resolve the obvious contradictions emerging from my inquiries. A message from operations assisted greatly. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes?
Please have interesting information, sir.
Ah?
Marriott's arrival in Britain.
Go on.
Arrived on the Queen Mary, June the 14th, sir. booked in at the Royal Southampton Hotel with the next army friend of his, a Mr. Harold Landon.
And what about immigration and so on?
All satisfactory, sir. But 2 days later, his friend was drowned.
What?
Hired a ketch, capsized. Inquest, verdict, accidental death.
And what about Marriott?
Clung to a lifebelt, sir, was picked up by a fishing trawler.
Oh, the plot thickens. Thanks, Ops. Oh, one other thing.
Sir?
Get through to McGrath of FBI. Good. Give us the lowdown on the man who was drowned. What was his name?
Harold Landon, sir.
That's him. Quick as you can. Bye. Yes. Oh, hello, Jackson.
I've got all the material from the Royal College of Heralds, sir.
Good. And what about the Bible? Did you hand that into labs?
Yes, sir.
You didn't tell them what I suspected, that it was a forgery, the inscription?
No, sir, I didn't. But judging by the FBI's report, this character's as straight as a die.
You must be joking. He's going to marry a woman with a couple of million in the bank. Why should he talk all those rich guys into investing thousands in his inheritance fundraising? He must be phony. Why ask his bride-to-be to give him £60,000? She'll marry him whether he succeeds to the title or not. At least she would if she could. All right, Jackson. I'm puzzling you as I'm puzzling myself.
Yes, sir.
Everything points to Marriott being a liar. He must be married already. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the money offer. I'll bet my non-existent bowler hand.
Oh, don't say it, sir. You'd lose your bet this time. He's not married.
Not?
No, sir. It's all there in the genealogical tree. It's also in his dossier that the FBI sent us.
Oh, no. Well, now, nothing makes sense. Except... Call transport, get me a car. I'm going down to Southampton.
Oh, yes, Inspector. They both signed the register. Yeah, I'll show you. Now, let me see. Oh, yes, June. Here we are. Mr. Marriott, room 406, and Mr. Landon, 408.
Let me see. You put that both in the same handwriting.
I beg your pardon, sir. Oh, I see what you mean, yes. Just a formality. I recollect it now. Mr. Marriott rushed to get a drink. Or was it the other way round? Anyway, one of them signed all the particulars for both.
Was it the other way round? That's it. Mr. Beverley, you are a great hotel manager. Well, in future, I suggest you allow your guests to sign for themselves. I wonder what Mr. Marriott has to say about this. Mr. Marriott, tragic the way your friend died.
Yeah, it sure was. We met up with each other in the army, and what do you know? He was in the next cabin to mine in the Queen Mary, so we decided to spend a few days together before we lost sight of each other for another 10 years.
Instead of which, he was drowned.
Yeah.
Mr. Marriott, would you mind letting me have a look at your passport?
My passport? I showed it to the immigration officials.
I'm a police officer, Mr. Marriott. It comes within the bounds of my duty.
Okay. No need to get riled. If you want to look at my passport, you shall do so. Here it is. There you are.
Thank you. Not a bad photograph. I'll borrow this passport for a few days, if you don't mind.
Yeah, you give me that.
You're a fool, Mr. Marriott. Don't you know I could pull you in for assaulting an officer of the law? That wouldn't please your fellow peers in the House of Lords, would it? I'll give you a receipt for your passport. You'll have it back in a day or two.
Yes?
Oh, Mr. Marriott, the Scotland Yard here, sir. Is Inspector Carr with you?
With me is an understatement. Yeah, it's for you.
Oh, very kind.
Now, look here.
Save it. Come up.
Jackson here, sir. We got a reply to that radio picture you asked me to send off, sir. It isn't a picture of Marriott at all. It's a photo of the other chap, Landon.
Yes, Jackson. Look into that robbery in the High Street.
What did you say, Inspector?
Good. I'll take the shopkeeper's statement later. Bye. Oh, no rest for the wicked. Where were we? Oh, yes. Thank you for the loan of your passport. It'll be in safe hands. The safe hands belonged to a laboratory assistant in our forensic division. A powerful microscope revealed what I'd already suspected. Marriott's picture had been removed and replaced with that of Landon.
Oh, that about clears it up, sir.
Not quite. I've got a feeling that our claimant to the earldom is not only guilty of fraud and impersonation, but also murder. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector?
Yes?
Home Office has agreed to an exhumation order, sir.
Right. Although the order will have to be in the name of Landon, the body was once called Marriott.
Beg your pardon, sir. Oh, excuse me a minute, sir.
Huh?
Somebody's just come in. Oh, yes? Oh, good. I've got the inspector on the line. FBI, sir.
Yeah?
Harold Landon. 3 prison sentences, all for forgery. Last sentence at Tucson, Arizona. 3 years in the state penitentiary for forging negotiable stock.
That's it? Anything else? What about his family?
Married, sir. 3 children. Wife obtained order against him for assault.
He's married, is he? Poor Mrs. Croxley.
I can't believe it. You say he's not married at all?
No, madam. His name is Landon. He has a wife and 3 children, and you've been conned into parting with £60,000.
Blimey, sir. The balloon's going to go up when this breaks.
It'll go higher when we get the pathologist report. Come in.
All right, I'll take it. Pathologist report. Thank you very much. It's the pathologist report, sir.
Here, let me see now. Well, I'll be... Everyone wanted to believe the possible heir to the title. Look at this, Jackson. Definite cranial fractures showing deceased received lethal blow to the back of the head. So he murdered his ex-army comrade. It all fits in. They meet on the Queen Mary. Marriott tells Landon that he has some sort of claim to the title. Well, some sort, mark you. They arrive at the docks, they book into the hotel, and it's Marriott suggesting that Landon signs the register for them both while he got a drink, which gave the ex-convict and forger the idea. I think I'll go down into the cells, have a word with him. Tell him we've got another warrant, this time for murder. Well, what is it, Sergeant?
Why did you ask me to take the Bible to the labs, Inspector? What made you suspect forgery?
Oh, don't look so puzzled, Jackson. It wasn't brilliant detective work. As a matter of fact, when I went to the Royal College of Heralds, I learned something that made it perfectly clear that Landon had forged some writing on the Bible. It was this. Well, listeners, I won't blame you if you failed to see the forgery. Those of you who know your history might have spotted it. Now, I wonder if any of you spotted it. Marriott, being an honest man, felt that he may have had some claim because of his name and background. This wasn't enough for Landon. He had written in the flyleaf of the Bible. So I assume you got other proof?
Oh, sure. Here, take a look at this Bible. Now, look at that here in the flyleaf. It's pretty faint, but it says very clearly, on this day, the 9th September, in the year of our Lord, 1752... my dear wife, Rebecca, was delivered of a male child whom we have named Joshua.
I see, and that was your great-grandfather. Now, Landon may have been a clever forger, but he knew nothing about English history. You see, until 1752, Britain and her North American colonies used what was known as the Julian calendar. It was in that year that they switched to the Gregorian calendar. In other words, they substituted the calendar reform introduced by Julius Caesar for the one issued by Pope Gregory, which restored the correct date of the equinox. However, this meant a loss of a clear 11 days in the changeover. Many serfs and labourers rioted because in that first year, 1752, September the 2nd was followed by September the 14th. You see it now? The gentleman referred to could not have written that on this day, the 9th of September in the year of our Lord, 1752. There was no 9th of September. Oh, the moral of the story. Confucius says, he who commits forgery and murder shall inherit the earth, 6 feet of it. Good night.
The epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Russ as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic Casebook. The epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. I don't think it's in my province to comment on the problems confronting the authorities concerning the so-called places of entertainment which only get into their stride, or, to use modern parlance, start swinging, when most people are ready for bed. Of course, I'm referring to nightclubs, a certain kind of discotheque, and the like. Whenever accounts are published which tell of lawlessness or drug pushing or what have you, the reaction of most people is, why don't they close the place down? Now, there are two answers to that. In the first place, it would be wrong to penalize the owners of an establishment if they were entirely unaware of the wrongdoing. And in the second place, a very much more important answer is this. It's far easier for those who protect the country's morals and laws to keep an eye on known members of the underworld when these characters are allowed to rendezvous at places to which the general public are admitted. All over the world, there are well-known meeting places which continue to flourish, although many of their clientele are gangsters and crooks of the worst variety. Close these places down, and these unsavory characters would continue to foregather for their enjoyment, but at spots hidden from the eyes of the law. Take a club that was quite famous in its day. For some obscure reason, it was known as Le Lapin Bleu. Why it was known as the Blue Rabbit, and why in French, I've never been able to discover. The man who ran it was a particularly unpleasant character known as Gloomy Gilbert. He met his deserts one day, although it wasn't the law that caught up with him. However, let me tell you the story, which I've called Death on the Counterfoil. It was some minutes after Big Ben had struck the hour of midday when Scotland Yard was alerted of Gloomy Gilbert's death. The head waiter of the Blue Rabbit, to give it its English title, dialed 999 and told the control officer that he'd found his boss lying on the floor of his office with his head bashed in. Accompanied by the worthy Sergeant Jackson, I rushed to the scene. So, you found the body,
Yes, sir. I knocked at the door, got no answer. I shouted out to Mr. Gilbert there was a gent to see him, and still no answer. I opened the door, there he was, lying there, just as he is now.
As indeed he was. Gloomy Gilbert was lying astride an expensively carpeted floor. The dried blood and the dark bruise above the temple told its story only too well. Yet there seemed to be no sign of struggle. There was very little on his desk except an inkstand, calendar, a blotting pad, and a diary. I asked Jackson to wade through the man's effects as I continued questioning Bertrand. Now, you say a man wanted to see Gilbert. Who was he?
I don't know, sir. I must have shut it out when I saw Gloomy Gilbert lying there like that. Anyway, when I ran down the stairs to dial 999 from the blower in the hall, he'd gone.
I see. Well, didn't he say something like, my name's George or something? I want to see Mr. Gilbert?
No. Lots of people come here to see the old so-and-so. They didn't introduce themselves to me, you know. They just said, Alf wants to see him, or Bert, or Charlie, or Lord Muck.
You seem rather pally, Lord.
Oh, no, Inspector. Not so pally when they come out of this office, believe me. I don't know what goes on in here. I've got a pretty good idea.
So have we. I remember the man when he ran the Purple Club. Just a minute. Perfume. Ladies' perfume. Who else was here this morning?
Well, I can't tell you exactly, sir. I'm down in the basement. The front door's usually open. I saw the manager take a man called Fred up. That's about all.
The manager? Where's he? Is he around?
Yes. I think he's having a cup of coffee around the back. Come to think of it, I can smell perfume, too.
Can you smell perfume, Jackson?
Yes, sir, I can. You think a woman's been here?
Well, in the days of Sherlock Holmes, it would have been a logical conclusion. Not these days. Some of the stuff that men put on their hair and their cheeks would make a room smell like Madame de Barry's boudoir. You found anything interesting?
Yes, sir, but there's plenty of stuff to look through here.
And keep at it. Tell me, Bertrand, wasn't Gilbert married? I can look up his records, of course.
That's right, Governor. About 2 years ago. 6 months was all she could stick him for. And she walked out.
Do you know if there was a divorce?
No. Now, look, what are we going to do with him? Is he going to lie there?
We're awaiting the arrival of Dr. McPherson, our senior police surgeon. Now, that'll be all for the moment. Oh, you won't go away for a while yet, will you?
No. I'll be upstairs if you want me.
Doesn't like us very much, does he, sir?
Don't suppose he likes anybody, poor devil, working in a dump like this. All right, Jackson, what have you found?
Oh, lots of papers in the safe, sir. Membership lists, bills.
Well, get hold of the bag, bring the stuff back to the yard. Is that all?
The usual IOUs, sir.
IOUs. Good, they might prove interesting. Gloomy Gilbert wasn't the sort of man to lend anybody anything unless he got extortionate interest for it. No murder weapon inside?
No, sir.
Oh, well, we'll seal up the office, let the print boys give it the once-over. Hello?
Here's a checkbook, sir.
Huh?
Look at this, sir. Gloomy Gilbert issued 3 checks today.
Indeed. Plot thickens. Let me see. What's the counterfoil say? Yes, one to H.A. Henshaw. Another one to Smith Odie.
Oh, I don't believe it, sir.
What?
No one could be called Smith Odie.
Well, here you're doubting Thomas. Look. A. Smith Odie, £160.
Yeah, so it is. That's funny, sir. The third one just says the letter P.
Yes. So we know that at least 3 people saw the dead man this morning. Now, assuming he signed these checks in sequence, Gloomy Gilbert was alive when Henshaw and Smith Odie left. The last check to be written was in favour of a Mr. P, whoever that is. Let's see who that is, Jackson.
Right, sir.
Please. The waiter say you're still here. I wait. I very little sleep. I work here all yesterday until 3 o'clock this morning.
What do you do? What's your name?
I'm the manager. My name is Theophilus Papadopoulos. They call me Papa for short.
Sensible idea. Now, tell me, what do you know about this?
I know nothing. I come here this morning to fix the accounts, and Bertrand, the head waiter, he tell me the boss is killed.
Been here all morning?
Yes. I come here at 10 o'clock to work on the accounts, and I leave at 12 to eat lunch.
Well, don't you eat here?
Here? Mr. Policeman, this is a nightclub, not a restaurant. You drink the wine, you dance with the girls, you...
Yes, I know what you do here. Did you work on the accounts with Mr. Gilbert in this office?
Yes, I tell you, I leave at 12.
I see. And when you left, was there anybody with Mr. Gilbert?
No, but a man, he went outside.
Oh, any idea who he was?
No.
I bet my non-existent brother had you do.
Many people come here. They have business with the boss. I don't ask questions.
But you've seen the man before. It's written all over your face. What are you frightened of, man? Well, do you know him?
He come at night. He come here with friends.
Oh, don't make me drag everything out of you. Come on, man. What's his name?
They call him Freddy. I do not know his full name.
Freddy. All right. Now, tell me, Mr.
Theophilus Papadopoulos.
Oh, yes. Do you know a man called Henshaw?
Sure, I know him. He's the man we buy the wine from.
So he was here this morning,
Mr. Henshaw, in the morning. No, Mr. Henshaw sleep in the morning. He sent a boy for a check.
For £152.16 and 8pence.
That's right. How you know?
The counterfoil of the checkbook. There was a second check made out to A. Smith Odie for £160. Know anything about that?
No, it's private business with the boss.
All right, Mr.
Papadopoulos.
Right, Mr. Dopoulos. Mr. Smith Odie, is he the man you saw waiting?
But I tell you, I only know Miss Freddy.
And?
Please, he lying there. It gives me the, how do you say, the willies.
Never mind that. There's a check made out to a person with the letter P. Can you throw any light on the matter?
Throw light? I throw a fit if you're going to ask me questions about things I don't know. I'm a nightclub manager. Mr. Gilbert, he pays me. He just not like me asking questions. Not in a place like this.
All right, Mr.
Papadopoulos.
Thank you. You're sure that when you left, Mr. Gilbert was alive?
Please, what do you say? You think I killed him? What for? He's my boss.
Having a boss like Gloomy Gilbert is enough to make anyone want to commit murder. All right, that'll be all. Just leave your address in case we need you again, Mr. No, don't. I've got it. Papadopoulos. Good day to you.
Good day.
He looks pretty scared, sir, doesn't he?
Yes, but anyone working in a place like this must be scared of policemen. All right, wait until the police surgeon arrives. See that the print men do their stuff, Jackson. I'll go back to the yard. We've got to trace these 3 check holders. Carr speaking.
Information
information you wanted, sir.
Oh, yes, right, Ops.
Alfred Smith Odie, 36 Clamfield Avenue, Cricklewood. Known occupation, known to be a frequenter of gaming houses.
Wait a minute. Alfred Smith Odie. I bet it's our old friend Alfie, boy. Yes, he lived in Cricklewood. This is getting interesting. Very interesting. Anything else?
Yes, sir. Gilbert married Margaret Townsend, daughter of the chairman of European Chemicals Limited.
I'll bet that pleased Mr. Townsend. Anything else?
Yes, sir. About 18 months ago, Mrs. Gilbert asked for police protection. Inspector Winslow warned Gloomy Gilbert to leave his wife alone.
Got her address, Ops?
Yes, sir. 18 Thamesview Mansions, Richmond.
Fine, thank you. I think I'll have a word with Mr. Smith Odie.
I don't know what you want to see me for. I haven't done anything.
Well, let's take first things first, Mr. Smith Odie. By the way, is that your real name?
Yes, of course it is.
The new one, isn't it?
What do you mean, a new one? What's all this about, Inspector? You come into my home
No, I shouldn't use that high and mighty tone if I was you. Don't you remember me before I was made a member of the murder squad?
Murder?
Yes, murder. That's why I'm here. A murder's been committed, Mr. Smith. Or would you prefer Smith Odie? The tough, swaggering gambler seemed to shrink before my very eyes. His entire body seemed to sag. He looked at me with open mouth, white-faced, speechless. Aren't you going to say anything, Mr. Smith Odie?
I don't know anything about a murder. All I did was change my name from Smith to Smith Odie. That's no crime, is it?
My dear man, I never suggested it was. Now, have you been to the bank this morning?
Yes.
To the Piccadilly branch of the London Commercial Bank?
Yes, to cash a cheque.
For £160 made out by Gilbert of Le Lapin Bleu?
Yes. Look, nothing's happened. To Gloomy Gilbert, I mean.
What time did you leave, Gilbert?
Just before 12. I was in a hurry to cash the cheque. I needed the money. I borrowed it from
you. You borrowed £160?
That's a joke, Inspector. I borrowed £200 from him for a month. 20% interest with the first interest payment taken off the cheque.
So you got £160 and you have to pay him £200 next month?
Yes.
But you won't be able to pay him now, will you? The man's dead. He's been killed by someone.
Look, I lost 220 quid at Mario's last night. That's enough for me. I'm cleaned out. Right, everyone.
Just a minute, Alfred. Where are you going? You owe us 220 quid.
Yes, I know. I'll call round at your place with it this afternoon.
Don't give me that. Come on, forgot. 220 quid.
Oh, don't be like that. Put that razor back. Look, I've got 60 quid. I was keeping it back for the races. Take this. I'll bring you the rest by 4 o'clock.
You know what will happen to that ugly mug of yours if you don't. All right, 4 o'clock. Where are you going to get the money? Gloomy Gilbert again?
That's why I went round to see Gilbert. That's why I let him put the screws on me, charging 20% interest. What could I do?
You could promise him the 20% interest, let him make out the cheque in your favour, let him cancel the crossing on the cheque so that you get the cash, and then you could bash him on the head so that you didn't have to return the money. Of course, I didn't believe that a man like Smith would commit a murder in broad daylight with others on the premises for the sake of £200. I was looking for a deeper motive, waiting for some kind of reaction from the gambler which might give me a lead. It came, but not the kind of lead I expected.
Why don't you ask her?
Her?
Yes, that hoity-toity piece Gloomy Gilbert married a couple of years ago.
Go on.
Well, as I was rushing out of the club to cash the cheque...
Oh, look out. Look where you're going.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why, Mrs. Gilbert? Don't you remember me?
Remember you? Should I? Why?
No, I attended your wedding reception. Here at the Blue Lapang, when you both came back from Tangiers.
Well, that's something I'd rather not be reminded of.
Well, he's up there if you want to see him. Excuse me, I'm in a hurry.
You say this took place outside the club?
Yes, it did, Inspector.
I see.
All right, Smith, don't leave town, will you? If there's anything else you'd like to tell me, you can always get me back at the yard. Come in. Jackson.
Dr. McPherson's report here, sir.
Good. What does it say?
It wasn't a blunt instrument as we thought, sir.
What?
Something rather pointed.
Oh?
And Dr. McPherson says he was struck on the temple artery. That's why there wasn't much blood.
I see. Did he hazard a guess what kind of instrument?
No, sir. He's a bit puzzled by it. Now, here's a photograph of the wound.
All right, Jackson. Well, I'll have a word with Dr. McPherson later.
I've also got the print report, sir. Prints all over the place. They say it's going to be a pretty hopeless job. Oh, by the way, sir, they found a number of IOUs that we hadn't come across.
Really?
They were stuck behind the desk in a secret drawer.
Carr speaking.
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes?
Mr. Theophilus Papadopoulos.
Oh, well done. What have you found?
Arrived in UK from Greece 15 years ago. No criminal record. Opened a cafe, went bankrupt. Was taken over by Gloomy Gilbert.
That's interesting. I bet he pledged his soul to Gloomy. Probably paying off his debt. That's a motive for murder. I think I'll have another word with our Greek friend. Okay, thanks, Ops. Sergeant, it's a long time since we paid a visit to a nightery. Now, follow me, Jackson.
Oh, Mr. Inspector, you come to visit us. You want to enjoy yourselves. A table for the gentlemen.
No, Mr.
Papadopoulos.
Oh, yes. No, we haven't come here to enjoy ourselves. We come to talk to you. Well, isn't there anywhere we can talk quietly?
Through here.
Thank you.
Look, Inspector, I tell you all I know.
I don't think you've been completely frank with us, Mr. Papadopoulos. Now the matter's too serious for us to start exchanging pleasantries over your name.
What do you mean?
I'll tell you what I mean. What happened to the clock?
Clock?
Yes, clock. Look, whoever killed Gloomy Gilbert didn't plan to do so. No one's going to commit a murder like that in the middle of the day. The killer would be seen entering and leaving the building. He killed on impulse, so he didn't have a murder weapon already planned.
Why you tell me all this?
One thing that struck me as I looked at the body, there was no watch. No watch on his wrist. No fob watch and no clock. There was one on his desk, wasn't there? Well, wasn't there a square desk clock, one that could cause this kind of wound? Look at this picture, Mr. Papadopoulos.
The clock? The clock?
You're getting repetitious. What have you done with it?
I don't know. I didn't think of it. I didn't notice it was not there.
Sergeant Jackson, bring in the head waiter.
Right, sir.
You must believe me, Inspector. I hate Mr. Gilbert. He ruined me. I work here night and day, so I get back the IOU I gave him, but I did not kill him.
Look, Inspector, I told you, Sergeant, I'm very busy.
What do you think we're doing? Having a holiday? What happened to the clock on Gilbert's desk?
I don't know.
Didn't you notice it was missing?
Oh, yes, I did. All right, you can look at me like that. I don't care. I didn't want to get involved in nothing. I'm like the three wise monkeys. See nothing, say nothing, and hear nothing.
Charming. How do we know that you were telling the truth when you say he was dead when you walked into his office? How do we know that you didn't pick up the clock and bash him on the head with it?
You don't know, because I didn't do it. What for?
Then why didn't you report that the clock was missing from the desk?
Well, I don't know. I don't know whether I noticed it properly or not. It just wasn't there, and that's it.
But where is the clock?
Well, how do I know? Maybe you took it away with you when you bashed him in.
Why, you can't...
Stop it, you fools!
That's better. Isn't one murder in Le Lapin Bleu enough? Can I use the phone?
Go ahead.
Either of you got any objections to my searching your rooms? I can always get a search warrant, you know.
Search as much as you like.
And you, Mr. Papadopoulos?
Search if you want.
Of course, the fact that they were willing to have their rooms searched robbed us of any hope of finding the clock. This in itself proved very little. If either one was guilty, he'd had ample time and opportunity to dispose of the murder weapon. By the time we'd finished, the night was making way for the dawn, and I was thankful to get a few hours' sleep.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Jackson. Anything come through?
Just confirmation from the bank that Smith cashed his check at the time he stated.
What about Mrs. Gilbert? Her name's Margaret. The counterfoil showed initial P. Could be Peggy. short for Margaret.
No knowledge of a cheque. Oh, by the way, sir, you did say that you'd pay her a visit this morning.
Yes, I did. I'm going now. Order a car, will you? Are you telling me, Mrs. Gilbert, that I'm the first to tell you of your husband's death?
I've told you, haven't I? I've not read the papers or listened to the wireless or anything. The first I heard of it was when you came in here 10 minutes ago and told me. I'm quite staggered. I don't know what to say.
You seem to be taking the news very calmly.
Well, why not? I haven't been living with my husband for the past 18 months. I loathed and despised the man. You don't know what he did to me, how he made me run away with him. I'd have gone back to my father after I'd been married just a few days. He's strict, very hard, and he didn't want me back. I stuck it out for about 6 months, and then I left him.
I see. You visited your husband yesterday morning, didn't you, Mrs. Gilbert?
I?
Come now, Mrs. Gilbert, you were seen. Besides, I noticed the perfume you're wearing is the one I could smell in his office when we arrived there.
Yes, I went to see him. He owes me a lot of money. Money I had when I ran away with him. I went there to get some money I needed desperately.
Desperately?
I was convicted last week for dangerous driving. I was fined £60 with £7 costs and a week to pay it in. The week expires today. If I hadn't paid by 3 o'clock today, I'd have gone to prison. So I went to him to get the money.
And he wrote you out a cheque for £67.
Yes. How do you know that?
Your Christian name's Margaret, isn't it? I suppose your husband used to call you Peggy.
You seem to know a lot.
Not at all. It explains the letter P on the counterfoil. Tell me, how much money have you got in your bank account, Mrs. Gilbert?
Hardly anything. £5 or £6, I think. That's why I wanted a cheque from Gilbert, so that I could draw some cash. You can't pay a police court fine by cheque. And if you don't believe me, Inspector, here's the cheque.
Yes, it's a missing cheque. Seems to be quite in order. When did you leave the club?
Oh, I only stayed a few minutes. I really couldn't tell you the exact time. You see, I was in such a hurry. I took the tube and went straight to my uncle from there.
To your uncle? Where does he live?
In Hendon. You may have heard of him. He's the only one of the family who still talks to me. He's Dr. James Wilbur.
And then?
Well, I was unlucky. My uncle wasn't there. He'd been called to Birmingham and he wouldn't be back before tomorrow afternoon. So I came straight back here.
Anybody who can confirm all that?
Well, you said yourself that I was seen at the club. My uncle's housekeeper will confirm that I was at Hendon at 1 o'clock and stayed there for about an hour. I had lunch with Mrs. Hopkins. That's my uncle's housekeeper. Then I came straight back here. And I haven't set foot out of this room since.
Mrs. Gilbert, I'm taking you along with me for questioning.
What do you mean?
I think it's best to take some clothes with you. We're allowed to keep you for 48 hours, even if you are innocent.
I am innocent, I tell you.
I think you're probably innocent of murder, but you're certainly guilty of manslaughter. Now, will you come with me, please?
What will they do to me?
Would you like to telephone your solicitor?
No. No, I'll tell you. I didn't mean to kill him. I went for the money and I can't tell you the suggestion he made. He put his arms around me. To have £67 worth of fun, he said. I tried to push him away, but he was too strong for me. I managed to get one arm free and, well, I picked up the clock and I struck him with it.
Where is the clock, Mrs. Gilbert? Did you take it away with you?
Yes. Yes, I put it in my handbag. Oh, Inspector, I didn't mean it. I really didn't.
Do you think she'll get off, sir?
Yes, with Dr. Macpherson's help. There are scratches on her body to bear witness to her written statement that they found skin tissue in the dead man's fingernails. No, she'll get off all right. Funny thing is, the clue which convinced me that she was the killer also pointed to her innocence of premeditated murder. Well, listeners, what was the clue? Not sure? Then listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you. Well, what gave Mrs. Gilbert away? It was this.
Oh, hardly anything. £5 or £6, I think. That's why I wanted a cheque from Gilbert, so that I could draw some cash. You can't pay a police court fine by cheque. And if you don't believe me, Inspector, here's the cheque.
Mrs. Gilbert felt she didn't dare pay the cheque in. In her panic, she decided not to use the cheque and so rushed out to see her uncle, and then decided that she would go to prison rather than be involved in any way with her husband's death. If her husband was alive when she left the club, why did she not rush to the bank and cash the cheque? Well, I'm glad that she was found not guilty and that her act was one of self-defense. And the moral of the story: men, careful of the cheque you issue. It might recoil onto your own head. Good night.
The epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Russ as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic Casebook. The epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
It's a source of great sadness to me that Scotland Yard should find itself beset with the terrifying problem of protecting innocent men, women and children from the ruthless fanaticism of those who seek to impose their will or political philosophy by means of the bomb or the assassin's bullet. As a senior member of Scotland Yard put it to me on my recent visit, what with the Crays, the Richardsons and the Elephant and Castle mobs under lock and key, organised violence was well under control, and this had to happen. It is a fact that until the bombs began to explode, one right outside the Old Bailey, there had not been one incident in the whole of the Greater London area involving gang murder for some time, and the Commissioner of Police was justified in his statement to the press and on the radio, in which he declared that all the gangs had been broken up. Now they're faced with possibilities of bombs, arson and bullets that make the fight against armed gangsters seem like child's play by comparison. There was a time, not many years ago, when it seemed for a while that London had taken over the mantle of Chicago in its worst heyday. Consequently, when a small-time hoodlum named Larry Davis was found on Stepney Green with a bullet in his head, we were notified at once. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story Death on the Double. As soon as I was instructed by the Assistant Commissioner to take charge of the investigation, when the Stepney Green police came through with the information that Larry Davis was dead, I dropped everything and rushed to the scene of the crime. All right, driver, get back to the yard. I'll arrange transport with the local boys. This may take some time.
Very good, sir.
Detective Sergeant Gates.
That's right, Chief Inspector. We've put a screen around the body. Dr. Harker, our local police surgeon, has just left. Says he's at your service whenever you need him.
Right. More important still, how long's he been dead?
Less than an hour, sir. It's just the sheerest bit of luck that we came across the body so soon.
Oh, what happened?
A young couple walking across the green looking for somewhere they could have a bit of a cuddle saw what they thought was a mound of leaves. They were leaves, all right. They were covering this chap. A young fellow ran to the police box over there. I was on duty. The rest you know, sir. I used the same box to notify the yard.
Oh, well, let's have a look at him. Even in death, Larry Davis retained the expression of coarse brutality I'd seen when I paid a visit to the files of the Criminal Records Office just prior to leaving the yard. Oh, so that's Larry Davis, huh? Do you know him, Sergeant?
No, sir. He didn't belong to this manor.
Well, how'd you manage to identify him so quickly?
Oh, was his driving licence, a membership card for the Notting Hill Sporting Club, has even a betting slip with his name on it. You know, it's quite extraordinary, that, sir, don't you think?
Yes, I do. It's almost as though they wanted us to identify him quickly. Now, what else was in his pockets?
I made a list, sir. It's all in that bag.
Mm-hmm.
£7 in £1 notes, a bunch of keys, and a ticket to the Beckett-Simmons fight.
Beckett-Simmons fight? Oh, that was tonight.
That's right, sir. It's now nearly midnight. Dr. Harker thinks he was shot about 11. The last fight was over at 1:45.
It's interesting. Very interesting. You say you've never seen him before?
No, sir, I haven't. Mobster, is he? Certainly wasn't killed for his cash.
Yes, Sergeant Gates, and that's why I'm here. We're working on the assumption it is a gang assassination. I understand he was shot with a .38.
Yes, sir, that's what Dr. Harker thinks. Look, sir, all the powder marks around the wound.
Yes. Somebody pressed the barrel to his temple and then pulled the trigger. What we've got to ask ourselves is how and why. Let's have a look at his wrists. No sign of his wrists being tied together.
No. He could have been bumped off somewhere else and just dumped here. As you can see, sir, the nearest lamp is 200 or 300 yards away.
No, I doubt it. It's too close.
Too close, sir?
Yes. If you say he got used tickets to the fight at the Stepney Hall, and if his killer or killers spoke to him there, why dump him here? Why not drive him as far away as possible?
Yes, I see that, sir.
Oh, there's no point in calling on the young couple who found him this time of night. But be a good chap. Take statements from them tomorrow morning. You've got the address, have you?
Yes, got it down here, sir. Chap's name is John Forrest, 36 Commercial Road. The girl's Gladys Allams, 28 Queen Street. They both live here in Stepney.
Know anything about them?
Oh, well, yes, sir. I've seen them around. Steady jobs, respectable parents.
Fair enough. Thanks, Sergeant. My compliments to Dr. Harker. I'd be grateful if you'd remove the bullet as soon as possible so that ballistics can take a look at it. Probably a stolen gun, but you never know.
Right, sir.
Well, I'm going back to the yard. By now, X-Branch will have found out who he was with tonight. On second thoughts, I'll call on that address, the one he's put in his driving license. So come on there, open up.
Well, don't tell me you've forgotten your blooming key. I thought you... Blimey. What are you doing here, Governor?
If you remove your face from the window and come downstairs and open this door, I'll tell you. The face belonged to William Rowe, known to me in the days when I was still on the beat as the Basher. The Basher had a list of convictions ranging from petty larceny to assault and battery. It was I who secured a conviction that sent him up for 5 years.
Yeah, well, listen here, Governor. I don't know what you're here for, but it's getting on for 1 o'clock in the morning.
Remember me, Basher?
Of course I do. You were the sergeant who got me sent up. Well, no hard feelings. You've come on a bit since then, haven't you? I've been reading about you, Governor. Chief Inspector, no less.
Why aren't you going to ask me in?
Well, if I don't, you'll only produce a warrant. Yeah, come in. The place is an awful mess, as you can see. I'm in my night togs.
Charming. Oh, where did you see Larry Davis last?
Yeah, what's happened? What do you want him for? He swore he wouldn't pull anything while he was living here.
Bill? What's going on down there?
It's all right, Sadie. You go back to bed. It's me, Mrs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was anyone else in the house.
People calling in the middle of the night. Even if you are a cop, we got a right to our privacy, ain't we? Oh, Bill cut out your picture from the magazine.
Oh, I'm honoured. Well, why don't you go back to bed, Mrs. Rowe?
If you've got anything to say to my husband, you'll say it in front of me.
As you wish. For how long have you been having Larry Davis as a lodger?
Well, I can tell you that. Ever since he came out of Pentonville 6 weeks ago. Why shouldn't we have him as a lodger? He's my cousin, isn't he?
You told me Larry won't get in no trouble.
Who said he's in trouble?
What do you think Chief Inspector Carr's doing here? Waiting for a bus?
Mrs. Rowe, you say that Larry Davis is your cousin.
Yeah, that's right. Why? There ain't nothing wrong, is there? Tell me he was going to the fight. What's the matter?
I'm afraid your cousin's been murdered, Mrs. Rowe.
What? Murdered? You say Larry's been murdered? Who'd want to murder him? He wasn't that big time. He was only...
Shut your mouth, Bill Rowe. Poor old Larry. He never did have any luck. His missus ran off with that guy who used to keep the gaming joint in Elm Street. Well, what happened? Did they cosh him?
Never mind that now. When did you see your cousin last?
Tonight. The time he was going to the fight. Oh, Larry, love. Don't eat so fast to give yourself indigestion. Then you want to think you got a train to catch.
Well, I haven't, I. Mr. Paulson had given me a lift to the fight. I've got to be in the corner in 10 minutes' time. Oh, it's great scoff. You're a lucky guy, Bill. Best-looking bird in Notting Hill, and she can cook, too.
Yeah, well, you got plenty of time. Don't you want a cuppa?
No, thanks, Bill. Must rush. See ya.
I see. And what time was that?
Well, about 7. No, I'm telling a lie. About 10 past.
Thank you. Now, you say that this Mr. Pawson transported him to the fight?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, who is this Mr. Pawson? Well, come on, both of you. Davis has been murdered, shot dead. Don't you want to see him...
Harry Pawson? Well, Larry's been working for him.
Doing what?
Punting. Well, every time Mr. Pawson wants to lay a bet, the odds shorten, so he's got...
Oh, yes, I get the message. Harry Pawson.
Yeah.
Yes, I know Pawson. He owns Pawson's scrapyard at World's End, runs a pub at Ladbroke Road. Is that the fellow?
Yes, him.
Well, what do you do, Mr. Rowe? Now that you're on the straight and narrow, I take it you are on the straight and narrow.
I works for Mr. Pawson, too, in his scrapyard.
I see. Thank you. Well, where's Pawson at this time of night?
In bed. It's nearly 1:30.
Oh, don't give me that, Mrs. Rowe. Don't you think that Harry Pawson had been known to the yard? In bed? One of the biggest gamblers in London? Where's his latest speeder? Oh, come on! Where's his latest gambling joint?
Oh, there's no harm in telling him, Sadie. Well, I got a special room at the Blue Cockatoo.
Good evening, sir. Can I help you? No, this is not a raid, and if you don't raise your voice, there'll be no disturbance. Which room are they playing in?
But,
All right. Now, do you want me to close the joint?
No, please, no. Everything's on the left.
I want a quiet word with Mr. Pawson.
Mr. Pawson?
Oh, come on, old man. I haven't got all night.
Oh, they get very angry if we interrupt their game. Could I ask you to step into my office and I will fetch Mr. Pawson?
Yes, all right.
One moment, please.
Well. Hello, Yank. Long time no see.
You can't walk into a respectable club these days without falling over some copper's feet.
Were you at the fight tonight, Yank? Did you back Simmons and lose your dough? Is that why you're such a sourpuss?
Sure, I was at the fight. And if it makes you feel bad, I backed the other guy.
Still playing the horses, Yank?
I believe you wanted to see me, Chief Inspector.
Oh, yes. One of your employees, Larry Davis, was murdered tonight.
What? You rotten, stinking, murdering swine. So you bumped off one of your own boys. There's your man, Chief Inspector. He's the killer.
The Yank glared at Pawson, who remained calm and imperturbable despite the accusations hurled at him. Ignoring the Yank, Pawson said,
Larry Davis murdered? It's impossible. He was with me at the ringside tonight. And if I were you, Yank, I'd keep that dirty mouth of yours shut. Otherwise...
Otherwise what, Pawson? You put a bullet in my back?
Why'd you say bullet, Yank? There are more ways of killing than...
Well, I don't know why I said... Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
I just remembered something. Let's go to the office. No, you too, Yank.
Why me? What have I got to do
Wouldn't
with
you like to know how Davis was murdered?
Okay, I suppose I can play without me.
Was Larry shot, Inspector?
Yes, he was. Now, were you expecting a call from me tonight, Mr. Pawson?
Well, why should I be? I didn't know he was murdered.
Before I go into that, I don't want to keep our friend Yank hanging around. Yank, let's not play games. Everybody knows that you're the kingpin of the Bermondsey boys. Why'd you come here tonight? Not to play with Pawson, I'll be bound. Was it to watch his face when he learnt that one of his lieutenants had been bumped off?
Are you crazy?
Now, listen, you two. The fact that some two-bit gangster has been shot dead won't cause me to lose any sleep. But the fact that you two big shots think you can do what you like, terrorize cafe owners, blackmail bookmakers, even frighten streetwalkers...
I think you'd better be careful what you're saying, Chief Inspector Carr.
Why? You're going to sue me for slander? Or get one of your toughies to rub me out?
This is the first time I've agreed with anything that Harry Pawson has said. So cool it, copper.
And if I don't? This isn't Chicago, you know, Yank. You can't go bumping policemen off with impunity. Come to that, you can't go bumping off snivelling little rats like Larry Davis either. Well, why'd you do it? Has Pawson here encroached on your territorial rights? Did you arrange for Davis to be bumped off as a warning?
Oh, you're out of your skull.
Come to think of it, Yank, Chief Inspector Carr's asked a very interesting question. Aren't you a little bit away from home?
Yeah, I am. I didn't really come here to play. I came to see you, Pawson. You owe me $5,000. Somebody tells me you won't pay. So I came to say personally that if you don't pay, then maybe the copper here's right. Maybe your mob are going to find themselves...
They'll find themselves nowhere. I'm warning you, Yank.
You said to me this isn't Chicago, and that suits me fine. And that's why I operate here. You got nothing on me, copper. If you had, I'd have been behind bars a long time ago. And what's more, you can't deport me because when my dad went back to the States, I was a cute little Britisher, 1 year old.
And as a British citizen...
All right, Hank, all right. Had enough of your bull. We're going to find out who killed Larry Davis. And if it was one of your boys, I'll get you in for complicity if it's the last thing I do.
Copper, I've never squealed to one of your kind in my life, but I tell you this. Now, one of my mob laid his finger on Larry Davis, and if you want to know why that stupid sucker bought his, ask Big Shot Porson here. I'll be seeing you. And don't forget that $5,000.
Do you think that's it, Chief Inspector Carr? Do you think he bumped off one of my men as a challenge? Do you think that's why he was here tonight, knowing that the police would inform me if he came here to gloat? Because if he did,
You'll do nothing. They're going to show people like you and the Yank that you can't take the law into your own hands. You're both getting away with far too much. Oh, I know, you're both clever. If anyone has to take the rap, it's some sucker like... What did the Yank mean, ask Big Shot Porson? Do you know why Davis was bumped off tonight?
He did it. Oh, as you say, he's too smart to carry a gun, but one of the Bermondsey boys did it. A kind of signal to me.
Because you owed £5,000? I thought you thugs honoured your gambling debts. Well, why don't you pay him? Well, it's chicken feed for a big shot like you.
That's my business, Chief Inspector Carr. Now, if you've finished...
No, I haven't. Not by a long chalk. When did you last see Davis alive?
After the fight. My wife and I didn't wait for the last bout. He did.
Can you prove that?
Well, of course, ask my wife. She was with me.
And that puts you in the clear. Must have been hundreds of people sitting around who can testify seeing you and your wife leave, and Davis remaining behind. Well, let's forget the Bermondsey gang for a moment. What do you know about Davis? When did he become part of your mob?
I beg your pardon.
Oh, all right, my sensitive-souled poet. When did he go onto your payroll?
When he came out of jail. I didn't want him to do anything illegal, and he didn't. He was very quick off the mark. He could place a bet for me long before the Shrudies realized that I was behind it.
Knowing that if you'd placed the bet, the fight was already fixed.
I don't have to listen to your insults, you know. Unless you choose to arrest me, I'm going back to my card table.
This arrogant, well-educated, smooth-talking leader of the Knot Hills turned his back on me and walked out of the office, certain in the knowledge that I had no possible justification for pulling him in, even for questioning. Yet every instinct told me that he knew much more than he pretended. Despite it all, I went home to an untroubled sleep. But in the morning, things began to hum.
Louis the Lip says that Larry Davis was placed among the Knot Hills by the Yank, that he was really one of the Bermondsey boys.
Louis the Lip's a slimy, repulsive monster, ops who'd murdered his own grandmother for the price of a bed, but he's the best informer we have, and if he's picked up that snippet of information, it means that we've got to work fast, or there'll be a few more dead bodies lying around. What else did you learn?
X-Branch reports that Porson arrived at the Stepney Hall with Larry Davis, who placed most of the bets at the ringside for his boss.
Well, I've had a word with Sid Cohen. There's no question of fixing the fight between Beckett and Simmons. It went the distance, and it was clean. No motive there. Well, I want Louis the Lip to try and find out the source of that £5,000 wager. I sent the docket through to X-Branch.
Very good, sir.
Now, I want the names of every strong-arm boy who was near the Stepney Hall that night, whether they belong to the gangs or not.
Will do.
Oh, one other thing, Ops, while you're on the phone. I've arranged for Porson to be questioned this morning by Inspector Winstanley. It's just to keep him out of the way while I talk to Mrs. Porson. I won't be very long, driver. You better wait.
Right, sir.
Hello?
Police,
Is this about...
Chief Inspector Carr, Mrs. Porson.
Oh, do come in.
Thank you.
I'm afraid my husband isn't here. I suppose it's about that poor man who was killed.
Not just killed, madam, murdered.
Oh, would you come through here, please? Do be seated.
Thank you.
Drink?
Thank you.
Not while on duty, I believe is the usual phrase.
Something like that. I've come to ask you a few questions, Mrs. Porson.
Why me? I don't know anything about the man. I never met Davis. I've seen him sitting around the race meeting and at the ringside on my husband's behalf, but I've never even passed the time of day with him.
Still, you were one of the persons who saw him within the last few hours of his life.
Yes, but I mean, how can that help you? Or do you suspect me of shooting him?
No, not at all. But you might have overheard something, seen somebody look at Davis with a murderous expression. No, I know it all sounds fantastic, Mrs. Porson, but you'd be astonished how the minutest grain of information can sometimes lead to the solution of a crime. Now, you didn't go to the fight with your husband?
No, I didn't travel down with my husband. He's got one of those new, fabulously expensive Barotti cars. They're only two-seaters, and so I took a taxi. I met him there.
Oh, I see. But you left with him?
Yes. The fight ended rather early, and he didn't want to wait for the next one.
The winner, none other than our own Stepney boy, the middleweight champ, George Bickett!
Ah, yes. Most profitable evening, my dear. Come on, let's go.
Aren't you going to wait for the next fight, darling?
Oh, no. A couple of lumbering giants. There'll be very little gambling on it. Davis will collect my winnings.
But, darling, the fight started earlier than we thought. I told a taxi to be here at 11.
Oh, that's all right. I'll arrange for the manager to pay him off. Come on, darling.
What about Davis?
He'll find his own way back.
I see. Thank you. This taxi man.
Oh, he wouldn't have lost anything by it. I frequently use him. He gets paid for both journeys.
I see. You can't throw any light on this affair?
No, I'm sorry, I can't. You see, Inspector, I love the life I lead. I love the excitement of racing, prize fights and my furs and jewels. I make a point of never questioning my husband. Ask no questions, you get told no lies. But also, I don't have to tax my conscience unduly. Do I make myself clear, Inspector?
You express yourself with an admirable clarity, Mrs. Paulson. But why do you relate your attitude to Davis? Do you think your husband would be involved in a murder?
No, of course not. What a thing to say.
Have you ever met... No, I don't suppose you would. All right, thank you, Mrs. Paulson.
Won't you stay for a drink?
No, thank you. I mean to have a word with a colleague of your husband's.
Is that what you called me? A colleague of Mr. Paulson? Oh, he'd like that. As far as the chief is concerned, I hardly exist. Paid me my wages, and I keep my mouth shut.
Yes, I know the form. Look, I don't want to know what you do in your scrapyard or how many hot cars...
Now, wait a minute.
Now, you wait a minute. This is murder, man. Do you want to be up for complicity? Larry was your wife's cousin, and you're going to help me nab the killer. Now, you told me that Mr. Paulson was giving Larry Davis a lift.
Yeah, well, it's true. Whenever they were doing a betting job, he took him in his car.
You mean Paulson took Larry, drove him there and drove him home?
Well, not straight, yeah. I used to drop him off at the corner.
You're not absolutely in the clear yourself. You could have followed him to Stepney Green.
What are you talking about?
I'll tell you what I'm talking about. I don't want any phony gangster Boy Scout stuff.
What do you mean?
Never squealing to the cops. Paulson was at his scrapyard all afternoon before he went to the fight. That big-shot employer of yours must have made 1,000 telephone calls. Come on. You're an old-timer. You know something you haven't spilled. Now, spill it.
I warned Larry. I told him that the chief was onto his lark. All right. I'll grass.
That's better.
When Larry was inside, he met one of the Bermondsey boys who sent word to his boss.
The Yank?
Yeah. Now, Larry was to tip off the Bermondsey gang every time the chief was trying to pull a betting stunt. Well, the chief lost thousands when Larry came out of jail. And I knew it couldn't last. I knew it couldn't. I knew that Mr. Paulson would get wise sooner or later.
I thought it was something like that. All right, I want the names of every strong-arm boy in the Knot Hill gang. And with that information, the entire machinery of Scotland Yard went into action. Dozens of uniformed and plainclothes men questioned, checked, cross-checked, and finally we got them. 2 gangsters, both with a long list of previous convictions.
You tell me that George Eastlaw and Fred Baker have been arrested and charged with murder? Well, what's that got to do with me?
Simply that we've broken their alibis wide open. They were seen to talk to your employee, Davis, and no doubt one of them had a gun in his overcoat pocket pressed against the unfortunate Larry Davis's side as they walked towards the green, where it was nice and dark and highly suitable for an assassination. We searched their homes and we found passports, and each had £750 in cash. They didn't charge you much for the job, did they?
I don't know what you're talking about. You don't think I had anything to do with it, do you?
It's a rather silly question.
Silly or not, I am not one of your ill-educated morons. I had nothing to do with the murder, and you can't prove otherwise. I was miles away at the time of the shooting.
Yes, of course you were, but I'm charging you with complicity. You're as much a murderer as they are.
You'll never make it stick.
Won't I? I can prove that you were involved in the murder. And I did. Like all cunning and ruthless gangsters, his overconfidence betrayed him. Paulson did one foolish thing, an act that clearly demonstrated his complicity. If you remember, Paulson drove to the fight in his 2-seater Barotti with Larry Davis. His wife took a taxi. Davis was instructed to stay at the Stepney Hall and collect Pawson's winnings after the fights were over, while Mr. and Mrs. Pawson left early, although she had anticipated returning home by the taxi, which was calling for her at 11. And then I said to her, this taxi man...
Oh, he wouldn't have lost anything by it. I frequently use him. He gets paid for both journeys.
You see it now. Davis usually returned with his boss. That night he was instructed to stay behind for the last fight of the evening. Why not tell Davis to return home in the taxi, since the man would be paid for the journey anyway? Pawson instructed the manager of the hall to send the taxi away empty-handed, because he knew that by the time his strong-arm boys punished Larry for two-timing the chief, he'd be in no condition to go anywhere.
The epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Russ as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic Casebook.
The epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. I've just returned from a hurried trip to London, where I sat in on a full day's hearing of what has become known as the Cray brothers' murder trial. As this trial has not yet reached its conclusion, to comment on it would be wrong. Nevertheless, the proceedings were quite remarkable as a demonstration, if such were needed, of the extraordinary arcane atmosphere of the underworld, with its own laws, codes, and even language. Time and time again, the judge had to stop counsel and witness in order to have interpreted some of the words used. Why all this? Well, there have been times when, for the purposes of reality, I have got characters to talk about grassing instead of informing, and a spieler instead of a gambling den. I've come back convinced that were I not to put such underworld slang into the script, it would give a false picture of the scene. The Cray brothers' trial reminded me quite vividly of another case. The murder and the circumstances were vastly different, yet the principal characters involved were identical. All of them lived and had their social life within 1 square mile of that area in the East End of London known as Stepney. I've called my story The Gates to Death. Wolf Larkin was mowed down by a submachine gun within minutes of emerging from Pentonville prison after serving a 10-year sentence for robbery with violence. Naturally enough, the murder squad of Scotland Yard received the news within seconds of the murder. I was summoned to the governor's office.
You come in. Ah, Carr, come on in.
Oh, there, sir. Long time no see.
Inspector Carr. Hey, what is this? A frame-up? Don't you give me no third-degree stuff. You can't keep me in here without a warrant.
I've explained to you 1,000 times, Mr. Russell, we're not keeping you, as you put it. We've asked you to await the arrival of Inspector Carr so that you may be able to assist him in his inquiries.
Yeah, I've heard that phrase before, too. Oh, look, Governor. Wolf was knocked off right in front of the gates. There are 2 screws who'll bear witness to it. All right, so I came to meet him, but that doesn't make me a killer, does it? Oh, you'll understand, Inspector Carr. Whoever did for Wolf will do for me if the buzz is that I'm helping the cops.
Look, I'm afraid you've no choice, Russell. You are witness to a killing, and as such, you have to make a statement.
You can't keep me here. I know my rights.
Of course we can't keep you here. Now, don't be a fool. You know the form. If you refuse to make a statement, I can't force you. But there is such a thing as hindering the police in the course of their duties. I'd have you inside so fast.
All right. I don't know much.
We'll be the judges to the extent of your knowledge. Now, you came to meet your friend, Wolf Larkin.
That's right. Well, I promised him I would. You know, his missus died while he was in jail. I know what it's like hearing those big gates clanging behind you.
You're out in the world all alone, just holding on to your quid note and your attache case, wondering what to do and where to go. I didn't want that for Wolfsey. We'd been friends since we were nippers.
Did you correspond with him all the time he was in jail?
Yes. Mind you, he didn't write much. Well, after all, the regulations...
We know all about the regulations, Russell. What happened? Oh, is that your car parked on the other side of the road?
Yes.
What time was Larkin released, Governor?
What's the time now? Less than 20 minutes ago. That makes it almost precisely 9 o'clock. We were going to release him this evening after he'd seen the chaplain. He kicked up such a fuss saying that his friend could only be at the gates this morning at 9 o'clock, so we let him go.
I see, thank you. And you are the friend, Fred, are you?
Yes. I saw him last Wednesday. Told him I'd got a steady job at the Stepney Green dog track. Well, he said he thought he'd be able to fix it with the governor to leave earlier.
I see. Now, what happened this morning?
Well, I got here at about 5 to 9. I parked the car.
Blimey, Slim Fred. Come to have a look round when you've had old means of habitation.
I don't have to take any old lip from you or any other screw. I'm outside now, so you can go and jump in a lake for a start. But if you must know, I've come to meet Wolf Larkin.
Ah, the Wolf, eh? I'll be glad to get rid of him, I can tell you. Oh, here he is now.
Yeah.
We're seeing you, Larkin.
Not on your sleep, love, you won't. Hello, Fred.
Wolf.
How are you?
Goodbye, Mr. Larkin. I trust you found our beds comfortable.
You go and get...
Yeah, okay, let's scarper. The car's just over there.
Thanks, Fred. You know how much I appreciate this.
Right, get him, Wolf.
Wolf! Here. Let's get him back inside, quick.
We got him back in stir. The doc told me he was dead. He was the only real pal I ever had in my life. The rotten, dirty, stinking swines, whoever they are.
You used the phrase, whoever they are. Oh, come off it, Fred. You know Stepney inside out. Who bumped him off and why?
I don't know. Why should anyone bump him off? He'd served 7 of his 10-year sentence, didn't he? I'll tell you this. I'll get the swines who did it, even if I have to...
No, Russell, you won't. We will. But we need your help. Now, you say you're going straight. You're working at the docks, hmm?
I haven't done anything schlenter for the last 3 years.
All right, Russell. There's no need to keep the governor waiting any longer. If we can have an office, sir, we'll take down Russell's statement, get him to sign it. Russell duly made his statement. It was signed and witnessed. Naturally, we put a tail on him from the moment he left. I stayed behind to have a word with the governor of the prison. This isn't going to be easy, sir. Larkin could have been bumped off for a variety of reasons. These thugs have long memories when it comes to revenge. He may have double-crossed one of his accomplices when it came to sharing out the loot. Taken a fellow gangster's Sheila from him. Could be a multitude of motives.
I've got his release papers in front of me. He got 10 years for robbing the Whitechapel branch of the Imperial Bank. The security guard was disabled for life.
Yes, I remember the case well. Yes, we put up roadblocks all around the area within a matter of minutes. We don't know who actually shot the guard. We couldn't prove that it was Larkin. All the others got away. Lucky for us, Larkin dived into a side street and jumped right into the arms of 2 of our men.
And what about the loot?
As far as I remember, every farthing was recovered intact in the gangster's car. The driver saw the roadblock at the top of Cable Street, stopped the car and ran. Ironically, each of the 4 of them thought the other had the swag.
And they've never been found?
No. We tried hard to make Wolf grass, but he wouldn't.
Look at this. It's from X branch, there.
Okay. Please inform us immediately Wolf Larkin is due for release. Well, there's your motive. It's a 20-to-1 chance that Larkin was bumped off because his accomplices were afraid that he might lead us to them.
By the way, that warder was a special. He was from X branch. I suppose they wanted to see who was meeting him or who wasn't.
Oh, well, it's nothing for it but the usual foot slog. I suppose the ex-branch man had a good look at the car that carried the killers. Not that it'll do much good. Oh, is he here, sir?
Yes, he's in the outer office waiting to see if you need him. I'll get him in.
Yes, sir.
No, send him in.
Right, sir.
I'm not relishing this, you know. Means going through hundreds of files that are over 7 years old. The underworld's changed a great deal since then.
Come in.
Oh, Sergeant Mitchell. I'd heard you'd gone to X-Branch.
3 years now, sir.
Good. Oh, what have you got for me?
There were 2 in the car. Nylon stockings over the heads. They were driving a black 2-door Smithson coupe, number GHX 153. Not that it'll do us much good, sir. I got through to headquarters. They found the car already. Less than a quarter of a mile from here.
It's the usual story. Stolen car, fake number plates. Oh, well, I'd better get back to the yard. Carr speaking.
Operations here, sir. A report has just come through that Fred Russell has been traced to 13 Paradise Walk, Stepney. He has a wife and 2 children. He's been in the clear for the last 3 years, as he says. Last conviction was
Yes, you can skip all that, Ops. I've got his record from CRO. What I'm waiting for is news of Larkin's buddies when he was trying to pull that bank job. What pubs did he use? That sort of thing. According to X-Branch, he wasn't a member of any known gangs at the time he was pulled in.
Forgive me, sir, but if they failed to find his associates at the time of his trial, I don't see how we can succeed
What do you
now.
expect us to do? Throw the dossier away? Mark the case of the murder of Wolf Larkin as unsolved?
No, sir, of course not.
All right, then get on to X-Branch and tell him to get cracking. They've been working on the bank robbery case until the moment he stepped out of jail. They've probably got something useful.
Very good, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry if I lost my temper, Ops, but look, I don't quite know where to start until we've got some sort of lead. At the moment, there's just Fred Russell. I'd better hold on to that straw until something fresh turns up. I doubt whether in the whole of London there was a thoroughfare so evil-smelling and sordid as Paradise Walk, Stepney. As the police car pulled up outside number 13, it was immediately surrounded by mud-bespattered, grimy kids whose grinning faces and happy, laughing eyes demonstrated that our sociologists are not always right in pointing to the influence of one's environment. All right, driver, wait here. I don't think this is going to take very long.
Right, sir.
I'm coming. I'm coming. Not today.
Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard. May I come in?
Look, it wasn't my husband's
Please,
fault.
Mrs. Russell.
Oh, all right. I suppose I've got no alternative.
Count.
Might have told me you were coming. Place in a terrible mess. I tried to keep it the best I can.
Don't worry
but...
about that, Mrs. Russell. We would have given you advance notice, but you're not on the telephone.
Telephone? Where do you think we get money for telephones? In here. At least the parlour looks a bit decent.
The parlour, as Mrs. Russell called it, was scrupulously clean. Yet its very cleanliness seemed to highlight its poverty. A worn, threadbare woolen rug, an armchair that had seen better days, a battered old sofa constituted its entire furniture. If Mrs. Russell's husband was still an active member of the underworld, he couldn't be doing it for any financial reward.
I see you're looking at the furniture. We got this when we were married 15 years ago.
Yes.
Of course, these tally men come round trying to get you to buy stuff on the never-never, but not me. What with 2 kids and a husband who earns the princely sum of 10 quid a week. Takes me all my time to stay decently fed and clothed.
You didn't seem surprised to see me, Mrs. Russell. Were you expecting the police?
Well, of course I was. You don't think Fred would keep it from me, do you? And let me tell you, Mr. Police Inspector, I'm glad he's dead. Wolf Larkin had it coming to him, the swine.
At last I was confronted with someone who wanted Wolf Larkin out of the way. But why, when her husband protested such deep affection for the murdered man? Why are you glad he's been killed, Mrs. Russell?
For what he did to my husband. When we got married, Fred had a steady job working for the Stepney Wholesalers Limited. Well, it wasn't much, but we managed. And what's more, we were honest.
Go on.
When it all started, he'd bring home a new radio set, buy himself new suits, presents for me. I kept asking where the money came from.
Well, how'd you like it? Fits me like a glove, don't you think?
How much did that sports jacket cost you, Fred? Where are you getting all this money from?
Like I told you, Wolf is in with the boys at the greyhound track. I've been winning it on the dogs.
All I hear about is Wolf Larkin. Do you know how many times he's been in jail? Do you know his missus does nothing but get drunk because she never knows when he's going inside again? Fred, look at me, Fred. Timothy will be born in a couple of months, our first kid. He's going to have a decent, honest father, ain't he, Fred? You're not doing anything...
I've already told you. Now stop worrying and give us a kiss.
That same afternoon, the cops came for him. Not for Mr. Iron Mighty Wolf Larkin. Oh, no, he had an alibi. Timothy was born while Fred was serving his sentence. And who was his great buddy when he came out of jail?
Wolf Larkin.
Yeah. And I'll tell you this. I was the most thankful woman in the whole of England when they caught him on that bank job. Luckily, my Fred was inside at the time. Oh, he wasn't big time. He hasn't got the brains. Otherwise, he might have been on that job, too. Inspector, you got to believe me. Fred hasn't done a dishonest thing since he came out over 3 years ago. Poor as we are, I haven't been so happy since our first few months of married life. He loves working at the dogs, even if it is a hand-to-mouth way of living.
So he doesn't possess a car?
Motor car? You must be joking, Inspector. Oh, I know what you mean. He told me he was borrowing his boss's car to pick Wolf up.
Yes, that's right, Inspector. I loaned Russell one of the firm's cars. He told me his wife was sick in hospital. He had to go and meet her. He's a steady, hard-working man. I let him borrow the car.
Was it a grey four-seater, number GHL8875?
Yes. Why do you ask?
Routine question.
Now, look, Inspector, there's nothing wrong, is there? Oh, I know all about his prison record. The fact is, it was the Prisoners' Aid Society who asked me to give him the job. We've got enough wide boys hanging around the track without me employing one.
Well, you don't have to worry about your track. A friend of his was murdered. Naturally enough, we question everyone he was connected with. Good day to you.
Good day.
Carr?
Number 16 has just come through, sir.
Yes?
Russell spent a couple of hours at the Commercial Arms talking to someone named Henry Levine and Patrick Swinton. He then went straight home.
I see. Is the man still there?
Yes, sir. He's being tailed day and night.
What about Levine and Swinton?
Levine keeps a greengrocer shop at 24 Commercial Road. He has a good record in the matter.
Mm-hmm. Swinton?
No known record, not known to the police, new to the district. Works for the Gaslight and Coke Company, comes from Huddersfield.
Oh, we're getting nowhere fast. Well, I'll have to keep at it. The killers must have warned Russell not to contact them in any way. But why? Why did he become a party to a murder? All right, Ops, don't bother to answer. I'm only blowing off steam. I think I'll have another word with Mrs. Russell. Mrs. Russell, I'm sorry to pest you like this. I'm going to be absolutely frank with you. The entire machinery of the law has failed to reveal one single clue as to the identity of the killers. Now, we're having your husband watched at this moment.
Oh, no. Now, Fred didn't do it. You know he didn't.
Of course he didn't, but he is involved. Wittingly or unwittingly, he provided the killers with an opportunity to murder. My guess is unwittingly. Now, if you'll excuse me...
You can't do this to my husband. All he's ever been was a stinking petty tea leaf, and where's he got him?
I know your husband was a petty thief, but he had a loyalty to Wolf. If I can break down that stupid, never-talk-to-a-cop attitude of Stepney, I'll save your husband from going to the gallows, but you've got to help me.
Well, what's that? What's that in that bag?
Oh, it's just a way we keep contact with our men. I told one of them to try to reach me here at 9 o'clock. What's that now? Oh, it's coming through.
Hello, Citadel. Hello, Citadel. 3-6 calling. 3-6 calling.
Right, 3-6. I'm on net. Over.
Rabbit has just left the track. I'm tailing him. Walking in a northwesterly direction. Indicates making for Paradise Walk.
Good. That's all I wanted to know. Over and out.
Inspector, you're treating my husband as though... Well, as though he...
As though what, Mrs. Russell? I tell you, I think he's innocent. One of our best men is shadowing him now. Wherever he goes tonight, he'll be followed. If he comes here, well and good. If not, we'll still have him in our sights. Now listen to me. Your husband knows that he helped to get his friend killed, but without your help, he won't grass. And do you know what that makes him, if he won't give us the information? An accessory to the act of murder.
Oh, no,
Yes,
no.
Mrs. Russell, yes. A police officer has to learn to stifle his own emotions whilst investigating. Yet it was difficult not to feel a deep sense of compassion for this Stepney-born and bred woman who fought so long and so hard so that her family might be respectable citizens. Much depended on her reactions as her husband walked in. I could only hope that she would react in the way I wanted.
For the last time, please, the kids will wake up if there's any...
Mary? Mary? What are you doing in the parlour? Inspector, what are you doing here? Why didn't you leave us alone? It's 9:30 at night. The kids are asleep.
You left the dogs early?
I wasn't feeling well. The boss let me off.
Oh, Fred.
Look, Copper, my mate is dead. I swear it on my kids' lives, Mary's life, that I put my head on the block to see him walking through that front door. Now, why don't you leave us alone?
That's an interesting statement you made just now, Fred Russell. Why didn't you say, my mate's dead, I had nothing to do with it?
What do you mean?
Because you did have something to do with it, didn't you?
That's a lie. I'm no murderer.
Don't shout, Fred, you'll wake the kids.
Then what's he on at me for?
Because you know who killed him.
Me? You're crazy.
Oh, no, I'm not. You told the killers you were going to meet Wolf Larkin. You told them the day and the time. Who are they, Fred? They won't be able to hurt you. Your name won't even come into it, provided I've proved to my satisfaction that you
Don't go on,
intend...
Coppard. I'm Stepney born and bred. I've never grasped on anyone in my life.
Give me your hand, Fred.
What's come over you?
Please, Fred.
Got to humour you, I suppose.
Now, the other one. Now, look at me, Fred. Did you mean for Wolf Larkin to get bumped off?
Are you crazy?
Then tell them, Fred. Tell them. Oh, you fool. They killed your best friend, much as I hated him. Don't you know what'll happen? What you'll become if you don't grasp a murderer. They'll catch them. They'll catch them without you. And when they'll catch them, you'll be in the dock with them.
Because you'll be guilty of being an accessory.
I'm not grassing.
Oh, listen to Lord High and Mighty. I'm not grassing. Go upstairs and have a look at your kids. Boy Scout Crook doesn't grass. So as his children can grow up having a murderer for a father.
I didn't do it.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I thought I'd won the battle with Fred Russell. For 3 years I thought he loved me and the kids more than he loved his stinking crooks. I've lost.
Hey, where are you going?
I'm taking the kids as far away from Stepney as I can. They're old enough to read. I don't want them to see the newspapers.
All right, stop it, Mary, stop it. All right, Copper. I'll grass. I was in the Royal Albert when Peter walked in.
Peter?
Danny the Peter.
Oh, Peter. Safes. Danny the safe cracker. Yes, I remember. Danny Parsons. Go on, Fred.
Well, he came up to me with Tony Davis.
Hello, Freddie boy. When's Wolf coming up?
Why do you want to know?
One of the boys inside tells us he's been given extra remission.
Yeah, that's right. Matter of fact, I'm going to pick him up tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Thanks, Fred. You may not know it, but you've probably saved yourself from a hanging.
Yes, I've got his record here. Prisoner 752864, Bernard Phelan. 2 years robbery. Released March the 14th this year. You can find him at the Pentonville Steelworks.
Thanks.
Sure, I told Tony that the wolf was grassing. I don't know on what. All I know is no man gets 3 years remission unless he's in with the cops.
And that was the motive. Tony Davis and Daniel Parsons were involved with Wolf Larkin in the bank robbery that earned for Larkin a 10-year sentence. Rumour went around Pentonville Prison that the Wolf was being released because he was acting as an informer. Ironically, that wasn't true. According to the governor of the prison, the Home Office had issued a directive that all remissions should be reviewed and where a prisoner had a favourable report should be released earlier, part of the penal reform being instituted in Britain at the time. Tony and Danny thought otherwise. They knew that no one could touch them if Wolf Larkin, the prosecution's chief and only witness, was put out of the way. But what made me convinced from the very start that Fred Russell was implicated? Not sure? Well, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you. listeners, did you notice the clue? It was this. If you remember, the governor said...
We were going to release him this evening after he had seen the chaplain. He kicked up such a fuss, saying that his friend could only be at the gates this morning at 9 o'clock, so we let him...
You see it now? Only one person outside the prison authorities could have known that Wolf Larkin would have been at that spot at precisely that time. Once we had ex-convict Bernard Phelan's statement, together with Fred Russell's testimony, the case was as good as proven. Both were hanged since the non-hanging bill had not yet then been introduced. Oh, the moral of the story, if you must go walking down Stepney, take my advice, keep off the grass. Good night.
The epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Russ as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic Casebook. The epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Looking at my notes for tonight's story, it's occurred to me that although Dr. Bertillon, head of the Paris Criminal Records Office, has rightly been credited with being the originator of the fingerprint system in crime detection, the fact remains that the system was very much in the experimental stage, and couldn't be regarded as at all satisfactory until the year 1898, when a Mr. Henry, Inspector General of Police in Bengal, devised a system which made the classification of fingerprints foolproof. Mr. Henry, later Sir Charles Edward Henry, became Commissioner of Metropolitan Police in the year 1903. Of course, since then, the whole method of indexing, filing, and identifying fingerprints has improved enormously. In Great Britain alone, the total number of fingerprints held on record is well over 2 million. Of course, when a man leaves his fingerprints behind, it's of no use to the police unless they have a record of such prints. In other words, a means of comparing the culprit's prints with what they've got on their files. It stands to reason that if the man commits an act of burglary and leaves his fingerprints behind, if he hasn't had a previous conviction and there's no record at the fingerprint section, his identity remains unknown. But this wasn't the case with a man known to the underworld as Slapsy Mitchell. When Farley Hall was broken into and Sir Edward Farley shot dead, Mitchell's fingerprint was much in evidence. He was arrested and charged. I've called my story Identification for Death. Farley Hall is a large country residence nestling amongst the Chiltern Hills in the county of Gloucestershire. Being outside the metropolitan area, the shooting and the theft was of academic interest only, or so I thought. Carr?
Operations here, sir.
Yes, officer.
Farley murder.
Huh? What about it? Well, it can't be asking us for assistance. The man's been arrested.
Well, it's Mrs. Mitchell, sir. She's phoned twice while you were out. Wants to know if you'll see her.
Oh, dear. Mrs. Mitchell. Yes, I remember her. Slapsy married her soon after he came out of Brixton for the Bayswater job. Probably wants me to give evidence for her husband in mitigation. Well, I'll see her. Fix the time for 3 o'clock this afternoon. Yes?
Go for it, please.
Thanks very much.
Oh, come and sit down, Mrs. Mitchell.
Good of you to see me, sir.
No, not a bit. I haven't forgotten your many little kindnesses when I was a sergeant at Vine Street and you managed the Regent Cafe.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Mitchell. I really am. I thought Slaps had gone straight.
But he had. Slaps
Now, let's
had.
be honest with each other, Mrs. Mitchell. I'm not going by the newspapers. I read a clear and comprehensive account of the investigation and the arrest of your husband in the Police Review. He's guilty as all get out.
He's been framed, I tell you.
Framed? No, Mrs. Mitchell. I'm afraid you'll have to face up to the fact that the evidence against Slapsy is too strong.
What have they got against Slapsy? His fingerprints on that cigarette lighter. You know Slapsy. All right, he's been a crook all his life. But would somebody with Slapsy's experience leave his fingerprints lying around?
Oh, well, frankly, that surprised me when I read about it. There was a blow-up facsimile of the print in our weekly review. No, it's Slapsy's all right. I suppose everyone makes a mistake. A silly mistake once in their lives. I'm sorry for you, Mrs. Mitchell.
Don't be. Be sorry for my husband. He's no murderer. He never carried a gun in his life. It's a frame-up, I tell you. No one will believe him.
Look, from what I can understand, Slapsy denied being anywhere near Farley at the time Sir Edward was shot. And then, when he was confronted with an eyewitness, he admitted that he was in the district. Oh, what's the use, Rose Mitchell? An innocent man was shot dead, and you asking me to condone murder?
He's not a murderer. He's been nabbed 4 times. Did he ever resist? Has Slapsy ever been violent?
Have you been to see him?
Yeah, I went to see him. I can't get nothing out of him. Just says that he's been a fool, he didn't carry a gun, and he didn't kill no one.
Half an hour, Mrs. Mitchell. Oh, you've got a visitor. Rosie.
Slapsy! Oh, what have you done?
It's not true, it's all stewy. Someone's framing me.
You lied when they first come up to the house, didn't you? You said you'd never been to Farley. Didn't know where it was. Now you say you did go there, but you didn't shoot no one. That was the night you said you were going to play poker with the boys. And I was wondering if you were seeing some woman. Oh, Slapsy. Slapsy, what have you done?
Nothing, I tell you, nothing. Listen, Rosie, when I married you, I promised to go straight. Well, I have, haven't I?
Have you, Slapsy? Oh, you fool. You fool. Why did you have to do it? All right, we were short of money, but it wasn't...
Listen, kid, listen proper. I love you and I'm not lying to you. As true as there's heaven above, I didn't shoot this guy. I didn't know nothing about it. All right, I did a break-in job. But I wore gloves. They must be crazy to think that me, Slapsy Mitchell, could do such a stupid thing as to leave his fingerprints behind.
This gun. They found a gun.
Gun?
They say it's yours.
You think I've been mug enough to carry a gun? Don't you know that means the difference between 3 and 15 years if you're caught?
But they're saying you murdered him.
I murdered no one. Do you hear me, Rosie? No one. I'll swear to that to me dying day. It looks as though that might be quite soon, doesn't it, Rose?
Don't talk like that. What does the lawyer say?
Alice, he thinks I'm guilty. He asked me to confess, say I fired blindly. I didn't mean to hurt no one. No, it ain't true.
This stuff you took out of the safe.
I took nothing. They think I'm all sorted it away. Carr.
Carr?
He's big stuff now. Chief Inspector Carr. Nabbed me for the 3rd job when he was a sergeant. Now, go to him, Rosie. I read about him. He's one of the big 5 in the murder squad. He'll know I wouldn't do such a stupid thing like this as to leave behind fingerprints. Let alone bump off someone and leave a gun behind.
So that's why I'm here, Mr. Carr. Slapsy thinks if you talk to him, he'll be able to convince you that he's innocent.
I looked across the desk at this pleasant-faced, supplicating woman gazing at me with tear-filled eyes, and I knew, with a sense of certainty, that something had indeed gone wrong. That a man like Mitchell would not commit the crimes for which he was being held in custody, awaiting trial. Mrs. Mitchell, the shooting of Sir Edward Farley and the subsequent arrest of your husband is a matter for the Gloucestershire police. Any interference on my part would be resented, and rightly so.
Mr. Carr, would you let an innocent man...
Slapsy is not innocent. He admits to breaking and entering. I tell you what I'll do. I'll put a call through to the superintendent of the Gloucester CID.
It's nice to hear your voice, Carr. It's been a long time since the Croxton affair. I've always been grateful to you for your help.
Not a bit, Super. I'm ringing about the Farley murder.
Oh, yes, Slapsy Mitchell. Open and shut case, thank goodness. He must have come under your eye at one time or another, surely.
Yes, I got him time for a cat job. I've been reading about it in the review. Do you mind if I travel down, talk to Mitchell? I don't want to put anybody's nose out of joint, but I'm keenly interested. What makes an experienced old lag like Mitchell do a thing like that?
Well, we've got a beautiful fingerprint on a cigarette lighter, but we're keeping it dark until the trial.
All right, Mitchell. On your feet.
Hello, Slapsy. Remember me?
Well, they told me you were coming down. I'm grateful, Governor.
Thank you, Warder. You needn't wait. I'll give you a shout when I'm through.
Very good, sir. I'll have to lock you in, sir. Regulations.
That's fair enough. All right, Slapsy. Let's have it. And if you try to make a monkey out of me,
I'm not trying to make a monkey out of no one. Of course I lied at first. When the busies came for me at first, I didn't know of any shooting. I didn't think they had anything on me.
So you denied breaking into Farley Hall?
Well, of course I did, Governor. As soon as I read of the shooting and the robbed safe, I knew I'd been taken for a sucker. Me. At my time of life.
Well, I thought you were going straight.
Well, so did I. You don't earn much money lugging carpets about. When young Christopher was born, and there was money for Rosie's op, she's had a bad time as Rosie. Well, I wanted to send her on holiday. Well, a dozen times the white boys have been at me asking me to do a job, and every time I've said no. Yeah. And now this had to happen. I'm grateful that you're here. I'm scared what's going to happen to Rosie and the kid.
Shouldn't you have thought of that before you... All right. What happened? You say you were framed. Now start from the beginning.
Well, about 3 weeks ago, the landlord comes round and says if we don't pay something to what we owed him, he throws us out in the street. So I went along to... Well, I've got to grass. I don't want to, but I don't want to be put away for the rest of my life.
I haven't got all day, Slapsy, and don't give me any of your underworld ethics. If somebody's framed you, then name him, or I will walk out of this cell and you stew in your own juice.
All right, Governor, all right. Buster Burford.
Buster, eh? Is he still running the Burford car mart?
Yes. Well, I went along to see him.
All right, sir, you can leave that strap.
Hello, Slapsy as I live and breathe.
Can I talk to you, Buster?
Of course, come in the office. Cool, I haven't seen you in a month of Sundays. Here, where you been keeping yourself? In here. Nice office, eh? You wouldn't expect to see furniture like this in a second-hand car dealer's office, would you now, eh? Oh, what is it, Slapsy? Yeah, you're not the same man who sat next to me sewing mailbags.
I'll need 50 quid. The landlord got a court order against me.
50 nicker? The greatest cat man in the country having to make a touch for 50 nicker. Whew. Is it that bad?
It's worse.
Here, you've come as manna from heaven. Now, first of all, I'll never refuse to help an old chum. Yeah, here's your 50.
Thanks, Buster. I won't forget it. I'll pay it back.
Here. How'd you like to earn 1,000? 1,000 Jimmy-O goblins with 100 quid on account.
Well, it's good of you, Buster.
Nah, it's not like that at all. Doesn't concern any of the boys, you see. Now, this is high-class lady what sent some love letters to a guy named Sir Edward Farley. Shows you what class we're talking about, eh? It's a simple 8-digit safe. Well, for a guy like you, it's like taking money from a blind man.
No, thanks.
And don't be a mug. There's no hot loot to get rid of. It's not stealing. It's what you might call saving a woman's honour. What was that guy's name? Robin Hood, eh? Don't be a fool, Slapsy. Look, I was asked at the club by a private eye if I knew anyone who could do the job without leaving any mess or clues behind. Well, I said there's only one man in the country who's the acknowledged master. Well, I said that after they showed me a photo of the place. It's easy, I tell you. Drain pipes, ledges. Slapsy, 1,000 quid. And you're to take nothing but the letters. Now, is that such a crime?
You're telling me the truth.
On my son's life, Governor.
Huh? What happened?
Well, our kid's Rosie, I was going to an all-night poker game. Showed her 100 quid I'd got in advance. Told her my luck could turn. Well, breaking into Farley Hall was kid stuff. 8 digits, here we are.
Who's that?
Oh, no. No.
It had all the classic hallmarks of the frame-up. I believed Slapsy, so far.
So, you heard some crash of glass, and then what?
Well, I was out of that place and down the drain pipe within 3 seconds flat.
Did you take the letters?
No, I didn't see no letters. The safe was filled with all sorts of books and what looked like documents. I just scarpered.
Then what did you do?
Well, Buster loaned me a little two-seater. I jumped into that and drove back to his yard, dumped the car and went home. And 24 hours later, they came for me. I don't understand it. I drove down in the dark. I wore my old black from head to toe. I saw no one and they never saw me.
But you left a fingerprint behind. According to the report, that was your visiting card. Weren't you wearing gloves?
Well, of course I was. Do you think I'd do a job?
All right, Slapsy. Save your professional pride. They'll get you for breaking and entering, but not for murder. I've got to work fast. Buster can't believe that you wouldn't grass on him at some time. Carr?
Operations here, sir.
Yes, Ops.
Sir Edward Farley, aged 68, next of kin his sister, Mrs. Margaret Chadwick, wife of Leonard Chadwick, Managing Director, North British Investment Corporation. Estate worth about $500,000. 1/4 to his sister, 1/4 to nephews and nieces, 1/4 to the Lifeboat Institute, and the rest to be divided amongst his servants.
Thanks, Ops, but what about Burford? I'm still waiting to set eyes on him.
Oh, nothing's come through.
What?
No, but when?
But what is it, Ops? I can't hear you.
Sorry, sir. Bad news. Charles Burford was found dead this morning. He'd been shot through the heart.
Oh, no. Get me transport, quick. Where's the body?
He was found dead in his office, sir.
All right. Now, listen, Ops.
Yes, sir.
I want every man jack on the job. I don't know how big this is, but I want a search warrant. I want our best men to go through Burford's home and his office. I want to know everything about his business. I want a link established between the Farley shooting and the murder of Burford, and I want it fast.
All right, sir.
Look, you get on with that while I have a word with the Gloucester man. Can't you see, Super? Instead of implicating Mitchell, this shooting of Burford seems to confirm his story.
Confirms that Mitchell is part of a conspiracy. It confirms that he's prepared to see a second murder done so that Burford couldn't give the lie to all this nonsense about a frame-up.
Look, tell me about Sir Edward. Come on, Super. Did he have any enemies?
Oh, forgive me, Carr. Can't you see the husband and wife worked this out between them?
Yeah, but who killed Burford? Mitchell's wife? Look, I understand that the butler informed your patch of Farley's murder.
That's right. He's a fine man, Marsden. Known him for years. His wife, Bessie, acts as cook general. They were all away for a long weekend.
What, everyone? Gardeners, other employees?
That's right. Sir Edward has a town flat, and according to his sister, he was staying in London that night. It's all so obvious, Carr. Mitchell gets word that the house is going to be empty, cases the joint plans his robbery, is interrupted by Sir Edward, and so Mitchell commits murder to escape.
Have you got a list of the things that were taken?
Well, I've got it here, yes.
All right.
Here we are now. Clean sweep. £500 in banknotes, £8,000 worth of bonds. They even took some ledgers that were of no value to anyone.
Look, do you mind if I case the joint?
Not a bit. I'll send you over with Sergeant Hunter.
Farley Hall was a magnificent example of Elizabethan architecture. As I drove through the wide avenue of trees, marvelled at the well-kept lawns and gardens, my subconscious mind was working overtime. I began to evolve a theory which seemed to fit the circumstances. A theory which was given substance by the butler.
What I found most extraordinary, sir, and very sad, was that 12th century Venetian bowl which was smashed to smithereens, and it was nowhere near as safe.
Would you please show me where the bowl was kept normally, and where it was when you opened up the hall on Monday morning?
If you'll come with me, sir.
Sure. How long have you known Sir Edward?
We're of the same age, sir. Came to work here as a pantry boy. And my father, Mr. Searle, was head gardener to Sir Edward's father.
I see.
The bowl stood on that marble pillar, and as you observe, sir, it's some distance from the study where this murderer was interrupted. I thought at first there must have been some shots fired. The bowl lay smashed to smithereens just where we're standing now.
And there's a communicating door between here and the study. When you left on Saturday morning, was that door shut?
Oh, yes, sir, it was.
Well, I can explain the mystery of the smashed Venetian bowl. Someone opened that door and then picked up the bowl and threw it to the ground.
But what purpose, sir?
To frighten Mitchell. Would a man like Mitchell want to steal some book ledgers, bonds he knows he wouldn't be able to cash?
You mean the man they caught, sir?
I'm sorry, I was thinking aloud. I shall require every member of the household to make a written statement telling me where they were between the hours of 10 p.m. and midnight.
Somebody, the person who crashed that bowl, knows his way around this house.
Surely, sir, you don't...
Routine, my friend, but a very necessary routine.
Are you asking me to reopen the file on the Farley homicide?
Yes, Super, I am. Now, let's not quarrel about this. You wouldn't want to be faced with an acquittal, would you? It wouldn't look good to the Director of Public Prosecutions.
Acquittal? Nonsense.
Look, a clever defence lawyer will make mincemeat of the evidence you've got against the prisoner. You can't even prove that he was here at the time of the murder.
What about his fingerprints? Isn't that enough?
No, Super, it isn't. You know as well as I that fingerprints can remain for months if untouched. You're forgetting Burford's murder. I might as well tell you that I'm prepared to testify for the defence that it is my considered judgment that Mitchell is a victim of a frame-up and not part of a conspiracy. Now, what's happened to those ledgers? Assuming he robbed the safe, why cart the ledgers... Ledgers. Where did you say Sir Edward's city offices were? Was it usual for Sir Edward to keep ledgers at his country home?
No, not at all. He specifically asked me to send the ledgers with one of our messengers to his car. Sir Edward said that he needed them for a... Well, that was a strange word he used.
What word?
Confrontation, he called it.
Confrontation, eh?
Mm.
Did you know where the ledgers were being taken?
Oh, yes. I heard him tell Smith, his driver, that they were to be taken to his town flat.
Now, as his personal secretary, Mrs. Harrison, have you no inkling at all? There must have been something in those ledgers.
I've no idea, except I felt Sir Edward was very absent-minded and worried-looking over the last week or so.
Huh?
Perhaps you'd like to question Mr. Searle. He's in charge of the investments department, or Mr. Chadwick. They were in deep consultation these last few weeks.
Good of you to see me, Mr. Chadwick.
Not a bit. You said on the telephone that you were from Scotland Yard.
Yes, that's right, sir. The investigation is still continuing.
Yes, but according to what I heard on the radio and see in the newspapers, they've arrested some thug. How does Scotland Yard come into this?
We've taken over the inquiries. We feel that there's a very close link between the death of your brother-in-law and the murder of someone known to the Yard named Burford.
Oh, impossible. I saw pictures of Burford's business on television. Now, how could my brother-in-law be in any way connected with this thug, Burford?
Oh, that's what we're trying to find out. As I say, we think the two murders are linked.
Really, Inspector, my brother-in-law led a most exemplary life. And from what they're writing in the newspapers, this man Burford has something to do with the underworld.
That's true enough. But we have established that the man accused of shooting Sir Edward was imprisoned at the same time as Burford, and they were seen together a few days before your brother-in-law's death.
Oh, yes, I see. Well, now I understand. Was this fellow Burford a receiver of stolen property?
No, sir, we don't think so. Cars, possibly, but we've been watching him for some time.
Oh, but does it really matter? I mean, Burford is dead. Mitchell shoots poor Edward.
We're not convinced of that. That's why the case has been reopened.
But it says in the newspapers that they found Mitchell's fingerprints on the cigarette lighter.
Not sufficient evidence, Mr. Chadwick. I wonder if you'd be kind enough to come with me to Scotland Yard.
Whatever for?
I'm going to take a statement from you.
From me?
Yes, sir. Besides which, it'll be easier to search this house while you're making your statement.
But is this some sort of joke?
No, sir. I'm not accusing you of murder. Yet. But I think you're withholding information, and I warn you that anything you say will be taken down and maybe used in evidence.
Incredible. Unbelievable.
Look at this, Super. The latest X-Branch report, Chadwick was seen frequently at all the top gambling clubs, including the Phoenix, run by Burford. Our fraud squad boys have been through the ledgers. He's robbed Farley investments of nearly $500,000.
Of course, finding the ledgers in his house put paid to his chances of an acquittal. What a terrible thing to do.
Yes, indeed, it was terrible. But an old fruity like Burford must have known his life was in danger. If a man like Chadwick is prepared to murder his brother-in-law, surely he'd think nothing of committing another murder to silence the only man who could betray him.
I suppose you're right.
Oh, it all fits like a jigsaw puzzle. Sir Edward discovers the swindle. Chadwick suggests that they discuss it at Farley Hall, as everyone was away on holiday.
Yes.
Now, in the meantime, Chadwick arranges for the unfortunate Mitchell to go seeking non-existent love letters.
Well, Carr, when do you think Chadwick actually shot Sir Edward?
Oh, we know. The post-mortem reveals that Sir Edward was shot at about 8 o'clock. The killer stays with the corpse, waiting for Mitchell to break into the house. As soon as Mitchell opens the safe, crash goes the Venetian bowl, away runs Mitchell, and away goes Chadwick, having framed the unfortunate cat burglar. Luckily, you supplied me with a vital clue to Chadwick's guilt.
Oh? What was that? Well, Super, you see... When I first spoke to my colleague, he said...
Well, we've got a beautiful fingerprint on a cigarette lighter, but we're keeping it dark until the trial.
And yet, when I was questioning Chadwick, he said...
But it says in the newspapers that they found Mitchell's fingerprints on the cigarette lighter.
Not true. All that was mentioned were fingerprints, nothing about a lighter. The murderous Chadwick borrowed Sir Edward's lighter, gave it to Burford, who managed to obtain Mitchell's fingerprint. Later, Mitchell remembered how Burford boasted of the lighter, asked Mitchell to feel its weight. What happened to Mitchell? Well, they decided not to proceed with a breaking and entering charge, which pleased Rosie, Mitchell, of course, and me.
The epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Russ as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic Casebook. The epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
My notes for tonight's story reminded me of a trial which took place a few weeks ago in Johannesburg. 2 men employed at Jan Smuts Airport were charged and convicted for attempting to steal a parcel of diamonds. I don't propose to comment on the trial, except to say that the miscreants were very foolish in thinking that they could successfully outwit those responsible for the safety of such valuable cargo. They are among the most highly trained security men in the world, and there's a constant ebb and flow of information between Johannesburg, Amsterdam, and London. Movements of known diamond smugglers, photographs of cleverly faked precious stones, that sort of thing. You've often heard me make reference to Hatton Garden, the hub of the diamond industry. Ever since Sir Christopher Hatton, after whom the thoroughfare was named, set up a diamond exchange there, it has been the scene of dazzling beauty, intrigue, and on the rare occasion, death. Such as when Colin Bateson was found dead. He was chief cutter and polisher at Lambert & Sons Limited, dealers in precious stones. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story More Precious Than Life. It was at approximately 10:30 in the evening when I first received news of Bateson's death. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yeah?
A call had just come through from the caretaker of the block of flats called Ebury Towers, Victoria Road. He said that he is phoning from the flat of one of his tenants. He's been stabbed through the heart.
Oh, never stops, does it, Ops? Oh, sounded almost poetic. What's the name of the tenant?
Bateson, sir. Colin Bateson. I understand his sister is with him.
No question of him being dead. Any point in getting through to the senior police surgeon?
Control specifically said the man had been murdered. And there's a doctor present.
All right, Ops, get through to transport.
Very good, sir. Oh, by the way, sir, the flat number is 48.
Thank goodness you're here, Governor.
I'm Chief Inspector Carr.
Is that the police?
Chief Inspector Carr, it is Mrs. Dixon.
Still can't believe it. Why should this happen to my brother?
He's still there, sir.
I understand there's a doctor.
I'm the doctor. I found my brother.
Before saying anything else, have you any idea how long your brother's been dead?
Less than an hour. It doesn't take medical diagnosis to tell you. I spoke to him an hour ago.
Oh, well, shall we go through and then talk about it?
Yes, it's all right.
If you won't...
I take it you're the caretaker.
That's right, sir. You see...
Just a moment. Look. First, a quick look at the... Sorry, Doctor, my phraseology is a little faultless. Let's go through. The old caretaker, the distraught woman, and I entered a large and pleasantly furnished living room. Or rather, it would have been pleasant had it not been for the scene of a well-dressed man lying on his back, his unseeing eyes wide open, his arms flung outward as if attempting to scan the floor carpeting, and a large red stain on his shirt front. The bread knife next to the body was still horribly wet. That's horrible. I take it nothing's been touched.
Yes, I removed the knife when the caretaker opened the door.
Look, I know how terrible all this is for you, Doctor, but time is of the essence, so I'm going to ask you what brought you here tonight and how you managed to get access to the flat.
Well, I opened the door.
Please, I'm trying to get a complete picture with the events in their proper sequence.
I arrived back in London this afternoon. I'm a paediatric surgeon at the Royal Victoria Children's Hospital in Sydney.
I see.
I'm here to attend a congress that starts tomorrow morning. I telephoned Colin about an hour ago. I asked if it was too late to see him this evening. I have to be back at hospital on Saturday.
Too late? Of course not. It was marvellous getting your letter. Come on over. I'll open a bottle of bubbly in celebration. Have you spoken to Mum and Dad?
Yes. I went straight out there from the airport, hence this late hour. I've only just checked in at the hotel. Give me time to add a little artificial...
You don't have to put on any false eyelashes to impress your brother. Now, seriously, make it as quick as you can. I'm dying to see you.
Well, I've been travelling all the way from Australia. I needed a bath, a change of clothes. It was nearly an hour before I got here. I rang the bell and there was no answer. I couldn't understand it. I went downstairs and asked the caretaker if he saw my brother go out.
Yeah, well, this lady thought that Mr. Bateson might have been taken ill or something, so I opened the door with my master key.
I see, thank you. Well, then what happened? Perhaps you'd better tell us the rest, Mr. Hall.
Yeah, well, sir, I opened the front door and sees that the door from the hallway into this room was open and the lights were on. And we sees him lying there like that.
And it was you who dialed emergency?
Well, as soon as I saw that my brother was dead, been stabbed to death with that knife, I shouted to Mr. Wall to dial 999 and tell him what had happened.
Thank you. Mrs. Dixon, I have a police car outside. Please, let us transport you back to your hotel.
My parents. What am I going to say to them?
Leave that to us. I'll see that they're notified straight away. Having escorted the dead man's sister to the car and ensured that she was safely on her way to her hotel, I telephoned the Finsbury Park police station instructing them to send round to 36 Maple Street one of their best men to break the news to Mr. and Mrs. Bateson. For that was the address given me by the bereaved sister. I asked the caretaker to stay in attendance while I searched the flat for possible clues. Well, according to these papers, Mr. Bateson worked for Lambert & Sons in Hatton Garden.
Oh, that's right, sir. Had a good job he did. He used to tell me about all the diamonds he saw.
Well, I've taken a good look round. There doesn't seem to be any sign of robbery. Nothing seems to have been disturbed, except... Well, look at that drinks cupboard, Mr. Hall. He's taken out a bottle of wine, placed it on the shelf with one glass next to it. Cupboard door still open. In view of what his sister has told us, it's highly probable that the unfortunate man was preparing the drinks in anticipation of his sister's arrival when his attacker arrived. Question is, was the killer admitted by Mr. Bateson, or did he have other means of entry?
What do you mean, other means of entry? The only other means of entry is the master key, and I've got that.
Now, Mr. Hall, let's not leap to conclusions. There are more ways of entering a flat than through the front door. Recognize the bread knife?
Yes. But honest, Mr. Bateson, it came out of his kitchen.
Let's have a look at the kitchen, shall we?
Yeah, you won't find anything in there, sir, except...
Come on, let's see. Well, quite obviously no one could have got through that window. Look, Mr. Hall, your highly polished floor. Faint marks of 2 pairs of feet. I take it the floor was cleaned this morning?
Well, of course it was, sir. Those marks weren't there this morning.
Well, that suggests, does it not, that Mr. Bateson's visitor walked with his victim into the kitchen, picked up the bread knife, and then stabbed Bateson when they returned to this room. Pity that his sister removed the bread knife from the body. May have smudged what fingerprints there are on the handle.
Yeah, she was only trying to help, to stop the blood.
Yes, of course. Well, thank you, Mr. Hall. Sorry to have kept you up so late. No need for you to wait. I have to because I've sent for the fingerprint men, photographers. Body has to be removed to the mortuary. By the time our men had taken their photographs and impressions of every possible fingerprint they could, it was well after midnight. There was little more for me to do, except to telephone the yard with the obvious instructions, such as ascertaining whether the victim was known at Criminal Records Office, X-branch to determine whether any suspicious characters were seen near the building, the usual procedure to be adopted at the commencement of every murder investigation. A few hours' sleep and I was back at my desk much earlier than usual. What I hadn't anticipated was a two-pronged inquiry. Bateson's murder and the robbery of a collection of precious stones. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops. What you found?
The CRO hasn't come through yet, sir, but Lambert and Sons Limited, the firm where Bateson was employed, telephoned M Division to say that they have been robbed.
What?
The managing director, sir, Mr. Oliver Lambert, has just reported the loss of a collection of precious stones worth over £200,000.
Well, I'll be... What's the address, Ops?
Yeah, 28 Hatton Garden, sir.
Well, I had intended to question Bateson's employers as to the dead man's character. Seems now that I shall have to do considerably more interrogating.
This is shocking. Terrible. In the 80 years we've been in Hatton Garden, we've never lost a single stone. What am I going to tell the Maharani of Kaipur? She left them here for polishing, and where the dickens is Bateson? I can't believe that after all these years...
Bateson is dead, Mr. Lambert. He was stabbed to death in his flat last night.
I can't believe it.
I'm afraid it's true. One thing I can tell you, Mr. Lambert, is that the precious stones you say are missing are not at the dead man's flat. I've been through the place with a tooth comb. Now, sir, tell me about Bateson. What was his job here? How long was he in your employ?
Well, he was my polisher. The Maharani brought her collection of jewels to be polished. You've probably read that she and the Maharaja were attending the ceremony at Westminster Abbey.
I see, thank you. What else has been taken?
Oh, nothing. I can't understand it. I really can't.
Well, it's now 20 minutes to 9. What time does your staff start work?
9 o'clock.
I see, thank you. Well, how many people knew that you had this collection of jewels?
Oh, no one. Or at least...
Yes, Mr. Lambert.
Well, let me put it this way. All the social gossip writers wrote that the Maharani would be wearing her famous collection, but, well, such people don't like it to be known that they take their diamonds and gems to be polished. Well, somehow it detracts from the glamour of the thing. We at Hatton Garden have to be as discreet as any doctor or solicitor.
What about your staff?
Well, yes, they'd have seen the Maharani arrive. But the point is that no one could get into the sorting room except Bateson and myself. And yet I can't for the life of me see him as a thief.
Well, sir, the precious stones are missing and nothing else has been taken. Now, will you please tell me exactly what happened when you arrived this morning?
Oh, excuse me. Hello, Lambert speaking.
What have you done? Why have you killed my boy?
Although Lambert held the telephone receiver firmly to his ear, I distinctly heard a voice accusing the diamond merchant of murder, presumably of killing Bateson. The rest of the telephonic conversation became even more intriguing.
What are you talking about? It's Mr. Bateson, isn't it?
Don't pretend you don't know who's speaking. They came and told me last night. I had to go to the mortuary to identify my own son.
You must be insane, Mr. Bateson. I've only just heard about it. There's a senior police officer with me now.
Oh, there is there? Well, I want to talk to him.
By all means. Oh, the man is out of his mind. Here.
Thank you. Hello?
Look, I told the sergeant when they came to fetch me last night. I'm telling you, you are a police officer.
I'm Chief Inspector Carr of the Murder Squad.
Well, he's your man. He stabbed my son. He would have sacked Colin weeks ago, except my boy was the finest polisher of the business.
Well, sacking's one thing, but you're accusing your son's boss of murder.
Well, my boy was stabbed to death, wasn't he? Who else would want to do it? All right, sir. He might have stepped out of turn.
Well, what do you mean, out of turn, Mr. Bateson?
Well, I merely told young Bateson...
Look, just a minute, Mr. Lambert. You were saying?
Look, now, I told him no good would come of it. But he hasn't been seeing her, he hasn't...
just a minute, Mr. Bateson. Who is she?
My daughter. She's in Switzerland, left a week ago.
Mr. Bateson, will you be at home about 3 o'clock this afternoon? I understand you have a tobacconist shop.
Yes, I'll be here. But why wait till 3 o'clock? To take my advice, you'll arrest that swine now.
I'll see you at 3, Mr. Bateson.
The man is mad, I tell you.
What's it all about? Why should the dead man's father leap to the conclusion that you're the murderer, Mr. Lambert?
I don't want to be rude, Mr. Carr, but this afternoon the Maharani is coming in for her jewels. Frankly, that's my chief worry.
But it's not the boy's father's chief worry, or mine, come to that. Primarily, my job is to find and apprehend the killer, although I grant you that if I can trace the identity of the man who took the jewels, it may lead me to the culprit. Now, right now, tell me about your daughter and Colin Bateson.
Well, they met at our staff party last Christmas. Jean was barely out of her teens. I discovered that they were seeing each other regularly. I ordered him to leave her alone. He promised never to see her again.
But I take it he did?
Yes. A good friend of mine told me he saw them both at an hotel when my daughter was supposed to be staying with her friend's family in Devonshire. Well, I was furious. Young Bateson hadn't moved into his flat. I I telephoned one Saturday afternoon.
You say you want Colin? Well, he's not here. He's gone to the football match. Who's speaking?
This is Lambert, his employer.
Ah, well, I'm his father. The only thing I can do, Mr. Lambert? He should be home by 6. You sounded a bit upset. Nothing wrong at work, I hope.
Yes, there's something very much wrong. You tell that son of yours to stay away from my daughter, or I'll kill him. Do you hear? I'll kill him.
Did these two youngsters continue to see each other?
No. My daughter was under the mistaken impression that she was in love with this boy. I put a stop to it.
Well, perhaps she was. In love with him, I mean.
Oh, nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Besides, she's very happy where she is now. She's at the Lycée in Geneva. If I thought of killing the young man, would I continue to have him in my employ?
I don't know. Could be that you thought it better to keep the young man under your eye. Besides, I hear that he was the best cutter and polisher in the business.
Yes, he was, but you mustn't listen to that old fool. I was just in a boiling rage. Well, so would you be, were you in my shoes?
Nevertheless, I must ask you where you were between 9 and 11 p.m. last night.
But what about the robbery?
Please answer my questions, Mr. Lambert.
I was at home. I dined about 8 o'clock, looked at television for a bit, and then went to bed. That's all.
Please, Mr. Lambert. Now, how many servants have you? Can they corroborate your alibi?
Why, I don't know. Well, no, I suppose not. As soon as Mrs. Darnley clears away, she goes off home. Well, I suppose that would be about 8:30.
Anybody else there?
No, we have a woman that comes in and does the rough work.
I see, thank you. May I use your phone?
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you.
Operations.
Carr, I shall be sending over a description of the jewels stolen from Lambert's. As soon as it's received, I want X branch to circularize every dealer and everyone on J list.
Very good, sir.
You'd better notify Amsterdam and Johannesburg. They're sure to have a description of this famous collection. The theft has now become part of the murder investigation.
Right, sir.
I'll be at Lambert's for at least another hour if I'm wanted urgently.
Right, sir. Bye.
Bye, Ops. Now, sir, your staff will be coming in less than 5 minutes. Will you please show me where the stolen jewels were kept? We emerged from the merchant's private office and walked through the showroom, flanked on each side with a long glass counter containing various stones of different shapes and colours. Because of the subdued lighting, it was impossible to gauge either their value or attractiveness. Presumably, they were stones still in their rough state and could be appreciated only by experts.
Well, here we are, Chief Inspector. As you see, it's unlocked. I opened it when I came in this morning.
I see. Well, this is virtually a strong room. Opened by a combination lock.
Yes, that's right.
Who has the combination?
Oh, myself. Bateson, of course.
Anybody else? What happens when you're both away?
Oh, no one else other than the security officer at the Acme Safe Company. Well, it's all a question of insurance. If anything happened to me
Or Bateson.
Or Bateson. Well, then my staff have instructions to get in touch with the safe people.
When did you see the jewels last?
Oh, last night. I told young Colin to stay behind. Oh, Colin, I'm sorry to keep you. I just want to make sure that everything's all right. How'd they come out?
Oh, wonderful, Mr. Lambert. It's a splendid collection. There you are, sir.
Oh, you're right. Yes, they're quite magnificent. Whoever set them in the first place certainly knew his job.
Real work of art, sir.
Yes, it is. Oh, well, let's lock up.
I'm staying behind for a bit. I'll see everything's locked and the alarm bell plugged through to the police station. There's just that one emerald I'm not quite happy with.
All right. See everything's secure, won't you?
Yes, I will, sir.
I left him here with the jewels. Well, now they've gone and he's dead. It's all so overwhelming. Oh, that'll be the staff arriving.
The staff consisted of 2 men in their middle 40s and a pretty young girl who was introduced as Lambert's secretary. All corroborated Lambert's statement that when they finished work the previous evening, their employer and young Bateson remained behind. I hurried back to the yard after a thorough search for signs of breaking and entering. Listen, Ops. I want to know the movements of every single employee from the time he left Lambert's to the time he or she got to work this morning.
Right, sir.
And now that the midday papers have given the news of the murder and the robbery, there'll be a lot of speculation among the wide boys. Get hold of Louis the Lip, see if that unspeakable copper's narc hears anything.
Very good, sir.
Oh, one other thing. Check on Lambert's garage and taxi drivers. He says he was at home all last night. If he's lying, the gods may be kind, and some taxi driver may recognize his picture.
I think he did it, sir.
Do you mean, do I think that Lambert persuaded his employee to steal the jewels and then kill him? No, I don't. Now, get weaving. There's a good chap.
Very good, sir.
Having replaced the telephone receiver, I began to pace up and down the office. There were so many possible lines of inquiry. But where to begin? I decided to speak to the young man's father again. Do you really believe that Mr. Lambert stabbed your son to death?
What else am I to believe? A few weeks ago, he threatens to kill my boy. Do you know it's given my missus a heart attack? She's in the Battersea Hospital under intensive care.
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Bateson, but for a man like Lambert to do a thing like that, it seems out of character.
Well, he threatened him, didn't he?
Yes, Mr. Bateson, he admits to doing so, but people in a rage...
True enough, I suppose. I was in a rage when I called him a murderer. What with Colin and Mrs. I don't know what to think, do I?
Tell me about your son and Miss Lambert.
It wasn't Colin's fault. When he came for the football match, well, I spoke to him. You ought to know better than play around with that young girl.
Look, Dad, I haven't done the girl any harm. You may not believe it, but I didn't go to that hotel with her. I went down with the team for the club. She came on her own steam, I swear it. Look, you can look at the hotel register book. She signed in the following day. All right, we had a mild flirtation, but nothing more.
Flirtation? This is only a kid. If you'd heard your boss...
Dad, how do I explain to Mr. Lambert that I'm not trying to seduce his daughter or marry her?
Now then.
All right, I told her I loved her. Look, you know how a fella talks when he's all het up and he's had a belly full of beer inside him.
If you want to keep your job, you better stay clear of that girl, I'm telling you.
Clear of her? That's a joke. Do you know she stands outside Lambert's waiting for me to come out of work? Well, maybe when I move into that flat of mine, I'll be able to dodge her.
You never knew my Colin, Chief Inspector Carr. He was a good lad. He was a bit wild. They all are these days, aren't they? I mean, but he wouldn't intentionally hurt anyone. And I'll tell you this. He didn't steal any jewels either. Now, I've given my boy and my girl, I've given them both a good education.
Yes, I met your daughter, the doctor. Well, thank you. If anything comes to mind, any little thing your son may have said, anything somebody else may have said, you've got my extension number at the yard. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
Ex-branch reports all members of the staff in the clear.
Well, what about Lambert?
Nothing on that score, sir.
We're getting nowhere very fast. Yet there must be a link.
Ex-branch reports a number of Colin Bateson's friends say that he's been seen around lately with a Miss Janet Searle, that he was talking of getting engaged.
She been questioned?
No, sir. The sergeant who went round to her lodgings was told by the landlady that she's spending her holiday with her parents in Huddersfield.
Well, get through to Huddersfield, tell them to check whether she's still there.
Right, sir.
And find out the next plane to Geneva. I think I'll have a word with Miss Lambert, the daughter.
You say that Colin's been stabbed?
Yes, I'm afraid so. We're questioning everyone who knew him. You may be able to help us in our inquiries.
Me? How can I help you? When did it happen?
3 days ago.
I haven't seen Colin for weeks. My father forbade it. That's why I'm here. I started the lease here on Monday.
Oh, I see you barely unpacked. And when did you arrive?
A few days ago.
You booked in on Tuesday morning?
Yes, that's right.
Did you see Colin on Monday night, the night he was killed?
No, of course I didn't.
Miss Lambert, before I arrived at this hotel, I telephoned the principal of the school, and he tells me that your father telephoned on Tuesday morning asking if there was a vacancy, although you weren't really due to start until next term.
I won't be questioned. That had nothing to do with Colin's silly murder, and I won't be questioned.
You find his murder silly? Do you find the thought that he had a knife stuck right through his heart amusing?
I didn't use a bread knife.
Bread knife? Who mentioned a bread knife? Why did you do it? Because of this other girl?
I didn't mean to. He wouldn't answer my telephone calls. Mr. Roberts told me where his flat was. He wouldn't listen to me. He kept walking away. We went into the kitchen. He told me that he moved out of his parents' home because of me. He said I was becoming a pain in the neck. I saw the knife on the table. I picked up the knife and I stabbed him. I didn't know what to do. I telephoned Daddy. I didn't... He's dead. I tell you, he's dead.
Don't touch anything. Stay where you are. Heaven help us. I'll be there in a matter of minutes.
Daddy came and took me home and said I was to leave the country.
I brought the girl back to London. took her before a magistrate where she made a full confession. I then broke the news to her father. You'd have been well advised to have told me the truth in the first place.
My child's not a murderer. She didn't know what she was doing.
Well, be that as it may, you pretended to be robbed in order to sidetrack the investigation.
Oh, you don't think I'd have kept the collection? I'd returned the jewels anonymously, then when things had quietened down.
Do you realize I could charge you with conspiracy and attempting to defeat the ends of justice?
Well, do you think I care what happens to me now?
But I won't. It's enough punishment for you to know that it was something you said that led me to the identity of the killer.
My daughter, she's in Switzerland, left a week ago.
But as I was questioning her in Switzerland, she said that she'd arrived just a few days ago. In fact, on the Tuesday, the morning after the murder. Of course, it wasn't premeditated, and the jury accepted her plea that she stabbed in the heat of passion. Jean Lambert was sentenced to 10 years hard labor.
The epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Russ as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic Casebook.
Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. Over the many years that I've been coming into the studio to present these dramatized investigations taken from my casebook of crime, I have, on occasions, expressed my very real pleasure at being able to relive episodes from the days when I was Chief Inspector at New Scotland Yard. However, I'd be less than human did I not go searching through my notes for tonight's story with very mixed feelings indeed. Of course, all good things must come to an end sometime, and as most of you know, tonight sees the last in this series. Having uttered this valedictory comment, let's get on with the investigation, which I think you'll find most interesting. At least I hope so. I've called it Murder Anonymous. Although many of the members attending the Whitefriars Club were known to us because of the huge stakes they wagered, and the Yard's always interested as to the source of such large amounts of money, the owner himself, a man named Andrew Bellamy, was of no interest to us at the CID. While he was alive, that is. I hope it isn't what I think it is, Ops.
I'm afraid so, sir. A man identified as Andrew Bellamy found shot dead. Emergency call just came through, sir.
Well, who reported the incident, Ops?
Named George Hopkins. Apparently he and his wife worked for the victim.
Address?
It's a house called Heathcliff, Little Missenden Bucks.
Just inside the metropolitan area. You checked with the Buckingham Manor?
Yes, sir. They've sent a Dr. Botting, he's the local police surgeon.
Okay, Ops, organise transport. Tell Bucks I'm on my way.
Very good, sir.
Did you hear that, Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Oh, then time being of the essence, let's get cracking. If their directions are correct, should be the next lane on the left.
There is a signpost of some sort, sir. Oh, yes. It says Heathcliff.
Must say the house looks isolated enough from here.
We've got a reception committee, sir.
Mr. and Mrs. Hopkins, no doubt. Oh, that'll be the local police surgeon's car. I assume he's inside with the corpse. Good morning, Mr. Hopkins.
That's right, sir. This is my missus. They phoned to say that you were on your way. I just can't believe it. He was such a lovely
Oh,
gentleman.
he gave me quite a turn, you see. I went to call him.
My
and
missus...
he-
Well, I don't think there's any point in standing here. Let's go inside. Oh, by the way, my assistant, Sergeant Jackson. Take a look around the grounds, Sergeant. See if there's anything untoward.
Very good, sir.
Mr. Botting's in there, sir.
Ah, sir, thought I heard voices. Chief Inspector Carr, I take it. Botting. Poor devil, shot right through the heart.
Any idea of ETT?
I hate to hazard an estimated time of death. Certainly several hours. Care to take a look at him?
The victim's crumpled body lay in what must have been his study. Only when I took a closer look at the body did I realize that he was the Andrew Bellamy who owned the Whitefriars Club. Good heavens. So he's that Andrew Bellamy.
You know him?
Oh, not personally, no. His picture's been in all the glossy magazines, of course. How well do you know him, Doctor?
Not frightfully well. Awfully nice chap. They tell me that the Whitefriars are a little too expensive for the likes of me. Besides, I only go to London when I have to, and certainly not at night.
Pajamas, dressing gown, slippers? Well, he either interrupted the villain or he let the killer in himself. Would you say that Bellamy was killed before midnight?
If he was, it's not unlikely. It wouldn't be much before midnight. I'm afraid that once rigor mortis sets in...
I know, Doctor. Who called you?
Mrs. Hopkins. I was still in bed. It'd been some... Hello, Dr. Botting.
Oh, Doctor, it's Mr. Bellamy. He's been shot.
Just a minute. Did you say that your employer has been shot? That is Mrs. Hopkins, isn't it?
Oh, please come. George says he's dead.
Well, I'll be right over. That's why I'm clear as I am. As soon as I walked into this room, it was pretty evident that Bellamy had caught it.
While you were waiting, did you question the couple?
Yes, I asked them if anything had been taken. They didn't seem to think so. Mind you, both of them are in too nervous a state to take any kind of inventory.
Oh, fair enough. I need the bullet removed as soon as possible. No doubt your local chaps will cope.
As soon as the body's removed at the Great Bissington Cottage Hospital, I'll let you have the bullet in a couple of hours.
Thanks. Oh, excuse me. Carr calling operations room. Carr calling operations room. Do you read me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Andrew Bellamy. See if there's anything in records. I want to know his movements for the last few days. He has quite a reputation for being a ladies' man. Who his latest is, the lot.
Very good, sir.
Tell ballistics we have to have the bullet in their possession within a few hours. They're to work on it right away. Time's of the essence.
Right you are, sir.
I'm working on the principle that the person who first discovered the crime is always a possible suspect. I want George Hopkins and his wife Beryl checked out.
Very good, sir.
Now get hold of Louis the Lip. I want that weasel to use his dirty ears. Find out what the big boys are saying once the news of the murder's made public. Could be a revenge shooting for a crooked gaming table, although Bellamy's reputation suggested otherwise.
Right you are.
Until X-Branch, time's of the essence. Out.
I never cease to be amazed at the speed with which you London chaps work.
I take it that you have a practice, apart from your local police work?
This reputation of his, we've seen nothing of it locally. The only female I've ever seen him with is his daughter, and she infrequently. Never met her husband. He manages the Whitefriar, I believe. They tell me Bellamy's wife died several years ago. Seemed to lead a very quiet life.
No parties to which the locals are invited?
No such luck. Mind you, Andrew Bellamy is well liked. In fact, I was giving him lunch at our club in the hopes of persuading him to join. Keeps very much to himself, unfortunately.
I'll tell you what. Would you be good enough to organize the ambulance while I question Mr. and Mrs. Hopkins?
Oh, excuse me, sir. I can find no sign of entering, but it looks pretty much as though the killer made his getaway from the first floor.
Oh? Show me. I'll see you later in the day, no doubt, Doctor, as soon as you've had the bullet removed.
Right.
Now, this door and the ground floor windows haven't been forced, so they're all secured, but if you take a look at the ivy...
And what about the ivy?
Oh, sir, I could see distinct signs where the stems have been broken. Here you are, sir. Open window. Look up there, sir. Looks as though he clambered out the window, tested the ivy for the footing, found that it wouldn't hold the weight of his body, and jumped. Look down there, sir. There's a distinct imprint on the soil.
Oh, well, plot thickens. If the killer did take any loot, couldn't be anything very heavy. Much will depend on what Mrs. Hopkins has to say.
Well, you see, sir, my instructions are to wake Mr. Bellamy at 9 o'clock on Sunday mornings, unless he tells me otherwise. Of course, sometimes he doesn't get here until very late. That's if he stays in town on Saturday night. But, well, this morning I goes to wake him.
Now, just a moment. You say you went to wake him? Where do you live, you and your husband?
Well, sir, what Mr. Bellamy calls the lodge. It's just on your left as you go through the gates.
I see. What time did you actually enter this house? And what's more, how did you gain entry?
Through the tradesman's entrance. I've got a key, of course.
And where was your husband all this time?
Having his breakfast. Well, I mean, he doesn't work on Sundays. My George is responsible for looking after 5 acres. Well, that's a lot for one man, sir.
Oh, indeed. I was admiring the flower beds as we drove through the gates. You telephoned for the doctor when? In other words, did you go straight to Mr. Bellamy's bedroom?
No, sir. I was here at 8 o'clock. I always clear everything away before I goes to call Mr. Bellamy.
Describe your movements exactly. You entered through the kitchen door, I take it, after unlocking.
Yes, sir. Then I took a quick look round the sitting room. Everything was nice and tidy. And I was just going upstairs to call Mr. Bellamy when I sees the study door open and a foot. Oh, it turned me stomach over, it did. But there he was, lying there. I went shouting to my George. He did first aid, he did, when he was in the army. And well, my husband said that Mr. Bellamy had been shot, and I was to call the doctor. Well, the doctor
Just a
came,
moment, Mrs. Hopkins. When the doctor arrived, did he go through the kitchen door?
Oh, no, sir. My George unbolted the front door.
You say unbolted. Does that mean the front door is locked and bolted at night?
Yes, sir.
So no one could have entered this house without the bolt being drawn, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You told the doctor that nothing was missing. You sure?
Well, sir, nothing seems to be missing. You can ask my George.
Oh, I rushed upstairs to see if any of his silver had been taken. Everything seems to be there, Governor. His hairbrushes, cufflinks, his cigarette cases in his bedroom. All his clothes are there. I look behind the painting. The safe don't look as though it's been opened.
No strange-looking visitors?
Here in Little Missenden? No, sir. Mind you, when the Governor put in that wine cellar, the chaps from London were a wild-looking bunch.
What time did your boss retire last night?
I don't know, sir. I finished work at 1 o'clock on Saturdays. I didn't see him again. Well, not until I heard my missus shouting for me this morning.
I see. Did you see Mr. Bellamy at all yesterday?
Oh, yes, sir, yes. He didn't get down here till about 11 o'clock. Of course, you know he's got an apartment in London.
An apartment in London? No, I didn't. What's the address?
Yeah, a place called Arlington Mansions, Pall Mall. Number 8, I think it is.
I see, thank you. But your wife, when did she see him last?
Well, sir, he had his lunch and his dinner here. Beryl didn't get back to the cottage till about 8:30.
That's right, Governor.
Did Mr. Bellamy have any visitors yesterday?
Not while I was here, Governor.
Yes?
Oh, well, sir, I've dusted the window lids for prints. Nothing's come up, sir.
I see that the footprint in the soil isn't disturbed. We need to take a cast of it.
Right, sir.
All right, Mrs. Hopkins. That'll be all.
Oh, thank you, sir.
If that couple are innocent, she doesn't appear to be so, does she, sir?
Yes, Hobbs.
Nothing known against Beryl Hopkins, sir, but her husband was dishonourably discharged from the London Rifle Brigade after being convicted of 2 counts of robbery near the camp. He was sentenced to 3 years, released about 18 months ago.
That's interesting, very interesting. Seems we have a suspect at last. Dr. Botting was as good as his word. I had the fatal bullet in my possession some 2 hours after the corpse had been taken by ambulance to the cottage hospital. Instructing my assistant to stay behind and glean what local gossip there may be, I returned to the yard, feeling convinced that the answer would be found to be connected with his activities at the Whitefriars Club. Yes, Hobbs.
Louis the Lips on his way up, sir.
Thanks, Hobbs. Oh, remind me to get in a supply of disinfectant. Wish we could do without such vermin. Yes?
They said I could...
Shut the door and come over here. Now, what have you got?
I don't know how much it's worth, Governor.
Spill it, you mercenary brute.
Well, Governor, I heard Lady Simmons going off about having to go to the club to collect. Shooting his mouth about his partner, Andrew Bellamy.
Where did you hear this?
At the Lewisham Billiard Hall, Governor. You know, where the mob hang out.
Are you making this up? Because if you are, I'll see that...
I swear it, Governor, it's true on my mother's grave. As soon as the missus asked me to keep my eyes open, I remembered it.
When did this conversation take place?
Last Wednesday.
Lady Simmons, eh? Anything else?
No, Governor. I hadn't heard Matey talk like that before. Besides, he seemed a bit flush. He was playing snooker at £5 a frame.
That's interesting. Very interesting. All right, you will. Take this to the cashier.
Thank you. Is that all? If the word gets out that
All, you say, all? You're being grossly overpaid. Now, if you're not out of here in 10 seconds, I'll see
I'm
that
all right. I'm all right. No need to lose your temper like that. I'm going.
Yes, sir?
Now, put a tail on Natey Simmons. Came out over a year ago. Did the Duke of Rutland's job.
Right, you are, sir.
Find out who's the boss at the club when Bellamy's away. Isn't there somewhere quieter we can talk, Mr. Glover?
Yes, of course, sir. If you follow me. Okay. It really is a terrible business, Inspector. Terrible. The club won't be the same without Mr. Bellamy.
At least you're being compensated for your loss of a father-in-law as well as an employer. I understand from the solicitors that the club becomes your property for as long as you remain married to his daughter. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I was. You don't think I shot my father-in-law, do you?
Without wishing to be offensive at this early stage of the investigation, I simply don't know, Mr. Glover. I can tell you this. Whoever the killer was admitted by the victim. And we believe that Mr. Bellamy was about to retire when someone rang the front doorbell. He was admitted, shot Bellamy, bolted the front door, and made his escape from the first-floor window. Trouble is, we don't know why Bellamy was shot. Must have been either an act of revenge or robbery. Have you any ideas on the matter?
None at all.
Where'd you live, Mr. Glover?
Oh, now, look,
Please answer my question.
Great Missenden.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Now, look
Please
here.
don't lose your cool, as the saying goes. Everyone who benefits from your father-in-law's death is a suspect.
Then why did you take a look at the couple he employed at Heathcliff House? My father-in-law told me they'll own the cottage they live in and 2 acres of land if they're in his employ at the time of his death. Did you know that?
Of course. I just told you we're investigating everyone who might benefit. Good day, Mr. Glover. Yes, Hobbs.
Natey Simmons is in the clear, sir. He was seen by one of our plainclothesmen in the Lewisham snooker hall all Saturday night from 10 o'clock until 5 o'clock Sunday morning. He was playing a snooker tournament.
Well, be that as it may, I want him tailed. I want to know who he sees, where, and when. Now, wait a minute. Wouldn't be a bad idea to pull him in.
Oh, very good, sir.
And not very politely, either. Let him think he's going to be arrested. Put the fear of heaven into him.
Right, sir. Oh, but by the way, sir,
Yes?
we got an interesting conversation monitoring in the Hopkins telephone. You like me to play it to you?
Please, pipe it through.
Right, here it goes.
Give me a second or two to switch on. Hang on. Okay, Ops.
What are you doing up at the house? You heard what that sergeant said. Nothing was to be touched.
I just telephoned to tell you to switch on the stove. Why are you so snappy suddenly? Are you sure that you...
You asked me that question 1,000 times. No, I didn't shoot him. If you don't believe me, you can count the number of cartridges I got in that box. For goodness sake, Beryl. What with my prison record and you having the jitters like this? What are you trying to do? Get me put away for a murder I didn't commit?
Oh, that's the only recording mentioning the murder that we picked up from him, sir.
That's interesting. Very interesting. I'll get Sergeant Jackson to pay them a visit. Okay, Ops.
By the way, sir,
Yes?
this branch report that the subject was seen with Priscilla Kenworth on Friday night. They think she's his latest, and they've been seen about quite a bit.
Well, that gives me an opportunity to talk to one of Britain's most distinguished actresses. Tell me, Miss Kenworth, did Mr. Bellamy seem in a reasonably happy mood when the two of you dined together at the Caprice?
Very. Although we did quarrel slightly. Or should I say that, Chief Inspector Carr? Am I a suspect? After all, for the last 4 weeks, we've been seeing each other a great deal, now that I'm resting between plays. Seriously, though, he was such a generous human being. This bracelet, it must have cost him all of £5,000.
What did you quarrel about?
Stupid, really. Drink.
Drink?
Poor Andrew's father died of the stuff. Andrew has never allowed a drop of alcohol to pass his lips. He was a fanatic on the subject. When I suggested ordering a 4th martini, this man, who had given me a £5,000 bracelet, refused to let me have one.
Ah, there you are, Jackson. We're going back to Little Missenden.
Natey Simmons is on his way up, sir.
There he is he? Wonder what he'll have to say for himself. Come in.
Oh, what is this? Why have I been picked up? I've done nothing wrong. What's it all about? I haven't done a job since I came out upstairs.
That'll be all, Constable.
Right, sir.
You know the score, Natey. Anything you say will be taken down and maybe used in evidence against you.
Evidence against me? Do you mean I'm being arrested?
When were you last in Little Missenden?
Wait a minute. You're not pinning that on me. I've never been to Little Missenden in my life.
Really? Fascinating. You'll tell me next that you didn't know Andrew Bellamy. Now stop playing games with me, Nellie Simmons, unless you want to go inside for the rest of your life.
I swear it, Governor. I never met the geezer, never.
And you never heard of him, I suppose? Well, have you?
No, never.
All right, Natty. You can go for the time being, but don't try to leave London if you know it's good for you.
Yes, sir?
I want Simmons under surveillance night and day. An experienced jewel thief like that never carries firearms, but I'm hoping he'll lead us to the man who does. He's on his way down now.
Very good, sir. By the way, sir,
yes?
Priscilla Kenworth, she and the subject were seen together almost every evening since the play Breakdown ended. Divorced, 2 children at highly expensive schools. Experts believe that her new Rolls-Royce was paid for by Bellamy.
Rolls-Royce, diamond bracelet, owner of race horses. Can all that money come from the Whitefriars Club? I think we'll have a look at his books.
No, really, Inspector, I've no objection to anyone taking a look at our ledgers, but why?
You'll know all in good time, Mr. Glover. Don't you want your father-in-law's murder avenged?
Of course I do. We issue a balance sheet every year, pay our taxes. What's that got to do with his murder?
I don't know. I'm exploring every avenue, as they say in the classics. These 2 chaps are highly skilled at their job. Won't take them more than an hour or so. It didn't. When I emerged from the club's premises, I was convinced that Andrew Bellamy was a modern Jekyll and Hyde, that his expensive lifestyle was maintained not from the profits of the Whitefriars Club, but by dealing with leading figures of the underworld. All right, Jackson, let's pay that long-delayed visit to Heathcliff.
What are we looking for this time, sir?
Not for, Sergeant. At. I want to take a look at the wine cellar. I seem to remember seeing what seemed like a padlocked door underneath the stairs.
Yes, sir. I assumed it led down to the coal cellar. Something's come through, sir.
Carr, over.
Agent 46 has reported that Simmons was seen to enter the house of Benny the Wolf. He's still in there, sir.
Interesting. Very interesting. Benny the Wolf, eh? I thought he was still inside.
Well, he came out a week ago, apparently, sir.
Well, the plot thickens. For goodness sake, make sure that they don't lose sight of either of them.
Very good, sir. Out.
The gates are closed, sir.
I telephoned Hopkins of our arrival. There he is. I think our friend knows more than he's let on. Good afternoon, Mrs. Hopkins. Waiting to let us in?
That's right, sir. My husband told me you was coming down.
Good. We're in something of a hurry. Time's of the essence. Lead us to the wine cellar, Mrs. Hopkins.
Oh, you haven't got the key for that, sir. Mr. Bellamy always kept them in his safe.
Strange place to keep a key to a wine cellar. Formidable-looking padlock there. Luckily, when I examined the contents of the safe, I thought the bunch of keys would prove useful to our investigation. Yeah, this looks the likely one. Do your stuff, Jackson.
Yeah.
2 locks, eh? Here comes your husband. Have you ever been in the wine cellar, Mr. Hopkins?
Oh, never, sir. No, the boss wouldn't allow it. Said he had some very expensive rare wines down there, sir.
All right, Jackson. Let's see what really is in the cellar.
Very dark. Oh, there's the switch.
Good. Let's have some light on the matter. Well, I'll be... There before our eyes was an array of precious stones and jewels that even the richest oil king would covet. In pride of place was the Duke of Argyle's priceless collection, for which robbery Benny the Wolf was sentenced to 5 years. The puzzle looked like being solved. So, Mr. Hopkins, your employer was a receiver of stolen property, was he? How'd you meet him? Oh, come on, man, I haven't got all day.
Tell him, George. Tell him otherwise they'll think that
I told the mob that I was never going to do another job. That they asked me if I'd like to work for him. I'd heard about him, of course, but I'd never set eyes on him. I went to his flat in London. He told me he got a house in the country, needed a married couple who knew how to mind their own business. That's all, Governor, I swear.
I see. Carr calling operations room, Carr calling operations room. Do you read me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Pull in Benny the Wolf. Search his place. The bullet removed from Bellamy's body was a .45. Yep. Well, Jackson, any joint?
Very much so, sir. The station master at Great Missenden recognised Benny's photo at once. He must have walked to Little Missenden because the local constable was able to identify him too.
Do the times fit?
Yes, sir.
Well, what with finding a recently oiled and cleaned .45 and the 2 eyewitnesses you managed to collect, the case is in the bag. I thought that the wine cellar would hold the key to the mystery. You see... Well, do you see? Why did I suddenly evince great interest in the wine cellar? Did you notice where I've been given a clue? In fact, 2 clues. Not sure? Well, why did I become convinced that the solution to the mystery would be found in the wine cellar? Firstly, why a specially built wine cellar when the local doctor told me when I asked him? No parties to which the locals were invited?
No such luck. Kept very much to himself.
And yet his manservant...
Mind you, when the governor put in that wine cellar, the chaps who built it were a wild-looking bunch.
However, it was that distinguished actress Priscilla Kenworth who really pointed to the importance of the wine cellar when she said...
Poor Andrew's father died of drink. Andrew never allowed a drop of alcohol to pass his lips. He was a fanatic on the subject.
So there it was, a specially built chamber to hide the fabulous loot stolen from some of the greatest collections in Britain. Benny the Wolf refused to supply us with the motive for the shooting, even after he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Obviously, he felt that the Duke, as he was known in the underworld, had double-crossed him. And that, I'm afraid, brings us to the end of a series which has been on the air since 1956. My one hope is that you've enjoyed these dramatized investigations as much as I've enjoyed presenting them. Bless you all. Good night.
Inspector Carr, with Hugh Rouse in the title role, was written and directed by Michael Silver.
The Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates. Good evening. There can be no doubt that the last few months have made all of us sit up and look at things we took for granted with a new and, I'm afraid, rather jaundiced eye. No, I'm not going to pontificate at the way we took many things for granted, believing they would be with us as long as civilization endures, confident that our lives would become richer and fuller, and our problems of day-to-day living become less as the years go by. Instead, all the brilliant research and invention of the technocrats and the scientists crumble before the dictates of countries hardly out of their primitive shells. Then there was Watergate and the bugging of the leading French satirical journal, scandals that brought to light personalities who made the one-time private investigator as old-fashioned as the penny-farthing bicycle. Today, fortunes are being exchanged in return for industrial, commercial, and political secrets. Technical skill has taken the place of the methods adopted by such characters as created by Raymond Chandler. All Perry Mason required was courage, an enormous appetite for women and alcohol, and reflexes that worked with lightning speed. Of course, Mason was a figment of that brilliant writer's imagination. Then, as now, the majority of private detectives are solid, patient foot-sloggers, shadowing their prey or ferreting out evidence so that someone can have grounds for a divorce. I don't suppose many of you will remember the name Percival Watson. For 15 years, he pounded the beat as a constable, and then set up as a private investigator. A drab, nondescript person whose name was to be emblazoned on the front page of every British newspaper and on the lips of every news commentator. For Watson was arrested and charged with the murder of one of the richest men in Europe. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story Murder by Assignment. I think I already told you that Watson had served his apprenticeship as a member of the force. I didn't associate the man featured in the Police Gazette as being charged with the murder of Sir Edward Stanbridge until his wife telephoned the Yard, made herself known to me, and begged for an interview.
They're all making a great mistake, Chief Inspector. He's just come out of hospital. Remember my Percy, when you were a sergeant at Vine Street? He wouldn't do a thing like that, but no one believes him.
Well, as soon as I put the phone down after talking to you, Mrs. Watson, I looked at the back files of the Police Gazette. Now, you want the truth. There's a very strong case against your husband. He was seen in the grounds of Stanbridge Court. There were fingerprints on the gun.
I know, but he explained all that. Oh, he shouldn't have broken into the house, but it was to help this woman. Oh, you must help us, please. Please, Chief Inspector.
Oh, all right. I won't promise anything, but the least I can do is to have a chat with your husband.
All right, Watson, on your feet. Sergeant Carr. Oh, I beg your pardon, sir.
That's all right, Watson. It's been a long time. You needn't wait, Walter.
Very good, sir.
Remember me?
No, I don't want to be rude, sir, but as an ex-member of the force, I know my rights. I've made my statement. I'm not saying another word, not till my wife managed to get hold of Mr. Meadows.
Now, the man you claim commissioned you.
That's right.
Listen, Watson, it wasn't pleasant having to put an ex-policeman on a charge of murder. Don't you think that the entire Wiltshire Constabulary have been looking for a Harold Meadows? Besides, this is outside the metropolitan area, and my visit's a personal one for the moment. You and I worked together for 4 years. Crazy as it may sound, I believe your story.
You do so. Thank you. You travelled all the way from Salisbury to tell me this? Well, I appreciate it, but I'm scared, Chief Inspector. Really, I am. I'm scared. It was 1,000,000 to 1 coincidence that I should break into that house just when there was an armed thug there.
Just a minute, Percy Watson. I've come here because that nice wife of yours called at the Yard. At the moment, your papers are with the DPP. Once the Director of Public Prosecution sets a date for your trial, we've had it. You'd have been charged already if Sir Edward hadn't managed to take a shot at you before he died.
But I didn't
All right,
see...
I've just come from Wiltshire headquarters. I've looked through the docket. It's too nonsensical for it not to be true. Tell me about this man Meadows. Now, you've been in hospital, 3 weeks, so all this must have happened nearly a month ago. Oh, the breaking and entering, I mean. When did you first meet Meadows?
I came to see him March the 12th. Said he just arrived from New York. He was a member of the American Association of Private Investigators. How did you get to me, Mr. Meadows?
Well, sir, we didn't. We just looked up a list of British private eyes. There's so many phonies in the States. We knew the same thing operated here, so we took your name and address from your association list. As you're nearest to that swine's residence...
Swine?
Please, just let me begin at the beginning, sir.
All right.
You've heard of the Vanderbilts. Well, my client is Miss Martha Vanderbilt. She was over here last fall, and she met this guy, this smooth-talking Romeo. Well, there's no need to tell you much more, except that my client was crazy enough to send this smart operator certain letters, which, if they're seen by her father, will mean that she'll be disinherited to the tune of at least $10 million.
Blackmail, huh?
You'll catch on fast, Mr. Watson. I may as well tell you my client has already paid into a Swiss bank 2 lots of the equivalent of 10,000 of your English pounds. Well, these guys never stop, you know that. Once they get hold of a sucker...
Anyone I hate, it's a blackmailer. Mr. Meadows, before I retired to Wiltshire, I was a member of the Metropolitan Police.
Me too. Most of us in this profession are ex-cops.
Well, why don't you let me go to the police? Your client won't be mentioned.
No dice. This boy knows his onions. I've got photostatic copies of all his letters, typed, of course. You'll see that he warns that if Miss Vanderbilt goes to the police or if he's arrested, his accomplices in the States have instructions to release the letters to these filthy tabloids. See now why we have to work carefully?
What do you expect me to do?
Get those letters back. The fee is 5,000 English pounds.
But I'm an investigator, not a negotiator. How?
I don't know how. All I'm authorized to say is that there's 5,000 pounds in your expenses. Here's the man's name and address. Just before my client returned to the States, she went to what was once her love nest. Pleaded with him to return the letters. He just laughed. I can tell you this. The letters are in an old-fashioned safe with one of those heavy locks. Frankly, I'd be taking a look at the place myself. There's a fire there.
Shows what greed does for you. £5,000 in my expenses. Now, the place was a large seaside cottage.
Yes.
Lying in its own grounds.
Caistor-on-Sea.
Yeah, well, I drove down to Caistor, made inquiries in the village. I learned that the man was staying at this rented cottage, and I foolishly decided to case the joint. I broke in at about 3 o'clock in the morning. Right. Well, I'll be. The safe's open. A gun. What? There was a blinding flash and I woke up in hospital. Don't you see, Inspector Carr? It's this other guy, he's Slapsy. He did the shooting.
Yes, I've read Slapsy Hart's statement. You owe your life to him. You're being framed, but Slapsy didn't frame you. All right, Watson, I'll get you off the hook. Hello, Slapsy.
Blimey. Here, I'm not being booked, am I? They told me in wheelchair I could go home. But I'd be needed as a witness. I was down and out, Governor. I wasn't going to nick nothing. I was just going to break in there.
Slapsy, I'm not here to arrest you. I've asked the Home Secretary if I could take over the investigation. Well, aren't you going to ask me in, Slapsy?
Here, you're not going to pin the murder on me, are you? Just because this Watson was once a busy.
Are you going to ask me in, or are you not?
Oh, all right, come on. Only lodge here, you know. Fred's out.
Just as well. Which is your room?
Oh, through here. That's it. Right, I better close the door. There's a lot of nosy parkers live round here, you know.
Well, what's your story?
Oh, it's mad, I tell you. I come out of Wiltshire jail the week before. I eat sharks to Caister. 30 bob they give me. 30 measly bob, that's all. I mean, that didn't last long. Well, I was hungry. These holiday houses, they're a piece of old rope. I mean, I just thought if I could break
in... You've been promised indemnity against prosecution. You thought you'd do a quick job of breaking and entering. I'll take it from there.
Yeah, I can't put anything over on you, can I, Gov? All right, sir, yes, I did, yes. The place looked deserted. There was no lights on. Anyway, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. I just got through the pantry window and I'm walking along the kitchen floor. Kitchen door's open, see, and I hear this gunshot. Well, I didn't know what to do. If I'm found in this house, I'm down for another stretch. And if I scarper, well, then I hear somebody groaning. So, I went to go and have a look. Scared at me wits, I was. And there was this bloke bleeding, something terrible. Well, there was just enough light to see a telephone. 9.
Please?
You better come quick. There's a bloke here bleeding to death. He's been shot.
Shot, you say? Where are you speaking from?
It's the last house on Caister Cliff, and you better bring a doctor with you. He's in a terrible bad way.
What's your name?
Well, I don't want to have anything to do with it, see. I just...
Stay where you are, please. I'm asking you your name.
Oh, what a mug I am.
Pardon?
My name's Hart. Reginald Bernard Hart. Heaven help me. You see the position I was in, Governor? I switched on the lights. I tried to stop the bleeding with a towel. I could see by his clothes he wasn't the occupier. I didn't see this other guy. It was when I heard the police car pull up that I see there's another bloke dressed in his pyjamas. Well, he was dead. He'd been shot too. I thought to myself, Slapsy Hart, you're going bonkers. Stone stark staring bonkers. Well, there it is. They took me to the cop station and I was too scared of being charged with murder not to tell the truth. And now this other guy says, you know, Watson, his name, he says that I must have shot the top as well as him. He had the nerve to say I was trying to frame him.
Were you, Slapsy? Did any of the big boys put you up for this?
Well, you know that's not true. Would I call the cops if he...
Skip it. You can't blame Watson for thinking you tried to frame him. The dead man was shot with a .38. There was one set of fingerprints on the gun that shot Sir Edward Stanbridge, and they belonged to Watson. Someone had conveniently left the gun, presumably cleaned of all prints, in the open safe for Watson to handle.
Well, can't you see what happened, sir? This fella Watson's doing a breaking job. Toff wakes up, hears noises, goes and gets his gun, sees this bloke Watson at the safe. Watson shoots him, but before he dies, his Edward, whatever his name is, manages to fire back, and, well, that's when I come on the scene. The cops told me that the only fingerprints on the Toff's gun were those of the gentleman. They just fired at each other like some cowboy movie. And now he has the nerve to say I tried to frame him.
Friend Watson is one of the luckiest men alive. According to the medical reports, if you hadn't been there to stem the flow of blood, he'd have died within an hour or so.
Well, I saved his blooming life, and he has the nerve to say I'm trying to frame him.
You working, Slapsy? Got yourself a job yet? Well, don't you think it's about time you went straight?
Well, I'm going to after this. I'm not kidding. I mean, being mixed up in 2 murders ain't funny. It's not going to be easy, though, is it? I mean, not with my record.
Well, you saved a decent man's life, and I'll help you to get a job. But first of all, I want you to come with me to Caister. Now, don't be afraid. I believe your story. But then I believe Watson's story, too, which makes this investigation one of the most bewildering I've ever come across. Sir Edward Stanbridge, lying dead. By his side, a gun containing his fingerprints. The gun that shot and wounded Watson. When they found the private eye, collapsed on the study floor by the safe, there was a gun by his side, too, a gun containing his fingerprints, the weapon used to murder Sir Edward. Was I being deceived, after all? Had Watson made up an elaborate cock-and-bull story in order to explain his wounded presence in a strange man's seaside cottage? Was Slapsy Hart's explanation the right one?
Yeah, you can still see some of the bloodstains on the floor. Look, Governor.
Yes. Yes, I can see the stains. And you say that Sir Edward was lying over there by that wall?
That's right, Governor.
There's something wrong with every explanation. We've seen the bedroom. There's no doubt the bed had been slept in. He comes downstairs, opens this door, sees Watson at the safe. Watson turns and fires. Now, that being the case, why should the body of Sir Edward be lying by that wall? And if somebody placed the body there, it couldn't be Watson, because you rushed in when you heard the shot being fired and he'd collapsed. Nothing much more I can do here. Thanks, Slapsy. Oh, here's a couple of quid.
Oh, thanks, Gov.
Make your own way back to London. I've got to have a word with the estate agents.
Yes, that's right. Sir Edward always rented the cottage for the month of September, but this year he telephoned to ask if the cottage was available from March the 12th. I was delighted. Very few holidaymakers arrive at Caister during March.
Did he come to see you personally?
No, he gave instructions to have the place thoroughly cleaned and aired, asked me to get in touch with the wine merchants, dairy and so on. I asked him whether he would be requiring domestic help. There's ample room, you see. He said no. Frankly, I got the impression that, well, if I might say so, he wanted the utmost privacy.
I see. Did you talk to him when he arrived at Caister? Was he alone, or was he with a female?
He was alone, but hinted that he was expecting a visitor later that day.
What about domestic help?
Oh, that would be Mrs. Flynn. Quite a character, Mrs. Flynn. Straight out of the pages of Charlotte Casey.
Why, sure now, Mr. Goldsmith asked me to get the place aired and cleaned, which I did. I handed the gentleman the keys and asked him whether he'd want me to be waiting at table. Told him most of the tenants like to have someone around with a cap and apron. But he kind of gave me a wink and said he'd manage on his own. Or rather, they'd manage on their own. As I told the police, I never saw the gentleman again. And now he's lying there, cold and stiff.
Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
The FBI confirmed Winchester's statement that there's no such person as Harold Meadows, sir. Seems to confirm Superintendent Johnson's belief. Meadows was a figment of Watson's imagination, sir.
Well, Meadows may be a figment, Ops, but the man wasn't. There were no letters in the safe. It was empty except for a gun. And if Watson was trying to burgle the premises, where was the loot?
Well, sir, they did find £200 in Watson's pocket, sir.
Really, Ops, £200. It was placed there, obviously. I want to know where they shot Stanbridge.
Must have been on the premises, sir. The senior police surgeon says that they were shot within half hour of each other, sir.
Well, he arrives at Caister on the 12th of March. According to the local manor, he was alive on the morning of the 13th because he took the milk from the milkman who recognised him from the year before. What was he doing all day on the 13th and the 14th? I'm going to have another talk to Watson. Now listen, Watson. The FBI have no knowledge of a man called Meadows, and our own immigration say that no one of that name arrived in Britain in the last few months. And what's more, no one knows him at the embassy. It isn't Slapsy Hart who's trying to frame you. No one tried to frame you.
And you believe them? You believe
Now,
them?
hear me out. No one tried to frame you. They tried to murder you.
Well, I don't understand. Why should anyone want to murder me?
Because you wouldn't be alive to tell the tale. Because even when you were dead, you'd go on the files as having murdered Sir Edward Stanbridge. And that's why there were no letters in the safe, and they banked on your picking up the gun. As soon as you did that, someone who was waiting for you, hiding, shot you. In the morning, the police would be there, the unfortunate householder stood in his dressing gown from a rumpled bed, and you, with the loot in your pockets. Don't worry, I've got ample proof that you didn't shoot Stanbridge.
Yeah, well, how? Please tell me.
No. I'm afraid, Watson, that you're going to be kept here in these cells. They'll make you as comfortable as possible. But whoever thought up this scheme must be a fiendishly cunning devil. If the newspapers get hold of the information that you've been released, that you're no longer under suspicion of murder, it'll frighten the real killers away, okay?
You mean I won't have to stand trial?
No, you won't. You not only have to thank Slapsy Hart for saving your life, you can also thank him for getting you off a murder rap.
Oh, I don't understand.
Never mind that now. Now, this man who came to see you, you sure it's an American accent?
Stake my life on it. Look, sir, you and I were at Vine Street together, and you learned to tell the phonies. Nothing phony about that man's accent.
Fair enough. And this description you gave me, the man, 6 foot tall, rather slender in build, brown eyes, the rest you can forget. Even a cop can't see through an expert disguise.
What's going to happen now, sir?
Well, if patience is a virtue, I'm not feeling very virtuous at the moment. But I've got everybody working flat out. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
Sir Edward Stanbridge has left an estate worth over £11 million, sir.
Well, it's going to be a nice fillip for the Treasury. Who are the beneficiaries?
£1.5 million goes to charities, various sums to relatives, and this is Esther.
Yeah?
On December the 10th, Sir Edward called on his solicitor and left $250,000 to a Miss Charlotte Basford.
Yes, I have it here, Chief Inspector Carr. He called to say that he was getting married after all these years, and he wanted to give his fiancée a small Christmas gift. They said he was afraid that with his weak heart he might not get to the altar, so to speak.
Poor Teddy. He was such a wonderful man. We were going to be so happy.
It's terrible business, Miss Basford. Did you know that your fiancé left you £250,000 in his will?
Yes, the dear boy. He was very conscious of our difference in age, as if that mattered to me. And now they've killed him. You realise, Inspector, that had I become Lady Stanbridge, I would have inherited millions.
Instead of a measly £250,000. Sorry, I couldn't resist that.
I deserved it for sounding so mercenary.
Did you know that Sir Edward had rented a seaside house at Casebook?
No, I didn't. I suppose the dear boy was lonely.
Oh, with such a charming fiancée as yourself?
Oh, I had to go to Chelmsford to stay with my mother. She's been very ill. He said he couldn't bear the thought of staying in his house in London. He thought he'd like to go and get some seaside air.
That's right, sir. We can confirm that Miss Charlotte Basford stayed with her parents at 71 Epping Way from March the 10th until March the 23rd.
Well, thank you, Sergeant. Oh, what about the other inquiries I asked you to make?
Well, she was not seen in the company of any man answering to that description, sir. She was seen with her brother, well known in the area, runs a hardware business.
Well known, you say. Do you know him? Can you describe him?
I know him very well, sir. He's a man about 35, married, 2 children, 5'7" or 8", heavily built.
All right, Sergeant. Thank you very much. Hello, Watson.
They tell me I'm going to be released.
Yes. By this afternoon, the papers will be carrying the story that you've been cleared of suspicion. So will the radio, so will television.
But I thought...
I didn't want the killers to take fright.
Yes.
Well, that was my idea. I've now come to the conclusion it wasn't a very good one. Listen, Watson. The scheme's all very clear. Fun fiancée persuades her rich sugar daddy of a husband-to-be that they ought to spend a nice, intimate weekend with no one to intrude into their love nest. I can't believe that he'd arrange a rendezvous with anyone else. And yet, everyone we spoke to in Caister had the impression that he was expecting a lady companion.
But he was alone. I knew that when I was casing the place.
Well, of course, Charlotte Basford has indeed a sick mother. The dutiful daughter tells her mother that she was coming home, waits till her fiancé has arrived at the seaside cottage, and then explains her non-arrival. That night he's shot dead, and you are severely wounded. They've only got to play it very, very cool, and they may get away with it.
But if she was with her sick mother...
There's a boyfriend, an accomplice, someone. But where? I'm hoping that the shock of your release might get them to do or say something careless.
But me? Why pick on me?
Just because you were there. Could have been any private eye. Perhaps they called on others before they decided on you. Now, what do you think, Watson? You must have spent sleepless nights pondering over the predicament in which you found yourself. Do you think the boyfriend was disguised? You said he was clean-shaven.
I don't think he was disguised.
All right, old chap. Let's gather up your things and drive you to your wife. Carr?
Ex-branch report, sir, that the party has not used the telephone other than to order some groceries and to telephone her mother. Nothing in the conversation at all suspicious, sir.
She's a very cool number. She's not going to be the one to panic. Obviously, our American friend is the one we're hoping will show his hand. 3 days. 3 whole agonizing days, during which time we traced one of the guns as having been stolen over 18 months before the murder. The other was licensed in the name of Sir Edward. And then it came. Over our special link came the voice telling us that the net was about to close.
Agent 453 calling. Agent 453 calling. Bird has entered Harper's tea room in Knightsbridge. She's walking towards a table where a man is seated. Slender build and could be 6 feet in height.
Received message 453. He may be a perfectly innocent citizen, but get through to X branch, close in. Bring them both to headquarters. Unless, when he stands up, you find him under 6 foot.
I've never been so insulted in my life. What is this nonsense about having to make a statement?
What have I got to do with all this? Listen, I'm due for a rehearsal in about 1/4 hour. If I knock
Come
down...
and sit down.
May I ask what this is all about?
You'll learn soon enough. Take a seat, Mr. Meadows.
Meadows? My name's not Meadows. I think you're confusing me with someone else. My name's Honeycomb, Harold Honeycomb. I'm appearing at the Queen Anne Theatre.
So that's how you managed to acquire such a delightful American accent.
What are you talking about?
Murder, Mr. Honeycomb. I'm charging you with the murder of Sir Edward Stanbridge.
This is a very painful kind of a joke.
Attempting to kill a decent, inoffensive man like Watson isn't exactly a joke. You had to go out of town to find your private eye. Or, to use one of your American slang terms, a fall guy. A London-based investigator might have seen you before, Mr. Honeycomb, alias Meadows. Oh, come in, Watson, come in. Is this your man?
Hi, that's him.
You
silly, stupid Carr. I told you we'd never get away with it.
Stop him! Stop him! He's trying to kill me!
A fiendishly cruel but very clever plot. Sir Edward gets bumped off as he interrupts a housebreaker at the safe, but manages to return the fire before he dies. Had you, Watson, not survived the shooting, no one would have been the wiser. But you did survive, thanks to Slapsy Hart.
Yes, I'm grateful to him now.
You should be grateful to him for corroborating your statement and helping to prove your innocence.
Well, how was that?
Well, you see... Well, listeners, did you see it? What was it that Slapsy Hart said that confirmed Watson's innocence? Not sure? Then listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you. Well, what was it? The fact that Slapsy Hart heard only one shot. You remember he climbed through the pantry window and heard one single shot, and yet 2 people were lying on the ground? What happened was, Meadows, or Honeycomb to give him his real name, deliberately created a noise, and when Stanbridge appeared, shot him dead. He then dragged him to the study, hid, and waited for Watson to appear. In the meantime, he takes the keys and opens the old-fashioned safe, puts the gun he used to shoot Sir Edward into the safe, waits for Watson, sees him open the safe, clasp the gun, and then shoots Watson. Left him for dead, or so he thought. It was the fortuitous arrival of Slapsy Hart that ensured these 2 friends, Miss Basford and Honeycomb, paid the penalty for their crime. Good night.
The epic casebook was produced by Michael Silver, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic casebook.
The Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. The other day, I attended a neighbour's party given for their teenage daughter. They decided to make me sing for my supper. At first, we played a straightforward game of charades, and then, with knowing glances at each other, the de Villiers family shouted in unison, "Let's play cops and robbers." Actually, it proved a salutary exercise, because we changed it from cops and robbers to the investigation of a hypothetical murder. And very soon I was explaining to the guests the sequence of such investigations, pointing out that when it's not obvious, we first have to determine method. In other words, how the murderer killed his victim. And then comes another M, the second. It's for motive. You've all noticed how important that is in any investigation. Who stood to gain most by the victim's death? Was it an act of revenge, frustrated passion? But both these M's, if you like, are irrevocably linked with the most important M of all. Yes, of course, the murderer himself. Now, that seems to be stressing the obvious, yet a good detective will not only concern himself with the identity of the killer, but will want to know every characteristic the culprit possesses. So you see, all these factors are interdependent. However, I explained to my friends and their guests that unless one is on one's guard, an overabundance of motives or a seeming confusion as to method can result in the final analysis in the concealing and not the revealing of the third M, the murderer. In fact, that's what happened to me in the story I'm about to tell you tonight, which I've called Murder in the Bag. I've never understood why authors, specializing in crime stories, find it necessary to paint word pictures of country policemen in grotesque colors. I suppose describing them as buffoons highlights the brilliance of the author's central character, the man who succeeds where the police have failed. They should have met Sergeant Barnes in charge of the Dewhurst police station.
I've got all the facts and statements for you, sir.
Thanks, Sergeant. All I got from operations was the fact that a farmer called Ferguson was murdered last night when he was returning from a party in the company of a Mr. Flynn. Time about midnight.
It was right, sir. It was Mr. Flynn who telephoned for the ambulance, sir. But Ferguson was dead by the time he got to the hospital.
Ferguson was shot, correct?
Yeah, correct, sir.
All right, Sergeant. Let's have it all. By all, I mean, I think you'd better set the scene for me. I see you've drawn me a map.
Sure.
If you'd please set it for me verbally, I'd be grateful. It'll save time, too. More than that, I want all the characters concerned. Can do?
Well, I'll have a try, sir. Well, let us start with a small church just beyond the village, on the way to Chipping Sudbury.
Right.
Now, just beyond it, separated from the churchyard by a narrow lane, is an old farmhouse. And as you walk up the lane from the gate, there's a hedge on each side. Now, the left side bounds the churchyard, and the right side encloses a field that's owned by Dick Spence.
Yeah?
Now, at the top, the lane turns sharp right behind the field, and 100 yards further on is the farmhouse, a Greystone farm. That's owned by the late Tom Ferguson.
You're doing fine, Sergeant. Ferguson's the man who was shot, yes?
Yes, that's right, sir. There are two other occupants of Greystone, Mrs. Vera Hammond and her son, Robert, 20. Now, she was a Ferguson before she married. Tom was her nephew. The farm had originally belonged to her brother, but when he died, Tom inherited it.
And what about Mrs. Hammond?
He left without a penny. Widow. She moved in with her son. That's Robert. And she's been there ever since.
Mm-hmm. Had Tom Ferguson any girlfriends?
Yes, named Evelyn Todd. From a neighbouring farm, 20-year-old redhead. In fact, they were engaged to be married.
I see. They would have made Greystone their home. And Mrs. Hammond would have had to have left, right?
Yeah, that's right, sir.
Oh, well, let's get on with what happened last night.
Well, sir, Ferguson left Greystone about 6:30 to visit his fiancée. There was a party of some sort at Todd's farm. Robert was invited, but he didn't go. The party broke up about midnight, and Tom walked a half-mile back in the company of Ted Flynn, one of his close friends. Now, when they reached the gate to the entrance to the lane, they said goodnight to each other, and Ted continued on down the road. Now, he just got round the corner, and when a shot rang out. He doubled back, and he found Tom Ferguson lying unconscious in the road. He phoned for an ambulance from the church, which arrived together with Dr. Ritchie and Sergeant Tracy. As you know, sir, by the time Ferguson reached the hospital, he was dead.
And who have you questioned, Sergeant?
No, only Flynn, who gave a first-hand account of what had happened.
Have you the necessary search warrant?
Yes, I got it right here, sir.
Good. I think I'll call on Miss Evelyn Todd for a start. I'd like to know a little more about Tom Ferguson before I tackle the Hammonds. Oh, by the way, they know about Ferguson's death, huh?
Yes, Inspector. They were informed first thing this morning.
Fine. Let's go to Todd Farm. Sergeant Barnes and I drove to Todd Farm, which lay just beyond Greystone. As we passed the homestead of the late Mr. Ferguson, I couldn't help being struck by its bleak contrast to the surrounding countryside. The farmhouse stood gaunt, forbidding, its dark, shuttered windows seeming to enclose a multitude of secrets. On the other hand, Todd Farm proved to be a charming cottage, nestling in an old English rose garden, flanked on both sides by orchards. The door was opened by a young girl with a wealth of flaming red hair. She would have been quite beautiful, but for the dark rings under her eyes, the only outward evidence of her grief.
Can I help you? Oh, hello, Sergeant.
Sorry to disturb you, Miss Evelyn Todd.
That's right.
My name's Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard. Come in for a moment.
Well, my father's at home. I'm afraid there's no one at home.
I'd just like to talk to you for a little, Miss Todd, if you don't mind.
Yes, well, please come inside.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you? Is it about Tom?
Yes.
I don't think I could bear it.
Look, I quite understand. I won't keep you long. Just a few questions, then we'll go.
Very well.
Well, first of all, what time did you last see your fiancé alive, Miss Todd?
At about 11:45. He left with Ted Flynn.
Were they the last to leave the party?
Just about. The Elliots were still there. They're friends of my father's. They left about half an hour afterwards.
That was the last time you saw your fiancé?
Are these questions necessary?
I'm afraid so, Miss Todd. Now, tell me, how well did you know the Hammonds?
Well enough. Perhaps too well.
What do you mean?
I'll be frank with you, Inspector. Mrs. Hammond did everything she could to prevent my engagement to her nephew.
Prevent? How?
I suppose it wasn't very pleasant for a woman twice my age to be ousted from her home by a mere chit of a girl. That's how she describes me. But she chose a rather mean way of showing her feelings. Inspector, for the last 3 months, I've been deluged with poison pen cards, all in the same handwriting. After a while, I showed one to Tom. He recognized the handwriting immediately. His aunt, Mrs. Hammond, wrote it.
Have you kept any of these postcards?
How many do you want? 20? 30? They're all in the desk here. There you are. Take your pick.
Well, these will do. Thank you, Miss Todd. Now, what were your fiancé's reactions?
He was absolutely furious. He and his aunt had a terrible row.
And did the cards stop?
For a while, yes. But they started coming again about a week before...
All right, Miss Todd, I won't keep you much longer. Are there any other incidents that you can recall about Mrs. Hammond?
No, I don't think so. Oh, wait a bit, yes. It was only yesterday afternoon. Robert, Mrs. Hammond's son, came over to say that he couldn't come to the party.
Did he give any reason?
Yes. His charming mother had forbidden him to come.
I'm sorry, but Mum's in an awful mood. We had a bit of a row, actually.
Oh, Robert.
I said she couldn't stop me, and then she went into a long tirade about how she'd worked her fingers to the bone for me, put me through school, and just when everything was turning out okay, you, well...
Go on.
Well, she said that you and Tom were about to kick us out, that you schemed the whole thing between you, and it was a dirty trick. I'm sorry, you know I don't...
I know. Why don't you come anyway?
I can't. I wish I could, Eve. You know. I'd do anything for you, but it isn't worth it. I've got to live with her.
All right, Bobby. I understand. He was almost in tears. Inspector, she's a wicked woman. If it hadn't been for her...
Thank you, Miss Todd. I think that's all. Accompanied by Sergeant Barnes, I made for the scene of the crime. We reached the gate that stood at the entrance of the lane, and Sergeant Barnes pointed out the spot marked X.
There you are, sir. He collapsed just here at the foot of the left gate post.
How many shots were fired?
Just the one, sir.
The surgeon reported that Ferguson died of gunshot wounds in the abdomen.
Yes, that's right, sir.
Well, let's reconstruct the scene, Sergeant. Now, Ferguson says good night to Flynn. He turns towards the gate, and a shot rings out. So it's highly unlikely that he was shot from the road itself.
That's right, sir.
Now, if he was found by the left-hand post, it stands to reason that he couldn't have been shot from the area of the churchyard. The angle's too acute. No, my guess is that he was shot from the other side, from that field to the right there.
Dick Spencer's field.
Sergeant, supposing you wanted to ambush a man at dead of night, knowing that he was coming from the direction of Todd's farm.
Well, I'd whip into Dick Spencer's field, no doubt about that.
And?
Well, I reckon I'd hide behind the edge. That way I wouldn't be seen.
Yeah, but the hedge is at least 2 feet thick.
Then I'd cut a hole in it, sir.
Elementary, my dear Barnes. Right, let's see if there is one.
Mind the bank, sir, it's slippery.
Yes, it is. Had rain recently.
A couple of days ago, sir, it come down in buckets.
None last night, though?
No, sir, no.
Hello, what have we here?
What's that, sir?
The cartridge case. I'll wager my non-existent bowler hat it was fired from a single-barreled shotgun.
Looks like it, Inspector. I put in my handkerchief.
There it is, Sergeant. The hole in the hedge.
Well,
It's obviously been made for a purpose. Let's have a look. Clear feet. See for yourself.
You're right, sir. I can see the gate clearly. The road beyond. Why, look here, sir. The grass has been crushed. And here, sir, there's skid marks. The killer probably lost his footing.
As Sergeant Barnes pointed to the telltale evidence, a vivid picture began to form in my mind. The murderer waiting grimly for Ferguson's return, the glinting gun barrel pointing through the hole in the hedge, the finger poised on the trigger, and then, as the intended victim opens the gate, the fatal squeeze. It seemed that a visit to Mrs. Hammond would prove illuminating.
Don't see how I can help you, Inspector.
It won't take up much of your time, Mrs. Hammond. Have you ever seen these postcards before?
No, let me see. No. How appalling.
Evelyn Todd says they were written by you.
Oh, they're lying.
Mrs. Hammond, it won't be very difficult to trace the author. Save a lot of time if you tell the truth.
All right. Yes, I wrote them. She deserved it. A cheap little... Inspector, we've lived here for 2 years.
When my husband died, I was left without any means of support. Tom Ferguson invited my son and I to live here. And about 6 months ago, he told us to leave, just like that, to pack my bags and get out. I brought the boy up when my brother died. Don't you think I deserve better treatment?
It's not for me to judge, Mrs. Hammond. Sending poison pen postcards can never be justified.
But she didn't love Tom, Inspector. She was out for his money.
Tom Ferguson inherited everything when his father died, yes?
Yes.
Do you possess a shotgun, Mrs. Hammond?
No. Inspector, what would I want with a shotgun?
You sure, Mrs. Hammond?
Look, Inspector, I didn't shoot Tom.
Ferguson was killed with a single-barreled shotgun. Find the gun and I found the murderer. Do you mind if we look over the house, Mrs. Hammond?
Is that necessary?
I have a search warrant.
Well, I suppose I can't stop you. You won't find a gun, yeah?
But we did. We found what we were looking for, a single-barreled shotgun. Sergeant Barnes discovered it under the mattress in Mrs. Hammond's bedroom. Near it, in the drawer of an old Victorian roll-top desk, we found a package of cartridges, identical with the one discovered at the scene of the crime. In another drawer, we found a pile of unused postcards, replicas of those received by Evelyn Todd. The gun was subsequently checked for fingerprints. The only prints to be found were those of Mrs. Hammond. I decided to arrest her. Mrs. Hammond, I must warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence against you. It would seem that the investigation was over, apart from some loose ends that had to be tied up. Mrs. Hammond was finally committed for trial. One thing that became particularly important, the terms of the late Harold Ferguson's will. I visited Messrs. Carr and Bradshaw. Mr. Bradshaw himself received me, a Donish-looking old man with the air of a patient secretary bird.
Good morning, Inspector Carr. Sit down, please. A cigarette?
No, thanks. Mr. Bradshaw, I understand you drew up Mr. Harold Ferguson's last will.
That is correct.
And in terms of that will, everything was left to Tom Ferguson?
Quite right, Inspector. Tom was an only child and the apple of his father's eye.
Yes.
The estate and all monies accruing were left to him in perpetuity.
But if he didn't marry...
Then the estate would pass to his nephew, Robert Hammond, on the condition that he should marry. Yeah. In the event of Tom's death before Robert was 21, the estate was to be held in trust until the latter became of age.
And to take it to its logical conclusion, if Robert died, then the estate would have passed on to Mrs. Hammond.
Oh, no, not at all, Inspector.
What? Are there any other relations?
Yes, one. It seems that young Ted Flynn is a distant cousin of the Fergusons on his mother's side. Both the parents are dead, poor boy. And in the event of Robert's death, Harold Ferguson expressly wished that everything should go to him.
I see. That must have been one in the eye for Mrs. Hammond.
It was, Inspector, as you put it, one in the eye for the poor woman. She was quite upset about it. Tried to get the will altered after Harold's death, in her favour, of course, but she didn't succeed.
And Mrs. Hammond, as it turned out, stood to gain nothing, except through her son.
Correct, Inspector. There was no love lost between Harold and his sister. Temperamentally, they were poles apart.
Huh?
Harold was a swashbuckler, an adventurer, with a lust for life. Puritanical Mrs. Hammond thoroughly disapproved of him.
You knew him well?
Oh, knew him and liked him. In fact, over the years, I got to know the whole family. I've always prided myself on judgment of character, Inspector.
How did Mrs. Hammond get on with her nephew, Tom?
Quite well until recently. Trouble over Tom's impending marriage. Mrs. Hammond would, of course, have to move out.
Yes, I know. Tell me, Mr. Bradshaw, was the will signed and witnessed in the presence of all concerned?
Yes. Old Ferguson called them all together in this very room.
I see. So they were all acquainted with the terms of the will?
Quite so, Inspector.
Well, thank you. I'm most grateful for all your help. Yet, as I stepped out of Mr. Bradshaw's office, I felt distinctly uneasy. I had considered the case as a closed book. It had all been so easy. Too easy. And I now had the disconcerting feeling that I was being led by the nose. There were several who had a motive for the murder. The longer I thought, the unhappier I became. Mrs. Hammond's motive for killing her nephew was that her son would inherit.
But all the evidence showed that her animosity was directed against Evelyn Todd, not against Tom Ferguson. After all, she brought the boy up. No, there was something wrong somewhere. If only I could put my finger on it. I went in search of Sergeant Barnes. Got a car handy, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. Where do you want to go?
To the home of Mr. Ted Flynn.
So, everything is over bar the shouting, is it, Inspector?
Not quite, Mr. Flynn. Still one or two things to check. You say that on Saturday night, the night Mr. Ferguson was shot, you left the Todd's farm at 11:45, walked back with Ferguson to Greyston. You left him at the gate, continued on. When you heard the shot, you ran back, and Ferguson was unconscious in the road.
That's about it.
Now, think carefully, Mr. Flynn. Is there anything else that struck you at the time? Anything, however trivial?
Nothing at all, Inspector. I've told you everything I know.
Did you see Tom Ferguson during the course of Saturday morning or afternoon?
As a matter of fact, I did, Inspector. I popped round about 11 o'clock. Mrs. Hammond and Robert were on their way out to do some shopping in town. Tom was in the garage fixing a plough. I gave him a hand for about an hour and then I left.
Mrs. Hammond and her son had not returned?
Not that I know of.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. You've been most helpful. I have the unhappy task to call on her son. I'm sorry to disturb you, Mr. Hammond.
Well, get it over with, Inspector. You've arrested my mother for murder. What more do you want?
Mr. Hammond, I'm only doing my duty, and I promise you I don't like it any more than you do.
Well, please come to the point. Do you want to arrest me, too?
No, I don't. I want to ask you a few brief questions.
Well?
Last Saturday morning, Mr. Flynn came to see your cousin. You were on your way to town, I understand.
What's this got to do with the price of eggs?
Please, Mr. Hammond, just answer my question.
Yes, he did come round. Met me as we were going out of the front door.
Did he say anything to you?
Not that I can remember. Oh, yes. He said something about coming to borrow Tom's golf clubs.
And that was all?
Look, Inspector, Ted Flynn didn't get on very well with Mother and I. He was Tom's friend, not ours. I told him Tom was in the garage, and that was all.
Thank you. Now, did you see Mr. Flynn again?
What is all this? I've told you he wasn't exactly a bosom friend of mine.
Please be patient. I've nearly finished. Did you see him again?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. Now, one last thing, Mr. Hammond. What time did you hear of your cousin's death?
In the early hours of Sunday morning. As a matter of fact, Ted phoned, told us what had happened.
What did he say?
Well, he said that although he had identified the body, the police would require my mother or me to make an official identification.
Did you?
Yes, we went down to the mortuary on Sunday morning. That's really all I can tell you, Inspector. Now, if you don't mind...
Just before I go, I'd like to look over the house once again. I'm looking for something. I sincerely hope to find it. I did. I found what I was looking for. It was in Tom Ferguson's study. I now knew who had killed him. Sergeant Barnes and I raced back to police headquarters in Dewhurst. Sergeant, issue a writ to have Mrs. Hammond released immediately and then have a car outside the front door. Have you got a gun?
Yes, sir.
All right, now get cracking. We've just one more call to make. We're calling on Edward Flynn. Edward Flynn, I'm arresting you for the murder of Thomas Ferguson. I must warn you that anything you say may be used in evidence against you.
Arresting me? Nonsense. Exactly on what ground?
I'll tell you. You planned to kill Tom Ferguson a long time ago, but you had to wait for the right moment. About 3 months ago, Mrs. Hammond started writing poison pen postcards to Evelyn Todd. When Tom found out, he was furious. Knowing this, and knowing that Tom wanted the Hammonds to move from the house, you...
What? And kill my best friend because I wanted Tom to evict his aunt?
I haven't finished yet. There's the will. You were present when it was signed. You knew that with Tom Ferguson and his cousin out of the way, the inheritance would be yours.
You must be out of your mind, Inspector. I would hardly have walked down with Tom carrying a shotgun under my arm.
Yeah, that's why you were so fiendishly clever. You planted that shotgun, already loaded, behind the hedge on Saturday morning or afternoon.
What did I do, Inspector? Jump over the edge and say, hang on a moment, Tom, hold still, I want to shoot you.
Not a bit of it. When you left the Todd's farm, you told Tom you were in a hurry to get home. You then said good night and ran on ahead. You had ample time to position yourself behind the hole you'd made that day. You shot him as he came up to the gate and then sprinted home, hiding the gun, and phoned for an ambulance. Although he wasn't dead, luckily enough for you, he died on the way to hospital.
Inspector Carr, this is crazy. The gun didn't even belong to me. What do you think I did? Strolled over to Greyston and placed it under the mattress?
Who told you it was under the mattress?
Robert, I think.
Robert, eh? He knew because Mrs. Hammond had found the gun and questioned her son about it. But he swears that the only conversation he has had with you is when you telephoned him with the grim news that Tom was dead. And that was before you had time to return the gun.
Inspector, you can't prove anything.
Can't I? Edward Flynn, I'm arresting you on a charge of murder.
You sure you got the right one, sir?
Sergeant, I'm as sure as I'm standing here. But don't look so worried, Sergeant.
Well, I can't help it, sir. Why didn't Mrs. Hammond say anything when you arrested her? She didn't deny her guilt.
Because she thought that her son had killed Ferguson. Oh. What else could she think when I found the gun under the mattress? Or you did, to be more accurate. She's got a lot of courage, that woman. She must love her son dearly. Oh, come on, Sergeant. Now what's troubling you?
Well, I still don't know how you tumbled Flynn.
Don't you? You should. And so should you, listeners. Do you know what clue convinced me that Flynn was the killer? Not sure? I'll be back to tell you. Well, what was the clue? After all, there were three suspects, Mrs. Hammond, her son, and Edward Flynn. But what made me so sure that Flynn was the murderer? Well, it was this. If you remember, I asked Robert Hammond if Flynn had said anything to him on Saturday morning. He replied,
Not that I can remember. Oh, yes, he said something about coming to borrow Tom's golf clubs.
Tom's golf clubs. That explained everything. What better place to house a shotgun than a golf club bag? Tom readily agreed to lend him them. And it would have been easy for Flynn to drop the shotgun inside while Ferguson was working in the garage. As Tom's best friend, he obviously knew where to find it. My suspicions were confirmed when Robert said that he and his mother had gone down on Sunday morning to identify the body, a perfect opportunity to return the clubs and deposit the gun under the mattress, hoping that mother and son would be arrested for the crime so that the inheritance would then be his, Ted Flynn's. That was what I was looking for in Tom Ferguson's study. The golf club bag. Oh, the moral of the story? If you must lend your golf clubs to a friend, make sure he's shooting for a birdie, not a body. Good night.
The epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Russ as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic Casebook.
Inspector Carr investigates.
A welcome addition to my bookshelf this Christmas was the brilliant publication called The Mind of the Murderer by Dr. W. Lindsay Neustatter. Although this work has been a textbook for criminologists for almost a decade, this is the first time that I've possessed a copy of my own. I mention it because since the Homicide Act of 1957, defense counsels have been able to introduce all sorts of factors in the hope of bringing in a verdict of diminished responsibility. The time was when an accused could be found guilty but insane, and that was the only alternative verdict he could hope for in cases where murder, premeditated murder, was proved. Today, evidence of abnormality of mind, not insanity, a condition of arrested or retarded mental development, could result in a verdict of manslaughter, thereby reducing the punishment considerably. For me, one of the most extraordinary examples of how the new act benefited a convicted killer was that of Derek Lees-Smith, a 20-year-old student who stabbed his widowed mother to death. The gist of the defense was that the accused killed his mother at a time when his blood sugar was low, that whenever his blood sugar fell below 100, it clouded his consciousness and impaired his judgment. Dr. Neustatter says that he fully approved of the jury's verdict of guilty, but with diminished responsibility. The doctor also cites a case in which I was involved. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story Murder on a False Note. When the Ever Alert Operations Room reported the murder of a Mrs. Karen Macmillan, a 26-year-old teller at the Pimlico branch of the London Charter Bank, the statements made by eyewitnesses pointed to the callous killing by some drug-crazed or desperately frightened thief. It seemed incredible that anyone should want to take a human life in order to steal £128. Ah, Sergeant Bellamy.
Yes, sir. Terrible business, sir. In broad daylight.
Yeah, shocking. You've organised the removal of the body?
Yes, sir. It's just left. Dr. Hanson's gone with the ambulance, sir.
You've taken statements from the manager and the others who were present when the girl was shot?
Yes, sir. It's a manageress, sir. Her name's Patricia Lockwood.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, most of the staff seem to be with me, sir. There's Miss Margaret Olga, Moira Rotenbach, and Janice Hawke, sir. Oh, youngsters, most of them. Of course, it's only a sub-branch. I suppose that's why the swine chose it. Quiet street like this. Not much traffic goes by.
Now, I understand you heard the shot.
Yes, sir, I did. I was walking down Ebury Street. I was just 100 yards from here.
Lovely day again, isn't it, Ted?
Lovely. And here I am, just about to report for duty. How's the missus?
Oh, fine, thank you. How's yours?
I've got to stay with my sister-in-law. Gracie's expecting a kid any moment. Marge has gone down to see if she can give some help. Hello?
Oh, that's nothing. Just a car backfiring.
Oh, I don't think it is.
Stop him! Stop him!
What the...
Help! Police! Murder!
Ruth!
He come down there! Through that alleyway!
Well, I blew me whistle. Contacted control. I told them someone had been shot. We needed medical assistance. Then I went into the bank with the young lady. She's the manageress.
That's Miss Patricia Lockwood.
That's right, sir. Of course, they're all in a bit of a state, as you can imagine, sir.
Yes, indeed I can. All right, Bellamy, let's go in. You remain here, Constable.
Very good, sir.
The manager's office is just through there, sir. She's only a youngster. Hello, sir. Oh, this is Chief Inspector Carr, Miss Lockwood, Scotland Yard.
It's also... Well, it's something out of a film.
Very nasty and brutal film. Now, you'll appreciate, Miss Lockwood, that the statements that you and the others made to Sergeant Bellamy here will have to be gone over again.
Yes. This police officer told me that we would all have to make detailed statements later.
You were not actually inside the bank when this young lady was shot?
No, I was just returning from lunch. I heard a shot and somebody scream. A man rushed past me. He had a gun in his hand, and he was putting it into his overcoat pocket as he ran. I just shouted, "Stop, police, murder!" Honestly, I'm not quite sure what I shouted, but this sergeant here was... Well, he was here within a matter of seconds.
I understand that the man who rushed past you wore a beard, dark glasses, a large black hat, and a long overcoat.
Yes, I got through to our head office, Mr. Brampton. He seemed to think it was my fault. Said something awful about that's what comes of employing too many women.
Brampton?
He's our regional manager.
That note there, sir, on Miss Lockwood's desk, that's what he put in front of the cashier.
I am desperate. Hand over all the money you've got in the till. One move and you're dead. Don't utter a sound. There's a gun in this bag and it's loaded.
Just like ransom notes that kidnappers use. Each word is cut out of a newspaper or magazine and just stuck on.
Yes. Can I have a word with the cashier, please?
Well, of course.
Yes, Miss Lockwood?
Miss Hubert asked Mr. Phillips to come through.
Yes, Miss Lockwood.
Mr. Phillips was on duty at the time. As you see, we're only a sub-branch.
You wanted me, Miss Lockwood?
This police officer would like to have a word with you.
It's just that I'd like you to try and recall everything that happened from the time the man walked into this bank to the time he made his getaway.
Well, it all happened so quickly. Poor Carr, and if only she'd arrived a minute later, I'm
please, Mr. Phillips, time is of the essence, and the sooner I get a clear picture of the circumstances surrounding the poor girl's murder, the better chance of catching the thug. The description we sent out isn't going to help very much. Beard, glasses, hat, and so on. Well, obviously a disguise. Now, you were on duty.
Yes, I'd arranged to take over the counter while Karen took an early lunch. She asked if she could go from 12 to 1 instead of 1 to 2, as she had a dentist's appointment. Well, everything was quiet. There's never been much doing midweek. I saw this strange-looking man. Well, we get all sorts of eccentrics living in Pimlico. And he came to the counter, and I asked him if I could help him. He had a brown paper bag in one hand, as though he were carrying some apples or something. And suddenly, he put that note there on Miss Lockwood's desk. He put it in front of me. Unluckily, I was counting out some £1 notes, and so I had both hands on top of the desk. Otherwise, I could have pressed the bell, the alarm bell, I mean. I said to him, there's not much money in the till. He pushed the paper bag forward. I thought he was going to shoot me, so I kept quiet after that. And by bad luck...
Thanks, Mr. Phillips. Oh, did that dentist give me a rough time? But... Oh, what?
That's all right. I'll carry on. I've still got 5 minutes.
If you need some more, Mr. Phillips, I can get some upstairs.
No, it's all right.
Is this gentleman making a call?
The rotten... Quick! Somebody do something!
Stop him! Stop him! Help! Police! Help!
I had £800 in the float. I just handed over the packets of £5 notes, and he didn't wait for the rest. He just ran out. Then Miss Lockwood came in with the police officer.
Yes, I know the rest. Now, if you'll come with me, Mr. Phillips, I'd like you to show me exactly where this man was standing.
Yes, all right.
Now, Sergeant Bellamy has made this chalk mark. That's where the young lady was standing when she was shot, right?
Yes, that's right. You see, the two cashier counters are at right angles to each other. Now, this is the one I was behind. It's normally Mrs. Macmillan's counter. We only use the second one when there's a bit of a rush on. That's only on Fridays.
Mr. Phillips is the assistant manager and sub-accountant.
I see. So Mrs. Macmillan was actually walking away from this counter?
Yes, that's a security door. It can't be opened from the outside. To open it, one of us has to press this button.
I see. Did you get the impression that Mrs. Macmillan was suspicious?
Well, she did stare at the man with a... But yes, I'm sure she was suspicious. All this business about getting some more money from upstairs, we don't work that way, you see. I think he knew that she was about to raise the alarm. He just fired the gun, grabbed the money on the counter here, and ran out.
Oh, excuse me a moment, I'm being buzzed. Carr here, come in control.
Operations here, sir.
Yes, Ops.
Reports just come through from the railway police at Victoria Station, sir. They found a large black overcoat, a pair of dark spectacles, a large hat, and a beard in the men's lavatory at Victoria Station, sir.
Victoria Station's less than 300 yards from here. Right, Ops. Thanks. Get them to send the stuff over for identification.
Will do, sir.
Well, you all heard that. Sergeant, when the stuff arrives at the yard, bring it over here, will you, so that the staff can identify the clothing?
Very good, sir.
Mr. Phillips, the man wasn't wearing gloves. You must have taken a look at his hands.
Well, no, not really. He had one hand in that paper bag, the one he was holding the gun with. The other he had clenched.
Fair enough. Oh, was it a thin hand with the hairs on his knuckles? Is there anything at all that might assist in identification?
Oh, it's very difficult, sir. You see, it was clenched all the time. He had it in his coat pocket, and then he rested it on the counter. Wait a minute.
Yes, Mr. Phillips?
Now I come to think of it, it was rather broad, very pale, or should I say white?
Broad, pale, white. Oh, you're doing fine, Mr. Phillips. Anything else?
On the centre knuckle, there was what I'm sure was a scar. His fist was clenched tight, as though he was very nervous. The knuckles were even whiter than the rest of his hand. And in the centre was this scar or scratch. Well, I'm sorry, I can't do better than that.
Do better than that? You've done very well, Mr. Phillips. You've put us on the right track. You'll get the killer all right.
Is he known to the police? Do you know a gangster with a scar on one of his knuckles?
No, Miss Lockwood, no, I don't offhand. But you see, the man we want is a murderous swine, probably a psychopath, but I'm convinced he's not a professional criminal. He's an amateur. And because he's an amateur, we'll have him behind bars. Everything I heard pointed to the theory that whoever held up the London Charter Bank did so out of a sense of desperation. No skilled crook would have taken such risks as to hold up the branch in the middle of the day when 1,000 things could have gone wrong. He could have run out of that bank and slapped into the arms of a policeman. As I told Sergeant Bellamy, we've got to look for the killer in places not frequented by the underworld.
It was a very clumsy hold-up, sir. But where would he get a gun?
Well, that's one of the things that needs investigating. Ballistics says that the bullet taken from the unfortunate young lady's body was a .38 without any distinguishing marks. I'm hoping that the beard and that large black hat are traced. The man could have been an actor, gone to a theatrical costumiers.
Would you like to take the identikit drawings to the various centres for drug addicts?
Oh, no, Sergeant, I need you here. If the man is a drug addict and has gone for help, they might well remember the scar on his knuckle. I'll have the identikit photographed and send copies to all known centres. I believe that we've got to concentrate on his victim. That shooting was so unprovoked. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Mrs. Macmillan hadn't seen through her assailant's disguise.
You mean recognised him, sir?
Yes, Bellamy, I mean just that. I'm going to have a word with her next of kin.
I was stunned, Inspector. Just couldn't take it in. It's not possible. Not in the west end of London in the middle of the day.
Oh, I appreciate your feelings, Mr. Howard, and I promise you we're doing all we can to capture and punish the swine. But I need your help.
My help? How can I help?
Mr. Howard, we may be wrong, but it's our theory that the man who shot your daughter used the hold-up at the bank as a smokescreen. Wanted us to go looking for him in the underworld.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, I must emphasize again, sir, that this is just a theory. Usually, when violence is used at the scene of a hold-up, the backgrounds of the victims are not investigated because they just happened to be there at the time the crime was committed. But I've got a hunch that it wasn't the bank's money the killer was after, but your daughter's life. Now, I'm sorry to put it so crudely. As I say, I may be wrong.
Derek.
Derek?
Derek Macmillan. They hadn't been married for more than 18 months when she finds him. He's the man. By George, you're right. Why, only last Monday, 2 days ago, my Carr came home. That you, dear?
Yes, Dad. Oh, Dad, I'm sorry I'm late. Were you wondering what had happened to me? I bet you're waiting for your supper.
Oh, that's all right, love. I was a little worried, wondering where you were. If I'd known you were going to be late, I could have cooked something for myself. Goodness knows I've done it enough times since your mother died.
I know, Dad. I am ashamed of myself. Oh, he upsets me so. He was waiting for me outside the bank. We've got the inspector in. We all work late. No, he hung around, just like he used to do before I threatened to put the police onto him.
Derek?
Yes. The usual sob stuff. Only happened once. He was sorry. If I won't go back to him, he's going to commit suicide.
Where did this all take place? Outside the bank?
No. I'll be too ashamed. With the area manager still inside, so was Miss Lockwood and the inspector. I agreed to go and have a drink with him just to get away from there. Went to Victoria Arms for a drink. Oh, I don't know what to do, Dad. He's acting like a maniac.
I've never interfered, you know that. And we walked in on him, in bed with that other woman. I didn't know what to say to you.
It was my decision, and I'm sticking by it. He's already had the divorce papers served on him. Oh, but I am a bit worried.
I'll have a talk with him.
No, Dad, please don't. It'll only make matters worse. You don't think he would commit suicide? I mean...
He's all talk. As long as he doesn't lay a hand on you. That's what worries me. When they told me that my Carr was killed during a bank robbery, I never gave Derek a thought.
Where does Mr. Macmillan live?
Are you looking for Mr. Macmillan?
Yes, yes, I am. Doesn't seem to be answering. Oh, I better use my master key. Oh, I'd be grateful if you'd come with me. I might need you as an eyewitness.
Oh, sure. I'll help you all right.
Oh, quick, out the window.
Is he all right?
Yeah, yes, thank heaven. Here, give me a hand, will you? I take it that's the bedroom.
Yeah, that's right. All these apartments are alike.
Right. Onto the bed. Right. That's it. Oh, thank you. If you wouldn't mind opening that window, I'll undo his collar and tie.
Okay. You want me to send for a doctor?
No, I don't think it'll be necessary. Been a great help. I don't think he could have absorbed a great deal of carbon monoxide from that gas ring, but it's a good job we got here in time.
What are you going to do now? You wait until he recovers?
That's about it. Have another cup. Do you good.
No, thanks. It'd be nice to say I was grateful to you, but no. But when I read... I loved her, man. I really did. Once only... She'd gone away with her father to a christening in Birmingham. It was the time of our office party. I've got no head for liquor. Jenny, this girl, drove me home. Before I knew what she was about, she'd undressed and nipped into bed. That's when Karen and her father walked in.
I see.
You
looking at my hand, is there something unique about me?
Oh, narrow, somewhat sunburned, long tapering fingers, and you haven't a scar on your knuckle.
Please, Mr. Carr, I'm not...
And I have a feeling that you can supply me with a convincing account of your movements this lunchtime, say between 12 and 2.
Movements? You don't think that... Oh, heavens above, I worship the ground she walked on.
You get that, Hobbs? He's got a dozen colleagues who can testify that they all lunched in the canteen and went back together. Means that if my theory is right, there's someone else who was involved with Mrs. Macmillan. Now, I want X branch to get cracking. She's been separated from her husband for nearly 4 months. By all accounts, Karen Macmillan was a most attractive girl. Can't see her staying at home all the time. Get the message?
I do, sir.
That young manageress, Patricia Lockwood. I wonder... Miss Lockwood, how well did you know Karen Macmillan? Oh, I don't mean just as a member of your staff, but as a human being.
Very well indeed. We were trainees together at the main branch in Park Lane. When they opened this branch here, Mr. Durrant was the manager and I was assistant. Karen was transferred here about 3 months later. She was a super person.
You knew of her matrimonial difficulties?
Derek, you know, if it wasn't for her father, they would be together again. What did I say? Karen would have forgiven Derek. She admits he was drunk when she and Mr. Howard broke in on them. Oh, poor Derek. I know he threatened to commit suicide, but he worshipped her. He really did.
Was there no other man in her life after she and Derek separated?
No, not really. 1 or 2 men used to ring here. A bit difficult for me, because officially we don't allow personal calls, but well, you know how it is.
Yes, of course.
Derek used to ring up a lot. Then there was that other man. I had to be very much the manager. Yes, all right. I'll tell her. That was for you, Karen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I asked Carmen...
Whatever you asked Carmen to do, the call came through to my office. Why'd you give these men the bank number? That's the 3rd time, to my knowledge, that this wretched man has asked for you.
So, it wasn't Derek?
No, it wasn't. I would recognize his Scottish accent. No, he sounded very peculiar.
Oh, no. Not him again.
Oh, yes.
Who is he? He was staying at the same hotel in Eastbourne. He used to come and try and chat me up on the beach. I didn't want to be rude. And like a fool on the last night, I let him take me to a concert. He asked if he could see me when he got back to London. I gave him this number. I'm sorry, really I am. He's weird.
The man didn't tell you his name?
No, neither did Carol.
Yes?
All right, and sir.
Yes, Hobbs.
The Royal Hotel Eastbourne. The manager says there are only 2 male guests on their own. One, Sir Hubert Millington, care of Millington Courtauld Bay, and the other, Mr. James Fording, 19 Anderson Street, Chelsea, sir.
Oh, thanks, Hobbs. I want the X-branch to find out all about them. Tell him it's top priority.
Will do, sir.
Oh, now I come to think of it, you can forget Sir Hubert Millington. I've seen him. He's at least 70, walks with a limp, head of Millington Industries. No, I think I'd better take a look at Mr. Fording. Oh, excuse me, madam. Are you connected with this house?
Why? This is my house. I'm Mrs. Fording. Are you wanting something?
Does a Mr. James Fording live here?
He's my son. He's not in trouble, is he? Oh, you better come in.
Thank you. Is your son at home?
Are you from the board?
The board, madam.
Look, I said he was acting
I think I ought to
peculiar.
tell you, madam, I'm a police officer. Now, here's my warrant card.
Police. Oh, please come in here, sir. I was expecting something like this. Please sit down.
Thank you. May I ask you what you were expecting?
He was all right. He was right as rain when they discharged him from the home. They shouldn't have let him join the army. They should have made inquiries.
Oh, your son was in the army, was he?
Maybe I should have known better. I thought you were from the health board. I telephoned them yesterday. Oh, he frightens me.
You say that your son was in a home?
He stabbed this girl. He didn't know what he was doing. He was only 15. They said he was certifiable. Sent him to this home. I used to go and visit him every week for 4 years. When they sent me this card to say I should come and fetch him, he wasn't there. He'd gone. I didn't see anything of him. Joined the army, called himself Smither. I made inquiries everywhere.
And when did your son come out of the army?
It'll be a year next October.
What did he do after he was discharged?
Do? He done nothing. He arrived at my doorstep with a suitcase, and they gave him £900 what he left. All I've seen out of it was 20 measly pounds. He comes here, goes away for days on end.
Why did you phone the health board?
The other night, I got to the bathroom. I could hear him walking up and down. I knocked on the door to see if he was all right. He kept laughing, saying, "That'll teach you, that'll teach you."
When was that?
The night before last. I went to his room yesterday morning and he'd gone. Taking his clothes, suitcase, everything. I was worried for his sake. That's why I phoned the help.
Carr?
He's been found, sir. The Liverpool Manor reports that the man answering to the photograph supplied by his mother has been staying in a hostel in the Burnham Road, sir. He has a white scar on his knuckle.
Well, that's proof enough. Tell him to hold him until we send an escort to collect him.
I'll tell you one thing, Inspector. Whatever my daughter said to that monster, she never encouraged him that time she was not at any sport.
No, I'm sure she didn't, Mr. Howard. The man has a mental history. Should never have been released in the first place. The gun they found on him was army issue. In his diseased mind, he thought that if he staged a hold-up, they'd go looking for a bank robber, not for someone who had met your daughter. He thought he'd run into the bank, shoot your daughter as he was grabbing the money, and he'd be away before anyone could stop him. But he didn't bank on one thing.
What was that?
Oh, the fact that...
Karen asked me if she could go from 12 to 1 instead of 1 to 2, as she had a dentist's appointment.
That's what threw him. If he expected to see Mrs. Macmillan at the cashier's counter, he would have handed over the note as evidence that the motive was robbery, grab the money and shoot. The fact that he shot her for no apparent reason when she was on her way to the security door convinced me that Karen Macmillan was the target.
Inspector Carr Investigates, with Hugh Rouse in the title role, is written and produced by Michael Silver. Listen again next Thursday night as Inspector Carr Investigates. The Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. You may have read that there arrived in South Africa recently a leading member of Scotland Yard for consultations concerning a trial which cannot be commented upon at this stage. I remembered him as a young constable who was present at one of the most sensational murder trials ever to take place. It was the culmination of my investigation into the death of a well-known member of the underworld, Lawrence Ritchie. I've called my story Murder on the Brain. When news came through that Larry Ritchie was found on Clapham Common with a .38 bullet in his head, I was neither surprised, nor, it must be said, perturbed. You say operations that Ritchie was found 10 minutes ago?
Yes, sir. He was recognized at once by Sergeant Wood of the Clapham Manor, and he thought the squad should be informed.
Quite right. Looks like gang warfare. Some other thug belonging to some other gang will want his revenge. It looks as though we're going to have a busy time. Where's the body?
At Clapham Mortuary, sir.
Has the murder weapon been found?
No, sir.
All right, I'll send Sergeant Jackson out. Have the local boys found anything, do you know?
If they have, they hadn't reported it, Inspector.
Right, thank you.
Now, here's the file on the Wilson case you wanted, sir.
Thanks, Jackson. You'd better put it in the pending file. Something more urgent's cropped up.
Oh, sir?
Remember Larry Ritchie, the one that went in for grievous bodily harm?
Do I, sir? I gave evidence. Do you see that file from X-Branch? They say he's now working with the Lambeth mob.
Was, past tense. He's dead. Murdered.
Well, he certainly had it coming to him, sir, didn't he?
Certainly had. I still believe he's the man who bumped off light-fingered Morris. Shot with a .38.
That'll cause a rumpus, won't it, sir?
Certainly will. If we don't find the killer, and fast, the metropolitan area will become a shooting target for every light-fingered, trigger-happy thug. All right, Jackson. Ops has got the location, Clapham Common. They're expecting you. Go out there and see if there's anything the local boys have missed.
Righto, sir.
I'll get hold of Dr. McPherson. Take a look at the body. Accompanied by the senior police surgeon, I went over to the mortuary to take a look at the lifeless body of the man who had caused us so much trouble and worry in the past. Even in death, his features could not be robbed of their coarse brutality. Ugly-looking customer, isn't he, Mac? He certainly is. All those powder marks. He was shot at close quarters, all right. Right through the temple. Take a look at the wound, Inspector. You see how easy it was to extricate the bullet. Well, what does that mean, Mac?
Well, without going into the gruesome details, the gun was so close to the forehead as to cause a tremendously wide hole in the bone structure. I doubt if the gun was more than an inch from the man's forehead.
When did he die?
Well, I understand that the temperature last night was pretty moderate. I would say that he was shot somewhere around about 1 o'clock this morning. By the way, here's the bullet. The local surgeon handed it to me.
Thanks. And I'll send it over to ballistics, but I don't think it'll do us much good. If it was a gang killing, the weapon's sure to be stolen.
True enough. I wonder what he was doing in the common at that time of the morning.
Somebody lured him there. Somebody he knew, obviously. He wouldn't have allowed anyone to be so close unless it was someone he knew. An ideal rendezvous for a killing. Clapham Common's still one of the few lungs of London that isn't enclosed with railings and gates, except for the northern sector.
You're looking a bit despondent.
Oh, wouldn't you be, Mac? My suspects are the hundreds of mobsters in the underworld. It means thousands of questions, dozens of foot-slogging constables getting all those informers on the job. Oh, well, it's no good moaning. Back into the fray. I wasn't exaggerating. Every available man in plain clothes was detailed to mingle with the regulars at every known haunt of the gamblers, the mobsters, even the petty thieves. In the meantime, the murder squad got busy on the higher level.
Blimey, look who's here. Ah, shut up. Hello, Inspector Carr.
Hello, Lofty. Do you want to talk here?
Oh, let's use the manager's office. Here, take my cue, Bill.
Right.
You're on the wrong track, Inspector.
I'll be the judge of that. Seen the papers?
Yeah, the recent edition of the Messenger said he was found shot through the head on Clapham Common. Here, do it. Sit down, won't you?
Right.
A cigarette?
Let's not be polite to each other. I hate your guts, you hate mine.
Hate me enough to frame me?
Oh, you know better than that. Lofty, one of our informers tells us that he witnessed a little scene between you and Larry Ritchie at the Cock and Sparrow.
Oh, so what? He had it coming to him. I dressed him down a little. I told him to stop getting into my hair, that's all.
All right. You tell me what happened.
Well, I received information that this two-bit punk was getting ideas above his station, so I went over to the Cock and Sparrow where I knew he'd be.
So I said to this bookie, I'll bet Tiger's Eye for £5. At 10 to 1, you owe me 50 quid. And he says to me, where's your ticket? And I says to him, I haven't got a ticket. But I've got a nice knuckle duster to dust you down with. And he says to me, oh, so you lost your ticket, did you? Well, here's your money. I then says to him, I look like having that 10 to 1 winner every Saturday.
What are you talking about, my friend Harry Blake?
Now, listen, Lofty.
Well, tough guy. How'd you like having your face slapped?
You can't do this to me.
That's funny. I thought I could. Like this.
No.
Yeah, Tony, I think some of these gentlemen don't like the way I'm treating their friend.
Now, look, we ain't got nothing to do with it.
Now, look, this is only the hors d'oeuvre, so to speak. You try running an agency in Notting Hill, you'll find yourself in the bottom of a sewer where you belong. And you can tell your boss, Jimmy, I said so.
I see. Shimmy Evans?
Yeah.
You're too smart to start a killing in the top league. You bumped off Larry Ritchie as another hors d'oeuvre. It was warning the head of the Lambeth mob to stay in their own preserve, hmm?
Now, look, I've been expecting it. I know what you think, Inspector. It isn't true. That was enough warning for Shimmy. The pasting I gave Larry.
Do you think that Shimmy Evans is going to take this lying down? Did you do it yourself? Look, Judd, I'm warning you...
I'm as surprised at this as you are. Now, why should I get him bumped off? What happened at the Cock and Sparrow was only 2 days ago. Why shouldn't I have bumped him off then?
Or arranged for someone else to do it?
Ah, you know better than that. Killing's not my line,
Isn't it? I'll tell you this. If it is, the Notting Hill boys are going to be looking for a new leader very soon. Over the years, a senior police official learns never to discount his hunches. My hunch was that Judd was telling the truth, that in fact his look of concern and anxiety over Larry Ritchie's killing was genuine. I thought I'd better have a word with the leader of the Lambeth mob.
What do you want with me, Inspector?
Take that holier-than-thou look off your face. Didn't you expect a visit from the murder squad? Don't you read your papers? Aren't your gambling dens humming with the news of Larry Ritchie's slaying?
Well, of course they are, but why come to me? One of your boys will have told you what happened at the Cock and Sparrow. Lofty Judd doesn't work over one of my boys and get away with it. I don't mind telling you that we were going to do a little dusting down ourselves. We were going to pay a call on one of the Notting Hill mob.
No?
Well, things are too hot. But if you don't send Lofty Judd for the big drop, we'll do it ourselves.
Come on, Shimmy. Are you telling me, a police officer, that you intend to take the law into your own hands?
Come off it, Inspector. This is too serious.
What you mean is that if Larry's killing isn't avenged, your gang will think you're yellow. Now, let me tell you something. Judd wasn't responsible for Richie's death.
Come off it. Look, Inspector, you and I know each other. I'm not threatening to kill anyone. I'm too smart to think that I wouldn't get away with it. But something will happen to Mr. I and mighty Lofty Judd. You know, an accident. Won't be anybody's fault but his own, and no one will be able to say the Lambeth boys were concerned in it.
Is that a threat?
No. It's a fact. What does he want to go kill him for? Do you know that not one of my boys has ever carried a rod?
I got to warn you that I am still a police officer, you know.
I know. It's your murder squad.
Listen to me, Shimmy, and take heed of what I tell you. I don't want any violence while this murder investigation is going on. I need every plainclothes man I can get. You start anything that weakens my investigation and you won't know what hits you.
You've been funny, Inspector. Weaken your investigation? Larry was my pal.
Shimmy, supposing I give you my word that I am convinced that the Notting Hill boys had nothing to do with the shooting of Larry Ritchie. Would you accept it?
Yes, I would.
And I'll do a deal with you. No monkey business. Tell your boys there are to be no skirmishes with the Notting Hill gang. None at all. And if anything comes to light proving me wrong, you will be the first to know. Fair enough?
You got my hand on it. Shake.
You misunderstand my attitude. I want to avoid a shooting war, and I want to find the killer of Larry Ritchie, but I don't shake hands with bullies, thugs, and racketeers. Good day to you.
Darling, have you seen the paper? Larry Ritchie's been bumped off. Huh? Am I, interrupting something?
I'm just leaving.
Aren't you going to introduce me?
Oh, what for? Don't you recognise a cop when you see one?
Cop?
Inspector Carr, murder squad, New Scotland Yard.
Oh, you come about Larry. Well, I'll tell you who killed him. That swine, Lofty Judd.
Amazing you keep out of it.
Why should I? Larry was as much my friend as yours.
Your friend, was he? Mind telling me your name, madam?
Didn't you know? Go on, Shimmy, tell him who I am.
This is my wife, Maisie.
How do you do, Mrs. Evans?
Oh, dear, I hope this isn't going to start something.
Unless you say the better.
You remembered your promise?
No, don't worry. There ain't going to be no trouble.
Trouble? What trouble?
Inspector Carr's given me his word that he doesn't think the Notting Hill mob had anything to do with Larry's killing.
But it says in the paper that he was found shot in the head on Clapham Common early this morning.
Duck! It's all right. No need to duck. It's a brick. It's a message. Piece of paper tied to it. Shouldn't be surprised if it wasn't a message from the Notting Hill mob.
It was obvious from the white, blood-drained faces of Mr. and Mrs. Evans that they expected something much more lethal than a brick being hurled. I bent down and picked up the missile. Oh, let's see what this says. We did not bump off Larry. Richie, don't start anything you might be sorry for. Still think Lofty Judd was responsible?
I don't know what to think.
It's easy for him to write a note like that. Every killer says he didn't do it.
Seems you're not versed in the etiquette of gang warfare, Mrs. Evans. When one gang causes damage to the member of another, it usually is a challenge. There's nothing challenging about that note, is there?
Oh, that's true.
The two of you must be mad. Who else would bump him off? Who else had reason to?
If I may point out to you, madam, it was your husband's gang which trespassed on the Notting Hill territory. Judd...
Don't tell me about Judd. He's a killer. Can't you see? I'm scared stiff for Shimmy. If you don't put him behind bars, what's going to happen to my husband?
Nothing. If your husband is innocent. But was he? There could have been a dozen hidden motives divorced from the obvious run of gang reprisals. Messages came pouring into the yard from our placed plainclothes men and informers, telling of the seething excitement in the underworld at the possible repercussions. What were the big boys going to do? Was Larry's death about to trigger off a new wave of lawlessness? I was thankful that as the hours and the days passed, there was every indication that Evans and Judd had kept their mobs in check. And during this time, the exasperatingly slow gathering together of all the threads to make a pattern was taking place. What do you think of Judd's alibi, Jackson? Not very good, is it, sir? No. There's only his wife willing to swear that he was home in bed when the shooting took place.
True, but he didn't do it. I'm convinced that neither he nor any of his lieutenants were responsible.
But somebody did it, sir.
Of course somebody did it. Sorry, Jackson. This thing's getting me down. Reams and reams of paper checking on the movements of every possible suspect. Look at this. There are 24 people willing to swear to seeing Shimmy Evans at the Cock and Sparrow between the hours of 1 and 3 on the morning of the 27th. At least 4 of them have unimpeachable characters.
Yes. We seem to be getting nowhere fast, to use your phrase.
That's true. What was he doing on the common? A thug like that's usually at a spieler or... Here, wait a minute. Why wasn't he at the Cock and Sparrow with the rest of the gang? I think I'll have another word with our friend Shimmy. Tell me, Shimmy, I want the truth. And I promise it won't go beyond these 4 walls. Was Larry on a job for you? Now, don't give me that holier-than-thou look again. If you're genuine about wanting his murder avenged, you'll come clean. What was he doing on the common? Was he on a breaking and entering job on the big houses Clapham way?
Come off it, Inspector. Breaking and entering? Do you think he'd go for small stuff like that? No, he came to me and asked me whether I was going to be at the Cock and Sparrow, and I said yes. Well, he then said that he wouldn't. He was going to play cards at the Spieler in Kennington.
Oh, which one?
Tony Savilli's place.
But he no play here? Not all night, I see him. But of course he couldn't have been here all night. He'd been murdered in the early hours of the morning, you know that. Now look, Senior Carr, I'm a respectable spieler. Oh, that's funny, a respectable spieler. What do you think of that, Jackson? Respectable spieler. Tony's joint. What are you two trying to do? Give me the big frame up. He was here early on, wasn't he? Now, don't stall. He was seen... Well, he come here, yes. He come here. He not to stay long, though. Did he play cards? No. Stay a while, and then he go. Do you know what the penalty is for withholding information? This is a murder inquiry, not a petty fogging visit under the Gaming Act. I'll tell you why he came here. He asked you to say that he was gambling in this joint should his boss ask. But how you know? Did he or didn't he? See? It did. All right. Talk, Tony. Take it all down, Jackson. We'll get him decided. Tony's signed statement instilled in me the feeling that every detective waits for, the instinctive knowledge that at long last one is on the right track. I knew all along there was a girl in the case.
Did you, sir?
Why?
Oh, never mind that now. Yes?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes?
A 38 has been found by the LCC Refuse Department. They believe it came from one of the refuse bins in the Clapham area.
Any joy?
I don't know, sir. The registered number is...
Never mind that. Is it going to help us?
I'm afraid not, sir. It's one of a consignment of guns stolen from Hunting and Fishing Limited, Dover Street, about 2 years ago.
Hunting and Fishing? What are they doing selling pistols?
I wouldn't know, sir.
I don't suppose you would. All right, Ops, thank you. Let me have it. If the number's on it, it's going to prove quite useful.
But it's been stolen.
I know. Don't you worry about it. Send it over to the murder squad right away.
Very good, sir.
They found a gun, Jackson, as you no doubt gathered.
Won't help us much, will it?
Of course it will. It's going to be Exhibit A, as our legal friends would say.
But I don't understand, sir. It was stolen from a reputable...
But when? 2 years ago. Now, where's it been since? And how did Mrs. Evans get hold of it?
Mrs. Evans? You think she's the killer?
I'll stake my non-existent bowler hat on it.
I don't see why.
I don't see why either, not at the moment. Listen, Jackson, it all adds up. Why did Larry Ritchie tell his boss that he wouldn't be at the Cock and Sparrow because he was going to be busy at a spieler? That's number one. 2, why did he take the risk of involving Tony Savilli by asking him to act as cover-up unless there was some possibility that his boss might become suspicious? Suspicious of what?
Mrs. Evans?
Yes, Jackson. Mrs. Evans.
Inspector, I can understand Shimmy wanting to bub off Larry if Larry was two-timing him with Mrs. Evans. But why,
you
on the other...
coming back to the motive. Now, this is one of the exceptions to the rule. This time we find the killer, and then we determine the motive.
Fair enough, sir. What do we do? Pull him in for questioning?
No. I want her trailed night and day, but she mustn't have the slightest inkling that we suspect her. She's a shrewd young woman. We haven't got a shred of proof. In fact, she's made one mistake so far, or perhaps 2.
What are they, sir?
Well, for the moment, we'll concentrate on the second one. Being a woman, she didn't bother to file the number off the gun. She knew it was hot, and the chances of it being traced back to her were remote.
Yeah. I still don't see it, sir. How can we trace it back to her?
With the aid of her husband. You lied to me. Shimmy Evans, thug that you are, strong-arm hoodlum and bully that you are, I believe you.
Inspector, I can take so many insults and no more. What are you talking about?
This I'm talking about.
What?
Pick it up, Shimmy. By the laws of the underworld, it's yours.
What is this? What game are you playing?
Remember that job in Dover Street, Hunting and Fishing Limited? Why didn't you file all the numbers? I'll tell you why. You flogged the rest, but you kept this one. Oh, I don't say you were going to do a murder with it. Otherwise, you'd have filed this one as well. Which of your gang did it? Who did you instruct to bump off Larry Ritchie?
Me? You're crazy. He was a pal of mine.
Was he? Don't tell me you didn't know about Larry and your wife.
What? I got an alibi.
I don't care about your alibi. I'll break it.
What did you say? What did you say about Larry and Maisie?
I was grateful for the change in the law which allowed a police officer to apprehend a suspect for 48 hours. It had to be either Evans or his wife. Could there be collusion between the two? In the eyes of the law, they'd both be guilty. I didn't think so. I had to take a high-handed action, as far as Shimmy Evans was concerned, in order to get some proof against his wife. Evening, Shimmy. I was expecting an outburst. None?
Were you? I've been thinking, Inspector, about what you said about Larry and Maisie. What are you trying to do? I didn't kill Larry, you know it.
Let me show you something. That's a signed statement by Tony Savilli. If you were to inquire from Tony, he was to say that Larry played cards at his spieler all night. Why the need for the cover-up?
Maisie?
Right so, Shimmy. Now, see my difficulty? We know that you had that gun. It was found in a refuse bin by the common. Ballistics say that there's a slight flaw which proves that the bullet that killed Larry came from that gun.
After all I did for him and Maisie. Oh, no, I come to look at it. Why, that dirty little trick.
We have a strong motive, haven't we, Shelley?
No, not that again, Inspector. I can
Don't say it. But what about Maisie? You know that this gun was in your possession. She could have taken it and used it on Larry.
It's no go, Inspector. You heard what she said. She was asleep in bed when the shooting took place. You can't prove otherwise. You'd have pulled her in by now if you could. You better look elsewhere for your killer.
Oh, well, if she's innocent, you're guilty.
You can't keep me here more than another day unless you've got a strong case and you know it.
We'll see. All right, Sergeant Jackson, let's go. Oh, let's hope it works.
Think it will, sir?
Shimmy knows the ropes, but he's pacing up and down that cell with a murderous rage. He hasn't had a chance to speak to his wife, but his sight of her expression of bland innocence is likely to trigger him off, and her. Anyway, let's hope so. Oh, is this where she is?
This is the office.
What have you done with my husband? You must be mad.
No one's laid a hand on him, Mrs. Evans. A constable, take Mrs. Evans to her husband.
Very good, sir.
He's got a dozen witnesses.
I advise you not to say anything, Mrs. Evans. You asked to see your husband. Kindly go along with this, constable.
You wait till I tell the papers shoving an innocent man in prison.
Come along, madam.
I'm coming. I'm coming. You're a rotten lot of...
Oh, yeah. I don't think she approves of us.
Breaks my heart. All right, constable, get ready to switch on. Got the recording machine ready, Jackson?
Yes, sir. Go through.
Oh, darling. Darling, what have they done to you?
What are you standing around for? I'm not a convicted criminal.
No, I'd give you head on. I'm going.
Darling.
Shut up, wait till he goes. There, you see what you've done, you rotten little Tommy.
What are you talking about? You shouldn't have done that, Shimmy. You shouldn't have hit me like that.
Think I'm going to swing for the murder you committed? How long's it been going on? How many times did Larry make love to my wife? Why?
You're wrong. You don't know what you're saying.
Throwing that gun in a refuse bin. Didn't you know it was hot? Didn't you know the number had been filed? I'm not going to swing for the murder you committed, you slut.
Shimmy, I had to kill him. He forced me. I didn't want to. And then he kept saying that if I didn't let him make love to me...
Wait a minute. Why have they left us alone like this? Hey? What's that? They've bugged the cell.
That's it. Come on.
Well, it's all here, sir. We played over the recording and she signed a confession.
Well, she's no fool. It's likely to get her a recommendation for mercy. Still, just as well, it'll shorten the trial. What's worrying you, Jackson?
Just this, sir. You said you knew the killer was a woman right from the beginning. How could you have done?
I didn't say I knew. I said I was reasonably convinced. Although the clue stood out a mile. You see, Jackson. Well, listeners, what was the clue? Simple, really. Not sure. Well, have you worked out why it was a reasonable assumption that Larry Ritchie was shot by a woman? Not sure? It was this.
I doubt if the gun was more than an inch from the man's forehead.
You see it now? How else could the killer get so close to the victim unless it was in a lover's embrace? The moral of the story? Girls, if you're being importuned by some gangster, don't go putting a bullet through his head on Clapham. It's so common. Good night.
The epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Ross as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic Casebook.